Today, the Xianyan frontier map came under a massive attack by alien creatures, and the human empire has dispatched the Fifth Fleet to provide support. A pirate fleet has appeared near the borders of the solar system, and several merchant convoys have already been raided. All fleets passing through the frontier are urged to proceed with caution. After reading one imperial news report after another, Chu Jiang crossed his legs and let out a long, rueful sigh. Several years had passed since Chu Jiang crossed into this world. By now he had completely integrated into its society. Human civilization in this world had entered the interstellar age tens of thousands of years ago. Interstellar travel had become an ordinary part of human life. However, ever since the human emperor ascended and became a god, the entire human empire had begun to decline. The imperial frontier was now plagued by constant war, and even the solar system, the heart of the human empire, had drawn the attention of interstellar pirates. It seemed that Chu Jiang had to find another path. Remaining in the solar system was no longer wise. As Chu Jiang lamented the fate of the human empire, a figure blocked the little sunlight falling before him. A girl with twin ponytails held a bill in her hand and tossed it directly in front of Chu Jiang. "The crew chief, we cannot keep operating like this. If we do not get any work soon, we will not even be able to pay for the repairs to the Yaoguang." The twin-tailed girl was named Xiaoya. 1 year earlier, Chu Jiang had found her as an orphan on a barren planet. At the time, she had been trapped in a war zone. If Chu Jiang had done nothing, she would have faced either artillery fire from the sky or merciless treatment by alien creatures. Moved by compassion, Chu Jiang brought her back at the cost of nearly losing his ship and his life. Xiaoya became the first and only crew member under his command. The Yaoguang he mentioned was a C-class destroyer belonging to Chu Jiang. He had gone to considerable lengths to acquire it. Chu Jiang looked at the bill before him and felt a headache coming on. 5,000 star coins for repairs alone. What a ripoff. He swore he would never return to this shop. Staring at the number on the repair bill, Chu Jiang silently vowed never to visit that repair shop again. Beside him, Xiaoya sighed helplessly. "Chief, we are technically a mercenary group. Although there are only 2 of us, should we take a few contracts to help cover the fleet expenses? At this rate, we may have to sell the Yaoguang." Sell the Yaoguang? Impossible. In this era, without a starship, one was little different from a common civilian. Once someone became a civilian, they would either be conscripted and sent into endless battles risking death at any moment, or assigned to a lightless underground mine where they might never see sunlight again. Neither path was a good ending for Chu Jiang. He frowned deeply. Even the supposedly safest solar system now had numerous interstellar pirates roaming its outskirts. He had originally planned to wait for the turmoil to pass, then take a few escort contracts to earn some star coins. Instead, this upheaval overturned the human empire completely. The human empire could barely protect itself, let alone oppose the interstellar pirates. If Chu Jiang went out to confront those pirates, now his C-class destroyer would probably be blasted into scrap before he could even get close. Just as Chu Jiang was at a loss, a familiar, yet strange voice sounded in his ears. "System activation successful. The Divine Mercenary system is now online." The Divine Mercenary system. A cheat ability. Chu Jiang's eyes lit up. As expected, the standard advantage of a traveler might arrive late, but it would never be absent. Chu Jiang eagerly sought information about the system's functions. The Divine Mercenary system randomly finds employers who issue mercenary missions. Once the host completes a mission, he receives substantial rewards. Because this was the system's first activation, it granted Chu Jiang a starter package. The package had been sent to the storage vault for collection. A starter package. Chu Jiang immediately opened the system storage interface. A new package lay quietly inside the virtual vault. The system asked whether he wanted to open the starter package. He accepted, and the package granted him 1,000 Salamanders Chapter Space Marines. The system then granted him 10 Thunderhawk gunships. When Chu Jiang saw what the starter package contained, his eyes widened in disbelief. 1,000 Salamanders Chapter Space Marines. With 1,000 Space Marines, taking an entire planet would no longer seem impossible. No wonder it was called the Divine Mercenary system. Using Space Marines for mercenary work was like using a heavy cannon to swat a mosquito. Where are these Space Marines now? The system informed him that the Space Marines and Thunderhawk gunships had automatically appeared aboard his ship and were ready for collection. Excellent. He had been afraid to accept mercenary missions because he could not defeat the pirates. Now that he had these Space Marines and Thunderhawk gunships, everything had changed. Forget the pirates. Even Imperial rebels would have to think twice before facing him. At that moment, the Divine Mercenary system sounded again. The system detected that an employer had posted a mission. Chu Jiang wondered whether the system had already accepted a contract for him. Chu Jiang immediately opened the system panel, and a mission window sprang into view. Mission: rescue the daughter of Shennong Pharmaceuticals. Difficulty: easy. Reward: 10 million star coins, 1,000 commission points, and 1 green mercenary package. Coordinates Horn Antler Star System Desert Planet. Rescue the daughter of Shennong Pharmaceuticals. Shennong Pharmaceuticals was the most famous medical company in the entire human empire. Nearly 80% of the empire's medicines came from it. No wonder they could afford to offer 10 million star coins. I will take this mission. Xiaoya waved her hand in front of Chu Jiang, asking whether he was listening. Chu Jiang suddenly took Xiaoya's hand and smiled with confidence. Let's go. What are we doing? We are taking the mission. I just accepted a major contract. Get aboard quickly. A major contract. As Chu Jiang entered the bridge with great enthusiasm, Xiaoya could not help feeling puzzled. What kind of major contract is it? Could a merchant guild be hiring them for an escort mission? She remembered that the largest contract they had ever received was escorting a merchant vessel to the Sol system. That contract nearly got them riddled by the pirates who tried to rob them. Fortunately, they had received a substantial commission in the end, though most of it had gone toward repairing the ship. Chu Jiang gently patted Xiaoya on the head and spoke to her. Don't worry. From today onward our hard days are over. After saying this, Chu Jiang sat down in the captain's command chair. Seeing the smile on Chu Jiang's face, Xiaoya did not continue questioning him. She knew that Chu Jiang never did anything without confidence. Although she had followed Chu Jiang through many dangerous missions, they had survived every crisis by the narrowest margin. Thus, even though Xiaoya often complained about Chu Jiang, but across the entire sea of stars no one trusted Chu Jiang more than she did. Where are we going? Xiaoya opened the navigation system and turned toward Chu Jiang. The Horn Antler System Desert Star. The Horn Antler System was relatively close to the solar system. It contained 7 planets, but all 7 were barren worlds of no value. In particular, according to imperial records, nearly 99% of Desert Star was covered by desert. Moreover, the planet was constantly affected by sandstorms and had no exploitable value. Their mission location was actually on this planet. Although she was puzzled, Xiaoya did not hesitate and began setting the flight route. Destination, Horn Antler System Desert Star. Setting flight route. Route complete, preparing for departure. After hearing the announcement, Chu Jiang switched on the engines. The Yaoguang emitted a chain of powerful roars, finally rose into the air and flew toward the endless sea of stars. Elsewhere on the top floor of Shennong Tower, headquarters of Shennong Pharmaceuticals. As the leader of Shennong Pharmaceuticals, Yun Ruofeng stood in the top floor office with an ashen expression, fury nearly erupting from his eyes. You pirates don't hurt my daughter. How many credits do you want? I can give you all of them. A communication device sat before him. From it came the slowly emerging voice of a middle-aged man, processed beyond recognition. Haha, President Yun, for someone like you, credits are practically unlimited. But unfortunately, we don't want credits. They did not want credits. Yun Ruofeng's expression darkened. The interstellar pirates had attacked his fleet and kidnapped his daughter. The fact that they had destroyed his fleet so easily proved that these interstellar pirates were no ordinary criminals. If they only wanted credits, it would have been no problem for Yun Ruofeng. But their refusal to accept credits left Yun Ruofeng in a difficult position. At last, the interstellar pirates slowly stated their demand. We want the formula for the S1 stimulant. The S1 stimulant formula. Upon hearing this, Yun Ruofeng sprang to his feet and shouted, Impossible. Impossible. Then you can say goodbye to your daughter. The communication device immediately carried a woman's distressed cries. Dad, save me. Hearing the voice, Yun Ruofeng's face instantly went pale. It was unmistakably his daughter's voice. Yun Ruofeng's legs weakened and he collapsed into his chair. The S1 stimulant had been developed by Shennong Pharmaceuticals. After use, the stimulant could temporarily enhance a person's mental power, speed, and strength. It could even rapidly heal some wounds on the user's body. Most importantly, using only 1 dose a day caused almost no side effects. This powerful medicine was the foundation of Shennong Pharmaceuticals' growth. If the S1 stimulant formula were handed over, the entire Shennong Pharmaceuticals would lose its foundation. Moreover, if the imperial authorities obtained the stimulant formula, Shennong Pharmaceuticals would have no reason to continue existing. Shennong Pharmaceuticals had maintained its cooperation with the authorities and its pharmaceutical monopoly precisely because it possessed the most powerful stimulant formula in the human empire. I'll give you 3 days to think it over. Which matters more to you, your company or your family? Of course, you can send more mercenaries to die. We won't mind collecting more spoils. The communication cut off and a trace of murderous intent appeared in Yun Ruofeng's eyes. President Yun, we traced the signal. It's on Desert Star in the Horn Antler system. What should we do next? Should we send more mercenaries to eliminate these pirates? Yun Ruofeng's expression grew grim. The pirates' words had made the situation perfectly clear. Every mercenary he had sent had been completely wiped out. The strength of these interstellar pirates was absurd, far beyond that of ordinary pirates. They had not only annihilated his fleet, but also captured every mercenary he sent. With such overwhelming strength, was he really supposed to obediently hand over the S1 stimulant formula? Just as Yun Ruofeng was at a loss of voice suddenly sounded inside his mind. Ding. An employer requiring mercenary services has been detected. Would you like to pay a certain price to activate divine mercenary services? Who is it? Yun Ruofeng turned sharply and found no one in the office except his secretary. The secretary looked over curiously. President Yun, are you all right? I'm fine. After observing for a long while and finding no one else, Yun Ruofeng cautiously replied to the divine mercenary system in his mind. Yes, I need divine mercenary services. Ding. Payment successful. The mission has been issued. Please wait patiently. The next second, Yun Ruofeng discovered that 10 million credits had disappeared from his account. Was this the price he had to pay? Yun Ruofeng's eyes were filled with shock. What kind of existence could communicate with him inside his mind without a trace? However, if this mysterious existence could bring his daughter back, 10 million credits was no problem at all for Yun Ruofeng. We're above Desert Star now. As the Yaoguang entered Desert Star's low orbit, Chu Jiang could see that the entire planetary surface was covered in yellow sand. We have arrived above the Desert Star. As the Yaoguang entered the near orbit of the Desert Star, Chu Jiang could see the entire surface of the planet was covered in yellow sand. Looking at the surface of the Desert Star before him, Nyesya could no longer hold back her question. What exactly is our mission this time? Facing Nyesya's doubt, Chu Jiang chuckled. He then revealed the target of their mission. Upon hearing that the mission was to rescue the eldest daughter of Shennong Pharmaceuticals from interstellar pirates, Nyesya's expression instantly changed. Are you crazy? Don't you know that the pirates who kidnapped Shennong Pharmaceuticals' eldest daughter are not ordinary interstellar pirates? This group of interstellar pirates not only annihilated Shennong Pharmaceuticals' escort fleet, but subsequently 10 mercenary fleets have gone to suppress them, with not a single one returning alive. The interstellar pirates who kidnapped Shennong Pharmaceuticals' daughter cannot be ordinary pirates, otherwise their combat power would not be so terrifying. Even the large mercenary groups in the solar system dare not accept this commission. Where did you get this commission from? This is simply a suicide mission. Nyesya's face turned pale. She never expected that the mission Chu Jiang accepted was precisely the kidnapping case that had caused a stir across the solar system recently. Now basically every mercenary group in the solar system knew that this group of interstellar pirates was no pushover. If they did not have formidable strength, not only would they fail to rescue Shennong Pharmaceuticals' eldest daughter, but they might even lose their own lives. At this moment, Chu Jiang remained calm. What nonsense! His starship carried 1,000 interstellar soldiers. The combat power of these 1,000 interstellar soldiers was incomparably superior to those mercenary groups. Thinking of this, Chu Jiang comforted Nyesya. Rest assured, if I did not have absolute confidence, I would not have accepted this mission. Hearing these words, Nyesya looked utterly bewildered. Under normal circumstances, Chu Jiang and she would struggle merely to accept an escort mission. Now he was actually going to deal with a group of powerful interstellar pirates. At this moment, Nyesya even doubted whether she was dreaming. Just then, Chu Jiang suddenly spoke. Found them. A red dot appeared on the radar. These red dots were the numerous pirate starships docked on the planet's surface. Most of the pirate starships were low-grade Class E destroyers, but they made up for it with sheer numbers. A pirate fleet consisted of 10 starships. The red dots on the radar were precisely the locations of the pirate starships. The group of pirates who kidnapped Shennong Pharmaceuticals' daughter was nearby. What was infuriating was that the pirates showed no sign of fear whatsoever. Their starships were parked openly without even attempting camouflage. Clearly, these pirates were betting that the incoming suppression fleet would not dare to conduct orbital bombardment. If orbital bombardment were used, Shennong Pharmaceuticals' daughter would not survive either. On the ground, numerous interstellar pirates clad in high-quality powered armor held laser rifles looking up at the sky. The pirate leader, spotting the Yaoguang, narrowed his eyes slightly. Huh, what's going on? Is this a mercenary fleet sent by Shennong Pharmaceuticals? Just a single Class C destroyer. Are they looking down on us? The mercenary fleets sent previously consisted of at least several starships. Some mercenary fleets had thousands of paratroopers alone. Unfortunately, all these mercenaries had become corpses under their guns. They had thereby seized a large amount of booty, but the mercenaries' equipment was still inferior to their own high-quality gear. Has Yun Ruofeng reached such a desperate point, sending such small fry over? I don't even feel like turning on the anti-aircraft cannons. It would be a waste of my bullets. The pirate leader looked at the Yaoguang in the sky with disdain. Just then, Chu Jiang opened the Yaoguang's hatch. 10 Thunderhawk gunships flew out successively from the Yaoguang's hatch. Whoosh! The Thunderhawk gunships roared past in the sky. The numerous Thunderhawk gunships began to circle around the pirate camp. Seeing these Thunderhawk gunships, the pirate leader frowned slightly. Huh, I've never seen this thing before. Saying this, the pirate leader waved his hand and shouted, "Someone bring up my anti-aircraft cannons." Several pirates immediately pushed several anti-aircraft cannons onto the open ground. The pirate leader waved his hand again. Boom, boom, boom. Several anti-aircraft cannons fired directly at the Thunderhawk gunships in the sky. One Thunderhawk gunship was hit by the anti-aircraft fire and was instantly engulfed in thick flames. Seeing this scene, the numerous interstellar pirates couldn't help but cheer. Xiaoya's face turned pale upon seeing this. Damn it, what's going on? These interstellar pirates not only have high-quality powered armor, but also anti-aircraft cannons. This is already beyond ordinary interstellar pirates. Even the Imperial regular army doesn't have such high-quality equipment. This is too strange. Where did these interstellar pirates get such high-quality equipment from? Just then Chu Jiang smiled faintly. If a mere anti-aircraft cannon could destroy a Thunderhawk gunship with one shot, it wouldn't deserve to be called the Empire's flying brick. The defensive capability of the Thunderhawk gunship was incomparable to ordinary fighter aircrafts. As expected, after the flames dissipated, the armor of the hit Thunderhawk gunship was not even damaged. The next second, the 10 Thunderhawk gunships used their side-mounted laser cannons to counterattack. Boom. The laser cannons bombarded the pirate camp, causing a series of explosions. The numerous interstellar pirates quickly took cover. The pirate leader, seeing the Thunderhawk gunships attacking, couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it. These bastards, aren't they afraid I'll kill the hostage? Just as the pirate leader was about to counterattack, their communication channel erupted with panicked voices. Boss, bad news. Our hostages have been taken away. What? The pirate leader's eyes widened in shock. They were still here. When did the enemy infiltrate their starship? Inside a starship, 2 space marines of the Salamander's chapter wielded bolter guns, moving through the corridors as if no one could stop them. Interstellar pirates who tried to block them couldn't even withstand a single close combat punch. Facing the superhuman space marines, these pirates were as fragile as dolls. Eventually, the 2 Salamander's chapter space marines reached the location where the hostages were held. Reporting to Captain, the hostages have been rescued safely. Good. It's time to clean up the battlefield. All Fire Lizard chapter space marines prepare for drop. Since the hostages had already been rescued, Chu Jiang saw no need to continue concealing his strength. The pilots of the Thunderhawk gunships, upon hearing Chu Jiang's command, promptly opened the cabin doors. Each Thunderhawk gunship could accommodate more than 10 space marines. The Fire Lizard chapter space marines, clad in powered armor, stood at the open hatches of the Thunderhawk gunships before leaping into the abyss. Boom. With a deafening crash, the space marines in powered armor landed amidst the crowd of pirates. The surrounding pirates, witnessing this warrior descending from the heavens, were momentarily struck with shock. Are these bastards insane? Dropping directly from such heights, don't they fear being crushed into paste? Just then the pirate leader shouted loudly. What are you staring at? Do you intend to wait until he chops you into mincemeat? Upon hearing this, the pirates, still in a daze, quickly snapped back to reality. They raised their laser rifles, unleashing a torrent of laser fire that swept toward the space marine at the center like a violent rainstorm. Just then the Fire Lizard chapter space marine rose to his feet. Countless laser bullets struck his powered armor, sparking continuously. Nevertheless, these laser rounds failed to inflict any damage upon his armor. Immediately after, the space marine raised his bolt gun. Bang! Accompanied by a dull gunshot, a pirate's head exploded instantly. Seeing this, the pirate's comrades around him turned ashen with fear. What was happening? Their powered combat suits could withstand ordinary metal bullets, offering formidable protection. Yet against the bolt gun wielded by the space marine, their powered suits were as fragile as paper, utterly incapable of withstanding the assault. At that moment, the roar of engines erupted from the center of the battlefield. One of the space marines raised his chainsword. Swish! In the next instant, several nearby pirates were cleaved in twain. One pirate, wielding an alloy dagger, attempted to ambush the space marine from behind. Clang! Accompanied by a crisp, clear sound of metal shattering. The alloy dagger in the pirate's hand actually snapped clean in two. The ambushed space marine then reacted, grabbing the pirate by the head in one swift motion. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere. The ambushing pirate was slammed brutally into the mud by the space marine. Witnessing this, the pirate leader was left dumbfounded. These creatures. Are they truly human? Damn it. When did Yin Ruofeng hire such a bunch of monsters? The pirate leader desperately suppressed his inner terror and began sneaking toward his flagship. Just then one of the pirates noticed his movements. Boss, where are you going? Damn it, we can't fight these monsters. Better to flee while we still can. Upon hearing this, the morale of the space pirates still engaged in combat instantly crumbled. However, how could Chu Jiang possibly allow them an opportunity to escape? The Thunderhawk gunships immediately began bombarding the starships anchored on the surface. Although these Thunderhawk gunships could not completely destroy the starships, merely crippling their engines would ensure that even with all their prowess, escape would be impossible. At this moment, two space marines had already rescued Yun Qinghan, the heiress of Shennong Pharmaceutical, from the pirates. As Yun Qinghan stepped out of the pirate starship, what greeted her eyes were several space marines rounding up the remaining pirates. Those space marines wielded bolt guns, or chained words. No matter how sophisticated the pirates' equipment was against the space marines' assault, they were as powerless as chicks. Witnessing such ferocious space marines, Yun Qinghan could not help but feel a surge of dread within her heart. Where on earth did father find so many soldiers with such terrifying combat prowess? The combat effectiveness of these soldiers was perhaps 100 times stronger than that of the Imperial Guard. Although these pirates' overall quality did not match that of the Imperial Guard, their equipment was indeed of Imperial Guard standard. Though she did not know where these pirates had acquired such abundant high-quality gear, even clad in superior equipment, the pirates were utterly overwhelmed by the space marines without any difficulty. Before long, nearly all the pirates were suppressed. As for those who had fled without starships or spacecraft, they would soon become lost in this desert wasteland. Yun Qinghan was escorted aboard the Yaoguang by two space marines. Upon seeing Chu Jiang, Yun Qinghan immediately expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Captain, for rescuing me. As the sole heir to Shennong Pharmaceutical, once I return to the Shennong Group, I will certainly reward you handsomely." At this moment, Yun Qinghan appeared exceptionally humble. For as the heir to Shennong Pharmaceutical, she was well aware. In this chaotic and corrupt human empire, only those possessing formidable strength were the true powerhouses worth aligning with. Chu Jiang's space marines were without a doubt the strongest forces she had ever encountered among all soldiers. Cultivating a good relationship with such a powerful figure was undoubtedly far preferable to making an enemy of him. Seeing Yun Qinghan's courtesy, Chu Jiang nodded in acknowledgement. He had initially assumed the heiress of Shennong Pharmaceutical would be a troublesome individual, but she seemed far from the unreasonable sort he had expected. Just then a space marine approached. "Captain, these are the ship logs we extracted from the pirates' vessels. These logs may prove helpful in understanding our enemies." Accepting the data drive from the space marine, Chu Jiang nodded. He was also quite curious as to where these space pirates had obtained their equipment. Without such high-quality powered combat suits, laser rifles, and anti-aircraft cannons. Given the scale of these space pirates, they would never have been able to defeat the mercenary fleet sent to rescue Yun Qinghan. Subsequently, Chu Jiang notified Yun Ruofing to come to Desert Star to receive Yun Qinghan. Upon hearing the news of Yun Qinghan's rescue, Yun Ruofing's initial reaction was one of disbelief. After all, he had dispatched numerous mercenaries to rescue her. Yet every single attempt had failed. To his astonishment, she had been rescued by an unknown mercenary fleet. Upon receiving the message, Yun Ruofing immediately set out without delay, piloting his starship toward Desert Star. "Father, daughter." Seeing Yun Qinghan unharmed, Yun Ruofing could not help but shed tears of relief. Just then, an interstellar warrior threw the bound pirate leader before Yun Ruofing. Upon seeing the pirate leader, Yun Ruofing's expression darkened. Click. Yun Ruofing raised a kinetic pistol and aimed it at the pirate's head. "Tell me who ordered you to do this." Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the pirate leader did not show the slightest fear. Instead, he burst into laughter. "What use is it if I tell you? I will die whether I speak or remain silent. Come then, grant me a quick death." Hearing these words, Yun Ruofing's expression grew grim. He waved his hand, and several bodyguards in black immediately stepped forward to carry away the pirate leader. Subsequently, Yun Ruofing's demeanor shifted, and he politely addressed the interstellar warrior before him. "My esteemed lord, could you allow me to handle this pirate?" The interstellar warrior did not object. In fact, Chu Jiang had intended to hand the pirate over to Yun Ruofing all along. After all, he was merely a mercenary. Completing the mission was his primary objective. Ding, congratulations on successfully completing the mercenary mission. Ding, congratulations on receiving a green mercenary gift pack. Ding, congratulations on receiving 10 million star coins. Ding, congratulations on receiving 1,000 commission points. System notice: commission points can be exchanged for goods at the mercenary shop. Please use them wisely. Mercenary shop. So that is what the system's commission rewards are for. Indeed, after Chu Jiang activated the God-tier mercenary system, he discovered a new entrance to the mercenary shop. Upon opening the shop panel and seeing the items within, his eyes lit up with excitement. Glory Queen-class battleship price, 1,000 commission points. Emperor-class Titan price, 1,000 commission points. 1,000 Grey Knights price, 2,000 commission points. Doomsday Arc Sword of Amon price, 2,000 commission points. System notice: all items in the shop have a chance to be obtained from mercenary gift packs. Gazing at the items in the mercenary shop, Chu Jiang once again marveled at the system's power. If he could possess a Glory Queen-class battleship, would not the entire Star Sea be at his leisure? A Glory Queen-class battleship in this world would undoubtedly be considered an S-rank legendary warship. It is worth noting that the entire human empire currently has only 5 S-rank warships in active service. At this moment, Chu Jiang turned his gaze to the green mercenary gift pack he had just received. Below the mercenary shop, a system notice stated that any item in the shop could potentially be obtained from the gift pack. If he could pull a Glory Queen-class battleship from the pack, he would have struck it rich. Thus, without hesitation, Chu Jiang directly chose to open the mercenary gift pack. Ding, congratulations on successfully obtaining 1 miracle spark of origin. Ding, congratulations on successfully obtaining 2 sword-class frigates. 2 frigates along with a miracle spark of origin. Chu Jiang was quite satisfied with this reward. After all, the quality of a sword-class frigate reached the level of a B-rank warship. Compared to his C-rank, Yaoguang, they were far superior. Just then, Chu Jiang directed his attention to the miracle spark of origin. Upon seeing the attributes of this miracle spark of origin, he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Name: Miracle Spark of Origin. Effect: when applied to a warship, it can transform an ordinary vessel into a spark-class warship. Such ships possess the powerful ability of self-repair and can transform into giant titans. Good heavens! Is this spark of origin really that formidable? Without hesitation, Chu Jiang directly applied the miracle spark of origin to his Yaoguang. His Yaoguang had accompanied him for many years. If he were to replace it suddenly, he would truly feel reluctant. After the spark of origin merged with the control panel, the entire Yaoguang underwent a earth-shattering transformation. Name: Yaoguang. Model: Beast Hunter class destroyer. Quality: A rank. Trait: Miracle warship in a damaged state. It possesses the ability to self-repair provided there is sufficient energy and material. Warship transformation: in a terrestrial state, it can transform into a giant titan by consuming substantial energy. Description: originally an ordinary C-rank destroyer, under the influence of the miracle spark of origin, it has metamorphosed into a powerful starship capable of transformation. Upon seeing the description of the Yaoguang, Chu Jiang could not help but display a satisfied smile. Unexpectedly, the miracle spark of origin had directly transformed the Yaoguang into an A-rank destroyer. The exterior of the Yaoguang appeared unchanged from before. However, its power core and energy shields had undergone earth-shattering changes. Just as Chu Jiang was immersed in the changes of the Yaoguang, Nie Xiaoye rushed over with an anxious expression. Boss, bad news. We have gotten ourselves into big trouble. What big trouble? Seeing Nie Xiaoye's anxious demeanor, Chu Jiang asked her to calm down first. Subsequently, Nie Xiaoye took a deep breath and spoke. I just checked the ship logs of those interstellar pirates, and I discovered that these interstellar pirates are not pirates at all. They are Imperial rebels disguised as pirates. The reason these Imperial rebels kidnapped Yun Qinghan is to obtain the S1 type stimulant from Yun Ruofeng. You must know that the S1 type stimulant is a strategic material of the Empire. They have their sights set on it because they plan to attack Golden Moonstar next. Golden Moonstar, that is the financial center of the human empire. If it were destroyed by Imperial rebels, the entire Empire's economy would suffer a massive blow. So the Imperial rebels' objective was Golden Moonstar. After pondering for a moment, Chu Jiang said to Nie Xiaoye, pass this information on to Yun Ruofeng, whether he believes it is his concern. As a human, Chu Jiang naturally did not wish to see the entire human empire plunged into chaos. Therefore, he also conveyed this news to Yun Ruofeng. Upon learning of this news, Yun Ruofeng's expression also changed. Not for any other reason, but because their Shennong Pharmaceuticals' largest commercial building was located on Golden Moonstar. If Golden Moonstar were occupied by rebels, their Shennong Pharmaceutical would inevitably suffer severe impact. With this thought in mind, Yun Ruofeng decided to immediately head to the Imperial Center to report this news to the Imperial commanders. He believed that those Imperial commanders would not stand idly by and watch Golden Moonstar fall into rebel hands. However, since this location was too far from the Empire's center, even if Yun Ruofeng took his exclusive aircraft to report, it would still take over half a month to arrive. By then, the battle against the Imperial rebels would likely have already begun. Moreover, those Imperial commanders might not be willing to listen to Yun Ruofeng's report. The Imperial commanders held high positions, who could guarantee they wouldn't betray their conscience for power and prestige doing things that harmed the Empire's interests. Thinking of this, Yun Ruofeng frowned slightly. This was rather tricky. The armed forces of Golden Moonstar were simply insufficient, and Imperial reinforcements might not arrive in time. If Golden Moonstar could not withstand the rebel attack, his merchant guild would fall into enemy hands. Just then he looked up and saw Chu Jiang's fleet along with that group of elite warriors of unknown origin. With their assistance, perhaps it was possible. Mr. Chu, I have an employment request. I wonder if you would agree. Yun Ruofeng pondered for a long time before letting out a helpless sigh and walking toward Chu Jiang. What task? Chu Jiang was currently organizing the materials from this group of pirates with the interstellar warriors. Many usable resources had already been moved onto the Yaoguang. I wish to hire your legion to help combat that Imperial rebel army. Yun Ruofeng lowered his head and bowed, speaking sincerely. Hearing this, Chu Jiang laughed. Mr. Yun, I am afraid I cannot handle this matter. For that is an entire Imperial rebel army, numerous in number and possessing powerful destroyers. Although Chu Jiang now had a batch of passable interstellar warriors fighting numerous enemies, with few meant the probability of victory was low, and he had no intention of placing himself in such danger. Mr. Chu, you misunderstand my meaning. I do not mean for you to lead a team to resist the Imperial rebel invasion. Seeing this, Yun Ruofeng hurriedly explained. Then what do you mean? Chu Jiang asked in confusion. I hope you can assist Golden Moonstar in its defense. There are the original troops stationed on Golden Moonstar, as well as part of my guild's private armed forces. If I were to go to the Imperial Center to report now, the Imperial rebels would launch a surprise attack on Golden Moonstar, and the round trip would also take over half a month. During this period, I hope you can assist in the defense and hold out until the Imperial reinforcements arrive. Yun Ruofeng said earnestly. Just then the system's voice rang out. Ding detected that an employer has issued a task. Please check it, host. Had the system automatically accepted the task again? Chu Jiang opened the system panel and indeed saw the latest task displayed. Task: assist Golden Moonstar in resisting the Imperial rebel attack until reinforcements arrive. Difficulty medium. Reward 50 million star coins, 500 commission points, 1 blue mercenary gift pack. Coordinates: Antlia star system, Golden Moonstar. It was actually a medium difficulty. However, the reward had also increased 5-fold. Is that so? High risk meant high return. Moreover, his military strength and destroyers had both increased significantly. It should be completable. After pondering for a moment, Chu Jiang nodded and said, I accept this task. Hearing that Chu Jiang was willing to accept, Yun Ruofeng was overjoyed. To him, Chu Jiang was his last straw of salvation. Without him, he truly could not imagine whether Golden Moonstar could hold out until reinforcements arrived under the Imperial rebels. I will arrange personnel to cooperate with Golden Moonstar's army for defense, but all defensive actions will prioritize self-preservation. If Golden Moonstar truly cannot resist the rebels, I will also evacuate in time. Chu Jiang said indifferently. To him, his own strength was still too weak. Therefore, the premise of the task was based on preserving his existing strength. He did not wish to lose all his over 1,000 interstellar warriors in a single defensive battle. No problem. Yun Ruofeng nodded heavily, showing his understanding. Then he waved his hand and summoned Yun Qinghan over. I will now proceed to the Imperial Center to report the situation. All matters regarding the Golden Moonstar Guild will be entrusted to my daughter. If Mr. Chu needs anything, you may consult her at any time. The Golden Moonstar Guild will fully cooperate with Mr. Chu's actions. Yun Qinghan said softly, her attitude very respectful. Regarding the situation of the heart-spirited rebels, she had already learned from her father and understood Chu Jiang's importance to herself and the entire Golden Moonstar Guild. I understand. Chu Jiang nodded indifferently and then turned toward the bridge. Yun Qinghan obediently followed behind him. Yun Ruofeng watched Chu Jiang leave, then turned to his trusted aide who had been waiting for a long time and said, You come with me. Saying this, Yun Ruofeng turned and boarded the ship, setting off for the Imperial Center. Chu Jiang's side also moved most of the pirate materials onto the Yaoguang. Boss, are we really going to assist them in resisting the Imperial rebel attack? That is a professionally trained army. Whether in weapons or military supplies, they far surpass our mercenary group. Nyesya said with a solemn expression, somewhat worried. She and the interstellar warriors had just organized the pirate materials and discovered quite a bit of intelligence regarding the Imperial rebels. The Imperial rebels not only possessed dozens of top-tier Class A warships, but also various advanced weapons and medicines. In terms of comprehensive strength, this Imperial rebel army was far beyond anything on Golden Moonstar. After all, over these years, the Imperial rebels had repeatedly provoked the Star Alliance and plundered wealth from it, bringing shame upon the Alliance. Now they took the opportunity to rebel, attempting to overthrow the Star Alliance regime. They relied on their powerful combat effectiveness. The former king of the Imperial rebels had once with his own strength slain over 200 Imperial planetary warriors and nearly exterminated 3 colonial planets of the Star Alliance. Now that the Imperial rebels had risen again, the ferocity of their combat effectiveness was evident. For Chu Jiang to rely on interstellar warriors and a small amount of private armed forces from the Golden Moonstar Guild to counter the Imperial rebels was simply dreaming. That is not necessarily so. A hint of a smile appeared on Chu Jiang's face. Oh, does boss have a plan? Nyesya's beautiful eyes sparkled as she asked in surprise. I will not tell you the specific details for now, but since I have accepted this task, the success rate is 100%, Chu Jiang chuckled. Hearing this, Nyesya couldn't help but pout her red lips and shoot Chu Jiang a reproachful glance, seemingly displeased with his keeping secrets. Regardless, the rebellion on Golden Moonstar is unavoidable. Since that is the case, we might as well take a gamble. Chu Jiang narrowed his eyes. Perhaps he could obtain considerable resources from this rebel army. Yaowang set sail. Destination Golden Moon Star. Accompanying Chu Jiang's order, the Yaowang slowly rose into the sky, heading toward the depths of the starry sky. The Yaowang sailed through the interstellar void. Having evolved into an A-class destroyer, its speed had increased significantly, and it now possessed an exceptionally long endurance range. Even when traversing a wormhole, it could reach the vicinity of the next wormhole in mere seconds. Chu Jiang operated the Yaowang from the control room. Suddenly, Chu Jiang's brows furrowed slightly, and he looked up toward the virtual screen in front of the console. Boss, it seems there is an Imperial military checkpoint ahead. On the virtual screen, it was clearly displayed that a patrol vessel had appeared approximately 10 kilometers away from the Yaowang. To ensure the safety of interstellar navigation, the Empire stationed checkpoints along major traffic routes to monitor every spacecraft and airship. If interstellar criminals managed to infiltrate shuttlecraft, or if dangerous elements were hidden within certain planetary cities, they would be strictly searched and apprehended. This area happened to be a planetary transportation hub. The appearance of a patrol vessel here was entirely normal. Let them inspect. We will continue our journey. Chu Jiang frowned slightly, but spoke without hesitation. Yes, boss. Nie Xiaoya immediately pressed the button on the control lever. Greetings, Interstellar Patrol. We request a routine inspection. Please cooperate. Soon a voice came from the patrol vessel. Inside the Yaowang, Chu Jiang stood up with a calm expression and walked directly toward the cabin door, preparing to exit. Understood. Nie Xiaoya nodded immediately and complied with the regulations. Chu Jiang stood at the cabin doorway, watching the detectors extend from the patrol vessel. It was a facility resembling radar composed of 4 massive spherical objects. Pale blue electrical arcs emanated from around the spheres, spreading out in concentric rings. Soon the entire hull was enveloped. At the exact center of the spheres, a pale golden arrow appeared. Chu Jiang's pupils contracted slightly, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. This was the Empire's newly developed interstellar reconnaissance system. Its range was extremely vast, capable of encompassing everything within a radius of 8 million kilometers. No matter how distant, as long as the interstellar reconnaissance system detected an intruder, it would immediately activate the alarm. We apologize. Due to the frequent activities of Imperial rebels, the alert level has been raised significantly recently. The commander of the patrol vessel said with a serious expression. We understand. Chu Jiang nodded with a smile. Although the Imperial rebels were rampant and arrogant, the Imperial government was not idle. It had various means to suppress the rebels. Otherwise, the government could not maintain stability or control the entire star sector. Boss, they are stealing fuel. Just then, Yesya leaned close to Chu Jiang's ear and whispered. After the Yaowang was upgraded to an A-class warship, all status information of the vessel, including fuel levels, was linked to the Interstellar Warriors data feeds. Even when they were not actively controlling the ship, they could notice changes in its condition. Hearing Nie Xiaoya's words, Chu Jiang frowned, but remained silent. Beep, illegal weaponry detected. At the same time, red alert lights flashed from the signal spheres, accompanied by a piercing alarm sound. We apologize, but your warship is temporarily barred from passage, the commander said politely. Boss, what should we do? Nie Xiaoya clenched her fists nervously and asked anxiously. This batch of illegal weaponry discovered during the inspection was likely the loot seized from pirates earlier. Although they were unaware of the prowess of the Interstellar Patrol Force, the previous scene made it clear they were formidable opponents. Moreover, this patrol team seemed abnormal. Don't panic. Chu Jiang calmly reassured Nie Xiaoya. Chu Jiang observed the patrol team. Although they wore Imperial uniforms and bore Imperial flags, apart from these basic instruments, all the soldiers appeared relatively lax. They are a group of rebels disguised as Imperial soldiers. Beside him, Yun Qingqing, who had been ordered off the ship since it was detained, leaned close to Chu Jiang's ear and whispered. Chu Jiang nodded. Although Imperial rebels were trained from military personnel, their tactical proficiency was not high. Especially when facing true Imperial elite forces, they appeared even more fragile and easily defeated. However, they still possessed professional military qualities, so they often impersonated legitimate armies to rob merchants and travelers passing by or employ other tactics. Therefore, they chose to intercept at a planetary hub zone. Inform all interstellar warriors if they touch our weapons, strike immediately. Yes. Nie Xiaoya nodded immediately. Under her orders, all interstellar warriors on the warship drew their weapons and aimed at the patrol team. What do you think you're doing? Sensing the change in atmosphere, the commander of the patrol team felt a chill in his heart. To better cooperate with the inspection, we would like to request the commander to show your credentials. Chu Jiang's lips curled into a hint of amusement. He walked slowly toward the patrol vessel, his gaze falling on the commander's face. Of course, we will also abide by the Imperial Charter. Seeing Chu Jiang approach, the commander's eyes narrowed slightly. In the next instant, he suddenly drew the pistol from his waist and pointed it at Chu Jiang's forehead. Chu Jiang flicked his wrist, and his cold blade slid out instantly. The icy sharp edge pressed against the commander's throat, freezing him rigid. Insolence. Witnessing this, the remaining patrol soldiers drew their sidearms and pointed them at Chu Jiang. Attack! Chu Jiang snorted coldly and spoke to Xiaoya. The hatch of the Yaoguang opened, and the interstellar warriors charged out with weapons in hand. Machine cannons swept across, spitting dense bursts of fire, instantly tearing apart the patrol soldiers in a shower of blood and flesh. Damn it! Taking advantage of Chu Jiang's momentary distraction, the commander grabbed his wrist, attempting to twist the dagger from his grip. Seeking death. Chu Jiang's gaze turned suddenly cold. He flipped his palm and delivered a whipping kick. A dull, crisp sound erupted, and the commander screamed as he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. After a brief pause, the main cannons of the entire interstellar patrol vessel fired in unison. Several energy shells slammed into the Yaoguang's shields, creating rippling waves, yet failing to break through. This is an assault on Imperial officials. The patrol members looked at this massive vessel with fear and astonishment. If you were truly Imperial soldiers, then we would indeed be attacking Imperial personnel. But are you rebels or pirates? Chu Jiang said coldly. The patrol members were left speechless, their faces filled with embarrassment. Since you are not Imperial soldiers, why pretend to be them? Chu Jiang spoke in a cold tone, his piercing gaze fixed on the patrol captain. Speak, who exactly are you, and what is your plot in infiltrating the Empire? The patrol captain was momentarily at a loss, struggle flashing in his eyes. The next second his eyes widened, and he suddenly roared. His arm muscles swelled violently as he delivered a fierce punch straight at Chu Jiang's chest. An interstellar warrior beside Chu Jiang reacted swiftly, kicking the patrol captain squarely in the knee. A crisp cracking sound echoed as bones snapped. The captain collapsed to his knees, clutching his shattered leg in agony. Sweat drenched his brow, his face drained of color, gasping for breath. The interstellar warrior's combat prowess far exceeded that of ordinary soldiers. We are truly soldiers of the Empire. Enduring the pain, the patrol captain roared. Then let the Imperial Investigation Bureau verify our identities. Chu Jiang sneered. Bind them all up. Once we reach Golden Moon Star, hand them over to Imperial authorities, Chu Jiang ordered. Soon all the patrol soldiers and commanders were tightly bound by the interstellar warriors and locked away. Boss, we found a group of merchants imprisoned in the depths of the patrol vessel, Xiaoya reported as she approached. Rescue them. Chu Jiang replied without hesitation. Inside the interstellar vessel, within a massive detention block, nearly every cell was crammed with people huddled together, shivering in fear, their faces etched with terror, some even weeping. Most of those imprisoned here were innocent merchants and civilians held captive by the Imperial rebels, with only a rare few noble women and children among them. Since these merchants possessed specialized skills, they were treated as commodities and sold to generate enormous profits. Among them were wealthy magnates and scientists, all reduced to captives. Upon seeing Xiaoya and the others enter, the imprisoned people's eyes lit up with hope as they pleaded for rescue. Yun Qingcheng accompanied Chu Jiang into the detention block. Though the daughter of a merchant guild had heard many tales of the Imperial rebels, this was her first time witnessing their cruelty firsthand. Their gazes brimmed with an intense desire to live. Release them all, Chu Jiang said calmly. Xiaoya paused briefly before immediately carrying out the order. Soon the imprisoned individuals were freed from their shackles and rushed out. Thank you, they expressed their gratitude in unison. Sir, thank you for saving us. A young man stepped forward, speaking with sincere appreciation. Yes, thank you so much. Following closely, several others bowed repeatedly. Yun Qingcheng assisted Xiaoya in evacuating the prisoners and distributing nutritional supplies. Just then a group of young men approached her. Miss, I cannot believe you are here too. They were merchants dressed in fine attire, appearing to be brothers around 30 years of age, their expressions radiating wisdom and composure. Who are you? Yun Qingcheng asked in confusion. Oh, Miss likely rarely visits the research institute. We are researchers at the Golden Moon Star Merchant Guild's Institute, primarily responsible for developing the S1 stimulant. I see. How did you end up captured? Yun Qingcheng inquired. The Imperial rebels seem particularly interested in this formula. We were apprehended during inspections upon entering Golden Moon City. Yun Qingcheng was momentarily stunned. She could only offer words of comfort and arrange for them to rest. It appeared the S1 stimulant held immense appeal for the Imperial rebels, who would stop at nothing to obtain it. In that case, the Golden Moon Star Merchant Guild might face a severe crisis. This is troublesome, Yun Qingcheng muttered, tugging at her hair. In the past, such matters were always handled by her father. However, with her father having departed for the Imperial Center to report the situation, she now had to manage the guild personally. Whether she could withstand the rebel attack and protect the guild was the most critical concern. Meanwhile, Xiaoya and the interstellar warriors had compiled the intelligence on the Imperial rebel group and handed it to Chu Jiang. The Imperial rebels appear to have begun infiltration operations. They disguised themselves as Imperial forces moving along transportation routes near Golden Moon Star, even infiltrating the city itself to coordinate with future rebel attacks. Xiaoya spoke gravely. Given this trend, can we truly assist Golden Moon Star in defending against the rebel assault? Our primary mission is merely to assist. Defense is the responsibility of Golden Moon Star's main forces. If we cannot win, we retreat, Chu Jiang said, lazily stretching. Besides, this is hardly our concern. But boss, what if the Empire? Xiaoya began, but Chu Jiang interrupted her. The Empire will be fine. Trust me, they possess sufficient strength, Chu Jiang said with a confident smile. He harbored great faith in the Empire. Furthermore, within this world's context, the Empire's rulers would absolutely not permit such an incident. These rebels would inevitably fail. Xiaoya nodded solemnly and said, by the way, boss, what should we do with this patrol cruiser? Perhaps we could keep it for our mercenary guild. Our mercenary guild. Chu Jiang looked at Xiaoya in astonishment, his lip twitching. This girl dared to dream big. This cruiser is equipped with the Empire's most advanced detection systems. If we could use it. Xiaoya rubbed her hands eagerly. This patrol vessel boasted rich radar detection capabilities. As a high-level Imperial transport ship, it was priceless. Controlling it would greatly benefit their mercenary guild's development. Unauthorized use of military weapons is no different from being Imperial rebels. Do you wish to make an enemy of the entire Empire? Chu Jiang glanced at her sharply, reprimanding her sternly. I'm sorry, Xiaoya bowed her head in apology. Enough. This cruiser along with these Imperial rebels will be handed over to the military authorities. Chu Jiang waved his hand dismissively. Overall, the vessel was indeed impressive with its powerful radar and search systems, making even Chu Jiang somewhat envious. However, with his system in possession, completing missions could yield rewards. Acquiring a search vessel superior to this one was not impossible. Notify everyone to board the ship. Set course for Golden Moon Star. Chu Jiang shouted. Yes. Xiaoya responded, immediately turning to relay the orders. Moments later, everyone gathered on the deck, standing beside Chu Jiang. The Yaowang ignited its engines and lifted off the ground. We still have about half a day's journey to Golden Moon Star. Stay alert and avoid any incidents during this time, Chu Jiang instructed, scanning the crowd. Yes. Xiaoya acknowledged. Golden Moon Star was the Empire's commercial hub, bustling with traders from various planets and elite members of countless merchant guilds thriving with prosperity. It was also a crucial military base for the Empire, housing a massive contingent of troops and security forces. It was around 8 o'clock at night. The Yaowang slowly entered the port of Jin Yu Star. Mr. Chu, thank you for your mercenary regiment's assistance to the Empire's defense. Through Yun Qingqing's coordination, the defense forces of Jin Yu Star had already arrived at the port in advance to welcome them. They immediately arranged for personnel to organize the captured Imperial rebels, the search vessel, and the intelligence collected by Chu Jiang. It was nothing but a small effort. Chu Jiang waved his hand, not taking it too seriously. Please, Mr. Chu and the members of your mercenary regiment accompany us to the conference room. We need to discuss defensive measures against the Imperial rebels. The commanding general responsible for the defense of Jin Yu Star was named Luo Ming, holding the rank of lieutenant colonel. Very well, Chu Jiang nodded. A large group followed Luo Ming in grand style into the conference room of the Jin Yu Star government. The conference room was spacious, with a long table filled with various documents and materials. Everyone present was among the top leadership of Jin Yu Star, each holding a high rank. This time we must thank Mr. Chu for the intelligence he brought. If we had waited for the Imperial rebels to launch their attack before deploying defensive measures, we would likely have been caught off guard. Luo Ming spoke first, his expression solemn. These rebels clearly had plans to lurk near Jin Yu Star. More and more Imperial rebels were beginning to appear. This made the leadership of Jin Yu Star deeply worried. Although Jin Yu Star had deployed defensive troops, their numbers and strength were no match for the Imperial rebels. If the Imperial rebels were to truly breach Jin Yu Star's defensive lines, the consequences would be unimaginable. I came here specifically to discuss with you how to implement defensive measures against the Imperial rebels, Chu Jiang said calmly. Hearing Chu Jiang's words, Luo Ming's eyes flashed, and then a look of joy appeared on his face. In that case, may I trouble Mr. Chu to tell us in detail what needs to be done? Chu Jiang nodded. Based on the current known situation, the Imperial rebels are targeting the so-called Type S1 stimulant. This drug currently exists only in the Research Institute of the Jin Yu Star Chamber of Commerce, so their core objective must be there. Therefore, both the Imperial rebels and we need to deploy at least 2 lines of defense, one for the Chamber of Commerce's defense, and one for the overall defense of Jin Yu Star, ensuring both civilian safety and that the drugs are not stolen. Chu Jiang spoke confidently. Among these, the Chamber of Commerce's defense is the most important. We not only need to deploy a large number of mechanical beasts, fighter jets, and armed personnel, but also prevent rebel spies from infiltrating the chamber to steal the drugs. Hearing this, everyone nodded with serious expressions. The defense of the Chamber of Commerce will be handled by our private armed forces. Yun Qingqing pondered for a moment before speaking. Chu Jiang raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Yun Qingqing, asking, "Your private armed forces?" He did not recall any information about private armed forces in his memory. However, he did not think much of it. After all, hidden organizations like this certainly had many secrets unknown to the public. Yun Qingqing smiled faintly and explained, "We have a special forces team of over 300 people." This was not an empty claim. To ensure the safety of the Chamber of Commerce, Gene Ustar had deliberately cultivated its own exclusive guard force. This guard force not only possessed powerful mercenaries, but also many top-tier high-tech products. This guard usually stayed within the Chamber of Commerce and had not gone out to execute missions. Luo Ming was slightly stunned for a moment, then smiled softly and said, "Your private guards are very formidable. I believe it is absolutely impossible for the Imperial rebels to capture the Chamber of Commerce." "I hope so," Yun Qingqing smiled. Chu Jiang nodded and continued to discuss Gene Ustar's defensive measures. Under his narration, the leaders of Gene Ustar gradually relaxed their tense minds. Originally, they thought they would encounter some danger. But unexpectedly, Chu Jiang had already made thorough preparations. All of Gene Ustar's defensive measures were within Chu Jiang's plan. This even included the positions where the Imperial rebels might invade, and those where they had already secretly infiltrated. Everyone present was deeply touched, feeling that Chu Jiang's wisdom far exceeded that of ordinary people. Especially Chu Jiang's analysis of the Imperial rebels' defensive paths, which was extremely thorough and could be considered flawless. Chu Jiang's analysis made Luo Ming and the others suddenly realize, feeling even more admiration and appreciation for him. "Mr. Chu, I can hardly believe you are only 20 years old." Luo Ming sighed in admiration. They had lived for several decades, yet they could not compare to a young man of about 20. "Officer Luo is too kind." Chu Jiang shook his head and smiled. Luo Ming's praise was merely polite, and Chu Jiang did not take it to heart. Then, following Chu Jiang's narration, Gene Ustar began its intense defensive preparations. The leaders of Gene Ustar promptly executed Chu Jiang's defensive strategy, beginning to mobilize large quantities of military supplies and enter a state of war. Chu Jiang then took Nie Xiaoye to a hotel to rest. As the daughter of Gene Ustar's largest merchant guild, Yun Qingqing was indeed impressive. She quickly helped them complete the check-in procedures and arrange their accommodation, meals, and transportation. "We currently do not know when the Imperial rebels will attack. You can purchase some supplies at various chambers of commerce across Gene Ustar." Yun Qingqing took out a black card from her bosom and handed it to Chu Jiang. "This is our Chamber of Commerce's VIP bank card. You can use it to obtain discounts. Additionally, I will equip you with sufficient guards." "Thank you for your trouble," Chu Jiang nodded. Nie Xiaoye's beautiful eyes lit up, and she picked up the card from Yun Qingqing to examine it carefully. Her eyes were filled with strong curiosity and desire. "What discount can we enjoy?" Yun Qingqing curled her lips into a smile. "All products 30% off." Nie Xiaoye's eyes immediately sparkled, and she jumped up excitedly. "Wow, that's awesome." A faint smile also appeared on Chu Jiang's lips as he reached out and gently rubbed Nie Xiaoye's soft hair. "Then thank you, Miss Yun." His voice was warm and pleasant, making people feel very close. "Mr. Chu, no need for such politeness." Yun Qingqing smiled and said, "Both for the previous life-saving grace and for the Chamber of Commerce's defense that we will rely on Mr. Chu in the future." Chu Jiang did not decline and took the black card, putting it away. "By the way, this is the address of our Chamber of Commerce. If there is anything, Mr. Chu is welcome to contact us." After settling some trivial matters, Yun Qingqing left. After they were alone in the room, Chu Jiang sat on the chair. "Boss, let's go shopping." Nie Xiaoye bounced excitedly, pulling at Chu Jiang's sleeves with an impatient look. In the past few years, the mercenary regiment had barely taken any missions, living a frugal life where even buying food was a problem. As a mercenary, Nie Xiaoye's love for luxury goods was deeply rooted in her soul. If Chu Jiang had not been there to stop her, she would certainly have run to high-end stores to go on a shopping spree. Chu Jiang pursed his lips slightly, looked at her eager little expression, and finally nodded. "Where are we heading?" Nie Xiaoye chuckled. "Let's go shopping in the most prosperous district of Gene Westar." As she spoke, she swallowed hard, clearly overwhelmed by greed. Chu Jiang chuckled indulgently, pinching her chubby cheeks affectionately before nodding in agreement. Although Gene Westar fell under the territory of the interstellar sovereign empire, its vast expanse and thriving economy made it a flourishing world. Commercial districts dotted every corner, attracting countless wandering customers each day. Rare resources and exquisite weapons and armor served as the hard currency of Gene Westar. Thus, the commercial district of Jinhua Star bustled with prosperity, every shop teeming with visitors. Under Nyesyaya's guidance, Chu Jiang led her straight to the most vibrant and lively trading district on Jinhua Star. The moment they entered the commercial district, Nyesyaya let out an excited cry. She darted between the dazzling array of shops, exploring everything with boundless curiosity, like a country maiden visiting the grandest mansion. Boss, look at this weapon, it's so cool. I want this armor, and that spear. And these accessories, I love them all. Wrap them all up. Watching Nyesyaya's enthusiastic demeanor, a trace of helplessness flickered across Chu Jiang's eyes. This girl's shopping desire was simply monstrous, as if she intended to empty the entire street. Fortunately, he had earned quite a sum from completing his mission. Otherwise, not only would accompanying her shopping be impossible, even treating her to a meal would have been beyond his means. Just as Chu Jiang was contemplating whether to further improve her combat capabilities, Nyesyaya suddenly stopped in her tracks. Oh no, I forgot to buy gifts. Nyesyaya exclaimed in dismay, her expression full of regret. So many shops here, I don't know which one to choose. Hearing this, Chu Jiang raised his head and happened to spot a sign ahead reading, Ladies' Clothing Store. He furrowed his brow slightly. That one looks promising. Upon hearing this, Nyesyaya immediately rushed over with excitement. Chu Jiang followed behind her, and his gaze instantly fell upon the dresses hanging on the walls. He turned to look at Nyesyaya standing before the fitting mirror, his eyes darkening. Wow, this dress is so beautiful. Nyesyaya emerged from the fitting room, wearing an elegant, pure white, slim-fitting long dress. The dress's tailoring flawlessly hugged her slender waist, perfectly outlining her graceful curves and accentuating her snow-white complexion. Nyesyaya's features were already delicate and charming, her skin fair and tender, and her figure incredibly alluring. Paired with this ethereal gown, she was simply breathtaking. Chu Jiang couldn't help but narrow his eyes, his gaze burning intensely as it fixed upon Nyesyaya's graceful silhouette. Sensing his heated stare, Nyesyaya blushed. Boss, what are you looking at? Chu Jiang raised an eyebrow. Very beautiful. Nyesyaya shyly lowered her head. She had never heard Chu Jiang praise her before. Being complimented by him made her feel as though she were floating on clouds, her mind delightfully dazed. There's a new technology research institute over there. Let's go see if they have equipment suitable for the Yaoguang. Chu Jiang said. Nyesyaya obediently nodded. The two made their way toward the Technology Research Institute. Built upon the mountains in the northern suburbs of Jinhua Star, the institute was backed by sheer cliffs and surrounded by lush trees, its environment serene and tranquil. The moment they stepped through the gates of the Technology Research Institute, they were stopped by staff members. The staff politely inquired, "How may we assist you too?" Nyesyaya glanced at Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang coldly uttered 3 phrases: mecha design, blueprints, energy cores, and weapons. The staff member was momentarily stunned, surprised to find that their visitor was a professional. Please wait a moment, I'll go inform our director, the staff member said respectfully. Shortly after, the staff member returned. Both of you please follow me. The director would like to see you. Chu Jiang gave a slight nod and followed the staff member toward the inner hall. After passing through the corridor, the two stopped in front of an office. 4 bodyguards stood at the office entrance, bowing respectfully as the staff member approached. Dr. Li. The staff member calmly nodded and walked toward the desk, tapping lightly to remind Dr. Li they've arrived. Let them in. Dr. Li said indifferently. Both of you, this is Dr. Li, the top technology expert on Jinhua Star. The staff member introduced. Chu Jiang and Nyesyaya exchanged a glance before entering the office. The office was filled with various technological instruments and shelves of books. Chu Jiang spoke directly. Where are the mechanical design blueprints I need? I'm not certain what type Mr. Chu requires. We have different mechanical design plans tailored to different warships. Dr. Li explained. Mechanical design blueprints. Upon hearing this, Dr. Li picked up a document from beside him and handed it to Chu Jiang. Mr. Chu, you may choose according to your preferences from this. Nyesyaya took the document and flipped through it. She looked up in surprise at Chu Jiang. Boss, there are many new weapons in here. Chu Jiang took the document and began studying it carefully, ignoring Nyesyaya. Seeing that Chu Jiang hadn't responded, Nyesyaya pouted and moved over to Dr. Li's side to continue discussing. Dr. Li, I find these design blueprints quite to my liking. May I use them? Nyesyaya asked with sparkling eyes and a bright smile. Dr. Li smiled warmly. Of course, these are merely standard mechanical design blueprints. If the young miss requires advanced designs, you may consult me. I have more comprehensive options available. Nyesyaya's eyes widened with delight. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Li. You're welcome. Dr. Li replied with a smile. Boss, I think this one works too. Nyesyaya dragged Chu Jiang over to another mechanical design blueprint. Are you certain? Chu Jiang raised an eyebrow, looking at Nyesyaya. Absolutely. Nyesyaya nodded firmly. This includes not only spaceships, but also warships. With this, our strength will increase significantly, and we won't fear encountering any enemies. Xiaoya declared with conviction, as if she could already envision them triumphing over their enemies and returning in glory. Chu Jiang glanced at the mechanical design blueprint in her hands, his eyes holding a meaningful look. Since you've made your choice, let's go with this one. Excellent. Xiaoya was overjoyed and immediately hurried off to settle the payment. Watching her cheerful figure depart, Chu Jiang couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. Dr. Li, seeing that Chu Jiang had already selected his design blueprints, rose from his seat and said, "Since Mr. Chu has decided on the equipment from this design blueprint, please wait a moment. We will calibrate the equipment and dispatch professional personnel to your warship for installation." "Very well." Chu Jiang nodded. "Then I will trouble you, Dr. Li. It is my duty." With that, Dr. Li withdrew. Xiaoya returned with the design blueprints. "Boss, it is done. We can fully equip the Yaowang." "No rush," Chu Jiang said. Xiaoya tilted her head in confusion. "What is wrong? Do you want more equipment? Do you think the Empire's mechanical technology is the most advanced?" Chu Jiang ignored her question and asked in return. "Of course," Xiaoya stated firmly. "Exactly. Huh. I plan to upgrade the Yaowang," Chu Jiang said in a calm tone. Although the Yaowang had been upgraded to an A-class warship, its internal facilities were still too outdated, which prevented it from carrying items beyond this world. He wanted to raise the technological level of the Yaowang as soon as possible and improve it. Fortunately, the research base of the Golden Moon Star Chamber of Commerce had various equipment. He had previously heard that Dr. Li was the top mechanical scientist in Golden Moon Star, possessing many peculiar devices and ideas. If Dr. Li were willing to help him, the performance of the Yaowang would definitely improve significantly. Xiaoya opened her eyes wide in shock. "Boss, are you crazy?" The manufacturing materials of the Yaowang were very special. If they wanted to change the design of the Yaowang, they would inevitably need to modify a lot of equipment and parts. There were many technical issues that no one dared to attempt. Moreover, the parts and equipment inside the Yaowang were not simple either. If they needed to modify the parts and equipment, it would inevitably consume a huge amount of funds. Furthermore, even if they successfully modified the parts and equipment, it would not be easy to reassemble the original mecha warship. "Boss, the material of the Yaowang is very special. I have never heard of any material that can support a mecha warship unless it is made of some special material," Xiaoya advised. "Please do not act on impulse. This is no joke. Don't worry, I know what I am doing," Chu Jiang said indifferently. Xiaoya frowned, but her gaze remained full of concern for him. Soon after, Dr. Li led several assistants and a group of people over. "Mr. Chu, let me introduce the specific situation of this equipment." Dr. Li pointed to several assistants. "These are the personnel responsible for equipment installation. You can call them Xiao Zhao. This equipment was specially developed by the technology company under our Chamber of Commerce, and the price of each machine is 3 million crystal coins. Mr. Chu, please rest assured. We have inspected this equipment many times, and there are no safety hazards." Chu Jiang nodded slightly. Afterwards, Dr. Li led everyone to a row of shelves where Chu Jiang purchased the mecha warship parts he had chosen. These parts included the spaceship, main control cabin, mecha cockpit, mecha weapon bay, protective shields, cannon barrels, and more. "Mr. Chu, this is the combat system." Dr. Li pointed to the buttons on the shelf and explained, "These buttons represent functions such as weapon attacks, long-range defense, and spatial jumping. This, on the other hand, is the weapon control system." Dr. Li pointed to a certain area. "It can help you accurately lock onto targets and attack enemies." And here, this is the battle armor console. As long as you input a command, it will activate and cooperate with your consciousness for control. After Dr. Li introduced a lot, Chu Jiang slowly asked, "Isn't there anything else?" Dr. Li paused in surprise, then realized. "What do you want?" "A mecha warship," Chu Jiang said. "The more powerful, the better." Dr. Li hesitated and rubbed his nose. "This our Chamber of Commerce does not currently have." "Oh." Chu Jiang raised his eyebrows in surprise. This type of war mecha, due to technological limitations, no one in the entire Golden Moon Star can manufacture it, let alone develop it. Dr. Li scratched his head awkwardly. "It doesn't matter. We can research it ourselves." "But..." Dr. Li was still hesitant. "If you really want it, we can contact the military and have them send someone to help you get it, but it will take a bit of time." "No need." Chu Jiang refused. He knew the relationship between the military and the government. If they intervened directly, it would inevitably cause turmoil. "Then I will trouble Dr. Li to help install this equipment on the Yaowang." Dr. Li sighed and nodded. "Very well. Since Mr. Chu is determined to do this, I can only do my best." Afterwards, Dr. Li led a group of engineers to begin repairing and upgrading the Yaowang. Just then, a huge tremor suddenly occurred in Golden Moon Star, and the entire air defense alarm sounded across the sky in an instant. "What happened?" Xiaoya was startled and immediately tightened her expression, becoming alert. I do not know. It is estimated that the Empire's rebel forces have started attacking Golden Moon Star, Chu Jiang said in a deep voice. Two men in military uniforms ran from outside the Chamber of Commerce and stopped in front of Chu Jiang. Mr. Chu, our officer Luo Ming invites you to the conference room immediately. He has important matters to discuss with you. Luo Ming. Xiaoya asked in confusion. Chu Jiang raised an eyebrow and nodded, following the two men toward the conference hall. Seeing this, Xiaoya quickly caught up. Boss, wait for me. After arriving at the conference room, Xiaoya had hardly sat down before Luo Ming impatiently walked in. Luo Ming glanced at Xiaoya and then walked directly to Chu Jiang, his expression serious. Mr. Chu, everything is exactly as the intelligence you provided. The Empire's rebel forces have already attacked us and are currently patrolling the outskirts of Golden Moon Star. After speaking, he placed several photographs on the table. These are images taken by the Empire's reconnaissance satellites. You can take a look first. Chu Jiang picked up the photographs on the table and examined them. On the photos, a dense fleet of Empire rebel forces appeared on the screen, approaching Golden Moon Star. They did not seem to carry weapons with great destructive power. There were even few cannons. It looks like they are only conducting a probing attack, or perhaps just a feint, Chu Jiang said after observing for a long time. Luo Ming nodded. Indeed. The Empire's rebel forces are not good at battlefield combat. They are better at ambush operations. So this time, they probably only want to test our strength. If I am not mistaken, they will launch an attack within 5 or 6 days at most. Saying this, Luo Ming handed Chu Jiang several more pictures. These pictures are surveillance videos from various fortresses, defensive positions, and cities on Golden Moon Star, as well as patrols near the military camps, the arrangements around our Chamber of Commerce headquarters, and defensive measures, and so on. Chu Jiang nodded and carefully examined the photos. Mr. Chu, this is the latest intelligence system. It can help you quickly grasp the basic situation on Earth. Chu Jiang glanced at the computer and then fixed his gaze on the screen. How is the construction of the air defense network on Golden Moon Star progressing? It has been initially completed, but the air defense strength and firepower are quite weak. There are only a few anti-aircraft fortresses and a handful of cruise missiles. Luo Ming said helplessly, this kind of primitive defense network poses no threat to the Empire's fleet. It probably couldn't even withstand a single volley from them. If they choose to engage in a head-on confrontation, it might take some time to break through this thin shield. But if they bypass the defense network and sneak in silently, our losses would be unimaginable. Speaking of which, Luo Ming raised his eyes and looked at Chu Jiang. Mr. Chu, although your battle armor is formidable, it is currently just an ordinary warship. It simply cannot withstand the bombardment of the Imperial Legion. Moreover, we lack sufficient weapons and equipment. If we suffer a defeat, we will likely face annihilation. Luo Ming's tone was extremely grave. He clearly regarded Chu Jiang as an ally, who otherwise he would never have dared to speak such discouraging words. Don't worry, Chu Jiang said calmly. Since I promised to assist in the defense, I will certainly deliver. But I hope that during this period of resisting the Imperial rebel invasion, Golden Moon Star can remain relatively peaceful. Are you concerned about the emotions of the civilians? Luo Ming asked. Exactly. Chu Jiang nodded. After all, they have only just survived the Imperial rebellion. They haven't participated in any battles and don't truly understand warfare. If negative emotions are spread rashly, it will easily cause them to waver. I understand. Luo Ming took a deep breath, his expression turning serious. Mr. Chu, please rest assured. We will do our utmost to ensure the safety of the civilians. Good. Chu Jiang nodded satisfactorily. Then shall we begin formulating the defense plan now? Luo Ming asked with a smile. I have already prepared a detailed strategy. I wonder if Mr. Chu would be willing to participate. Of course. Chu Jiang nodded slightly. We are partners after all. Haha, I like hearing that. Luo Ming laughed heartily. First, we need your mercenary regiment to cooperate with us to intercept the Imperial rebels and delay their attacks. No problem. Chu Jiang agreed. Second, we need to formulate relevant strategic plans, including the defense system material reserves and the training of combat personnel. We must be prepared for all three matters. Hearing this, Chu Jiang frowned slightly. He pondered for a long time and then slowly shook his head. I have a proposal. What is it? Luo Ming asked. During this period, we can organize a special elite team dedicated to intercepting the Imperial rebels. If possible, it would be best to assassinate their commander. Chu Jiang pondered for a moment and continued. If the commander of the Imperial rebels dies, their morale will inevitably collapse. Then we can press our advantage and pursue them. Good. Luo Ming agreed. Mr. Chu's plan is excellent. I will immediately convene military representatives to discuss it. Chu Jiang nodded slightly. There is one last thing. Chu Jiang suddenly frowned. As far as I know, the Empire's technological level is not high. Theoretically, their spacecraft should not be able to easily traverse such a long distance. Luo Ming nodded. Yes, the fact that the Imperial rebels were able to cross the border so smoothly this time makes me suspect that someone is secretly helping them behind the scenes. Chu Jiang's eyes showed a thoughtful expression. He had a feeling that this matter was not that simple. Forget it. Anyway, I have already decided. This time I will show no mercy. Having said this, Chu Jiang stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the night view in the distance. A confident smile played on the corners of his mouth. This matter allows for success only if failure is not an option. After ending the strategic discussion with Luo Ming, Chu Jiang returned to the vicinity of the Yaoguang with Niesiaya. Dr. Li's personnel were currently modifying the Yaoguang. Mr. Chu, you've returned at the perfect time. The preliminary modifications of the entire Yaoguang have been completed. Dr. Li said excitedly upon seeing Chu Jiang. Let me see. Speaking of which, Chu Jiang stepped forward. The outer shell of the Yaoguang had been completely replaced, transforming it into the appearance of a massive warship. To deal with the surprise attack of the Imperial rebels, Dr. Li had specifically allocated numerous resources. The entire Yaoguang appeared overwhelmingly massive, like a steel beast. In addition to its appearance, its shell had been coated with a large amount of mechanical metal, giving it extremely strong impact resistance. Chu Jiang walked around the Yaoguang twice, and then nodded. Not bad. It's much stronger than before. Haha, I'm glad, Mr. Chu was satisfied. Dr. Li's smile became even brighter. However, this is far from meeting my standards. Chu Jiang shook his head. Hearing this, Dr. Li's face stiffened. Mr. Chu, can we be a little more tactful? But Chu Jiang was not polite at all. You know I am a straightforward person. Dr. Li was instantly at a loss for words, neither laughing nor crying. Anyway, thank you, Dr. Li, for modifying our warship. Chu Jiang extended his right hand to Dr. Li and said solemnly, I hope we can advance together and benefit each other in the future. Absolutely. Dr. Li immediately shook hands with Chu Jiang. After bidding farewell to Dr. Li, Chu Jiang immediately took Niesiaya aboard the Yaoguang. The Imperial rebels are already patrolling the outskirts of Golden Moon Star. We also need to prepare for departure and eliminate this batch of patrolling rebels. Niesiaya followed Chu Jiang into the cockpit. Chu Jiang propped his feet up on the control chair and closed his eyes. Give me the files to look at. Okay, boss. Niesiaya quickly took out the document bag that had been prepared earlier and handed it to Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang opened the document bag and took out the paper materials inside. The materials recorded the enemy's current location, their distribution, and other information. While Chu Jiang was browsing the materials, Niesiaya sat quietly beside him, occasionally interjecting to explain the intelligence she had gathered. Boss, should we lure that bunch of bastards in? Niesiaya suddenly said. Lure them? How do we lure them? The Imperial rebels are a bunch of cowards who fear death and crave pleasure. Catching these greedy parasites would be far too easy. Niesiaya's beautiful eyes shimmered with wisdom. As long as we set an ambush and lure this group of rebels into the trap, those greedy rebels will certainly fall for it obediently. Hearing this, Chu Jiang's mouth twitched involuntarily. Cowards who fear death and crave pleasure. If those rebel soldiers heard this, they would surely be furious. But thinking about it carefully, this was indeed a very effective method. Do you think this is feasible, eh? Absolutely. Niesiaya clapped her hands in delight. Since that's the case, let's execute according to your plan. Chu Jiang nodded in agreement. Although he hadn't fully grasped what Niesiaya intended to do or why she suddenly wanted to use such tactics against their enemies, he didn't ask further questions. On the contrary, he strongly approved of her plan because it could resolve this troublesome rebel group as quickly as possible. Then let's set off. Yaoguang engage. At Niesiaya's command, the entire spaceship instantly vanished from its original location. Half a day later, the Yaoguang descended from another satellite and landed on an uninhabited barren island. Boss, let me go scout out the enemy's exact location first. After Niesiaya left the cockpit, she left Chu Jiang and his deputy in the control room. Boss, what should we do now? Should we attack directly? The deputy asked. Chu Jiang slightly nodded. Yes, first send several elites to infiltrate the enemy camp and eliminate their commander. As for the ordinary soldiers, leave them to the other combat units. Brilliant, boss, the deputy praised with a smile. He naturally loved combat and was most interested in assassination-type operations. Arrange it immediately. Chu Jiang waved his hand, signaling the deputy to withdraw. Yes, boss. The deputy accepted the order and withdrew. Chu Jiang continued to stare at the display on the screen. On the display, the red lines were becoming thicker and denser, while the black lines were growing sparser, indicating that the enemy was approaching. They are still about 1.0 kilometers away, expected to arrive in 5 seconds. Chu Jiang stared at the screen, counting silently in his heart, then opened the control room door and walked out. Meanwhile, the Yaoguang had already begun to accelerate. 3, 2, 1, engage. No sooner had Chu Jiang finished speaking than the Yaoguang's engines roared to life, with thrust peaking as it shot toward the sky like a rocket. At the same time, in the distant space, a massive fleet was speeding toward them. Report, Captain. We have detected a fleet approaching from ahead. The Empire Rebels intelligence officer was reporting the situation. Oh. The rebel captain looked up, narrowed his long, thin eyes, and said coldly, all units be on alert. Prepare for battle. Yes. After the captain issued his order, 12 giant aircraft hovered in the void, forming a tight defensive formation. Each aircraft consisted of 5 warships, totaling more than 60 warships stretching as far as the eye could see. At this moment, 3,000 meters away from the Empire Rebels, a fairly large warship was constantly closing in on them. This fleet was Chu Jiang's Yaoguang. Boss, it seems the enemy has spotted us. Yes, Xiaoya said nervously. Chu Jiang stood on the aircraft deck looking at the enemy fleet ahead, raised his eyebrows slightly, and said calmly, it seems they have heightened their vigilance. Then what should we do? Yes, Xiaoya asked worriedly. Our mission is to launch a surprise attack, not to engage them in a direct confrontation. Yes, Xiaoya knew she had made a mistake. She shouldn't have rashly used this strategy. Don't worry. The enemy only has more than 60 aircraft. We can handle them. Chu Jiang's expression remained calm, with no sign of panic. Have all our people assembled? Chu Jiang asked. Everyone is ready. Please give your instructions. Yes, Xiaoya replied. Chu Jiang nodded, then looked ahead. Fire. Instantly the warships surrounding the Yaoguang opened fire. Streams of white smoke rose into the air as dense missiles shot out, covering the enemy fleet like a rain of flowers. Damn it. They actually dare to attack us first. The rebel captain cursed angrily upon seeing this. All units listen up. Activate weapon systems. Eliminate those ants. Received. With the order issued, the more than 60 aircraft quickly transformed, revealing their ferocious and terrifying weapon ports. Lock onto targets. Fire. Missiles tore through the sky, hurtling toward the Yaoguang. The missiles collided with the Yaoguang's shields and exploded instantly, sending violent energy rippling outward with deafening booms. However, the Yaoguang's shields were exceptionally sturdy. Even under the simultaneous impact of over 100 missiles, they remained intact. Rumble, rumble. Most of the missiles were blocked, but a few high-powered ones broke through the defenses, slamming heavily into the Yaoguang's outer shield. The shield shattered momentarily before immediately regenerating and restoring itself. Idiot. How can this guy's shield withstand our attacks? Seeing this, the rebel captain was furious. Keep firing. Destroy their shields. Weapon systems on each giant aircraft operated frantically. Missiles trailing dazzling afterimages rained down upon the Yaoguang like a deluge. Chu Jiang watched the missile attacks without a hint of panic. Ever since the Yaoguang was upgraded to an A-class warship, it had activated its self-repair function. At the moment the battle began, the shield's energy automatically recharged, and it could repair itself indefinitely for a short period without requiring Chu Jiang to replenish it. Therefore, he was not worried about any danger at all. Missiles slammed heavily into the Yaoguang's shield, but aside from causing the shield to tremble, they inflicted little damage. What's going on? The rebel captain widened his eyes in disbelief. How can they not even pierce through this broken ship with a single shot? Captain, the material of this ship is extremely special. We cannot break through it. The adjutant beside him immediately warned. Then send a small team to deal with them at close range. Yes. With the order transmitted, 2 massive motherships immediately stood out from the fleet, bringing 2 fighter jets with them as they sped toward the Yaoguang. Pathetic fighters utterly incapable of withstanding a single hit. Seeing this, a cruel smile curled the corners of Chu Jiang's mouth, and he instructed Xiaoya beside him, aim at the enemy ship's flanks. Bombard them mercilessly and destroy those 2 fighters. Yes, boss. Xiaoya nodded. Her piloting skills were formidable. Although it was her first time operating the warship, she quickly mastered the settings for all its weapons. In the next instant, the Yaoguang's naval guns adjusted their angles in unison, targeting the 2 rapidly approaching fighters. The gun ports flickered with blue-white electric arcs ready to strike. Just then, accompanied by a violent explosion, the 2 fighters crashed down simultaneously. Run quickly. Retreat. Quick retreat. Watching their fighters fall, the enemy's morale plummeted into chaos, filled with panicked screams. Ha, truly weaklings. 1 round of attacks, and they crumble. Is this the Empire's rebel fleet? They're absolutely trash. Xiaoya said with triumph. Enough boasting. Chu Jiang rolled his eyes. The enemy is stronger than I imagined. This is only the beginning. We must remain on high alert. Xiaoya gave an embarrassed smile, and then said, Captain, look, those 2 fighter jets are coming back. Should we bomb them again? Forget it. Save the energy shots for a critical moment. Chu Jiang refused with a wave of his hand. Our current target is those flying craft. Do not hold back on energy ammunition. Understood. Xiaoya nodded, then piloted the Yaoguang to dodge the enemy fighters and pursued the other flying craft. Chu Jiang stood by the window watching the Yaoguang pursue the other flying craft. Although they had only one Yaowang vastly inferior to the enemy's massive fleet, they showed no fear. Instead, they exuded a sharp, formidable edge. Captain, look over there. Nyesya suddenly pointed at the distant battlefield. Following her finger, Chu Jiang's pupils contracted slightly. The situation over there seems dire. In the distance, countless dark shadows swarmed from all directions, dense as locusts, endless in number. Enemy reinforcements. Nyesya's face grew grave. They've actually gathered the pirates from the Star Sea region. The Star Sea region, located to the southeast of the galaxy, is one of the most notorious areas for interstellar pirates. Numerous pirate gangs operate there, their strength formidable and not to be trifled with. Now they had united, forming a coalition of 7 massive pirate gangs to attack the rebels. Such a gathering of pirates was truly terrifying. They really can't wait. Chu Jiang sneered coldly. There were indeed a lot of star pirates this time. The Starfield Pirate Alliance lived up to its reputation. Since they've come looking for death, we'll oblige them. Chu Jiang sneered. Nyesya, order the Yaowang to full speed. Understood. Nyesya responded, pressing a button to adjust their course. The Yaowang suddenly accelerated, vanishing into the Starry River in an instant. Soon the battle in the center of the battlefield had reached a fever pitch. Although the rebels held the advantage, the enemy fighters and mechas were simply too numerous, pouring in wave after wave. Deep within the ocean, the Yaowang could not effectively use fighters and mechas. They could only rely on naval cannons and energy weapons to resist the enemy's attacks. However, the enemy's naval cannons were extremely powerful. Even energy shots struggled to destroy them. Have the interstellar warriors prepare for defense. Do not let them get close. Chu Jiang frowned. Understood, Nyesya nodded. Soon the interstellar warriors had set up their defenses and established a line, holding the enemy back firmly, not allowing them to advance a single step. But the enemy had 7 warships, all equipped with nuclear missiles, posing a tremendous threat. No, we can't trade blows with them head-on. Let's avoid their firepower. Chu Jiang stated decisively. But boss, what about those fighters and mechas? Nyesya asked. Have the mecha units hold them off. I'll handle the fighters. I'm taking out their flagship. Chu Jiang said. Also, our warship is too large and an obvious target, easily locked on. We'll change course, go around, and find their mothership. Only by destroying it do we have a chance of victory. You got it. Nyesya agreed excitedly. Chu Jiang's plan was excellent and flawless, with only one flaw: the enemy mothership's location was too remote, making it hard to find. But Nyesya knew Chu Jiang would certainly find a way. Indeed, Chu Jiang located the enemy mothership with ease. Stay concealed, Chu Jiang warned. Don't worry, Captain. I'm ready. Nyesya grinned, then controlled the Yaowang to turn and evade the mothership's interception. Immediately after, the Yaowang shuddered violently, suddenly shooting upward before diving steeply, crashing straight into the enemy warship's main armor. Boom. The enemy warship shook violently. Its surface energy shield fluctuated wildly before shattering with a crash. Oh no. In the bridge, the commanding officer was stunned. He had assumed the Yaowang intended to flee. Who could have guessed it would suddenly attack the mothership? That was exactly Nyesya's plan, to exploit the opportunity created by the mothership's damage. She understood that after an attack, the enemy would frantically repair the mothership, halting their offensive. Meanwhile, Nyesya needed to seize the chance to disrupt their energy supply. Damn it! How is this guy so cunning? In the bridge, the officer in charge of combat cursed angrily and quickly activated the mothership's protective barrier, enveloping the vessel. Nyesya took this opportunity to continue piloting fighters and mechas to attack the enemy warship. After an intense skirmish, the mothership finally stabilized. A faint smile appeared on Chu Jiang's face as he muttered, "This time it's finally over." Just then he felt an extremely dangerous aura strike suddenly, and his expression turned grave instantly. Whoosh! A massive shell screamed through the air, smashing into the surface of the Yaowang and kicking up clouds of dust. Fortunately, the Yaowang's massive quality and high defensive strength allowed it to barely withstand the hit. However, due to the huge energy consumption of the energy cannon, Nyesya had to stop attacking and replenish the power. Damn it, which bastard ambushed us? Nyesya cursed through gritted teeth. Chu Jiang shook his head and said faintly, "Probably some pirate boss looking to pick up an easy kill. Who cares what kind of boss it is? Anyone who attacks from the shadows is asking for death." Nyesya said viciously, "I'll go down and kill him right now." But Chu Jiang shook his head. "Not yet. Let's observe first." Nyesya was puzzled for a moment, then looked toward the porthole with curiosity. She immediately noticed a warship slowly approaching the Yaowang from its flank. The warship was entirely golden, its hull carved with intricate ancient patterns that shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. The flagship of the Imperial rebels. Nyesya shouted immediately, "Boss, we've been spotted." Chu Jiang said calmly. "So what?" Nyesya paused, then couldn't help but ask, "Boss, do you have a way to deal with it?" "Of course." A playful smile curled Chu Jiang's lips. Since he wants to take advantage, we'll let him have his wish. Huh. Nyesya looked puzzled. Just then Chu Jiang pulled out 2 more nuclear warheads. These were given to me by Dr. Li earlier, specially prepared as gifts for the Imperial rebels. A look of utter confidence spread across Chu Jiang's face. These 2 warheads are enough to completely obliterate their flagship. Even if they don't destroy it outright, they will inflict severe damage. Then let's do it. Nyesya's eyes sparkled with excitement. This feels so thrilling. Without hesitation, Chu Jiang detonated the 2 nuclear warheads in his hands. Whoosh! Accompanied by piercing sounds as they tore through the void, the 2 nuclear warheads streaked through space and plunged into 2 enemy battleships, triggering massive explosions. A blinding burst of light flared instantly, dazzlingly brilliant like fireworks illuminating the night. The violent explosions caused the warships to shudder violently, tilting precariously at severe angles. Upon seeing this, the officers aboard the enemy warship flew into a rage. They hastily adjusted the ship's attitude, attempting to shake off the terrifying radiation effects. But just then a fighter jet swooped past, crashing fiercely into the warship. The soldiers on board were caught completely off guard and were knocked unconscious on the spot by the impact. Not good. Seeing this, the remaining soldiers hurriedly took control of the warship to counterattack. However, the fighter jet was far more agile and maneuverable. Once detected by the warship's sensors, it would swiftly evade. Boom! Another thunderous explosion echoed as a fighter jet slammed directly into the enemy's energy shield. The energy shield fluctuated violently for several seconds before ultimately collapsing with a tremendous crash, rendering it useless. Damn it! Retreat immediately, the commander shouted urgently. With the warship's command system breached by the enemy, the vessel lost control and stood no chance against the Yaoguang. Yet the enemy soldiers did not retreat. Instead, they opened fire recklessly. In an instant, waves of flames erupted along the warship's bulkheads, dense and relentless. Chu Jiang frowned slightly and commanded in a deep voice, "Xiaoya, close the hatches and drive the enemy away." Understood. Heeding the order, Xiaoya immediately piloted her fighter, pursuing the enemy warship. The enemy warship had already been severely damaged by the nuclear strikes and was in poor condition. Xiaoya, relying on the superior performance of her superfighter, closed in relentlessly from behind. The distance between them gradually narrowed. "Damn it! We can't escape," the enemy commander bellowed. "Target that fighter and destroy it." Although the fighter jet was highly maneuverable, it lacked missiles and other heavy weaponry. Moreover, the fighter itself was extremely fragile. A single missile hit could prove fatal. Therefore, the enemy chose to use their ship-mounted weapons. Rumble! Thousands of ship-mounted missiles trailing long streams of flame roared toward the fighter at incredible speed. The combined power of these thousands of missiles was staggering, increasing the explosive force by hundreds of times. This was the enemy's desperate struggle. Having accepted their fate, they sought to take their enemy down with them in a mutual annihilation. Chu Jiang sneered, skillfully maneuvering the fighter to weave through and evade all the missiles. Then he abruptly pressed a button on the remote control. Bang! A muffled sound echoed from inside the fighter, and 4 missiles shot out in unison. These missiles did not act alone, but formed a 4 symbols formation, dispersing to attack the surrounding warships. Damn it! Seeing this, the commander's face contorted in horror. Just as he was about to issue orders to shift the warship's position, the 4 missiles struck their targets with pinpoint accuracy. "No!" An adjutant screamed before being consumed by the missiles. The other 3 adjutants, terrified out of their wits, immediately abandoned ship and fled. "Humph, what fools!" Chu Jiang sneered, piloting the fighter to quickly distance himself, leaving behind a pile of burning wreckage. The Imperial rebel warship was completely destroyed, its debris drifting through space with fierce flames dancing endlessly. Chu Jiang's gaze remained indifferent, as if he had done something trivial. "Boss, I just inspected the loot and found something interesting." Nyesya said, "It's a special smart wristwatch containing the control programs for this starship." Chu Jiang nodded and opened the wristwatch, carefully reading its contents. After a moment, he chuckled softly. Turns out we've caught a big fish." "What kind of fish?" Nyesya asked, puzzled. "A junior staff officer in the rebel army." Chu Jiang grinned. "After capturing him, we should be able to extract a wealth of valuable intelligence from the rebel headquarters, right?" "Then what are we waiting for?" Nyesya rubbed her hands together eagerly. "First, let's deal with this starship. I need to obtain this officer's genetic code." "All right." Nyesya immediately ordered her crew to thoroughly clean the entire warship, then tow it back to the Yaoguang for Chu Jiang to handle personally. While the warship was being processed, the Yaoguang continued its mission, constantly searching for the next enemy vessel. Meanwhile, Chu Jiang and Nyesya had already boarded the enemy warship's command center. "This is a communication device that can connect with other warships," Nyesya said, handing Chu Jiang an electronic chip. "We need to wipe them all out before they realize what's happening." Chu Jiang took the chip and examined it, then nodded. There are hundreds of people here. I'll handle them, Nyesya said with a grin, walking over to the control console. She operated her tactical laptop, entered the password, and accessed a hidden folder. Then with practiced ease, she quickly deleted all the stored information. This is the Imperial Pirates' secret database, Nyesya said excitedly. Boss, come take a look. How is it? Chu Jiang walked over. It contains records of various criminal evidence, as well as some sordid dealings involving high-ranking Imperial officials, Nyesya explained. These things might be considered treasures to the Imperial High Command. Chu Jiang smiled faintly. In that case, let's keep them safe for them. Nyesya nodded, understanding his meaning perfectly. By the way, boss, Nyesya suddenly asked, why don't we just destroy this warship? Why tow it back to the Yaoguang? Chu Jiang glanced at her. This ship is quite valuable. Are we really going to discard it like that? Nyesya scratched her head. True. So what should we do? Take it with us first, Chu Jiang said. He then piloted the fighter to ascend slowly and fly into the distance, with Nyesya closely following behind. Chu Jiang's fighter was incredibly fast, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. However, none of this escaped the notice of a warship located thousands of miles away. The commander of the Imperial rebels sat in his chair, his face dark with fury as he stared at the surveillance screen, his eyes wide with shock. How is this possible? He roared in anger. The two escort ships he had just dispatched had been completely destroyed. Such losses were incalculable and would severely cripple the Imperial rebel forces. If this happened again, the rebels would likely not be able to withstand the assault from the Golden Moonstar Defense Force. Who on earth is causing this trouble? The Imperial rebels had spent decades preparing for this strike against Golden Moonstar, investing heavily, yet they suffered a devastating blow in return. How could he accept such a heavy price? Investigate. Find out exactly what happened. The commander of the Imperial rebels roared. I want to know who is behind this. However, the commander did not get the answer he sought. A missile soared from the distant stars and crashed violently into the frigate. A deafening explosion echoed through space. Under the force of the shockwave, the frigate was instantly thrown aside. Flames erupted into the void. The entire bridge descended into chaos, thick smoke billowing everywhere. As the frigate sank, Nyesya's fighter pilot managed to evade the massive impact, perfectly landing safely. Boss, this is the enemy flag we captured, Nyesya said with a grin. Feels amazing. Indeed, far more satisfying than any mission we've pulled before. Chu Jiang smiled faintly. Let's go. There's a barren star nearby. We'll lure a portion of the Imperial rebels there, then let the interstellar warriors wipe them out. Divide and conquer using weakness to overcome strength. That was exactly Chu Jiang's style. Got it, Nyesya chuckled. Chu Jiang and Nyesya departed, but the frigate remained where it was, its flames still burning fiercely for half an hour. During this time, the Golden Moonstar Defense Force arrived one after another and began repelling the rebels. Meanwhile, Chu Jiang and Nyesya floated 30 kilometers away from the frigate, observing the situation. Boss, just as you predicted, an A-class warship has locked onto us. Let's lead it to the barren star, or I'm worried they'll attack us directly. Chu Jiang nodded and asked, are your weapons ready? Don't worry, everything's in my armor pack. As Nyesya spoke, she opened the hatch of her flight suit. Inside, rows of weapon parts were neatly arranged. These are all loot we grabbed from the rebel base. They're not ideal, but they'll do. Anyway, they can't dismantle them now. Chu Jiang laughed heartily. Excellent, it's settled then. He pressed the control button on his wrist. The next moment, the red alert lights on his tactical screen began flashing wildly. From the distant stars, a series of thunderous explosions erupted. Nyesya watched in awe. Boss, you're incredible. You even hacked into their remote artillery system. Because the two fighters were small and Nyesya's piloting was exquisite, they had evaded detection during the brief engagement. The distant warship's long-range cannons had failed to lock onto them. Head toward the barren star and draw them in, Chu Jiang said with a calm smile, steering his fighter onward. This time, Nyesya lured in another group of enemies. Looks like the enemy is quite persistent, Chu Jiang remarked. They had already drawn in over 20 warships. Chu Jiang and Nyesya skillfully led these warships toward the barren star, dropping torpedo after torpedo as they went. Explosions lit up the void, continuously smoke filling the space. The 20-plus warships fell into disarray, with many already smoking and severely damaged. Although the Yaoguang had also suffered heavy attacks, its powerful regenerative abilities allowed it to recover full operational capacity after about 15 minutes. Should we attack now? Nyesya asked. Not yet, Chu Jiang said, narrowing his eyes as he watched the Yaoguang. The enemy is still watching from the shadows. We need to force them out. Nyesya chuckled. Boss, that sounds exactly like fishing for enforcement. No, I call it a step-by-step approach. Chu Jiang smiled, patting Nyesya on the shoulder with a playful look. Don't forget what we're planning to do next. I understand perfectly. Nyesya rubbed her hands together excitedly. She was suddenly enjoying this thrilling kind of combat. Since the enemy hasn't struck, yet we should cherish this rare opportunity, Chu Jiang said, gazing ahead. Although these warships are heavily damaged, completely destroying them would come at a terrible cost and consume enormous ammunition. What should we do? Xiaoya asked. Surround them first, then pick them off slowly, Chu Jiang said with a smile. After all this time, we hold the absolute advantage. I get it. Xiaoya jumped with excitement. This time we'll crush their stronghold. She immediately issued orders through the communication channel. This was the most favored tactic of star pirates. After gaining absolute superiority, they would surround the enemy and slowly devour them. Chu Jiang shook his head with a smile. We won't just destroy their stronghold. I want to keep the remaining enemy forces intact, otherwise it will cost us even more to return to Golden Moon Star. You're brilliant, boss. I admire you to death. Xiaoya raised her fists above her head. Let's go draw them in. Chu Jiang smiled. He and Xiaoya rapidly ascended, leaving the protective range of the Earth engine, and slowly approached the warships ahead. At this moment, the enemy would realize that their core commander had likely fled, so they would surely dispatch fighter squadrons to pursue. This was Chu Jiang's moment to perform. One by one, fighter squadrons disappeared from his sight. Leading Xiaoya, Chu Jiang lured 7 or 8 enemy fighters into pursuit, only to shake them off completely just as they were about to catch up. Wow, boss, you're basically walking dogs. Xiaoya shouted. Aren't you worried the enemy will suspect this is deliberate? No, they believe we're intentionally luring them out, Chu Jiang said cheerfully. So the more I lead them on, the more eagerly they chase. How long do we have to keep this up? Xiaoya scratched her head, looking troubled. She knew Chu Jiang's layout was designed to wait for the enemy to reveal a weakness. About a day, Chu Jiang thought for a moment before replying. A whole day? What could you possibly do with that? Xiaoya muttered under her breath. Chu Jiang's expression shifted to a mix of amusement and speechlessness upon hearing her words. This girl, indeed young in years, yet her mindset was surprisingly mature. This one day could well become their nightmare, Chu Jiang stated firmly. We must strike while the iron is hot. Understood. Xiaoya exclaimed with great excitement, rubbing her hands together in eagerness to act. However, at that very moment, a sudden shrill whistle pierced the air. Chu Jiang's ears rang sharply, and a smirk curled his lips as he swiftly grabbed Xiaoya's arm. Quick, take cover. A cruise missile slammed into the space ahead of the Yaoguang, detonating violently amidst the starlight. The destructive power was far from negligible. Had the Yaoguang not possessed such robust defensive capabilities, it would likely have been reduced to shreds in an instant. Oh my god, that nearly gave me a heart attack. Xiaoya's fair face drained of color. Boss, it's a good thing your reaction was so sharp. Chu Jiang exhaled a gentle sigh of relief. But these guys have finally arrived. Let's begin the operation. He then gazed through the porthole, watching as dense formations of warships surged toward them from all directions. Boss, there are too many warships. We can't possibly win against them. Xiaoya shouted. We should retreat immediately. Retreat. Chu Jiang smiled faintly. That hardly fits the style of mercenaries like us. But what if their firepower is too intense? Our lives won't be guaranteed. Xiaoya's face remained etched with deep concern. Don't worry. Chu Jiang smiled once more. He continued, we are only a few hundred kilometers from the edge of the Star Sea. If I were them, after witnessing the devastation of this battlefield, they would dare not advance recklessly, even if our ship were destroyed. Xiaoya pondered carefully for a moment before agreeing. That makes sense. Suddenly her eyes lit up. Boss, I think I understand. Our target is those few warships. Clever, Chu Jiang praised, giving her a thumbs up. The barren planet was nearby, so Chu Jiang immediately piloted the Yaoguang for landing. However, before they had traveled less than 2,000 meters after landing, they were met with a concentrated barrage of fire. Because Chu Jiang had previously tormented them with exquisite maneuvers to the point of driving them mad, the enemies were filled with rage. Seeing them land, they opened fire without hesitation. Chu Jiang raised an eyebrow. It seems the enemy is prepared to block us to the death. Then let's fight them then. Xiaoya displayed quite a tomboyish spirit. With those words, she pulled out an assault rifle and began firing continuously, the sound of gunfire ringing out. At the same time, the 1,000 interstellar soldiers aboard the Yaoguang also pulled their triggers. The firefight was fierce, with smoke filling the air and plasma cannons firing wildly, creating a dazzling spectacle. Nevertheless, Chu Jiang's tactical proficiency was exceptionally high. Utilizing the Yaoguang's incredible speed, he darted left and right, carving a bloody path through the dense web of firepower. Just then a patrol boat happened to pass by. Boss, let's sink that thing. Xiaoya shouted excitedly. This girl had long desired revenge, and now that she had finally seized the opportunity, she was overwhelmingly thrilled. No, Chu Jiang shook his head. We are mercenaries, we cannot casually carry out bombing attacks. With that, he waved his arm. A series of plasma long blades shot out suddenly, instantly slicing the patrol boat into a pile of scrap metal. Nie Xiaoya's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, boss, you're amazing. Learn from this. Chu Jiang laughed heartily, showing no concern for the girl beside him. He continued manipulating the combat system, activating the stealth mode. Only after these patrol boats were destroyed did the attention of the warships shift to this location. What the hell destroyed my patrol ship? A furious roar echoed from within a certain bridge. You damn bastards, we will never forgive you, another voice added. They could not see the Yaoguang, but Chu Jiang and his crew captured their images through radar, clearly able to observe their angry and grimacing faces. Chu Jiang grinned and pressed the button on his remote control. A plasma long blade shot out, suddenly piercing into the main cannon compartment of a warship. The warship's main cannon went dead instantly. And just then Chu Jiang pressed the button again. Another plasma long blade streaked out. A massive hole appeared on the deck of this warship. This was no ordinary hole, it consumed half of the entire hull. This round of attacks directly damaged 2/3 of the armor plating. What's going on? Why is this happening? Panicked voices rang out across the warships. This was truly astonishing. If every attack caused similar effects, they would likely never leave this star region alive tonight. Bad news, the enemy's firepower is extremely vicious. We must immediately cease the encirclement or we will suffer greater losses. But we have already locked onto them. Chaos reigned aboard these warships, for they had no idea where the enemy was hiding. Just then a cold gleam flashed, and the side of a warship was directly sheared off. The massive hull began to lose gravity, plummeting into the vast darkness. This was Chu Jiang's 5th wave of attacks. The remaining 7 warships were completely stunned. They had never witnessed such brutal tactics before. It could only be described as boldness born of supreme skill. Ignore them. Smash them relentlessly. Flatten them. These individuals were hardened desperados. Rather than fleeing, they frantically rotated their cannon ports, pouring fire onto the Yaoguang. The flames generated by plasma and the thick smoke seemed to dye the surrounding planets red. This was the power of plasma weapons, capable of releasing terrifying destructive force in a short time. Hey! Nie Xiaoya raised her portable Vulcan cannon and pulled the trigger. Rocket after rocket flew from the barrel, raking toward the opposing warships. Although these shells were all blocked, they ignited clusters of flames, completely engulfing those warships. Opt! Wailing cries rose one after another. Xiaoya, excellent work, Chu Jiang said. His figure soared into the air, descending toward the top of the Yaoguang. At this moment, the hatch of the Yaoguang had already opened. Mechanical spiders surged out one after another, rapidly spreading across the battlefield. Under Chu Jiang's command, these mechanical arachnids quickly adapted and launched their assault. Their claws were razor-sharp, capable of effortlessly piercing the steel shields of interstellar warships. Then, following the traces, they infiltrated the ships to locate the pilots, crushing them all. This combat mode was simply flawless. Boss, look! The energy tank lights of the enemy warship have gone out. Nie Xiaoya suddenly shouted. Chu Jiang looked up and saw that the energy detectors less than 100 meters away had all turned to ashes. Apparently, the power systems of these warships had been crippled due to fuel depletion. Destroy them and push through. Chu Jiang waved his arm. Let them taste the power of the Yaoguang. The warship, trailing its green exhaust plume, moved like a demon's dance, radiating an aura that chilled the spine. However, at that moment, a cruise missile streaked toward them from the distance, leaving a blue-purple flame trail. Watch out! Chu Jiang shouted, maneuvering the Yaoguang to evade. He narrowly avoided the explosion. But at that instant, the autocannons of another cruiser roared to life. Chu Jiang had no choice but to dodge again. Damn it, this is too frustrating, he cursed under his breath. He had originally believed his maneuverability had improved significantly, yet, when facing cruisers and destroyers, he was still slightly outmatched. However, the more Chu Jiang evaded, the closer the enemy drew. This won't do. Chu Jiang narrowed his eyes, pondering a solution. Just then a streak of light burst through the void from the distance, striking the cruiser with pinpoint accuracy. Its defensive barrier barely registered before being pierced through. A massive explosion erupted. The cruiser was engulfed in raging flames. Chu Jiang watched the scene, his gaze tightening. He knew this was deliberate. The enemy had anticipated he would dodge, using the cruiser as a test. The result confirmed his judgment. This was a message to Chu Jiang: no one in this world is a fool, some just prefer to disguise their intelligence. Don't hesitate, chase them down, Chu Jiang ordered. The Yaoguang's speed surged, becoming almost a phantom. In the blink of an eye, it vanished into the starry expanse. Simultaneously, from the other 2 cruisers, streaks of light burst forth, slamming heavily into the Yaoguang. The Yaoguang was instantly riddled with holes, and even the weapon systems on the deck suffered severe shock damage. Chu Jiang's eyebrows twitched, and he barked, maximize the output. Then he suddenly reached out and stroked the plasma cannon. Instantly, the cannon's muzzle erupted with brilliant fire. The incoming streaks were incinerated into charcoal in a split second. The Yaoguang's pilots stared in disbelief, their eyes wide. Boss, did you add some secret weapon to the plasma weapons? Xiaoya asked excitedly, her fists clenched in intense agitation. The power of the plasma weapons had exceeded all expectations. She felt that before the plasma weapons appeared, she could have single-handedly swept away interstellar pirates. Is this considered a secret weapon? Chu Jiang asked with a smile, not waiting for an answer before leaping down the hatch into the core command cabin of the Yaoguang. I'll pilot the Yaoguang, you go harvest them, Chu Jiang stated. In confrontations of this magnitude, Chu Jiang's comprehensive combat ability far surpassed that of Xiaoya and the others. His command was far more reliable than the Yaoguang's regular pilots. Of course, Chu Jiang was not particularly skilled in close-quarters maneuvering combat, and his interception, using the autocannons occasionally, had slight deviations. However, Xiaoya and the others capitalized on these gaps. While Chu Jiang was less proficient with the plasma cannons, they assisted with supplementary operations. They intercepted, while simultaneously launching counter-ambushes. Due to the Yaoguang's high agility, enemy firepower could barely reach them. Moreover, Chu Jiang and his team had seized the initiative, leaving the enemy unable to do much against them for the time being. However, at that moment, a white line streaked across the sky. Chu Jiang turned his head, his pupils contracting sharply. Get down now, he roared, grabbing Xiaoya and tackling her to the ground. With a thunderous bang, a missile exploded on the Yaoguang's flank. The ground in that area was plowed into a deep trench, and the Yaoguang tumbled several times. If he had been half a second slower, the entire hull would have been blown to pieces. Chu Jiang lay on the ground, feeling the searing pain radiating from his back, and cursed, damn bastards. We've been targeted. Fortunately, the Yaoguang's powerful self-repair capability had already activated. Otherwise, if the enemy missile had struck directly, the consequences would have been unimaginable. In fact, for Chu Jiang, the more dangerous reality was that the enemy seemed to be locking onto their position, using some special method to track the warship's trail. At this moment, Chu Jiang felt as though he were haunted by spirits. We need to change direction immediately and shake off that warship, Xiaoya said. Chu Jiang had already seen the cruiser slowly approaching through the viewport. He frowned. No, we must withstand the enemy's firepower and continue the pursuit. Boss, the enemy is about to arrive, a pilot said urgently. Your injuries haven't healed yet. It's nothing. Our primary mission right now is to annihilate that enemy warship regardless of the cost, Chu Jiang said grimly. As he spoke, he pulled the trigger again, and the plasma cannon spat forth another fierce tongue of fire. The enemy cruiser was destroyed. Awesome, boss. You're amazing. Xiaoya patted Chu Jiang's shoulder, her eyes brimming with admiration. Seeing this, the other pilots joined in applauding. After all, Chu Jiang's decision was incredibly heroic and greatly boosted the morale of the Yaoguang's crew. Not only were they pursuing the enemy, but they were also annihilating the enemy flagship. All hands changed direction immediately. Attack that cruiser, Chu Jiang roared. This time, Chu Jiang was no longer sitting idle waiting for death. He displayed the courage and resilience befitting a captain. This battle must be won, and won brilliantly. The Imperial Rebel flagship had closed to within 10 kilometers of the Yaoguang. At such a distance, the enemy's weapons and equipment could be seen clearly with the naked eye. Chu Jiang narrowed his eyes, gazing at the distant cruiser. We've been exposed. Now there is only one thing left to do: annihilate the enemy vessel and complete the mission. Understood. All the pilots answered in unison. Just then, Chu Jiang suddenly felt a tightness in his chest, a metallic tang rising in his throat, and he spat a mouthful of blood. Chu Jiang's injuries were indeed severe. Although he had consumed pills, hidden dangers remained. At this moment, even standing had become extremely difficult for him. Boss, are you alright? The crew shouted out with concern. I'm fine, don't worry. Take me back to the cockpit. Chu Jiang panted as he spoke. Boss, you should go rest in the cockpit and let us handle the fighter controls, a male pilot said. This proposal received approval from many pilots who expressed their willingness to take over Chu Jiang's command duties. However, Chu Jiang refused. He waved his hand, his tone calm, yet imbued with authority. No need. From now on, your job is to protect me. Don't embarrass me, or I won't spare you. Chu Jiang knew that if he went to the cockpit, the enemy's firepower could directly cover him. At that point, none of them would survive. Don't worry, boss. Everyone raised their fists and shouted. At this moment, 2 of the enemy's ship-mounted machine cannons fired. Fortunately, Chu Jiang dodged in time, otherwise his head would have been blown apart. Boss, what should we do now? Xiaoya asked. The Imperial Rebel warships had drawn close and had even formed a surrounding encirclement. Execute the original plan. Delay as much as possible, wait for reinforcements, or simply retreat, Chu Jiang said. Since the enemy chose to ambush us, they must have other arrangements. Chu Jiang did not believe his enemies were foolish enough to confront him single-handedly. This principle had proven effective time and again in war. Chu Jiang believed that this ambush would surely bring about outcomes beyond expectations. However, just at that moment, a fiery dragon roared through the distant sky, heading straight for the enemy warship. The enemy's cruiser was instantly engulfed in flames. A towering fire rose, shrouding the entire warship. The enemy seemed completely unaware they were walking into an ambush. Their defense systems reacted half a beat too slowly, and that slight delay caused the cruiser to lose control entirely. It began to spin violently, belching thick smoke, and finally, with a deafening boom, it disintegrated into the sea of stars. Holy crap, that's ruthless. A pilot stared ahead, his face filled with shock. At that distance, how had the enemy aimed and hit with such precision? However, this astonishment did not last long. Interstellar combat was inherently full of various surprises. The destruction of the enemy flagship was an unexpected accident, yet also an inevitable outcome. Boss, the enemy ship is destroyed. We can escape smoothly now. Xiaoya shouted, her heart pounding with excitement. This woman truly had not expected her boss to be so formidable. Don't get ahead of yourself. One enemy fighter hasn't been captured yet. Do not relax your vigilance. Chu Jiang said sternly. This remaining enemy fighter was clearly an elite craft. If it escaped, it would be a tremendous loss for Chu Jiang's aircraft carrier. Boss, rest assured we have locked onto him, another pilot shouted. Fire. Immediately, 3 Gatling rocket launchers fired in unison. Bang, bang, bang. Dense bullets rained down like a storm, shredding the enemy fighter. Chu Jiang said coldly, target desolate star. All personnel disembark. With that, the Yaowang sharply pulled its control stick. The warship decelerated abruptly, then climbed steeply, tracing a beautiful arc beneath the starry sky. The desolate star was already laid out with an inescapable net. If the enemy wanted to break through, they would inevitably face wave after wave of attacks. Only when this warship had left the battlefield did the Imperial rebels realize it. They had almost been wiped out just now. The enemy is flying southeast. Pursue immediately. A major-level commander roared. Hurry and intercept them. Intercept them. A lieutenant from a cruiser also shouted, their warship close on their heels. However, the enemy changed course at that moment, heading northwest. Because the Yaowang's shipborne firepower was so formidable, it was easily misjudged. Chu Jiang successfully piloted the Yaowang to land on the desolate star. This was a resource-poor planet ideal for interstellar warriors to fight, but it was not Chu Jiang's destination. As the Yaowang slowly descended, the surroundings were plunged into darkness. Everyone enter the caves in batches, Chu Jiang said. These young pilots were accustomed to obeying Chu Jiang. They immediately organized themselves, efficiently stationing 2 people every 5 meters as sentries. This way, even if the enemy attempted to flank them, it would be difficult to capture them in a short time. It had to be admitted that Chu Jiang was indeed an exceptionally outstanding commander. Under his leadership, the Yaowang's fighter squadron operated like an unceasing meat grinder, mercilessly harvesting enemy lives. 1,000 interstellar warriors had eliminated all enemies in merely half an hour. However, when they prepared to return and depart, they discovered a patrol unit racing toward them. This patrol unit was not particularly large, but every individual wore full-body steel armor. The armor gleamed with an eerie blue metallic luster in the night. It's a tank unit. Their firepower is even more ferocious. Be careful. The enemy tanks are equipped with rotary cannons. If we engage directly, we will likely suffer disadvantages. Chu Jiang said gravely, do not resist head-on. Find cover and employ guerrilla tactics to wear them down. Although the Imperial rebels' war armor was formidable, it was ultimately single-soldier equipment. Compared to the Empire's top-tier tanks, it was still considerably inferior. After several rounds of engagement, more than half of this tank column had been destroyed. They had completely lost their combat effectiveness, able only to watch helplessly as the Yaowang moved further away. At this moment, Chu Jiang suddenly raised his head, gazing into the pitch-black sky, his expression grave. He has come, Chu Jiang said. What has come? Xiaoya asked. The Imperial rebels' S-class warship. A massive shadow appeared on the horizon, then halted abruptly, hovering in place. Good heavens, what a massive warship, one pilot exclaimed. Yes. Chu Jiang narrowed his eyes, his gaze profound and lost in thought. This S-class warship possesses a star-destroying weapon. Even the strongest forces of Golden Moon Star would not dare to provoke it lightly. Then what should we do now? Xiaoya asked, a hint of worry in her voice. There is no better option, we must face them. Chu Jiang said indifferently. Regardless of who sent them, they are enemies. The interstellar warriors had already drawn their long blades. They knew tonight would be a fierce battle. Prepare for battle, Chu Jiang shouted. At that moment, a tank rolled up beside Chu Jiang, its shoulder-mounted rocket launcher aimed directly at the warship. I will take the main attack, you cover me. You must destroy that warship, Chu Jiang said deeply. At this time, dense gunfire had already erupted across the battlefield. That line of cruisers had begun to fight desperately, their tanks also sweeping fire with machine cannons, and there were quite a few of them. Under these circumstances, the machine cannons of the Yaoguang had to be temporarily shut down. Otherwise, if their wheel hubs were blown up by the enemy's firepower, the entire Yaoguang would crash onto the barren planet. And at that moment, a rocket shell exploded in midair. Beneath the starry sky, a brilliant firework bloomed. And beneath that brilliant firework lay a corpse. Chu Jiang was unscathed, not even a single drop of blood staining his clothes, but the pilot responsible for driving beside him was already slumped in his seat, 2 crossbow bolts protruding from his head. This was the enemy's counterattack. On the cruiser opposite, there was a man with 2 bars and 4 stars on his shoulder, a lieutenant of the Imperial rebels named Bazida. The Yaoguang's firepower is truly formidable. It actually killed so many of my men. Damn it. Bazida sneered, looking at the Yaoguang's hatch and saying, regardless, this warship is now in our grasp. Hit them hard. The cruiser launched its charge, first its machine cannons firing continuously. Prepare to engage. Chu Jiang shouted. Boom. The 2 warships collided. The interstellar warriors rushed down from the warship. Their weapons were equally formidable. Both sides' firepower was evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. This gave the Imperial rebels a clear advantage. Ha ha ha, we have won. This is a victory, the horn of triumph. Bazida shouted excitedly. However, as soon as those words fell, the Yaoguang suddenly spewed forth a thick plume of smoke. Immediately after, a violent tremor shook through, as if the entire warship had shuddered. A shell landed in front of Bazida's tank, flipping it over and engulfing it in raging flames. Bazida was thrown into a daze, his face covered in dust. Lying on the ground, he cursed, damn it, how could we be attacked so suddenly? He had anticipated that the Yaoguang would counterattack, but he never expected it to come so quickly. Report. Our tank forces have suffered over 300 casualties. We need reinforcements. A panicked and helpless cry for help came through the communication channel. Bazida was absolutely furious. These were elite warriors he had personally trained. If they were wiped out, this time the foundation of the rebellion would be completely destroyed. Hold on. I am bringing reinforcements right now, Bazida growled through gritted teeth. Sir, their firepower is too intense. We cannot hold out much longer. The co-pilot operator said, you should leave quickly, otherwise we will all be buried here. Get lost. Bazida roared, drawing his assault rifle from his waist. Charge with me. Capture the Yaoguang alive. He was a traitor, but also a brave soldier, preferring to die on the battlefield with the rebels rather than live by fleeing. However, before his words had even finished echoing, a red glare suddenly lit up in the distant east. The entire area seemed to turn a bloody crimson. Then a scorching aura that induced palpitations instantly spread across the battlefield. Before that scorching heat, the so-called rebel soldiers were like ice and snow meeting lava. In barely 5 seconds, they were annihilated. A blazing mushroom cloud rose into the sky, representing the chain explosions of tank after tank. A look of unspeakable horror surged across Lieutenant Bazida's face. What is that? He asked. That is the radium gold main cannon used by the Yaoguang. Its power is immense. A single shot can destroy a fighter and 2 tanks. We must retreat immediately, the driver said. At this moment, the Yaoguang fired 2 more radium gold projectiles. One of them struck the cruiser, tearing a hideous gash across the deck, and immediately after, the second bullet punched a hole through the cruiser's hull. At this point, Bazida finally recognized the situation and immediately ordered, abandon ship. Abandon ship. Quickly abandon ship. It was instinct. Bazida knew that if they stayed any longer, their only fate would be death. Quickly abandon ship. We must preserve our strength. This is our only chance of survival, otherwise we will be wiped out. Bazida shouted. On the other side, Chu Jiang stood on the deck, looking at the burning warship wreckage in the distance, his gaze slightly narrowed. Sir, the enemy has dropped anchor. A pilot said. Good. Aim at their flagship and destroy them. Chu Jiang said coldly. He did not choose to retreat because the enemy was abandoning ship. After all, the Yaoguang was less than 1,000 meters away from the Imperial rebels. Yes, boss, wait a moment. The pilot immediately took out binoculars, adjusted the angle, and aimed at the flagship. Bang, bang, bang. A burst of fierce muzzle flash erupted suddenly, and then the stern of the cruiser exploded violently. A massive fireball rose into the air. Explosions occurred simultaneously along both sides of the hull, and the entire ship broke apart, cascading into the sea. Beautiful. Chu Jiang clapped his hands, then turned and said, full speed ahead. Eradicate these rebels. However, just as this ship was about to enter the central channel of the Xinhua, a dark figure suddenly blocked the path ahead. Chu Jiang narrowed his eyes. This ship is strange. Not only strange, but it reeks of danger, Chu Jiang said. Prepare for battle. However, the dark silhouette slowly lowered its altitude and approached Chu Jiang's Yaoguang. As it drew closer, Chu Jiang finally made out the shape clearly. It was a stealth vessel, a standard issue model. In the vastness of space, a stealth vessel was far easier to conceal than on land. Its defensive capabilities were formidable. Its armor plating was nearly as thick as an iron fortress wall. Not even cannon shells could penetrate it, let alone the relentless spray of a heavy sniper rifle. Boss, that stealth vessel's searchlight is trained on us. At this moment, the co-pilot lowered his voice and spoke. And I fear our movements have already alerted them. Have the interstellar warriors board from the rear and secure the submarine. We cannot let them force us to stop here, Chu Jiang ordered. Though the submarine appeared fearsome, Chu Jiang harbored no anxiety. He commanded interstellar warriors, powerful fighters who, when facing a small pirate vessel, could deliver a crushing blow with ease. As expected, after keeping the Yaowang under observation for some time, the stealth vessel gradually reduced its altitude, turned slowly, and began to drift aside. Is that fellow trying to flee? The co-pilot asked in confusion. No, something is amiss, Chu Jiang mused. He must still have a hidden card. You're right. Indeed, that is the case. The side hatches of the stealth vessel suddenly opened, and 2 Gatling guns came into view. Dense bullets poured forth like a torrential storm, instantly enveloping the Yaowang. Thunderous explosions erupted. In the face of such overwhelming firepower, the Yaowang was consumed almost instantaneously. This was true fire coverage, leaving not a single inch of room to dodge. Amidst the flames, several bodies were thrown clear, crashing onto the deck. They were Bazarda and his last remaining warriors. At least 2 squads of warriors were forever lost here. Though the Yaowang boasted exceptional defenses, it was ultimately a single combat weapon. Against such concentrated assault, even a warship forged of reinforced concrete would not have withstood it. The firepower of interstellar warships was simply too terrifying. Chu Jiang stood at the bow, leading from the front, single-handedly absorbing the enemy's fire and cutting down those who sought to breach their lines, sending flesh and blood flying. At that moment, Chu Jiang was like a living meat grinder. In this state, he could eliminate dozens, or even hundreds, of enemies every minute. Nothing stood before him. Gods and Buddhas alike would fall. It was a heart-stirring sight. This young colonel was simply too formidable, almost frightening in his power. Their achievements were equally brilliant. In barely 20 minutes, the enemy had been reduced by 1/8, leaving only a handful of warships. Meanwhile, that massive stealth vessel had already slipped away silently, leaving no trace behind. However, deprived of its nuclear propulsion system, the stealth vessel's speed was not considerable. When Chu Jiang led his forces in pursuit, they locked onto the target without much difficulty. Chu Jiang raised his submachine gun, pulled the trigger, and his bullets struck with pinpoint accuracy and swiftness, shattering the stealth vessel's fuel tank. Plumes of white smoke rose as the submarine lost its power source and began to sink slowly. Yet the trouble seemed far from over. Around the sunken stealth vessel, 3 or 4 patrol ships bearing the Imperial flag suddenly appeared. Boss, the Imperial rebels are still closing in on us, Nyesya reported. Shall we raise our guard? She had already noticed that this Imperial fleet was thoroughly well trained. No matter the circumstances, they displayed extraordinary organizational discipline, a level of combat effectiveness truly unheard of. Chu Jiang narrowed his eyes and said, "Tell the fighter squadron to prepare for deployment." "Yes, boss," Nyesya replied. Soon after, the fighter formation ascended into the sky, roaring toward the 4 patrol ships. The patrol ships clearly had not anticipated that the warships still possessed retaliatory firepower. Caught completely off guard, they were struck without warning. One explosion after another erupted. The fighter planes successfully broke through the Imperial patrol's interception net and gave chase to the fleeing rebels. However, due to the dark and murky conditions of this star region, the rebels' positions shifted unpredictably, making it impossible for the Imperial fighters to accurately lock onto their targets. Chu Jiang was not idle. He issued a command through his communicator: destroy the rebel command center. Since the enemy dared to ambush them, he would respond with his strongest strike. Chu Jiang knew these rebels must have a mastermind behind the scenes, someone who would surely be directing operations from the command center. If he could locate and eliminate the enemy's commanding general, the entire problem would be resolved. "Boss, they're fleeing. If we continue like this, we'll lose them entirely," the co-pilot said. "We should press on." Chu Jiang smiled and said, "We need only stay nearby. These rebels are not capable of causing any real trouble." But before he had finished speaking, a mortar shell arced through the sky and struck the window glass behind him. Crack! The glass shattered instantly. "Attention! Protect the boss and cover his withdrawal," the co-pilot shouted. Yet before his words had even faded, several more mortar shells traced arcs through the air, incoming from both flanks. Those 3 patrol ships mounted no fewer than 5 cannons, each boasting tremendous firepower. Amidst the thunderous explosions, 3 warriors were torn into fragments. "Protect the boss, move quickly," the co-pilot roared. The 3 troop transport vessels immediately reversed course and charged straight toward the incoming shells. Bang, bang, bang. A relentless series of impacts echoed as the 3 warships were riddled with holes. Yet Chu Jiang had already used the chaos to disengage from the battlefield. I'll cover the rear. A warrior dove into the periscope, took aim in a direction, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. A rope shot from his backpack and secured itself around the top of the periscope. This time he did not wait to test the rope's load limit. He yanked the handle, freed it, and slid down the line. The warrior was clever. By climbing from the top of the periscope toward the enemy, he not only greatly increased his safety, but also maximized his speed. In just a few seconds he had scaled several meters. At that moment the stealth vessel spotted the climber and immediately raised a rocket launcher. However, the warrior had already drawn the handle to its limit. With a sudden release, he launched himself forward, carried by momentum. The rocket grazed the soles of his feet and crashed heavily into the ground, sending up a massive plume of dust and smoke. Chu Jiang lay concealed behind a high slope, his eyes revealing intense admiration as he witnessed the scene unfold. Although this warrior was young, his actions were steady and resolute, a rare quality. To perform at such a level during combat was undoubtedly exceptional. However, a deeply dangerous premonition suddenly surged through Chu Jiang's heart, for in the very next instant brilliant light had already ignited in the distance. Soon after, those illumination devices rapidly drew closer. 18 laser weapons had formed a dense interlaced net of laser fire sweeping toward them like a closing net. Have we walked into an enemy encirclement? Chu Jiang murmured. Yet even if they had fallen into enemy territory, it in no way hindered his counterattack plans. Without hesitation, he issued an immediate command: give it your all and fight fiercely. At this moment, the 3 patrol ships had already been destroyed, and the Empire's fighter jets in this sector had also suffered heavy losses. Facing a well-prepared enemy with overwhelming firepower, they could only temporarily retreat and avoid direct confrontation. Moreover, Chu Jiang and the comrades in this unit were all battle-hardened veterans. They were thoroughly familiar with dealing with enemy encirclement and suppression tactics, more skilled than most. The 3 patrol ships had been blown into shattered fragments, and these Empire warriors smoothly withdrew from the combat zone. Boss, we've delayed the Imperial rebels' advance here. Nyesya spoke. Just moments ago, Chu Jiang's seamless cooperation with them had enabled this unit to execute a brilliant counterkill in a very short span. Chu Jiang narrowed his eyes, then shook his head, his voice deep and grave. No, this is not a trail deliberately left by the enemy. Our positions have been exposed. They intend to lure us into a specific location and annihilate us all at once. Chu Jiang's deductive reasoning was remarkably sound. Although the personnel in this unit possessed high combat quality, they had just endured an intense counterattack, fighting outnumbered, and their physical stamina was severely depleted. If this were indeed a targeted ambush, they would certainly not have wandered so many unnecessary miles. Upon hearing Chu Jiang's words, everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Has anyone spotted the enemy's traces? Chu Jiang asked the surrounding warriors. He did not question the co-pilot. Reporting to the captain, no enemy traces have been detected, one warrior replied. I was scouting ahead just now and saw no sign of the enemy. Then how exactly did the enemy discover us? Nyesya asked. Are their reconnaissance capabilities that formidable? I also find it rather suspicious. Chu Jiang shook his head. Never mind. Regardless, the enemy has already set its sights on us. No matter which direction we flee, we will be intercepted. I suggest we break out in separate groups. Indeed, boss, you're right. If we scatter and break through, it won't be easy for the enemy to capture us. Very well. Chu Jiang picked up his binoculars, surveyed the area, and then issued his orders. All units listen up. Break out in all directions. Do your best to draw the enemy's attention and relieve the pressure on our comrades. He then turned to Nyesya and added earnestly, remember, do not linger in battle. Run whenever possible. Don't worry, boss, we know what to do, Nyesya said with a broad grin. This young woman clearly possessed rich combat experience. She was far from as inexperienced as her appearance suggested. Chu Jiang then led the remaining few warriors and began creeping along a ridge toward the opposite end. This was a basin area lush with vegetation. Dense trees blocked the line of sight, making it virtually impossible for ordinary people to detect Chu Jiang and his companions here. Unfortunately, the pursuers this time relied on high-tech satellite navigation. That single infrared laser weapon still hovered above the basin, continuously emitting beams of light. Chu Jiang and his team had already penetrated deep into the jungle where thickets and thorns were everywhere. One careless step could easily result in injury from the brambles. Moreover, the jungle's environment was extraordinarily complex, making it all too easy to lose one's way. The interstellar warriors moved slowly through the jungle, needing to constantly confirm their direction and whether it aligned with their objective. As Chu Jiang walked, his brows furrowed slightly. He said, Sia, stay close to me. Do not wander off. Chu Jiang then led Nyesya on a detour. Captain, what are you doing? Nyesya asked. She seemed quite puzzled. After all, given the formidable combat prowess Chu Jiang had previously demonstrated one would not expect him to deter merely because of a difficult situation. The enemy's laser guidance system has locked onto us, so we must avoid their pursuit. Chu Jiang said, his tone heavy with gravity. Furthermore, I suspect there is an ambush within this basin. An ambush? Upon hearing this, Xiaoya's expression suddenly changed. Because the jungle environment was extremely complex, Chu Jiang and his team could not communicate or coordinate. Under such circumstances, they could only resort to the most primitive methods to determine each other's positions. Boss, do you mean there might be snipers ambushing us within this basin? Another warrior asked, his eyes flashing with vigilance. It is highly possible, though we cannot rule out the chance that the enemy has already completely surrounded us. Chu Jiang said, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. With the enemy's weapons already pointed at their heads, this was certainly no cause for celebration. In that case, let us not confront them head-on. We should take a detour. I wonder how long the other teammates can hold out, Xiaoya suggested. After pondering for 2 seconds, Chu Jiang said, very well. We will cut through the canyon beside this basin. He pointed toward the canyon ahead. This canyon is very narrow, accommodating only a single vehicle. We can fully utilize its terrain for cover and shake off these pursuers. Chu Jiang's judgment was quite accurate. Although this canyon was not wide, it was sufficient to create distance between them and the enemy. Once separated, they might still manage to escape with only narrow relief. All right, let's do it. Xiaoya, standing nearby, made the final decision. She then shouted, everyone rest in place, replenish ammunition, and enter the canyon in half an hour. Yes, sir. The interstellar warriors shouted in unison. Chu Jiang and the other 7 or 8 warriors sat down quietly, waiting for the time to pass. However, 5 minutes later, Xiaoya suddenly rose to her feet. She gazed into the canyon with an expression of utter shock. Boss, come look quickly, Xiaoya said. What is it? Have we found the enemy? Chu Jiang stood up. Walking over to Xiaoya's side, he saw a dark mass filling the canyon. Then a rocket soared into the air, heading straight for Chu Jiang and his companions. The blazing muzzle flash instantly engulfed Chu Jiang and his team from above, conveying an overwhelming sense of crisis. Chu Jiang waved his hand sharply. Take cover. Quick, take cover. The interstellar warriors dropped to the ground and took cover in a recessed alcove along the cliff face. Moments later, a thunderous explosion erupted, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. The destructive power of such a massive artillery barrage was terrifying, carving a deep trench straight across the ground. Chu Jiang and the others felt a scorching wave of heat wash over them. Their clothes were nearly singed. Good heavens, these bastards really spared no expense, Chu Jiang muttered. After this round of bombardment, Chu Jiang and his team were completely cornered. They didn't even have room to retreat, for this canyon was far too narrow. Those damn sons of bitches, ruthless to the core. Chu Jiang cursed and immediately pulled out his assault rifle, spraying bullets at the enemies ahead. In this situation, the only thing he could do was eliminate as many enemies as possible. Yet despite the dense barrage of fire, the enemies suffered no losses. They were even able to fire back at Chu Jiang and his team through the gaps in the rocks. Damn it, there aren't that many of them, Xiaoya growled. 3 corpses lay at her feet. They're just bait. The main attackers must be up ahead. Chu Jiang narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp. This is a basin. If the enemy has snipers, they must be lying in wait in a suitable position. All right, let's charge through now. Xiaoya cried out, gripping her plasma battle knife and preparing to charge. Chu Jiang immediately stopped her. No, you don't understand the terrain. If you charge blindly, you'll walk right into their trap. Then what do we do? Just sit here and wait to die? Xiaoya asked. How about I go scout out how many enemies there are? No way. Chu Jiang refused without hesitation. Have the interstellar warriors surround them from the sides. Do not approach the central area of the canyon. I believe once the enemy discovers this, they will send someone out to reinforce, so we'll just wait for them to come to us. Boss, don't forget that ambush we just encountered, an interstellar warrior said. The enemy snipers are deadly. If we just wait here, what if they take the opportunity to strike? I anticipated this, Chu Jiang said gravely. The enemy's main forces cannot be hiding here. They must be waiting for us at a certain point further ahead in the canyon. Hearing this, a gleam of understanding appeared in everyone's eyes. Boss, now I understand your plan. An interstellar warrior said, let's set a booby trap in the middle of the canyon and lure them in. Good, let's do it. Chu Jiang clapped his hands. Everyone rest up. We'll start setting the traps in 10 minutes. After saying that, he took out his radio and gave new orders to the communicator. Chu Jiang and his team were highly trained elite soldiers. Within just a few minutes, the booby traps were set. Chu Jiang himself held an assault rifle, standing at the edge of the canyon, searching for a suitable sniper position to take out enemies as they appeared. Boss, the enemies are coming. A cold glint flashed in Xiaoya's eyes. There was only one path through this canyon, heading due south, the exact direction Chu Jiang had chosen. He could already see several figures emerging from the right side of the canyon. These Imperial rebels had disembarked from their starship, clearly intending to wipe out Chu Jiang and his team in this canyon. Regardless of what lay deeper in the canyon, eliminating the interstellar warriors first was the safest approach. After all, the equipment Chu Jiang and his team carried was far too formidable. If they managed to gather intelligence and counterattack, it would deal a devastating blow to this ambush. "Have perfect timing," Chu Jiang said with a shake of his head. "This journey has been exhausting. I hope these guys don't waste too much of our time." Niesya nodded. "I agree. If we can wipe out these bastards in one go, we can head back tonight." At that moment, the enemies drew closer. They had entered the sniper's range. Chu Jiang had carefully selected this position. From this vantage point, it wouldn't take many shots to kill the enemies, but their speed was slow. They couldn't escape. "Boss, the enemies seem to be moving slowly," Niesya reported. This group looked like ragtag stragglers lacking any heavy weapons. "They're probably stalling for time, waiting for reinforcements." "I've seen that trick 100 times, Chu Jiang said mockingly. The interstellar warriors were all on high alert. They had adjusted their positions, their scopes locked onto the chests of individual enemies. "Fire!" Chu Jiang barked the order. Dense gunfire erupted instantly, accompanied by blooming flowers of blood. All 1,000 interstellar warriors pulled their triggers, unleashing a hail of bullets. This was a massacre, an unavoidable slaughter. In just 2 seconds, the Imperial rebel formation had been reduced to scattered limbs and corpses. Blood stained the earth red, and a pungent, acrid stench hung in the air halfway up the mountain. The interstellar warriors cleaned up the corpses, loaded the ammunition crates onto their trucks, replaced their magazines, and continued on their way. These interstellar warriors fought with a style that was brutal and straightforward. They had no need to waste time on the enemy corpses, nor did they bother checking whether the rebel soldiers still had weapons. They only needed 2 things: weapons and food. Chu Jiang stood at a high vantage point, observing with a slight frown. Don't these guys realize that staying in the canyon only provides ample cover for the enemy? However, no one was there to answer his question. At that moment, a cluster of lights suddenly appeared in the distance. "They're pursuing us," Niesya said, her expression grave. "It seems their commander is quite clever. Knowing that the enemy might retaliate once he leaves his command post, he sent these grunts to cover his retreat." Chu Jiang snorted. He then turned to the communicator and issued a series of instructions, while Niesya stood by taking careful notes. These interstellar warriors were accustomed to their boss making a new decision every few minutes. Although some of his ideas were occasionally bizarre, they were always highly effective. Within a minute, all the enemies in the canyon had been completely eliminated. Although these rebels possessed thermal weapons, they were no match for the interstellar warriors. Their only purpose was to die. After the battle here ended, Chu Jiang ordered his men to sweep the canyon clean until all traces were erased before allowing everyone to continue their journey. "We are about 5 kilometers from that canyon." Niesya glanced at the map and then said to Chu Jiang, "Boss, we need to speed up, otherwise when those Imperial forces arrive it will be troublesome." Chu Jiang waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. We are only responsible for eliminating the rebel commanders. As for these minor soldiers, leave them to the starship warriors. Besides, they still need to stay here to draw fire, so they won't arrive too quickly." At this moment, Niesya's expression suddenly turned solemn. "I sense danger." She immediately turned and dropped to the ground, gripping her sniper rifle and aiming toward the depths of the canyon. "What's happening?" Chu Jiang's expression instantly tightened. Because in the direction Niesya was pointing there was clearly darkness. This meant danger was approaching. On the other side of the canyon, a continuous rumbling sound also echoed. The explosions were relentless. "No, it's not enemy artillery fire, but starfall missiles," Niesya shouted. "Starfall missiles? How do the Imperial rebels have starfall missiles? What exactly happened to them?" Chu Jiang's brows furrowed deeply. "Boss, what should we do?" "Retreat." Chu Jiang decided immediately. Starfall missiles are far more terrifying than ordinary shells. After speaking, he immediately issued the order to fall back. These interstellar warriors had all rolled through the line between life and death. They were extremely sensitive to their own danger levels. Almost the moment Chu Jiang gave the order, they dropped to the ground in unison. A continuous string of explosions rang out in the canyon, deafening and even painful to the eardrums. This wave of attacks consisted of nearly 100 missiles exploding on the other side of the canyon. The lone interstellar warship had already been reduced to ashes and smoke. "Damn rebels, what exactly did you do?" Chu Jiang cursed angrily. Starfall missiles. Even they, as interstellar warriors who had been baptized by war, had rarely seen weapons with such destructive power. Chu Jiang's earlier judgment was correct. The rebels had indeed used the complex terrain of the canyon to block their advance and inflicted casualties on the interstellar warriors with artillery fire. This was a classic case of the weak defeating the strong. However, these interstellar warriors had no idea how many traps the rebel commanders had concealed under the cover of this terrain. Just as these interstellar warriors had dodged the missile attack, a pillar of fire broke through the clouds and shot toward them. Due to the close distance, it was impossible for them to completely evade. They could only minimize the damage. Get back on the Yaowang, Chu Jiang shouted, and then flipped into the warship's cockpit. The Yaowang shuddered violently, and then shot upward with great force. At a time like this, only relying on this massive vessel was there any chance of escape. Chu Jiang and Nyesya both entered the cockpit. We are now under the protection of the Yaowang's defense shield. We should be safe for now. Let's rest for a moment, Chu Jiang said. After all, we are 20 kilometers away from that canyon. Even if these Imperial rebels pursue us, they will at most see a pile of ruins. Chu Jiang was right. If they were on open ground, the agility of interstellar warriors would make it very easy to shake off their pursuers. However, if the enemy chose to set up an ambush within the canyon, these interstellar warriors would have no chance of escape. At the same time, Nyesya suddenly changed expression and quickly reported to Chu Jiang. Yin Xingqing just sent word. The Jinyu Star Chamber of Commerce has been attacked by the Imperial rebels and can no longer hold out. The rebels will seize the S1 type stimulant very soon. Hearing this, Chu Jiang was filled with fury. Damn bastards. I'm not on Jinyu Star yet they dare to be so arrogant. Do they think because I'm away Jinyu Star is a lamb to be slaughtered? Nyesya shook her head. Yin Xingqing has already contacted the Jinyu Star Interstellar Defense Force requesting their assistance in holding the line. The S1 type stimulant is the rebels' primary target. It must not fall into their hands. Saying this, Chu Jiang picked up the communicator and ordered in a deep voice, all interstellar warriors listen up. Your mission is complete. Return immediately. Do not linger in battle. All personnel return to Jinyu Star now. The Yaowang had already activated its propulsion system and was slowly ascending. Boss, we haven't found our base yet, an interstellar warrior said, and this time we captured a significant amount of equipment. It would be a terrible waste if we don't bring it back. There is no need to keep searching. Chu Jiang narrowed his eyes and said, behind the rebels must be hiding a powerful secret weapons unit. Their target is clearly the S1 type stimulant. We cannot let them successfully seize it. As he spoke, his tone was filled with icy coldness. Moreover, this concerns the strategic adjustments of the Empire's future. Not a single mistake can be made. Hearing this, the interstellar warriors all shivered. An indescribable chill rushed up their spines. Their boss was finally revealing his true fangs. Chu Jiang's stance this time was resolute and filled with an intense killing intent. These interstellar warriors knew that if they did not perfectly resolve the enemy this time, they would forever lose the initiative in this campaign. Execute immediately, Chu Jiang roared. The Yaowang began to accelerate, slowly rising higher and flying toward the distance. Boss, those rebels seem unwilling to give up. They are still trying to obstruct our advance. Nyesya said. I see it, Chu Jiang said coldly. He gazed at the dust in the distant mountains and forest, his eyes gradually turning cold. An extremely dangerous aura emanated from within. Fire the laser cannons. Completely eliminate those annoying flies, Chu Jiang ordered. Since the enemy was unwilling to let go, this battle could no longer be dragged out. At the southernmost tip of this world, there were 3 planets, all belonging to the Empire. And Jinyu Star was the foremost of these 3 planets. The Yaowang's exhaust plume sprayed for a full 2 minutes before it stopped. At this moment, in the vast smoke and dust, not a single trace of the oasis could be seen. That canyon, approximately 20 kilometers long, had been forcibly torn apart. The trees on both sides of the canyon were reduced to shattered fragments and scattered to the wind, a sight that was deeply shocking. The Yaowang lowered its altitude and began to prepare for a detour. However, at this moment, from the distant horizon, a mushroom cloud suddenly rose. Another planetary self-destruct. Chu Jiang's expression instantly darkened. Around that planet, 7 or 8 fighter jet wrecks were floating, proving that several battle tanks had been destroyed in the self-destruct. That warship too was likely doomed. Chu Jiang took a deep breath, countless complex thoughts flashing through his eyes, yet he remained silent, merely saying in a calm tone, full speed away. Upon hearing this, Nyesya immediately relayed the order. The acceleration program of the Yaowang intensified sharply, and the ship swiftly departed. However, before they had traveled far, a much larger mushroom cloud suddenly erupted in the distance. Immediately after, the Yaowang seemed to sense that the surrounding environment had become suddenly oppressive. Then a deafening roar resounded, shaking the very air. What's happening? Are there enemies trying to intercept us? Nyesya growled through gritted teeth. Chu Jiang narrowed his eyes, gazing ahead, and said, this isn't a natural explosion, or it must be caused by some kind of weapon. 2,000 meters away from the Yaowang, a massive black hole materialized out of nowhere, resembling the ferocious maw of a beast. The profound darkness seemed ready to swallow everything, permeated by an endless aura of gloom and death. Nyesya felt a shiver run down her spine. What kind of power is this? To cause such terrifying effects is simply unbelievable. If my guess is correct, this is a radium explosive shell designed to attack defensive fortifications. Radium metal itself possesses tremendous destructive power. Such an explosion is enough to tear through defense layers and destroy enemy facilities. Chu Jiang said, his tone heavy with gravity. Our position has been compromised. At this, even Xiaoya became serious. Although radium metal was precious, its raw material price was quite low, so both the imperial royal family and various major factions acquired it. However, the manufacturing process for radium explosive shells was extremely intricate and complex. The annual output was very scarce, requiring highly specialized technicians to produce. Even the Empire's research institutes could not mass-produce them, otherwise they would have long monopolized the market. The destructive power of radium is extremely potent. The power of this radium explosive shell is at least at the nuclear weapon level, possibly even higher. Xiaoya said, her brows furrowed. Radium is strictly prohibited from private trade within the imperial military. Moreover, ordinary humans are not permitted to use it. There is something suspicious about this. Indeed. Chu Jiang frowned slightly and said, furthermore, if the radium was deliberately thrown by someone, it indicates that there is an extremely powerful faction or a massive organization near the radium vein. I will take charge of this war, Chu Jiang declared. This faction or organization has exceeded my sphere of control, so I must intervene personally. Xiaoya nodded gently upon hearing this. Very well. Are we heading to Golden Moon Star then? Yes. The Imperial rebels have already launched an attack on the Merchant Guild. The defensive forces on Golden Moon Star are now sparse. Taking advantage of this opportunity to assault Golden Moon Star gives us a high probability of victory, Chu Jiang said. I intend to fight this battle beautifully. His voice was calm, but brimmed with boundless confidence. The Yaoguang began to gradually turn, setting course for Golden Moon Star. However, Chu Jiang's eyes narrowed slightly. Something isn't quite right. The defensive troops on Golden Moon Star seem to have been pinned down by the rebels. No wonder the Imperial rebels attacked the Merchant Guild. Xiaoya glanced at the distant sky, a look of worry appearing on her delicate face. We must attack quickly, otherwise if the rebels capture Golden Moon Star's defensive lines, they will trap us firmly in this narrow region, leaving us unable to move. Chu Jiang nodded, pondering as he spoke. Let's not approach yet. Wait for the right moment to strike. After all, the rebels' total troop strength is certainly not weak. This statement was quite accurate. The rebels had 2 million soldiers. If assembled, their combat effectiveness would be quite formidable. However, just as the Yaoguang was only 150 kilometers away from Golden Moon Star, a blinding electromagnetic trajectory suddenly swept toward them from the front. Chu Jiang slammed on the throttle, and the fighter suddenly climbed steeply. The electromagnetic trajectory grazed the outer shell of the Yaoguang, leaving a striking burn mark on the warship's flank. Chu Jiang pressed the throttle to the floor. The fighter's speed soared, and in the blink of an eye it shot out 500 or 600 meters, breaking free from the trajectory. That round red sun had already disappeared, replaced by an endless night curtain. Yet the electromagnetic trajectory continued to pursue Chu Jiang. Obviously, that was the enemy's radium weapon emitter. The enemy's radium weapons are more numerous than I imagined. Chu Jiang's voice remained steady. He said, stay on high alert. We cannot sustain this rate of attack, otherwise we won't be able to hold out. Understood, boss. After Xiaoya finished speaking, she maneuvered the fighter to shift 5 meters to either side. Meanwhile, radium explosive shells were also flying in from both sides of the fighter. However, all these attacks were easily evaded by the Yaoguang. Not only that, Xiaoya also piloted the Yaoguang to accelerate in reverse, closing the distance to the radium weapons. The distance between the two sides was only about 100 kilometers. Prepare to assault. Annihilate the rebels. Chu Jiang shouted coldly, and the Yaoguang accelerated fiercely. This time he had decided to take the initiative. Xiaoya's beautiful eyes also glinted with cold light. Boss, rest assured. This time I will definitely not let you down. Then Xiaoya clenched her double fists tightly. A blazing white light erupted from the blade of her radium alloy combat sword. She knew that Chu Jiang was helping her train, so she had to give her all in this battle, showing no slackness. As expected of radium weapons, the radium explosive shells were astonishingly powerful. The Yaoguang carrying Chu Jiang also suffered heavy damage. However, Chu Jiang ignored his injuries entirely and fought with even greater vigor. Finally, an armored transport ship came into view. This transport ship was not very large, only the size of a destroyer, looking somewhat like a civilian vessel. However, Chu Jiang knew this was definitely a transport ship temporarily assigned by the rebels. Kill over there, Chu Jiang said coldly. At this moment, an immense aura of sharpness and killing intent surged within him. In Chu Jiang's view, although the rebels' transport ship was slightly smaller in scale, it was sufficient for their needs. The Yaoguang's main cannon had already locked onto that transport ship. Flames spouted from the muzzle, instantly blowing the transport ship into scrap metal. Those enemies who luckily escaped were cowering in the wreckage, shivering. They hadn't even noticed the situation here, otherwise they would have fled desperately. However, in Chu Jiang's tactical plan, not a single one of these rebels would escape. Their warship wreckage was completely ruined, leaving them with absolutely no hope of survival. This Yaoguang had essentially resolved the battle with a crushing, clean, and efficient victory. Chu Jiang stood by the porthole, gazing at the distant horizon, a sharp, cold gleam flashing in his eyes. The Golden Moon Star Defense Force. As soon as Luo Ming saw Chu Jiang return, he rushed over. Mr. Chu, you've come at the perfect time. The Merchant Guild is under attack by Imperial rebels and can barely hold on. Please hurry to provide aid. What? The Merchant Guild is in trouble. Upon hearing this, Chu Jiang's brow furrowed, instantly a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. What exactly is going on? Luo Ming briefly recounted the events that had just occurred, then added, these rebels are likely remnants of a rebellious army. However, in such a short time, they have already amassed over 20 warships and rapidly occupied Golden Moon Star. The defense force of Golden Moon Star is surprisingly weak. It's truly disgraceful. Chu Jiang shook his head. In that case, we must hurry to the Merchant Guild. We cannot let the Imperial rebels seize the Type S1 stimulant. Pausing for a moment, Chu Jiang added, additionally inform the guild's staff not to panic. Proceed according to the original plan. Remember, our primary mission is merely to delay the Imperial rebels' advance. As for combat, other starfighters will handle it. Understood. Luo Ming nodded immediately. Let's go. Chu Jiang led the Yaoguang, speeding toward the location of the Merchant Guild. Although the numerical strength of this remnant faction of Imperial rebels was considerable, it was far from enough to overturn the entire war. Moreover, the Empire's military budget had long been increased, and the demand for various resources had sharply decreased. The production of radium weapons had also declined significantly. The reason this remnant faction could assemble such a massive fleet was entirely due to relying on Golden Moon Star, this financial hub. In the past, the Empire had spent a vast fortune to conquer Golden Moon Star, even constructing a series of infrastructure projects there. Unfortunately, as technological capabilities grew stronger, this infrastructure could no longer keep pace. After the rebels on Golden Moon Star landed, all of this would fall into ruin. And these rebels would become the stumbling block in their path, an obstacle that had to be eliminated. Boss, there are 300 enemies at the entrance of the Merchant Guild, 9 armored vehicles, and 1 heavy weapon, a flamethrower. The specific model is unknown for now, Nie Xiaoya said while piloting the starfighter. Regardless of what weapons they have, if they dare block our path, destroy them all. Chu Jiang said indifferently. The Imperial rebels had already surrounded the Merchant Guild. Furthermore, on the commercial street, there were several tanks, firearms, and a few trucks looking fierce and menacing. Boss, we have already contacted the guild headquarters. Their commander indicated willingness to cooperate, but on the condition that you leave the radium explosives to the guild. They said this item is extremely precious, priceless. Nie Xiaoya said. Is it that precious? Chu Jiang sneered. These rebels really never change. Boss, what should we do now? Nie Xiaoya asked. She was not skilled in commanding battles and did not know whether she should charge indirectly. After all, the opposing side had over 300 people along with several armored vehicles and rocket launchers. Once engaged, the outcome was unpredictable and the Yaoguang might very well suffer losses. However, after Chu Jiang pondered for 2 seconds, he made a decision that caught Nie Xiaoya completely off guard. Yaoguang full speed ahead, enter the battlefield. Chu Jiang roared. His voice seemed to reveal a strong scent of blood. That intense aura of slaughter almost became tangible, causing the temperature of the entire ocean to drop significantly. Boss, this is too risky. Nie Xiaoya immediately objected. Risky? Chu Jiang let out a mocking cold snort. We are currently the guests and the enemy is the host. If the enemy wants to destroy the Merchant Guild, then we must protect them. In this situation, is there anything more dangerous than charging into battle? After finishing speaking, Chu Jiang's gaze narrowed slightly. Furthermore, by doing this, we are also eliminating a plague for our compatriots on Golden Moon Star, aren't we? Nie Xiaoya took a deep breath and said, I understand. This time she could not disobey Chu Jiang's order. Chu Jiang's order was for the Yaoguang to charge forward. Deafening sounds suddenly erupted from the rear of the Yaoguang. In the same second those sounds arrived, they saw a dazzling bright red firelight. It was a laser beam. A dragon of fire pierced straight through a tank. Immediately after, 2 more beams followed. Those rebels never expected that on this critical night, the Merchant Guild building would launch a thunderous counterattack against them. This was an assault by superweapons. In a single encounter, at least 5 rebels cried out in pain as they were sent flying backward. Their bodies were charred black, covered with terrifying crisscrossing scars. These rebels scrambled to dodge, unable to even control their weapons. At the same time, the interstellar warriors aboard the Yaoguang leaped out of the cabin, using automatic rifles to sweep and shoot at the surrounding enemies. Chu Jiang's 1,000 interstellar warriors, whether in marksmanship, hand-to-hand combat, close-quarters fighting, or individual combat capability, were all at the top tier. Now that they were concentrating their firepower for a surprise attack, the rebels could hardly resist for long. Within 1 minute, the rebels had already lost half their numbers. However, these rebels were ultimately well-trained. After a brief period of chaos, they quickly found their direction and charged fiercely toward the Merchant Guild building. Those interstellar warriors had been forced back by the rebels. These individuals were elites selected from various regions. Under the stimulation of radium weapons, they were fearless and filled with battle fervor, willing to sacrifice themselves to protect the safe evacuation of the Golden Moon Star Merchant Guild. They were a group of brave warriors with ideals and beliefs. Unfortunately, they had encountered an immovable object. Chu Jiang stood on the deck looking down at the scene below. His eyes were cold and calm, showing not the slightest ripple. He merely spoke 2 words: annihilate them all. Hearing this, Xiaoya immediately piloted the Yaoguang to join the battle. This was a one-sided massacre. Although the rebels were well-equipped, they could not stop the advance of the Star Cruiser. The gap between the two sides was simply too large, resembling a strong man facing an infant. The outcome of such a battle was already obvious. The Yaoguang crashed into the rebels, scattering them, and then charged straight to the entrance of the Merchant Guild building. Here, over 20 trucks had already gathered. Each truck was carrying a radium cannon, unleashing their power. Flames continuously spat out, knocking the rebels over and filling the air with wails of agony. However, these Star Cruisers were completely different. The moment they arrived at the entrance of the Commerce Guild building, they simultaneously pulled the chains of their thunder cannon turrets. Brilliant light erupted from the barrels, and a dense barrage of thunder cannon rounds rained down like a curtain, completely engulfing the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors of the Commerce Guild building. Massive fireballs soared into the sky, illuminating the night. Heart-wrenching screams echoed through the clouds. The explosive efficiency of thunder cannon ammunition was extremely high. Almost every shell that landed claimed a life. For the thunder cannon, this mode of attack was as simple as reaping wheat. The destructive power of thunder cannon ammunition was already formidable, but thunder cannon weapons inherently possessed explosive effects. When the shells detonated, the entire building seemed to shudder. This time the tremor was even more violent, with fragments of bricks bursting apart and spraying in all directions. When these bricks struck people, blood and flesh splattered everywhere, a truly gruesome sight. A single round of cannon fire eliminated a large number of the rebel troops. Let the interstellar warriors enter the Commerce Guild and clear out the rebels inside. Rescue the guild members, Chu Jiang ordered. Remember, take them alive. Xiaoya nodded, then adjusted her heading and flew back toward the distance. There was a sharp, decisive aura of slaughter in her words just now. Chu Jiang was right. This was the simplest, most brutal, yet directly effective solution. It could reduce casualties within the Commerce Guild building while helping the citizens of Golden Moon Star escape their predicament. Why not? From the very beginning, this war was destined to end in the defeat of the rebels. The power of thunder cannon ammunition was indeed formidable. However, the rebels were not mindless beasts. After seizing favorable terrain, they did not foolishly stand and fight. Instead, they chose guerrilla tactics, delaying the Commerce Guild's operational pace and waiting for reinforcements. Although the Commerce Guild building's defenses were formidable, the rebels were numerous. Under these circumstances, the longer they held out, the greater the losses for the Commerce Guild building. Chu Jiang commanded from the central hub, observing the battlefield through satellites, his brows slightly furrowed. The rebels' core objective was the S1 new pharmaceutical agent of the Commerce Guild. However, so far aside from their main forces, no signs of members attempting to steal the pharmaceutical agent had been detected. Chu Jiang narrowed his eyes. Could it be that these rebels had already stolen that vial of S1 new pharmaceutical agent? If that were truly the case, then everything the Commerce Guild was experiencing was not accidental, but a premeditated, targeted plan. This situation was extremely detrimental to the Interstellar Alliance. I'll leave this to you. I will personally track down the rebels, Chu Jiang said in a deep voice. He had no guarantee of annihilating the rebels in one stroke. After all, the enemy's numbers were substantial. If he pursued recklessly, it would be easy for the rebels to exploit the gap. However, just as Chu Jiang was about to leap from the co-pilot seat of the Yaoguang, several fireballs suddenly appeared in the sky above. Continuous, intense explosions rang out. Because the Star Cruiser moved at extreme speed, even the shells that grazed the Yaoguang's hull made them feel a strong sense of danger. Chu Jiang and Xiaoya immediately jumped out of their mechas and sprinted to the side. The Yaoguang quickly changed direction to dodge the incoming shells. However, in this world, some things cannot be solved by evasion alone. For instance, at this moment, another 8 shells came flying in a triangular formation, blocking the Yaoguang's escape route. Chu Jiang and Xiaoya were still running when they felt a slight tremor beneath their feet, followed by a cloud of dust and smoke rising. Several deep craters had suddenly appeared on the ground where they had been standing. Chu Jiang growled, "Get down. Take cover. Don't look up." A series of continuous explosion sounds followed. Although the Yaowang had dodged most of the shells, a few still landed on the deck. Although the Yaowang's hull was sufficiently thick, these shells still inflicted severe damage. The surface of this interstellar battleship cracked, and many dents appeared. The hull shook several times. If things continued like this, the Yaowang would likely crash down in no time. "Boss, it's too dangerous here. Let's leave for now," Xiaoya said. Chu Jiang did not agree. His eyes were fixed on the front, his expression grave. At this moment, he seemed to hear a faint fragmented sound. It was the sound of bullets penetrating walls, and there were definitely no fewer than 20 rounds. These sounds echoed continuously in the vast square. Chu Jiang knew these were the sounds of sniper rifles. Damn rebels, how did they ambush snipers in advance? Xiaoya was furious. Did they deliberately lure you away from the Yaowang? No, Chu Jiang said. They were fully prepared. Even if I hadn't left the Yaowang, someone else would have come running. Therefore this battle can only be won, never lost. Speaking, Chu Jiang suddenly waved his right hand. The Yaowang rose abruptly into the air. At the same time, 2 rocket launchers emerged from its apex. 2 Gauss cannon shells left the cockpit and shot forward at tremendous speed. Loud explosions rang out in succession as the 2 shells hit several hidden enemies with pinpoint accuracy. Those 2 men were blown into mangled limbs, falling to the ground. Afterwards, the Yaowang lowered its altitude again and slowly exited the square area. To the north of the square, a Black Hawk assault vehicle was parked. This vehicle had previously belonged to the rebel leader. Chu Jiang and Xiaoya boarded the assault vehicle and sped northward along the highway. This was their only option. However, at that distance they encountered a third wave of attacks. 2 rebel snipers aimed at the Yaowang and pulled the triggers. Several more gunshots rang out. However, these bullets were all blocked. Although the protective armor plating was not as powerful as a metal shield, it was sufficient to counteract the impact of these high-explosive bullets. Chu Jiang stood on top of the Yaowang, gazing at the hills ahead. His fists were clenched tight, his expression filled with anger and gloom, yet he did not make any rash decisions. Because he knew that to reverse this situation, a superpowered landing ship was needed. Chu Jiang could not recklessly parachute down, as that would be far too dangerous. The Yaowang's defense system was on the verge of collapse. It did not even need support from the Sun Temple. Even an ordinary transport aircraft could easily shoot it down. However, at this critical moment, troop transport vehicles appeared on both port and starboard sides of the Yaowang. A line of soldiers leaped from the transports and charged forward. Seeing these soldiers, Chu Jiang breathed a sigh of relief, hope igniting in his eyes. "Brothers, follow me. Charge!" Chu Jiang shouted. He leaped from the Yaowang first, then sprinted forward. The interstellar warriors aboard the Yaowang also jumped out, joining the battle. Chu Jiang and the soldiers spread out, advancing toward the building under the cover of night. "These enemies are not weak," Chu Jiang said as he ran. Because thick clouds shrouded the sky, Chu Jiang could not clearly determine the exact number of enemies. However, judging by the gunfire and footsteps alone, these enemies were certainly no ordinary forces. As one of the most terrifying factions in the universe, the Imperial rebels had no cowards among them. But tonight our objective is singular: annihilate all rebels lurking around the Yaowang. The young colonel radiated fierce, killing intent from head to toe. This rebel commander is truly cunning. This time Chu Jiang had assessed the rebel commander as a person of exceptionally high intelligence. He cleverly employed a strategy of besieging a point while ambushing reinforcements, forcing his side into a passive defensive position. Only when his forces had suffered heavy losses would he dispatch his main army to finish them off. If it were an ordinary commander, he would certainly act this way. But this man deliberately chooses not to, despite knowing the extreme risks involved. There is only one explanation. Chu Jiang narrowed his eyes. He believes that unless we possess strength beyond conventional weapons, none of us will survive until dawn. Chu Jiang pondered as he led the interstellar soldiers, rapidly closing in on the building. Outside the building, more than 10 enemy corpses lay scattered. When they approached a fork near the building, they immediately encountered enemy interception. These foes took positions inside the building, using the high ground to fire down at Chu Jiang and his team. Under these circumstances, Chu Jiang and his men could only temporarily avoid direct confrontation. After all, even if they won through force, the cost would be extremely high. Boss Miss Yun and the others are still trapped inside the building. The Chamber of Commerce probably cannot withstand the rebel attack much longer. How should we enter? Xiaoya asked. She shared a close bond with Yun Qingcheng and could not bear to see her humiliated. "We must seize the building as quickly as possible. Dragging this out only disadvantages us further." Chu Jiang narrowed his eyes. "I estimate there are rebel spies within the Chamber of Commerce. Their target is not merely the chamber itself, but also to destroy the Gene U Star Chamber of Commerce in the chaos." A Upon hearing this, Nyesya couldn't help but gasp in shock. The Jinyu Star Chamber of Commerce was the largest commercial organization in the Empire's financial center. If these assets suffered severe damage, the entire planet's social order would plunge into complete chaos, an outcome the government could absolutely not bear. Regardless, we must take the building, Nyesya said. Chu Jiang smiled upon hearing this. I understand your meaning. I think the same. Indeed, the reason Chu Jiang dared to leap directly from the Yaoguang to assist Jinyu Star against the Imperial rebel attack was not without cause. Now we need a breakthrough point, Chu Jiang said. I believe the rebels have planted spies throughout the Chamber of Commerce. It will likely be difficult for us to rescue them unscathed. This was a fact. The Chamber of Commerce's interior was heavily guarded with the enemy hidden and Chu Jiang's team exposed. They could not find any weak point to exploit. Nyesya nodded in agreement. Very well. In that case, we can only disguise ourselves as Chamber of Commerce staff and infiltrate to find an opportunity to rescue Miss Yun. Chu Jiang pondered and nodded. This is our only option now. They had almost completely deciphered the enemy's tactics. If they continued to assault the rebels head-on, only two outcomes remained. Total annihilation or complete destruction of their entire force. Chu Jiang took a deep breath. Brothers, this mission is a fight for our very lives. Victory is the only acceptable outcome. Chu Jiang's subordinates raised their hands in unison. These were warriors tempered by the fires of battle. Even with only a single drop of blood left, they would fight until the very last second. Chu Jiang gazed ahead, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight arc. Rebels, you have delivered yourselves to us on a silver platter. The words he had spoken earlier echoed in his mind. I will show you what true fear means. Though those words sounded arrogant, they carried profound confidence, as if their speaker held no fear of the rebel threat whatsoever. Chu Jiang led his troops and quickly took cover. Boss, the rebel patrol has moved away. This is our breakthrough point. The interstellar soldier shouted. Chu Jiang gave a slight nod, then suddenly leaped forward, vanishing into the night like a cheetah in full sprint. At the same time, inside the Chamber of Commerce, the rebels had already secured all windows throughout the building. Beside each window stood rebel soldiers wielding assault rifles. Bullets spewed from their muzzles, the sound of shattering glass ringing out as numerous Chamber of Commerce staff members were hit. Bang! Another bullet exploded the glass of a floor-to-ceiling mirror, sending shards spraying like water. This terrified the chamber's cleaning staff, who screamed and scattered in all directions. The rebel patrol had completely sealed off every corner of the building. Breaking through their defense was virtually impossible. Behind a certain floor-to-ceiling glass window, two rebels sat in chairs, sipping tea and chatting idly. Haha, my good brother, do you think we'll win this battle? One man said. Of course. Our patrol squadron consists of 3 interstellar warships. Moreover, it is said that the rebels have also deployed a God of War throne specifically intended to bomb Jinyu Star. Once it unleashes its power, the entire planet will be reduced to ruins. Ha, if it comes to that, the people of Jinyu Star will truly suffer. The two rebels mockingly taunted with unrestrained arrogance, as if they had already envisioned themselves standing atop Jinyu Star. However, at that very moment, a dull thud suddenly rang out. A spray of blood erupted from the chest of the unfortunate speaker, splattering onto the coffee cup on the table. That large pool of crimson liquid spread outward like ink spilled on paper. Oh, why did you kill me? The rebel clutched his gushing wound, painfully twisting his neck to look at his companion. Unfortunately, his companion's eyes were also bulging, a strange gurgling sound emerging from his throat. Immediately after, a bluish-purple discoloration spread across his cheek. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. His companion's head burst open, red and white matter splattering in all directions. After his companion fell, the rebel who had been speaking earlier could no longer contain himself and let out a startled cry. His companion behind him was merciless, delivering a brutal punch to his back that sent him crashing to the ground. The two were clearly well-coordinated partners, yet within a mere 2 minutes both rebels had been dealt with, leaving not even a single bone behind. Chu Jiang slowly stepped out from the shadows, his radium gold long blade in hand, a cold sneer on his lips. Already frightened? Don't panic. The best is yet to come. A bone-chilling coldness surged up along his spine. The interstellar warriors also emerged from their hiding places, launching a fierce assault upon the rebels. You damn bastards. Who are you? What do you want? Do you have any idea who we are? We are soldiers of the Galactic Empire. If you lay a hand on us, your entire clan will suffer annihilation. The rebel clearly hadn't expected Chu Jiang's group to possess such audacity. They had already retreated and dared not show their faces, yet after escaping the building these people dared to pursue them again. Absolutely mad with recklessness. Annihilation. I have no interest in discussing such matters with you. Just shut your mouth and prepare to die. A rebel drew his pistol and pulled the trigger without hesitation. However, before his index finger could touch the trigger, a small stone struck his right wrist, holding the gun with pinpoint accuracy. A sharp cracking sound rang out. The rebel's Thenar eminence was completely shattered, and his assault rifle fell to the ground. The sudden turn of events left him stunned. The rebel let out an agonized roar. Damn it, all of you die. His left arm swung a dagger, stabbing viciously toward Chu Jiang. With such mediocre skills you dare fight me. Chu Jiang sneered, grabbing the man's arm with one hand and yanking it outward with brutal force. A sickening sound of bones breaking filled the air. Chu Jiang forcibly snapped the rebel's arm. Then he raised his knee and drove it hard into the man's abdomen. The rebel immediately convulsed in agony before collapsing into unconsciousness. Chu Jiang brushed off his hands and said indifferently, "Trash like you dares to invade Gene Star. What an embarrassment." With that he glanced around, his gaze sweeping across the area, and said coldly, "Were you the ones who attacked tonight?" Chu Jiang's tone was extremely low, sending a deep chill rising from the bottom of one's heart. Standing still he alone, yet he made one's entire body shudder with cold. "We are merely following orders. Please mind your own business, or we will certainly kill you." A rebel stood by the windowsill staring at Chu Jiang and issuing a harsh warning. "How do you think I would believe that?" Chu Jiang shook his head with a cold laugh, his figure suddenly exploding forward. After images flashed everywhere, and the rebels could not catch sight of Chu Jiang at all. The next moment they felt a surge of excruciating pain. For Chu Jiang's figure had already appeared before them, dual blades flashing, severing their throats in an instant. A total of 18 corpses lay scattered across the ground, a horrifying sight. "Boss, we found Miss Yun and the others. They're trapped in the basement by the Imperial rebels." Nie Xiaoye rushed into the room, panting heavily. She had run the entire way, sweat pouring down her face, but her eyes shone brightly. Not with exhaustion or haggardness, but with excitement and exhilaration. "Let's go, take me to them." Chu Jiang sheathed his radium gold long blade and led the way out of the office building. At this moment Chu Jiang's figure moved like a phantom, utterly silent. Even lurking in darkness for long periods, he would not draw the slightest attention from his enemies. Not long after he left, several armored vehicles also arrived nearby. Dozens of people jumped down from the vehicles, all armed. "Go check the building's electrical panel immediately. Confirm there are no issues. I have a feeling this place is unusually quiet." The leader spoke in a grave tone. However, before his words had fully settled, a dense barrage of gunfire rang out from the nearby block. This was the sound of sniper bullets tearing through the air. In that block it seemed a large group was engaged in fierce combat. The rebels' ears twitched slightly. Their keen senses allowed them to discern the sound of machine guns spitting fire. "Something's wrong here." A rebel cursed angrily. "Quick, go out and reinforce." Thus the rebels leaped down from the second-floor stairwell and sprinted toward the block in full force. And over there a large group of heavily armed galaxy warriors was unleashing fierce, suppressive fire. Though the rebels outnumbered them, they carried no heavy firepower, only a few mortars at most. Facing the formidable galaxy warriors, they gained no advantage at all. Some were killed on the spot the moment they exposed themselves. In this situation, their only advantage was sheer numbers. With sufficient numbers, even if the enemy possessed overwhelming firepower, they could not sustain it indefinitely and were forced to take cover, lingering on desperately. Post a sentry every 500 meters along this alley. Absolutely no one is allowed to escape. The rebel commander shouted, a tall and burly man with corded muscles throughout his body radiating explosive power. By his side stood 10 fully armed mercenaries. Behind them were 16 fully enclosed armored transport trucks, their cargo holds loaded with various firearms and weapons, including a heavy Gatling gun, a true instrument of firepower suppression. A single pull of the trigger could unleash devastating, world-shattering effects. Meanwhile, Chu Jiang was leading the interstellar warriors toward the basement. Thanks to his extraordinary speed, they reached their destination in merely 5 minutes. They pushed open the iron door and saw the scene within, their pupils contracting sharply. How could it be like this? It was a landscape of ruins with collapsed buildings everywhere. Mountains of corpses were piled high, the floors stained crimson with blood, and a thick, cloying stench of gore filled the entire room. An interstellar warrior crouched down, examined the injuries on the corpses, and reported with a grave expression, "Boss, they were killed by handguns or daggers. The wounds were not caused by sniper bullets. These corpses are strange. They all exhibit an eerie distortion, as if their necks were pierced by some pointed implement, causing them to bleed to death. It must be the Empire rebels' spider robots. Aside from them, who else could accomplish this?" Chu Jiang frowned and asked. "No, we have not discovered any other survivors," the interstellar warrior replied. Chu Jiang nodded. Although these interstellar warriors were participating in combat for the first time, their fighting prowess was no inferior to ordinary elite special forces. More critically, they possessed superhuman reconnaissance and perception abilities, allowing them to anticipate dangers in advance and evacuate the battlefield early. Under such circumstances, the enemy had managed to minimize personnel losses to an almost unbelievable degree. Continue. Chu Jiang pondered for a long moment before speaking. If my guess is correct, there is more than one group of enemies. We must root them out and resolve this battle as soon as possible. Understood. The interstellar warrior acknowledged the order, turned, and slipped into a crevice in the wall, quickly vanishing into the darkness. The remaining interstellar warriors continued searching the building, but found nothing. Let's check the basement. Hopefully we can find some clues, Chu Jiang said, leading the way down a flight of stairs. In the basement, illuminated by lights, Chu Jiang immediately saw 3 bodies lying on the ground. All of them had been shot in the chest, clearly dead for several days. Chu Jiang examined them and discovered that their necks had been slit. Their deaths were gruesome. It seems these are the private armed forces of the Golden Moon Star Chamber of Commerce. They have all been slaughtered by the Imperial rebels, Chu Jiang sighed. These armed personnel, like him, were members of the Chamber of Commerce, assisting the organization with various tasks on a daily basis. Yet now they had become victims of the rebels' massacre, a truly lamentable fate. The area was in utter disarray, littered with corpses everywhere. Some bodies had already begun to decompose, emitting a foul stench. Chu Jiang found a bank card in the corner. The account number on it was blank, suggesting this card likely belonged to the account of the Chamber of Commerce's person in charge. Chu Jiang concealed the bank card close to his body, intending to study it later upon their return. There is nothing else here. It seems everything has been looted. Let's go to the basement, Chu Jiang said, striding toward the stairs. Suddenly, a muffled explosion echoed. The moment Chu Jiang's footsteps appeared, a shell slammed violently into the exact spot where he had just been standing. Fortunately, Chu Jiang had dodged in time, otherwise he would have been injured. The destructive power of this type of shell was immense. If it had struck a person, their bones and internal organs would have been shattered instantly. Chu Jiang's expression darkened. Looking up, he saw 2 rebels nearby carrying a massive spider-shaped robot. The spider-shaped mech stood over a meter tall, its surface covered in metal mesh, with a Gatling gun mounted on its back. This thing possessed tremendous firepower. If caught in its crossfire, even reinforced concrete buildings would be torn apart. No amount of steel plating could withstand it. Chu Jiang's mind raced. Is this a spider-type robot, he asked. This type of robot was extremely rare. As far as he knew, there were hardly any within the entire empire. Correct, this is one of the empire's latest technological achievements, called the Spider Mecha. One rebel pointed at the robot and said, this mecha has strong defensive capabilities and shocking offensive power. Unfortunately, its movements are slow, making it suitable only for long-range attacks. It is not particularly formidable in close combat. If nothing unexpected occurs, this spider mecha should already have been destroyed. There was a mocking tone in the rebel's voice. These mechas were indeed what they had captured. No, it hasn't been destroyed. You are the ones who destroyed this spider mecha, Chu Jiang said. His voice was calm, as if discussing something far from shocking. What? Boss, are you saying this robot is still alive? An interstellar warrior asked in astonishment. Not alive, but not completely dead either. Chu Jiang glanced at him coldly and said, these robots possess self-repair functions. As long as they are not completely destroyed on the spot, they can recover their combat effectiveness. Hearing Chu Jiang's words, the interstellar warrior felt a chill run down his spine, a creeping sense of dread. If Chu Jiang's statement was true, wouldn't the robots here be unkillable monsters? Regardless of whether these robots are still active, we must eliminate them, Chu Jiang said coldly. He then suddenly raised his right arm, and a laser gun grenade whistled through the air. Immediately after, a deafening explosion rang out. Smoke billowed into the air and flames sprayed in all directions. The robot swayed and fell amidst the violent explosion. But the very next second, the spider robot crawled back up from the ground, completely unscathed, with not even a scratch to be found. This level of existence is indeed troublesome. Chu Jiang narrowed his eyes and said, Boss, what should we do now? Should we continue the attack? An interstellar warrior asked. Chu Jiang shook his head. No need to attack. We do not have enough weapons at the moment. Saying this, he walked toward the basement entrance, ascending the stairs. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, accompanied by intense flashes of fire. It turned out that after they exited the elevator, a spider robot charged out from the side, and a shell hit the elevator door, precisely producing a dull thud. Boss, this guy's accuracy is too precise. Oh, we need to be careful. The interstellar warrior said, drawing the laser longsword hanging at his waist, and moved deeper into the basement alongside Chu Jiang. The deeper they went underground, the worse the air quality became, causing discomfort in their lungs, as if even their oxygen tanks were about to fail. Finally, a massive laboratory came into their view. Residual limbs and severed bodies remained scattered around the laboratory, and the air was thick with the pungent scent of blood. Chu Jiang looked around and muttered, Are these robots the guardians of this place? The interstellar warrior responsible for guarding nodded. Looking at the corpses lying haphazardly on the ground, he said, Yes, these are the robots. Their offensive power is extremely formidable. I have personally witnessed one robot withstanding a missile attack purely with its bare fists. Withstand a missile, eh? Chu Jiang nodded slightly upon hearing this. It was indeed not easy, even he could not achieve such a feat. From this one could infer the defensive capabilities of these robots. Let's go and look for any usable materials first, Chu Jiang said, continuing forward. His target was clear, the laboratory's main control room. Although it stored much important data, making it the core of the entire base, Chu Jiang did not consider this data particularly significant. After all, these things would eventually become his for the taking. However, just as Chu Jiang was about 500 meters away from the main control room, a rebel suddenly ran over to report, "Boss, targets detected ahead. 3 mechas are approaching us." Hearing this, Chu Jiang immediately stopped and carefully observed the distance. 3 vehicles were speeding toward them from the corner of the basement corridor. 3 mechas. Chu Jiang raised an eyebrow, his expression shifting instantly. If they were ordinary mechas, he would not have paid them any mind. Their offensive capabilities were modest, barely comparable to peak second-rank combat robots. However, 3 mechas appearing here was highly abnormal and undoubtedly significant. "Go scout ahead. Remember to bring a hand grenade or explosives." Chu Jiang issued the order, adding a reminder. Understood. The interstellar warrior acknowledged the command and immediately moved forward. After a short wait, he returned with a grave expression. "Boss, there really are 3 mechas ahead. They are all the latest models. One of them is equipped with a dual-barreled laser cannon and a laser turret. It is extremely powerful, with a destructive force reaching the 5-ton class." 5 tons. Chu Jiang's pupils instantly contracted to the size of pinpoints. A standard mecha typically wielded power around 10 tons, but a dual-barreled configuration doubled that output, making its destructive capability truly terrifying. Could the Empire's rebel forces really possess mechas with such devastating power? It seems these rebels' technological level is far stronger than I imagined. Chu Jiang muttered to himself, then turned to address his companions. "You two protect yourselves. No matter what happens, you must survive and return alive." "Yes, boss." The two responded in unison. Chu Jiang turned and walked forward. Soon he reached the end of the corridor. Through a crack in the wall, Chu Jiang clearly observed the scene ahead. 3 mechas of varying designs stood in a triangular formation, each guarding a different branch of the corridor. The mecha on the left was entirely encased in metallic armor, wielding a laser broadsword. Additionally, it was equipped with 2 dual-barreled laser cannons, making it look incredibly fearsome. In the center stood a massive spider-like mecha towering 2 stories high. Its body was covered in sharp barbs, giving it a grotesque and ferocious appearance. The mecha on the right was even more exaggerated, its surface armored in steel plating with 2 cannon-like protrusions mounted on its chest. As for the last mecha, it was the smallest of the 3. It possessed a spider-like head, but lacked a spider-like body, featuring only a pair of dark hollow eye sockets, as if its optical sensors had been gouged out. Xiaoya had already established contact with Yun Qingqing deeper within the basement, learning about the deployment of the Empire's rebel forces around the exterior perimeter. "Boss, we are not far from where Miss Yun is trapped. The rebel core forces are ahead. According to Miss Yun's report, an S-rank large mecha has appeared." Xiaoya spoke. "S-rank?" Chu Jiang frowned. As expected of the Empire's rebel forces, they truly have profound reserves. They actually possess so many powerful mechas. Chu Jiang thought to himself. However, there was no turning back now. He could only hope that Xiaoya would arrive in time to rescue Yun Qingqing. With this thought in mind, Chu Jiang no longer hesitated and stepped directly into the corridor. All robots blocking the path were eliminated during the initial scan. Since this was a mecha laboratory, Chu Jiang encountered no counterattacks. After easily passing through several corridors, he arrived at the deepest section of the basement. Approximately 6 rooms were arranged here. Their interior furnishings were no different from those outside, with one exception: all the doors were closed, indicating that someone was working inside. It seems the enemy has discovered us and is implementing a final lockdown. This is a natural barrier. We must breach it within the next 3 minutes. Chu Jiang led the interstellar warriors forward cautiously. During this process, the lights in the basement corridor gradually illuminated, bathing the area in bright daylight-like clarity. Soon they arrived before the last closed door. The door was extraordinarily thick and constructed from special materials, making it difficult to breach without significant effort. "Initiate scanning. Locate the entrance switch." Chu Jiang commanded, then raised his laser rifle and aimed at the door lock. As a faint alarm echoed through the basement, a disc approximately 1 centimeter in radius materialized. Its pointer indicated a specific area with red warning lights flashing against a green background. "The entrance is right next to this disc," Xiaoya said. She operated the robot and pressed the red warning area. The heavy alloy door slowly opened. Chu Jiang entered first, but he paused immediately upon stepping inside. This was an exceptionally spacious basement covering an area of 2,000 square meters. The walls throughout were constructed from alloy incredibly sturdy, and even the windows were made of the latest titanium alloy. Boss, what's wrong? Why do I feel something strange about this basement? Nyesya touched her nose, puzzled. The air here is problematic. The oxygen content is extremely low. It is likely a lockdown measure deliberately set by the Empire's rebels. This oxygen level can sustain robots, but is insufficient for human survival. Chu Jiang explained. I see. Nyesya suddenly understood. This tactic was simple, much like surviving in the wilderness without food or water. Even the strongest person could not endure for long. Moreover, the oxygen concentration here was terrifyingly low. If a normal person entered, they would likely suffocate and fall unconscious within minutes. Be careful and stay alert. I suspect those 3 mechas are hiding in concealed positions. Once they detect our approach, they will attack. Chu Jiang said in a deep voice. Don't worry, boss. Robots only have weapons, not intelligence. Saying this, Nyesya maneuvered the robot into the basement. Her mechanical arms swept forward, and a beam of laser energy erupted from it, precisely shattering a corpse on the ground. The basement trembled slightly, as if something had been detonated. Damn it, Chu Jiang cursed. Boss, what should we do? Nyesya asked worriedly. Although this robot is powerful, its movement speed is too slow. It cannot possibly keep up with the mechas. Chu Jiang shook his head. Robot movement speed is limited, but their weapons are terrifying. We must eliminate them within 3 minutes. Otherwise, if we drag this out, their rocket shells and electromagnetic bombs will detonate simultaneously, and we will all die here. But there are 3 mechas here. It doesn't matter. We'll kill them all. We only need to launch a swift surprise attack. Chu Jiang said calmly. Nyesya nodded. Understood. I will execute your orders immediately. With that, she piloted her robot and charged toward one of the enemy units, her laser blade striking savagely at its neck. The laser blade slashed into the robot's throat, yet it failed to sever the neck entirely. The machine's head merely tilted slightly to the side. For such a massive robot, this injury was akin to a mosquito bite. Nyesya continued her ferocious assault with the laser blade, but it remained ineffective. Damn it! Can't our laser blades penetrate their armor? Nyesya roared. She attempted several more attacks, all of which failed, filling her with mounting anxiety. Boss, their defense is too high. We have no weapons capable of breaking through, Nyesya shouted. Chu Jiang narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp. Have the Star Warriors flank from both sides. You engage that robot to draw its attention, while the remaining 2 are left to us. Upon hearing this, Nyesya immediately understood Chu Jiang's intent. He was preparing to fight 2 robots alone. Chu Jiang walked step by step toward the center of the basement. With every footfall, his boots emitted a crisp cracking sound against the floor. The ground was littered with various instruments and strangely shaped metallic vessels, likely the tools used by those researchers for their experiments. Chu Jiang stopped and clenched his fists, smashing them forcefully onto the ground. The entire building shuddered. Moments later, the roof cracked open, and a robot flew out, swinging its weapon directly at Chu Jiang's face. Watch out, boss! Nyesya cried out. With a single punch, the laser sword on the robot's arm was knocked flying. At the same time, Nyesya's robot charged forward, its laser cannon spewing a stream of scorching beam. The laser struck the robot's body instantly, yet its outer shell remained unscathed, leaving only a faint scorch mark. These robots' armor is incredibly tough, Nyesya remarked. My laser couldn't even pierce through. It's not just that. Our laser weapons are extremely powerful, yet they have little effect on these machines. Chu Jiang spoke with a grave expression. They possess remarkable self-repair capabilities. Look, the mark on this robot has already vanished. Then what should we do? We can't just sit idle while they keep regenerating. Nyesya said anxiously. These things are too troublesome. Not only is their defense formidable, but their intelligence is also far beyond that of ordinary humans. We cannot match them in a straight fight. Don't worry, I have a solution, Chu Jiang said. I will keep it occupied. You go eliminate the other 2 robots. Remember, do not engage in prolonged combat. Nyesya nodded and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Chu Jiang retrieved a small missile launcher, placed it on the ground, and pressed the trigger. A massive explosion echoed through the area. The underground passage suffered severe damage, with many pipes collapsing and thick black smoke billowing out from the ruins. What is this? Nyesya exclaimed. Smoke from the nuclear reactor explosion. It will be enough to conceal our tracks. Chu Jiang finished speaking and leaped into the passage, sprinting forward along its length. He could already hear the sounds of combat approaching from nearby. Yun Qingcheng and the others were likely trapped there. The Imperial Rebels' forces prepared for the S1 stimulant were certainly not limited to these units. Chu Jiang suspected that far more terrifying enemies lay behind them. He wondered if those enemies had already arrived near the Chamber of Commerce building. As he ran, Chu Jiang glanced at his watch. 5 seconds remained until the agreed-upon 3-minute countdown ended. Chu Jiang stopped, took a deep breath, bent his knees slightly to gather force, and then launched himself forward, delivering a devastating punch to the ground. With a dull thud, Chu Jiang's knee smashed into the robot's head. The robot's skull cracked under the impact, and red fluid began to pour down. This guy's skull is indeed tough. Chu Jiang wiped the sweat from his forehead. But it's not without weaknesses. The chest area is the key. If we can shatter the main metal core there, we might inflict significant damage. Speaking of which, Chu Jiang picked up a brick and aimed it at the robot's chest. Boss, doesn't this thing have armor plating? Xiaoya asked. Chu Jiang's eyes flashed with dangerous light. I've seen this on the battlefield before. As long as you hit the chest, no matter how thick the robot's outer shell is, it cannot withstand this level of impact. I'll take out that robot, Xiaoya said, launching herself toward the machine. Due to the close distance, the robot had no room to dodge and could only swing its laser sword at Xiaoya. However, the moment the laser sword rose, Xiaoya suddenly soared into the air, causing the attack to miss entirely. The robot's reaction was extremely fast, and the trajectory of its sword swings had been fully predicted. Under normal circumstances, Xiaoya would not have been able to dodge. Nevertheless, the laser sword was still a laser sword. Even as Xiaoya performed an evasive maneuver midair, the tip of the blade grazed her arm, leaving a bleeding gash. Blood sprayed from the wound. At the same time, the wind generated by the laser sword's swing sliced into Xiaoya's arm, causing severe tissue damage. These robots' combat proficiency is far higher than we anticipated, and their reactions are incredibly swift. If we don't eliminate them now, once the mechanical spirit regains full mobility, we may truly be finished here. Chu Jiang said this as he leaped over Xiaoya, charging toward one of the robots. The creature's mechanical claw was gripping a member of the Chamber of Commerce who appeared to be from the Chamber's Research Institute. Why are you here? Where are the rest of your chamber members? Chu Jiang asked. They've been trapped deep in the basement by the Imperial rebels. Miss Yun is currently engaging the rebels in combat. The S1 stimulant has already been stolen. The man clutched his shoulder in pain. We tried everything to break through, but failed. I slipped out secretly to find the defense team for reinforcements. The S1 stimulant has been stolen, and the rebels got there first. Worry flashed across Xiaoya's expression. Boss, we must hurry to provide support. Chu Jiang nodded. Follow me. I need you to buy us time by drawing their attention. Ideally, keep all their focus on you so I can rescue the others easily. No problem. Xiaoya gritted her teeth and charged directly at the group of robots, engaging them in a desperate, reckless struggle, willing to endure blows. Although this tactic only delayed the enemy for a moment, it bought Chu Jiang more time to prepare. Let's go. Chu Jiang grabbed the researcher. Lead the way. The researcher shivered under Chu Jiang's icy gaze and hurriedly replied, this way. We'll go around to the left. The tunnel we dug is there. Chu Jiang nodded and sprinted toward the left. While Xiaoya held off the robots alone, Chu Jiang, guided by the researcher, quickly reached the tunnel entrance. When he peered inside, a wave of dizziness washed over him. The ground was completely stained crimson with blood, a gruesome sight. Over 100 members of the merchant guild lay fallen on the ground, their heads separated from their bodies, the stench of blood filling the air. The Imperial rebels slaughtered our people and dumped the corpses here. They also burned the place down. We can't even seek revenge, the researcher roared in grief and indignation. We are not here for revenge, Chu Jiang said after a long silence. We are here to rescue you. He then pulled out a circular device and tossed it toward the tunnel entrance. With a sharp explosion, the entire tunnel shook. Those were bombs Chu Jiang had planted beneath the ground earlier, now finally put to use. Amidst the explosions, Chu Jiang immediately dove into the tunnel, laying down a series of ambush positions along the way. Upon entering the underground, a wave of heat hit his face. We can't go further. Ahead is the Imperial rebel blockade. Miss Yun and the others are trapped inside, the researcher warned. However, Chu Jiang did not hesitate and took another step forward. Boss, are you crazy? This will make you lose your rationality. You need to think clearly. Yet Chu Jiang showed no hesitation, for he knew he had to rescue Yanqinga. Inside the tunnel, Chu Jiang moved swiftly, continuously throwing grenades. One hand grenade after another was tossed ahead. Behind him, the researcher watched his back with a face full of awe. Ambush! The Imperial rebels shouted alertly, raising their laser swords. But in that split second, a figure jumped down from the wall. Chu Jiang immediately activated his laser cannon, blasting the group of robots away in an instant. His laser cannon was immensely powerful, unstoppable even by these robots. One by one, the robots fell to the ground. But just as Chu Jiang planned to press deeper, a shrill whistle suddenly rang out. Chu Jiang immediately looked up and noticed lights flashing on the two massive warships. These were the Empire's latest model of armed warships. One was equipped with a laser cannon, while the other featured infrared night vision. These warships had extremely long attack ranges and strong targeting capabilities. Once a target was locked on, it was equivalent to a guided missile. With both warships in view, the threat from the laser cannon and infrared night vision would be immense. The laser cannon had a high rate of fire, but a fatal flaw: it had to attack during its brief charging phase, otherwise it would lose its offensive capability. The night vision was even more troublesome. Under enemy surveillance, every move he made would be exposed. No, we have to retreat. Chu Jiang made a prompt decision and turned to flee without hesitation. Damn it, pursue. A robot-piloted a tracked vehicle swiftly chasing after Chu Jiang's escape route. Chu Jiang's right arm muscles bulged, and with a single punch, he smashed the robot's forehead. Bang! This time the robot's head burst apart, scattering parts everywhere. After taking out one robot, Chu Jiang quickly sprinted another 700 or 800 meters. He heard a fierce explosion behind him, likely the laser cannon firing. Moreover, the shockwave from the explosion spread out, toppling several trees. This laser cannon is indeed powerful. Unfortunately, we must find Yunqingsheng as soon as possible, or those robots might ravage the entire city. The Imperial rebels had blocked all passages in the basement, so the robots could not escape. However, even so, the robots' attack power remained formidable. If they were allowed to slaughter recklessly, the residents of Golden Moon Star would suffer unbearable losses. Since the exact location of Yunqingsheng and the others was unknown, Chu Jiang had to search for them on his own. He kept running without a moment's rest. Finally, Chu Jiang spotted a dilapidated iron door. A rusty padlock hung on it, seeming untouched for a long time. This must be it, Chu Jiang said, taking out a dagger, stabbing it into the padlock and twisting it hard. The lock immediately broke. Pushing open the iron door, Chu Jiang stepped inside. However, the moment he entered, his expression changed slightly, and a heavy killing intent appeared in his eyes. Inside the room, 20 or 30 robots stood densely packed. They guarded each corner, surrounding a long table in the center upon which sat a huge glass bottle containing a large amount of liquid water. This liquid water was the remains of the scientists who had been held captive earlier. What were these robots planning? Chu Jiang's eyes narrowed sharply, a dangerous aura radiating from within. At that moment, the 20 or 30 robots also sensed Chu Jiang's presence. Intruder! Kill him, one robot commanded. The next second, all robots raised their laser swords and threw them fiercely. The laser swords arced through the air, shooting directly toward Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang tapped his toe, launching himself into the air to dodge. However, after being thrown, the laser swords curved again, changing direction to shoot straight back at Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang frowned and waved his laser blade, carving out a dazzling arc of slashes, sweeping away all the laser swords. Even so, several laser swords grazed Chu Jiang's body. Although they did not cause serious injury, they left several faint marks. These laser swords contained terrifying energy. Without caution, one could easily be hurt. At the same time, Chu Jiang felt a chill on his back, sensing a laser sword flying toward him from behind. His expression grew grave in an instant. He quickly sidestepped, destroyed the incoming laser projectile with his ray gun, and rapidly closed the distance to the robot. These robots possessed a high degree of intelligence. Upon realizing their attacks were ineffective against Chu Jiang, they immediately altered their tactics, abandoning their laser swords and instead aiming their mechanical arms at Chu Jiang, unleashing a frenzied barrage of fire. Each robot was armed with a powerful laser cannon on its arm, a weapon of devastating strength capable of tearing through a tank with ease. Facing the dense wall of laser fire, Chu Jiang moved at his absolute limit, his figure flickering through the room like a phantom. Every laser projectile struck the walls instead. A earth-shattering explosion rocked the building, causing the entire structure to shudder. A massive crater appeared on the wall and thick dust billowed into the air. Chu Jiang took cover in a corner and looked up, his eyes widening involuntarily. This level of destructive power far exceeded that of ordinary robots. It was simply horrifying. If not for the significant enhancement of his strength, he would surely have been worn down and killed alive by these robots. Even so, his clothes were torn in several places, faintly revealing his skin beneath. The attack power of these robots is far superior to ordinary C-class machines, Chu Jiang thought to himself. The gap between A-class and C-class robots was as vast as heaven and earth. The C-class robots' strongest asset was their laser cannons, whereas A-class robots possessed devastating electric attacks. When Yunqingsheng and the others had fought D-class robots, they had barely defeated them after exhausting every ounce of their strength. From this, one could imagine how formidable B-class robots must be. Chu Jiang took a deep breath, his gaze gradually turning cold. He stepped forward, deliberately wielding his laser blade, and cleaved through the head of one C-class robot in a single strike. This sight completely pierced the nerves of the remaining robots. Their roaring intensified, and then in unison, they charged at Chu Jiang. This time, every laser cannon locked onto Chu Jiang's head. Yet just as the energy of the ray cannons was about to erupt, an extraordinarily terrifying surge of spiritual pressure swept through the area. In an instant, the 20 or 30 robots froze rigid in place as though time itself had been suspended. Chu Jiang keenly sensed this anomaly and immediately broke into a sprint toward the stairwell. Shortly after he departed, the floor trembled violently, as if a massive truck had crushed through it, and the entire building shook with the force. Chu Jiang panted heavily and looked back. He clearly saw that the robots had regained their mobility. However, they did not give chase. Seeing this, Chu Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, that entity had helped him eliminate a troublesome threat. Otherwise, he truly would have met his end here today. However, the situation would not end so easily. Chu Jiang continued forward, but as he passed by a certain office, he suddenly sensed several strange gazes observing him. These robots radiated a chilling aura that filled Chu Jiang with an inexplicable sense of danger. "Who are you?" Chu Jiang asked warily. However, the 4 robots showed no intention of responding, remaining silent. Pretending to be indifferent. Chu Jiang's eyes turned cold and sinister. With a flick of his wrist, 2 silver short blades materialized in his palms, and in the next moment, they became mere afterimages as he struck directly at the 2 robots. The 2 robots clearly had not anticipated Chu Jiang's sudden ambush. They froze for a moment, then reacted quickly, raising their mechanical arms to block his attack. However, Chu Jiang's attack was far too ferocious to be contained by mechanical arms alone. With 2 sharp sounds, the short blades precisely pierced into their arms. A bloodthirsty smile curled the corners of Chu Jiang's mouth. Gripping both short blades in his right hand, he twisted with all his strength, snapping their necks clean off. The remaining robots on the other side clearly noticed this and immediately pivoted their gun barrels, unleashing a barrage at Chu Jiang. His expression unchanged, Chu Jiang sidestepped, evading the laser cannon fire. Those small laser projectiles came whistling through the air, detonating around Chu Jiang and sending plumes of smoke billowing into the air. It must be said these robots' attack power was remarkably formidable. After dodging the initial wave of attacks, Chu Jiang seized the opportunity and drove a powerful punch into one robot's chest. A sharp cracking sound echoed, and the robot collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. However, at that very moment, a slender tendril silently emerged from the side and lashed fiercely at Chu Jiang's back. Chu Jiang's movements were incredibly fast, almost instantaneous. Yet he had still underestimated the tendril's speed. It struck Chu Jiang's arm with devastating force, shattering his bones completely. Chu Jiang let out a muffled groan, his face draining of color. He stumbled backward several steps, clutching his agonizing arm, and fixed a chilling glare upon the tendril-wielding robot. What exactly is this thing? Confusion thick in his eyes, Chu Jiang reasoned that by its technological level this should merely be an ordinary robot. How could it possess such devastating destructive power? Moreover, and more critically, during their clash, he had clearly perceived that this thing was slightly smaller than a typical robot, yet its strength was far greater, capable of matching him in combat. Its true nature might be even more troublesome than an ordinary A-class robot. And at this moment the other robots were also closing in, their expressions blank, and their eyes hollow, completely stripped of any trace of humanity. What the hell is this thing? Chu Jiang's brows knit tightly together. He knew he had to eliminate these creatures first, or the consequences would be dire. However, the moment he took a step forward, a robot pounced upon him, its iron mandibles full of sharp teeth, clamping down on Chu Jiang's ankle. Chu Jiang's eyes narrowed sharply. His right knee shot upward with tremendous force, driving squarely into the robot's abdomen and shattering every rib within. Yet at that exact moment 3 other robots let out simultaneous roaring cries, swinging their mechanical arms down upon Chu Jiang with crushing force. Chu Jiang's expression remained unchanged. His left fist clenched, and without hesitation, he unleashed a devastating blow. 3 heavy impacts rang out in rapid succession as his fist struck the mechanical arms of all 3 robots. However, the next second something that stunned Chu Jiang occurred. The resilience of the robot's arms was simply beyond imagination. His punch was powerful enough to dent steel plating, yet it left not even a scratch. Only a few faint scars remained. A grave expression dawned on Chu Jiang's face. What tenacious defense! The 4 robots seemed equally surprised that a mere human would dare to provoke them. They let out furious howls and launched their assault once more. However, this time Chu Jiang chose to evade combat. He moved with blinding speed, circling the robotic figures as he searched for the perfect moment to deliver a fatal strike. It must be admitted that the robots' reaction speed was not slow. Though they could not utilize intelligent systems like humans, they could still respond based on instinct. But their reactions were ultimately a step behind. Their attacks against Chu Jiang were so feeble, they barely registered as a nuisance. Fighting this way is too time-consuming. I need to end this quickly. Chu Jiang gritted his teeth, and in the next instant his hand flickered. 5 daggers materialized in his grip. In the next moment, Chu Jiang launched himself into the air, closing the distance to the nearest robot. His 5 daggers struck like venomous snakes emerging from their holes, aiming directly for the robot's vital points. The robot's response was swift. It shook its frame and effortlessly dodged the 5 daggers, simultaneously raising its arms to block Chu Jiang's assault. Chu Jiang's eyes narrowed slightly, and his right arm suddenly tensed with explosive force. In an instant, the robot was hoisted into the air by a single arm. Chu Jiang seized its arm and waist, lifting it completely off the ground. His knees pressed firmly against the robot's head, pinning it helpless in midair. Is this really a robot? Chu Jiang was puzzled. Something about this felt deeply wrong, yet he could not immediately pinpoint what was amiss. Never mind. Chu Jiang's eyes suddenly blazed with brilliant light. His arms surged with power, and he hurled the robot high into the air, sending it crashing toward the distant wall. The robot slammed against the wall and convulsed violently a few times before going completely, still clearly deprived of all mobility. This bizarre scene caused Chu Jiang's pupils to contract sharply. These robots were extraordinarily powerful, likely reaching the level of Class C or even Class B machines. If he allowed them to continue unchecked, they would inevitably become a grave threat. However, I am quite curious to test just how formidable these robots' defenses truly are. Chu Jiang muttered to himself, took a deep breath, and then extended both hands. Pinching a bullet between 2 fingers, he forcefully shoved it into the robot's throat. Instantly, the robot exploded into fragments. Chu Jiang slowly closed his eyes, awaiting the sound of the blast. Yet after a brief moment, silence reigned around him. Nothing happened. Chu Jiang frowned and opened his eyes. He discovered that the robot, which had seemingly been destroyed, was already restored to its original state, as though the explosion had been nothing more than an illusion. How is this possible? Chu Jiang was utterly stunned. His heart began to race, and a terrifying thought suddenly surged through his mind. Could those robots be in a state of simulated death? The moment the thought arose, it grew increasingly clear. After all, this mechanism was remarkably similar to the robots depicted in films. Particularly when severely damaged and on the verge of destruction, they could regenerate within an incredibly short span of time. Realizing this, cold sweat broke out across Chu Jiang's body. If these robots completed their regeneration, he would truly be in grave danger today. Moreover, this was merely one robot in the room. The others remained entirely unharmed. He dared not delay any longer. Chu Jiang quickly steadied his emotions and prepared for the battle ahead. He had to crush them all before the remaining robots finished regenerating. Otherwise, he risked being dragged into a grueling fight. Light flickered in Chu Jiang's eyes as he reached into his coat and retrieved a dark object, the high-explosive grenade. High-explosive grenades were military-grade weapons of mass destruction possessing tremendous power. A cold smile touched Chu Jiang's lips as he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, a dark spherical projectile shot toward one of the robots, engulfing it instantly. Yet the anticipated destructive scene never materialized. The high-explosive grenade merely passed through the robot's body, causing no substantial damage whatsoever. My. Witnessing this, Chu Jiang's expression grew even more grave. He could not believe he had made such a foolish mistake. He had forgotten that he was standing behind a robot, not in front of it. If he were in their place, he would never expose himself to enemy sight. Instead, he would remain hidden and wait for the perfect opportunity to strike. Nevertheless, Chu Jiang's reaction speed remained exceptional. He immediately pivoted his weapon and unleashed a barrage of fire at the robot behind him, while simultaneously snapping his head toward the other side. At that very moment, another robot had already arrived before him. Its razor-sharp claws slashed toward Chu Jiang's chest, gleaming with a chilling, sinister light. Chu Jiang's face remained cold. He pushed off the ground with his toes soaring into the air and narrowly evading the robot's attack. In the same motion, he tore free the rope bound around his wrist, seized the robot's legs, and with a powerful heave, slammed it violently onto the ground. The robot's entire right leg exploded into shrapnel, scattering across the floor. Pressing his advantage, Chu Jiang surged forward and delivered a devastating punch to the robot's neck. In an instant, its cervical spine was crushed. Accompanied by the crisp sound of breaking bone, the robot's head became completely dislocated. Without pausing, Chu Jiang kicked the robot squarely in the chest, sending its entire body flying. It crashed into the wall and slid limply to the ground, motionless. Chu Jiang exhaled a long, heavy breath. Beads of sweat the size of mung beans formed on his forehead, and his face had taken on a pale hue. In that fleeting instant, Chu Jiang felt an immense surge of power flood into his body, nearly knocking him off his feet. What is going on? Chu Jiang paused for a moment, and his expression darkened. He suddenly realized he was facing a serious predicament. Though these robots lacked autonomous initiative, they were fundamentally advanced technological products professionally trained to cooperate. As a result, Chu Jiang's attacks were utterly ineffective against them, while he expended tremendous energy and stamina. This also meant the robots' numbers continued to grow. If he persisted in this attrition battle, his exhaustion would only deepen, and he might even be worn down to death. After pondering for a long while, Chu Jiang shook his head and sighed. It seems I can no longer play these games with you. Chu Jiang's objective was clear. Since his spiritual power was unusable, he would simply rely on his physical strength to contend with these robots. Chu Jiang simultaneously swung his fists to repel the onrushing robots, while quietly making his way toward the control room, searching for a way to destroy the mechanical core. Crack! Chu Jiang clenched his left fist and struck, shattering what he believed to be the mechanical core. However, there was no sound indicating that the core was not within this control console. Chu Jiang frowned. He knew this control console was far more complex than it appeared, or rather the console itself was merely a facade. Chu Jiang's gaze swept the surroundings before locking onto a row of cargo racks. He walked over, moved the racks aside, and immediately caught sight of a dark red iron plate. He gently traced the intricate patterns carved into the dark red iron plate, then attempted to input a password. The result, however, was deeply disappointing. Chu Jiang narrowed his eyes. He knew the password could not be simple, otherwise it would not have been concealed so meticulously. I wonder if my guess is correct. Chu Jiang muttered to himself. Following his prior calculations, he struck a specific sequence of knocks at the exact center of the dark red iron plate with his right hand. He then pressed his palm against the plate, activating the password lock. With a muffled boom, the iron plate suddenly split open. Chu Jiang was suddenly confronted by a dark, cavernous tunnel emitting a faint, eerie fragrance. Chu Jiang paused for a moment, then stepped forward into the tunnel. The passage was spacious enough for 3 or 4 people to walk side by side, and the chill within felt particularly intense. The base established by the Imperial rebels in this basement was undoubtedly far from ordinary. Rat-a-tat-tat. A sudden barrage of gunfire erupted, nearly blocking Chu Jiang's path with a hail of bullets. Chu Jiang's brows tightened. He immediately dropped to the ground and rolled behind a nearby cargo container. Bullets whizzed past his clothes, piercing straight through the container. Chu Jiang held his breath and waited patiently. Sure enough, after a second, the dense rain of bullets gradually subsided. He knew those robots were reloading. That was precisely the opening he needed. Chu Jiang suddenly burst forth his dagger, slicing horizontally as he struck one of the robot's arms with full force. Blood sprayed as the robot's arm was severed clean off. Chu Jiang's eyes sharpened. Seizing the momentum, he leaped into the air, driving his right knee into the robot's waist before delivering a brutal elbow strike to its face, smashing it askew. The robot crashed to the ground, struggling weakly, but unable to rise. Without hesitation, Chu Jiang surged forward again, his dagger slicing through the robot's throat. Chu Jiang exhaled deeply. He had finally dealt with the robot in front of him. This robot was remarkably powerful. In a contest of pure strength, Chu Jiang would have been no match. However, possessing agility, dexterity, and speed far beyond ordinary humans, he was able to defeat robots of this caliber with ease. It seems these robots only possess basic functions. As long as I avoid their fatal weaknesses, there should be no issues. Chu Jiang said slowly. He knew these robots existed like mere puppets. All that was needed was to sever their heads. Of course, destroying these robots was not an easy task. One had to proceed with extreme caution, for their defensive capabilities were astonishing. A single bullet was enough to kill an ordinary person. Just as Chu Jiang was deep in thought, his pupils suddenly contracted. He looked up sharply to see a towering robot over 3 meters tall and coated entirely in black, standing motionless. It held a laser cannon aiming directly at Chu Jiang, ready to fire at any moment. Chu Jiang took a deep breath, quickly retreated several steps, and then launched himself into the air. His body spun 180 degrees mid-flight, his dagger striking downward to target the robot's head. The robot did not dodge at all, simply holding its laser cannon steady. Bang! Chu Jiang's dagger slashed against the side of the laser cannon. The intense recoil split his palm, causing the dagger to fall to the ground. The laser cannon remained unchanged, an angle still pointed directly at Chu Jiang. Damn it! Chu Jiang gritted his teeth and cursed, his figure flashing rapidly as he instantly relocated to another position. The new position offered an open space 3 meters wide. The moment Chu Jiang appeared, the robot immediately pivoted, its cannon re-aiming directly at him. You think you can actually block me? Chu Jiang roared, leaping into the air with his legs folded together before delivering a powerful kick straight into the laser cannon's barrel. Bang! Another deafening explosion echoed. The cannon barrel instantly caved in and shattered completely. Chu Jiang landed steadily, staring at the robot before sneering. So that's it. Their weakness is right there. The robot gave no reaction. It adjusted its angle again and fired its laser cannon at Chu Jiang. A cold smile curled Chu Jiang's lips. You dare try to fight me at close range? Heh. In the same instant he spoke, Chu Jiang surged forward, closing the distance in a flash to burst into the robot's embrace. Simultaneously, he raised his hand and struck forcefully against the robot's chest. Splat! Chu Jiang's hand shattered the robot's chest cavity. Seizing the opportunity, he drew his dagger and stabbed deeply into the robot's abdomen. Because the robot's abdomen was soft, Chu Jiang's hand strike had not hit any bone, leaving only a superficial wound. This caused Chu Jiang to momentarily lower his guard. He then swiftly withdrew his dagger and drove it into the robot's neck, finally destroying it. Chu Jiang's movements were like a phantom, traceless and elusive. In merely a few seconds, he had eliminated 3 robots. Although these robots felt no pain, they were still living beings. Chu Jiang could clearly see the intense terror in their eyes, as if they could not believe they were about to be killed. Chu Jiang panted heavily. Scanning the area, he chose a more secluded passage this time. This passage seemed relatively narrow, allowing only one person to pass. Chu Jiang pressed his body against the wall, inching forward carefully. His eyes scrutinized every inch of space ahead, preventing any surprise attacks from enemies. It had to be admitted that the Emperor Empire's technological level was indeed world-class. The design of this passage was extraordinarily ingenious. Without experience, it would be nearly impossible to navigate. After approximately 1 minute, Chu Jiang finally reached the end. This was a warehouse-like room filled with various weapons and equipment. The weapons were all brand new, clearly unused. The Imperial Rebel forces must have discovered this place long ago, having even occupied it in advance. After all, in a war of this scale, ensuring adequate supplies of weapons and ammunition is essential. What's going on? Chu Jiang noticed the equipment, his eyebrows slightly rising. He discovered that these weapons and equipment were all of exceptional quality and high value. Truly a bargain, even within the Empire. Yet these rebels had simply piled them all here, treating them with complete indifference. It seems these rebels must have some special channels, otherwise they absolutely couldn't have obtained these things. Chu Jiang narrowed his eyes and said, "This presents an opportunity for me. Such items, though fine, depended entirely on who wielded them. If mishandled, they would only become a burden." Chu Jiang understood this deeply. Chu Jiang made his way directly to the cabinet on the far left, where 2 firearms and over a dozen magazines were stored. The weapons packed considerable firepower, each magazine holding 5 or 6 rounds. With a bit of luck, he might just take down a few Star Destroyers using nothing but these. But at this critical moment, Chu Jiang suddenly heard the electronic beeping sound. "Boss, the interstellar warriors have already located Miss Yun. Should we hurry to rescue them?" Nyesya spoke. "It's possible. Send warriors immediately. The basement is heavily surrounded by Imperial rebels. We need to extract them quickly." Chu Jiang paused briefly before responding. After gathering supplies from here, he quickly made his way through the basement toward where Yun Qingcheng and the others were located. "Miss Yun, you have nowhere left to run. Hand over all records of the Golden Moon Star Chamber of Commerce and its connections, and I may spare your lives." The deepest level of the basement. This was the final defensive position of the Golden Moon Star Chamber of Commerce. Imperial rebel forces had completely sealed off the area with 3 top-tier S-class space mechas guarding each direction. Any chamber members who showed themselves would be forcibly subdued by the mechas. "Impossible. I will never ally with rebels like you. The Golden Moon Star Chamber will stand or fall with the people." Yun Qingqing shook her head resolutely, her eyes filled with unyielding determination. This was the ancestral decree of the Yun family, and she would never betray it, even if it meant fighting to the last soldier. Yun Qingqing understood that if she surrendered, the Imperial rebels would execute her without hesitation. To them, prisoners held no value whatsoever. "Miss Yun, you should consider this carefully. What does your life truly amount to compared to those ordinary citizens?" A major stood at the basement entrance, directing the mechas to bomb the area, their rocket launchers constantly aimed at where Yun Qingqing and the others were hiding. "I've said it before, I would rather die than submit," Yun Qingqing said coldly. "And then don't blame me for being ruthless. Attack." The major smiled faintly and gestured with his hand. Several gunshots rang out simultaneously. Beside the major, 3 mechas fired their weapons in unison, unleashing a barrage of bullets toward Yun Qingqing's hiding position. A violent explosion rocked the area. The basement walls shattered into fragments, stones flying everywhere as dust filled the air. Let's see how long you can keep up that stubborn attitude." The major sneered. "This time I specifically targeted your location. Such an explosion is enough to destroy any living thing." "Is that so?" A deep, raspy male voice emerged slowly. "My." The major's expression shifted instantly. "Who's there? If my guess is correct, you must be the rebel leader." As the words fell, a dark figure suddenly burst through the smoke and crashed into one of the mechas. Continuous explosive sounds echoed as the mecha's shield shattered instantly. Chu Jiang's fist slammed into the mecha's cockpit, the tremendous force causing the interior to cave in dramatically. The machine lost control and crashed headlong into the wall behind it. The major's eyelids twitched violently at the sight. He maneuvered the remaining 2 mechas to quickly retreat from their position, creating distance from Chu Jiang. Behind him, Xiaoya arrived with the interstellar warriors. "Boss, are you injured?" she asked with concern. "Do I look like someone who's been hurt?" Chu Jiang smiled and patted Xiaoya's shoulder. "Boss, that major was truly despicable, attacking you like that." Xiaoya clenched her fists in anger. "It's nothing, I have things under control," Chu Jiang said calmly. "Boss, those rebels are too arrogant. Let's eliminate them directly." "Not yet. This is enemy territory, and acting rashly would only put us at a disadvantage," Chu Jiang said gravely, scanning his surroundings. "Let's assess the situation first. I suspect this isn't their ultimate objective. Their headquarters is likely hidden somewhere nearby, concealed for reasons we don't yet understand." "Boss, you're brilliant." Xiaoya gave a thumbs up. "All right, go deal with those rebels. I'll handle the perimeter," Chu Jiang said. "Yes, sir." Xiaoya saluted, then turned and left. Chu Jiang continued to observe their surroundings. Here mecha wreckage lay scattered everywhere, and the air carried the metallic scent of blood, evidence of the fierce battle that had just taken place. Chu Jiang's eyes flickered, then he spoke. "Come out. Since you're already here, stop lurking in the shadows. I'm not blind. I never expected someone like you to be among the Golden Moon Star. You're quite capable, and those interstellar warriors of yours are rather interesting." A sinister male voice emerged, sounding particularly eerie within the basement. Then from a corner of the basement, a figure shrouded in black robes slowly materialized. "You are the rebel leader." Chu Jiang narrowed his eyes, sensing an extreme danger from the figure before him. "Rebel leader? Hey, that's an interesting title. I am Loki, and you may address me as Colonel Loki." Loki sneered. "Today you will all die." As he spoke, he removed his hood. Embedded in his forehead was a crystal silver white in color, radiating an ethereal brilliance that seemed to contain boundless power. Loki extended his right hand, gently caressing the crystal with a satisfied smile. "My children, my ace, you can finally have your revenge." This rebel leader, named Loki, actually possessed so many mechas, each one an A-rank entity. "Have you forgotten that this is the Star Federation?" Chu Jiang frowned. "And you're doing this right under the public's eyes. Aren't you afraid I'll report this to the military?" "Ha ha ha, report. Do you really think the military can capture me?" Loki sneered. "Do you believe that with your current strength you can confront the entire Star Federation?" Chu Jiang's tone was laced with mockery. "You're not wrong. With my current power, I may not be able to openly oppose the entire Federation, but I have the capability to throw it into chaos, even overthrow it." "Overthrow the Star Federation? Are you insane? I never aspired to be a ruler. I only need to seize some power and use it to achieve my goals." "Then what are you doing now, eh?" Naturally, I am searching for my children. I must rebuild the planet's technological system. Only then is there hope to deal with the Empire." Hearing this, Chu Jiang's pupils contracted involuntarily. "You actually dare to attempt planetary modification? Why not? Is that not allowed?" Loki retorted. "Our science and technology will always surpass that of the Star Federation. Only I can lead the Federation to glory." Several bizarre robots emerged from the shadows. These machines were far removed from conventional mechanical puppets. They possessed formidable bodies, sharp claws, pointed fangs, and bodies covered in black scales, appearing particularly ferocious and terrifying. Mounted on the heads of these robots were infrared monitoring devices. They dispersed throughout the area completely surrounding it. The power of these monitoring devices was astonishing. At the slightest disturbance, they would activate immediately. In that instant, the entire basement would turn into a hellscape. "Do you think relying on these alone can overthrow the entire planet?" Chu Jiang sneered and raised his hand to press the communication key. "The Star Federation's army will arrive shortly. Your only fate is death." "Ha ha ha, death. I'd like to see whether your bunch of Imperial lapdogs will be wiped out by my robots, or whether my robots will destroy your base." Loki laughed maniacally, his expression filled with madness. Then he waved one hand. A robot about 2 meters tall leaped out from the side and pounced at Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang held his gun and pulled the trigger without hesitation. A scorching bullet pierced the robot's chest. Its body stiffened for a moment before crashing to the ground. However, the next second it staggered back to its feet. "Although your shooting skills are decent, you can do nothing against me." Loki let out a long howl. All the robots behind him roared in unison, sounding as if thousands of beasts were roaring simultaneously, deafening in volume. Such momentum was simply terrifying. Chu Jiang took a deep breath and said, "It seems that to completely destroy your robot legion, I must use artillery fire." Speaking of which, he drew a rocket launcher from his back, aimed at the robots, and pulled the trigger. Blazing flames exploded on the robots' bodies, causing them to shatter into fragments. Unfortunately, due to Loki's considerable distance, the flames did not reach him. Loki laughed heartily, seemingly enjoying the sight. "Is this the weapon of the Star Federation? Unfortunately, your meager power cannot harm my precious mecha." As he spoke, he flicked his arm to the side. The burned robot parts burst into fierce flames, and these parts quickly assembled into a massive object. This creature was over 30 meters tall, its body radiating a blue-black hue covered with tough and thick scale armor. Moreover, along its spine was a row of dense spikes. This is a tyrant tank. Chu Jiang's brows knitted tightly. This type of tyrant tank was kept in the strategic equipment cache of the Imperial rebels, serving as the highest war machine against enemies. After the appearance of this tyrant tank, a series of heavy muffled footsteps echoed from the ground. These footsteps were so heavy that they made the floor tremble. Immediately after, Chu Jiang saw a huge figure come into his field of vision. This figure stood 60 or 70 meters tall with bulging muscles everywhere, thick and powerful arms, and extraordinarily broad shoulders. Its elbows and knees had distinct protrusions, likely the support points of its skeletal structure. This is a tyrant tank. The defensive level of such things absolutely exceeds your imagination. Even sniper rifles made of radium gold material probably cannot penetrate its defense. Loki's expression was sinister. Except for nuclear bombs, no other weapons have much effect on it. Having said that, Loki opened his mouth and a burst of electromagnetic waves was released, instantly commanding the tyrant tank to engage in close combat. This thing is truly ugly. Chu Jiang looked at the colossal entity, a look of disgust on his face. However, this creature did not know what shame meant in the slightest. Chu Jiang pulled the trigger several times in succession, but he still failed to shatter the tyrant tank's outer shell. My tyrant tank can withstand 247 beams of radium gold laser. Combined with other mechanisms, even radium gold protective suits cannot defend against it. Loki laughed loudly. Therefore tonight you are destined to die here. You think these scraps of iron and copper can stop me? Chu Jiang flipped his wrist, and a pitch-black gun muzzle appeared beside his hand. This was a radium gold assault rifle. Oh, are you so certain? Loki's smile vanished abruptly. He stared at the radium gold assault rifle. It seems you have made full preparations in advance. Since it's like this, I might as well tell you the truth, Chu Jiang said. The surroundings have been tightly blockaded by my interstellar warriors. Once you step into this area, your fate is already sealed. This was Chu Jiang's territory. He had long ambushed tens of thousands of elite soldiers, and radium gold weapons were not lacking. The outcome of this battle was already obvious. No matter how powerful this tyrant tank was, it could not resist the attacks of thousands of people. Especially heavy firepower such as radium gold armored vehicles and howitzers were enough to easily crush the tyrant tank's defense. However, this tyrant tank seemed to sense danger. It actually paused for a moment, then turned around and charged toward Chu Jiang with great strides. Each charge caused violent tremors in the ground, resembling an earthquake, extremely terrifying. It seems your tyrant tank lacks intelligence. Chu Jiang shook his head and said, your leader Loki is also a fool for sending you trash to die. Speaking, he directly raised the Ravenium assault rifle and opened fire on the tyrant tank. Strings of bullets cut through the air, striking the tyrant tank's body and splattering bursts of blood. However, that thick armor showed no sign of cracking at all. Ha ha, your Ravenium bullets simply cannot break my defense. Chu Jiang, whatever tricks you have left, use them all. Loki laughed heartily. But just as the tyrant tank crossed the last 200 meters and arrived before Chu Jiang, suddenly a dazzling red light flashed from the tank's rear waist. That was the light of the fire control radar. Shortly after, a small missile launched from its tube, striking squarely at the tyrant tank's rear armor. With a thunderous explosion, flames erupted, suddenly engulfing the entire tyrant tank. Then the tank was thrown backward. This missile attack crippled it completely, stripping it of its combat capability as it collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Of course, all of this was under Loki's control, or otherwise how could Chu Jiang have eliminated the tyrant tank so smoothly? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. How could you have arranged everything in advance? Loki's face was filled with disbelief. After all, the probability of such an event was extremely low, almost non-existent. Loki had only chosen this plan on a whim. However, he never expected that Chu Jiang would do something so unbelievable. No, you are wrong. I never arranged this from the beginning. Chu Jiang said calmly. I merely arranged for men to lie in ambush nearby. Your men lying in ambush here? Loki's eyes narrowed. He suddenly realized he had made another very serious mistake. He seemed to have underestimated Chu Jiang, or rather he knew him far too little. This man never followed conventional patterns, always acting unexpectedly. Such a personality was precisely suited for executing special missions. I think what you should be considering now is how to leave this place alive, Chu Jiang said with a faint smile. Speaking of which, he walked toward the tyrant tank's cockpit door. Loki's head poked out, shouting, kill them, quickly kill them all. However, those cybernetic soldiers remained motionless. They were Loki's personal guard, bound to obey his orders. Disobedience would result in dire consequences. Chu Jiang sneered coldly, and his Ravenium long blade suddenly flared with intense brilliance as he slashed downward with full force. With a clang, the tyrant tank's main cannon barrel was severed outright. Chu Jiang's Ravenium blade with momentum unabated then severed the tank's right track. The tank immediately lost balance and crashed to the ground with a loud thud. A mixture of intense anger and fear surged across Loki's face. This was his most powerful weapon, yet it had been reduced to this state in an instant which was simply unbelievable. My friend, I am very curious to see how many more attacks this tyrant tank can endure. Chu Jiang chuckled mockingly and raised his Ravenium long blade once more. This time he exerted his full strength, delivering 9 consecutive strikes, each aimed at the same spot. That impenetrable steel plate shattered like paper under the blade's edge. Crackling sounds echoed from within the tyrant tank's chassis, indicating that the power system had been completely destroyed. Loki's heart was filled with dread. He did not intend to wait passively for death. He leaped onto the top of the tank and grabbed the roof hatch, attempting to climb out. However, although the tank's roof was thick, it could not withstand the Ravenium blade. Loki's hands were severed and blood gushed profusely. My friend, I advise you to stop running. In this situation, where do you think you can escape to? Chu Jiang grinned. The Empire's reinforcements have already arrived. Your rebel operations have been completely thwarted. His smile was brilliant, yet it sent a chilling sensation down Loki's spine. No, impossible, this cannot be. My reinforcements are clearly still 2 kilometers away. Loki roared. I don't believe your information is accurate. You are deceiving me, you cunning fellow. I believe it, or not, it is up to you. Chu Jiang spoke, raising his Ravenium long blade once more. At that very instant, rocket launcher fire lit up in the distance, and a ball of scorching flame shot toward Chu Jiang and Loki. Loki reacted swiftly, spreading his arms wide and tightly wrapping himself in his steel armor. With a deafening boom, that Ravenium shell was blown far away. Smoke rose from Loki's head and dense cracks appeared on his helmet, which nearly shattered. His body slammed heavily against a wall, then slid down his whole frame, trembling uncontrollably as blood gushed from his forehead. Loki had indeed suffered severe injuries. Chu Jiang stood in place, glanced at the rocket launcher's sight, shook his head, and revealed a mocking smile. At such close range, my Ravenium blade could easily tear you to pieces. Then Chu Jiang extended his finger, pointing through the air toward the rocket launcher. A rumbling sound echoed. This time the rocket missile veered off its trajectory, grazing Chu Jiang's shoulder before embedding itself into the nearby brush, overturning a large patch of shrubbery. Loki, you have lost. Face reality. Today is your doomsday. Having spoken, Chu Jiang bent one knee to gather force, then launched himself forward like a phantom. He instantly caught up to Loki, raising his Ravenium long blade high to strike at Loki's neck. No, I refuse to accept this. I am the overlord of this world. This world will one day belong to me. Loki screamed. However, just as Chu Jiang's blade was about to touch Loki's throat, he abruptly halted his strike. What is happening? Loki asked. But at that critical moment, Chu Jiang suddenly released his grip. The Ravenium long blade plunged into Loki's abdomen and emerged from his back. Because the steel armor Loki wore was of sufficiently high quality, the Ravenium blade did not pierce through his body entirely, only penetrating his stomach. Loki curled into a ball in agony, clutching his stomach, his face contorted in pain. Gritting his teeth, he roared, "You bastard, kill me quickly. That will not do. I must keep you alive to hand you over to the Empire for punishment. Moreover, I want you to watch with your own eyes as your prized armed forces are destroyed." Ha ha. After speaking, Chu Jiang withdrew the Ravenium blade and kicked Loki squarely in the lumbar vertebrae. With 2 crisp cracking sounds, Loki's spine was broken. Then Chu Jiang lifted Loki and walked out of the basement. Jin Ustar was in ruins. Though the rebel forces had been completely eliminated, many civilians had still suffered casualties. Chu Jiang handed Loki over to Luo Ming, the commander of Jin Ustar. Mr. Chu, thank you for your assistance in defending Jin Ustar this time. Without you, we would have fallen to the Imperial rebels' assault on the capital. Luo Ming bowed deeply to Chu Jiang with utmost respect. He was profoundly grateful to this savior. It was nothing more than a small favor, Chu Jiang said, waving his hand dismissively. Unfortunately, the S1 type stimulant has already been seized by the Imperial rebels. Their plans will likely not fail so easily. At the mention of the S1 type stimulant, a flash of anguish crossed Luo Ming's eyes. Our conflict with the Imperial rebels over Jin Ustar is centered primarily on preventing them from seizing the S1 stimulant. We never expected to be outmaneuvered. This battle had inflicted devastating losses upon Jin Ustar, particularly among the radium gold fighter craft, which had been nearly annihilated, all invaluable technological assets of considerable worth. Rest assured, we will continue our search for the S1 serum. His Excellency the President has also pledged his full cooperation, Luo Ming said. I only hope the Imperial rebels will not attack Jin Ustar again. I believe the rebels will not give up so easily, Chu Jiang said calmly, then placed a reassuring hand on Luo Ming's shoulder. But rest assured, if Jin Ustar ever faces danger again, I will come to your aid without delay. Hearing these words, Luo Ming's expression grew grave and resolute. Then I implore you, Mr. Chu, to remember these words. Jean Yustar will forever cherish your kindness, and indeed the entire populace of our planet will never forget your grace. With that, Luo Ming bowed deeply, his sincerity evident in every gesture. Chu Jiang offered a faint smile, said no more, and turned to leave. After Chu Jiang departed, a colonel hurried over and asked, Commander, should we report this matter to the governor? Not yet. I trust his judgment. We will keep this between ourselves for now. Let us not reveal it, for Mr. Chu has just saved us. Luo Ming continued. We must welcome the hero's triumphant return with the warmest reception we can muster. A hero? The colonel paused, then said, Commander, if I may be frank, Mr. Chu Jiang doesn't seem to fit the image of a legendary hero in the least. I know full well he is a legend, and I know he is not merely a hero, Luo Ming replied. But do not forget, he is the man who bent a radium gold blade with his bare hands. If we can cultivate a good relationship with him, he will be a formidable ally in times of trouble. Yes, Commander. I'll make the arrangements at once. With those words, the colonel immediately set off. Aboard the Yaowang. Boss, the Yaowang's supplies have been replenished, and all matters on Jean Yustar have been settled. We've also received the reward for this contract. Where to next? Nies Yaoya rubbed her hands together with excitement, gazing at the newly refurbished Yaowang and the 5 additional Grade A battle armors they had acquired. Chu Jiang was in the process of assigning the interstellar soldiers to their respective warships. Upon completing this mission, they had acquired 3,000 interstellar soldiers, numerous radium gold weapons, and a substantial supply of provisions. During our previous engagement with the rebels, we discovered from their intelligence archives that there appears to be something resembling a black hole in the nearby Centaurus star system. Chu Jiang narrowed his eyes. I suspect that phenomenon is actually some form of wormhole. If we can master its coordinates, we might be able to utilize it for short-range jumps. I believe the Imperial rebels dared to wreak havoc on Jean Yustar precisely because they had this advantage. Short-range jumps. Upon hearing this term, Nies Yaoya couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. She had never even considered such a possibility before. Indeed, the other end of this wormhole likely lies within Imperial territory, possibly even near the capital star system. Chu Jiang pondered for a moment. However, we need to investigate further to determine its exact location. Boss, why don't we give it a try? Nies Yaoya set, her face alight with anticipation. We've already defeated the rebels. Perhaps we can follow the trail and locate that wormhole. Very well. Let us set sail now and see whether it truly leads to that wormhole. Excellent. 3 days later, the Yaowang arrived near the wormhole. It was a massive planet, its surface pockmarked with countless craters of varying sizes. The wormhole lay concealed beneath a meteorite hundreds of kilometers in diameter. The Yaowang hovered above the meteorite's surface rather than daring to enter prematurely, for around the crater's perimeter squadrons of star soldiers in camouflage uniforms stood guard, ever vigilant. How peculiar. Why would the Imperial rebels choose to construct a wormhole on this particular planet? Do they believe the planet's environment can shield us from detection? Or perhaps they intended all along to lure us here? Nies Yaoya spoke these words thoughtfully. Due to the planet's chaotic magnetic field, the spaceship's radar systems were rendered useless. To locate the wormhole within, they would have to descend into the unknown at considerable risk. Regardless, this is an opportunity, Chu Jiang said. Let us descend approximately 2 kilometers and proceed slowly downward, searching for any clues we may find. Thus, Chu Jiang led his team in a daring descent. The planet's temperature was extremely high. Even as Chu Jiang and his companions landed, sweat was already pouring down their faces, and the fierce sunlight overhead made it nearly impossible to keep their eyes open. You should rest for a while. The radiation levels here are quite high, Chu Jiang said. Although the planet's temperature was indeed high, it meant little to interstellar warriors. They spent most of their days in underground bunkers, largely immune to the intense heat. I'm fine. I want to search for the wormhole alongside you, boss. Nies Yaoya shook her head. I think you're right, boss. If we find this wormhole, we can reach the rebel stronghold and might even launch a direct assault on their headquarters. You certainly have a warrior's bloodlust, Chu Jiang said with a faint smile. I'm a mercenary, of course I love combat. Haha. Nies Yaoya smiled and continued swimming forward, keeping a careful distance from Chu Jiang. I've suddenly thought of a very important issue. Chu Jiang frowned, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. What is it? Nies Yaoya turned her head, her delicate face filled with confusion. If the rebels have truly seized the capital star, haven't they completely controlled the Empire's internal affairs all these years? Chu Jiang shook his head. What decisions will the Emperor make once our whereabouts are exposed? Hearing this, panic flooded Nies Yaoya's face. Will they kill us? Chu Jiang glanced at her indifferently. Not necessarily, but we will certainly lose our freedom and never set foot on the battlefield again. That would be terrible. Nies Yaoya was on the verge of tears. I would rather die on the interstellar battlefield than become a prisoner of war. With that, she increased her pace, desperately trying to catch up with Chu Jiang. You need not be so nervous. I am merely reminding you this matter does not concern you, nor do you need to be involved. Boss, please don't abandon me. Nyesya cried out. Chu Jiang sighed, and continued leading the group deeper into the impact crater. Boss, we seem to have run into the rebels. Nyesya screamed. Suddenly numerous transport ships appeared in the crater ahead, all flying the bright yellow banners of the rebel forces. Clearly these were reconnaissance transports dispatched by the Imperial rebels. Upon spotting Chu Jiang and his companions, they immediately prepared to intercept them. The transport ships rapidly converged and unleashed a barrage of fire, relentlessly bombarding the pirate warship. Anger surged within Chu Jiang. Without hesitation, he raised his individual rocket launcher and fired continuously, deflecting all the projectiles aimed at their warship. Simultaneously, Chu Jiang operated the rocket launcher mount and fired a missile toward the weakest point in the formation of transport ships. With a deafening explosion, one transport ship was shattered. Damn it! How dare they harm my comrades? Attack them fiercely, Chu Jiang cursed, and aimed at another transport ship, pulling the trigger directly. The transport ship capsized instantly, its side hull torn open, killing the soldiers inside in an instant. Boss, your marksmanship is incredible. Nyesya watched Chu Jiang fire 2 shots in succession and couldn't help but praise him. After all, she had just witnessed the devastating power of these individual weapons with her own eyes, and she was still thoroughly amazed. This is nothing, Chu Jiang smiled. After making quick adjustments, he resumed his exploration. He had realized that he might have found the secret of this planet. However, at that moment, a shrill roar emanated from the destroyed transport ship. Subsequently, a dark shadow surged out of the cabin, rushing straight toward Chu Jiang's location. It's an A-class giant mecha. Everyone conceal your positions and avoid detection, Chu Jiang shouted. Immediately, flames erupted from the arms of the A-class mecha, charging toward Chu Jiang. The flames were incredibly hot, causing the surrounding air to burn violently. Nyesya directed the interstellar warriors to hide behind rocks, while the Yawang's main cannon adjusted to the optimal firing angle. Boss, you have to hold on. Nyesya clenched her fists and prayed silently in her heart. Images of Chu Jiang being torn to shreds by the A-class giant mecha flashed through her mind. The thought was terrifying. However, the next second, Nyesya's mouth fell open, because a blinding burst of fire erupted from the chest of the A-class mecha. Accompanied by a violent explosion, flesh and bone fragments splattered in all directions. Chu Jiang stood still, unmoving. The A-class mecha remained frozen for 5 or 6 seconds before collapsing with a thunderous crash. Looking at the wreckage of the mecha, Nyesya couldn't help but swallow hard. Boss, how did you do that? What exactly did you use just now? Nyesya ran over excitedly. In her eyes, Chu Jiang seemed even more towering and imposing. Chu Jiang patted Nyesya on the shoulder, signaling her to be quiet. When this man spoke, there seemed to be a magnetic charm that made people obediently listen. Your task is to clear the enemies ahead. The rest is not your concern. Chu Jiang tossed off this remark indifferently and strode forward, seemingly too lazy to explain further. Boss, won't you feel lonely doing this alone? Nyesya called out to his back. The girl's personality was indeed quite quirky. It was unknown if she was born this way. You can try it. Chu Jiang's voice came through the communicator. He then quickened his pace. Oh, why did boss's voice suddenly become so cold? Nyesya scratched her head and said, this kind of boss actually makes me feel more secure. But, Nyesya gritted her teeth softly, her eyes shining with determination. Even if I have to cross mountains of swords and seas of fire, nothing can stop my love for him. In this life, I belong only to boss. Whoever dares to take him away, this granny will kill them. This girl's imagination was truly quite rich. However, because Chu Jiang had just displayed super powerful combat strength, Nyesya was filled with confidence regarding her love. MMH, my boss, just wait until you take a wife. Nyesya muttered to herself, then stored the crystal into the communicator on her wrist. Boss, should we retreat? There are simply too many aircraft, and the technology level on this planet is extremely high. It will be difficult for us to break through. An interstellar warrior said. Chu Jiang pondered for a moment. Have the Yawang leave first. I will stay behind to cover our retreat. At this moment, he had no intention of abandoning his comrades. Although Chu Jiang appeared rough and straightforward, he was a man who valued loyalty and brotherhood. We're staying with you, boss. Several soldiers expressed their determination. You should return to the Yawang first. Remember, this place is my responsibility. Understood, boss. We're leaving now. Please protect yourself. Chu Jiang waved his hand, refusing his team's request. We are soldiers, we must obey orders. If we disobey, we become deserters, and no one will be able to save us then. Understood, boss. We're leaving now. Please protect yourself. After leaving this area, the squad began to maneuver around the meteorite belt, searching for their next landing point. After all, their goal was to find Di Lin and deliver the message. Meanwhile, Chu Jiang was already facing more than 100 mechs alone. These guys are quite cunning. They knew there was a trap here, yet they charged straight through. It seems the defenses within the meteorite belt are extremely tight. Sneaking in undetected is basically impossible. Chu Jiang frowned, staring at the dense rain of gold plasma laser beams ahead, his eyes flashing with sharp calculation. In Chu Jiang's view, their position must have already been compromised. In that case, there's only one way. Chu Jiang raised his right hand slightly, and suddenly a small red missile appeared in his palm. He then placed the small missile into the large box behind him and closed it tightly. Picking up a sniper rifle nearby, he raised his arm and aimed at the starry sky beast rapidly approaching. "Go, my dear, let them taste your flavor." Chu Jiang grinned. The red mini-missile instantly turned into a trail of fire shooting toward the distance. Chu Jiang meanwhile grabbed his sniper rifle and took cover behind a barricade. Indeed, the missile he had just thrown was not an ordinary projectile, but a nuclear fission warhead rocket with tremendous destructive power. This thing worked similarly to the gold plasma sphere, but with far greater power. The rocket possessed astonishing penetrating power. Even tank armor would likely not withstand its impact, let alone the Star Alliance's fighter jets. With a thunderous boom, the rocket struck among the Star Alliance warship formation. One warship was blown into fragments while the remaining fighters crashed to the ground, losing control, some smoking, others engine failure. Taking advantage of the chaos, Chu Jiang jumped out of the cargo hold and began to move quickly deeper into the meteorite belt. It was a victory without suspense. Stellar gold plasma warriors were unmatched in individual combat, especially when coordinated, making them nearly impossible to guard against. Under such attacks, the Star Alliance's mech forces were steadily retreating. Of course, this was also due to Chu Jiang's tactical advantage. The flexibility of the Star Gold Plasma warriors was far superior to that of their opponents. Finally, after destroying 20 or 30 enemy aircraft in succession, Chu Jiang stopped the pursuit. The area had long since become ruins, thick with the smell of smoke and gunpowder, littered with corpses, a sight that was deeply shocking. Chu Jiang's body was stained with grime, and 2 bloody scars marked his face. However, these were merely flesh wounds, nothing serious. In the eyes of the Star Alliance, Chu Jiang looked like an evil ghost crawling from hell. They considered him a madman, a twisted freak who enjoyed slaughtering Star Alliance soldiers, treating them as practice dummies and even material for testing weapons. Chu Jiang scanned the surroundings, then his ears twitched slightly as he said, "The surveillance system here is completely destroyed. No other threats detected for now." "Understood, boss. We'll head to support Prince Apollo immediately. Hopefully he can escape safely." MH. After speaking, Chu Jiang entered the cockpit first and started the fighter jet. Meanwhile, another B-52 type interstellar fighter had turned around, firing a barrage of ammunition along the way to intercept the pursuers. This B-52 was a newly developed superfighter. Although not as imposing as an interstellar cruiser, it possessed a more powerful weapon system combining stealth capabilities with defensive performance. Such interstellar fighters were nearly invincible under the starry sky. Once entering a planet's inner layers, they were virtually unstoppable, easily overwhelming inferior gold plasma armaments upon reaching the surface. At this moment, Chu Jiang felt quite lucky. He had happened to encounter a B-type fighter on patrol. Otherwise, if he allowed the enemy to continue advancing, they would have fallen deeper into trouble. At this moment in the B-type fighter, Chu Jiang was riding the co-pilot. Nyesaya said to him, "Boss, according to our assessment, those interstellar pirates are now only about 10 kilometers away." 10 kilometers? Upon hearing this, Chu Jiang's eyes narrowed sharply. "Then let them witness my prowess." As he finished speaking, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. He then yanked the control stick, and the B-type fighter instantly accelerated, shooting toward the starry sky. It quickly shook off the pursuing aircraft. However, at that moment, another blinding red streak suddenly slashed across the sky, crashing brutally into a B-type fighter. Due to the ferocity of the impact, the fighter was split in two and crashed to the ground. A sneer appeared at the corner of Chu Jiang's mouth. "Such trash dares to block my path." So overconfident. He pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle roared like a black raging dragon toward the crashed fighter. Soon the B-type fighter erupted into a ball of raging flames, completely destroyed. In Chu Jiang's eyes, using such crude tactics to hinder them was utterly foolish. "Boss, we're approaching the meteorite belt ahead. I estimate those guys still dare not enter rashly." Nyesaya smiled. "After all, there are plenty of high-temperature furnaces within the meteorite craters. No, they won't give up." Chu Jiang shook his head. "If they truly choose to stay behind, it means they've abandoned this batch of star gold plasmoids." "What do you mean?" "How the value of these star gold plasmoids is enormous. Enough to buy an entire arms factory. How could they bear to abandon them? Even if only a little remains, they won't let it go. They need this money to rebuild a complete military production chain. Otherwise, they'll never have the qualification to rise again." Hearing this, Xiaoya suddenly understood. She pondered for a moment and said, "Boss, your analysis makes perfect sense. Let's go meet them." Chu Jiang narrowed his eyes. "I think these people should be lying in ambush nearby." Chu Jiang finished speaking, drew his bosom, and fired until the magazine was in this meteorite belt. Ammunition was drained quickly, and he must locate supplies his bullet's source of once. At this juncture, several extraordinarily fierce roars pierced the air, ripping through the void and tearing at the sky around Chu Jiang. "Enemy attack. All hands on deck, stay hidden." "Yes, boss," Xiaoya replied at once. As Chu Jiang issued the order, the other 5 B-class fighter jets immediately turned to his side, forming a protective half-arc around him. Chu Jiang stood on the deck, raised his pistol, and aimed forward. "Come on, let me see what these interstellar pirates have done on this planet." Then a series of blistering explosions rang out. All 6 B-class fighters were blown to pieces. Yet immediately afterward, more shells roared forth from that region. So much firepower. Have these bastards gone mad? Xiaoya cursed. The planet's surface was densely studded with meteorites, yet those interstellar pirates would not unleash so much firepower. "Never mind that. Counterattack." Chu Jiang roared. The interstellar pirates were brazen and seemed unafraid of Huaxia. In his view, there must be a reason for their actions. Without hesitation, Chu Jiang pressed the trigger, and a volley of blazing, dazzling, formidable bullets ripped across the void toward the interstellar pirates. Under such fire, the pirates were suddenly alarmed and scrambled to dodge. But Chu Jiang and his unit bore the latest supersonic weapons whose lethality was not to be underestimated. 3 or 4 more interstellar pirates fell beneath the bullets and shells, their bodies not spared. Chu Jiang piloted the Yaoguang Hao fighter, continuing to surge forward. Should this continue, it would not be long before they reached the starry horizon and faced those pirates in a life-and-death duel. At that critical moment, as the stakes rose to a point of deciding victory or defeat, tens of missiles suddenly streaked toward Chu Jiang and the others from the flank. "Not good, missile attack," Xiaoya cried in panic. Though she hailed from a special forces unit, she hadn't undergone rigorous training and could hardly stay calm in a crisis. Chu Jiang did not hesitate to press the button inside Yaoguang Hao's cabin that activated a bulletproof glass shield. The rigid barrier seemed to thin to something as light as a cicada wing. Those missiles slammed into Yaoguang Hao, exploding on impact. "That was close," Xiaoya whispered, still haunted by fear. Had it been just a moment earlier, at that near 0 seconds past midnight, she might have been swallowed by the flames, her remains reduced to ash. "What is happening?" Chu Jiang narrowed his eyes. At this level of explosion, for professional warriors like them, it was little more than a scratch. They could not inflict real harm. "There are sniping interstellar pirates hidden nearby, waiting to strike," Xiaoya said. "Then that will be easier to handle." "Chu Jiang," Xiaoya said, shouldering a sniper rifle, his knees bent. He sprang, rolling to the ground. A few shots rang out from the ambushers' positions, and several figures collapsed, a blood wound blooming on their chests. Chu Jiang picked up the sniper rifle from the ground, aimed into the distance, and began firing in rapid succession. With each shot, several hidden assailants were struck down on the spot. Chu Jiang's exquisite, nearly supernatural precision pressed the snipers into a suffocating grip. They had no countermeasures. They could only cling to their rifles or hand grenades in a desperate defense. How, living in such a harsh environment and still daring to strike? "You're asking for trouble," Xiaoya laughed. After dispatching a few ambushers, Chu Jiang returned to the fighter and swiftly steered the craft away from the area. He had already seen through the opposing camp, knew how to respond. There was no need to play cat and mouse with them. It would be wiser to break away from the battle zone. "Boss, how are you moving so fast?" Xiaoya asked. "Those interstellar pirates are getting bolder, shooting at us from above. We still rely on Yaoguang Hao to stay safe, which is really frustrating." "How much farther to the ground?" Chu Jiang asked. "We still have at least half of a small island to go. The bastards live on that island." Then we accelerate the ship to shake them off," Chu Jiang said. "Roger," Xiaoya replied. As Chu Jiang and the Yaoguang Hao accelerated, the lurking ambushers could only watch in despair. However, just as Chu Jiang and the others prepared to depart this meteorite belt pass through the interstellar harbor and head toward Earth's domain to seek infrastructure, shelter, and aid, and complete this long voyage and land safely on Earth, Chu Jiang suddenly sensed something amiss. He yanked the control stick, sending the fighter upward in an instant. Then a loud bang rang from the hull, and the entire fuselage buckled violently. "Boss, it seems we've plowed into a meteorite field. We're finished," Xiaoya said with a bitter smile. She had hoped today she could finally rest. Yet as soon as she settled, meteorites struck beneath, nearly tossing her from the craft. Chu Jiang's face darkened as he watched the meteorite belt burn. Flames roaring, thick smoke, and dark fumes billowing, blue and white vapors rising, a heat wave rolling outward and swelling, gradually enveloping the belt. This was the central explosion of the meteorite belt, The nuclear blast zone powerful enough to erase everything within 10 kilometers, melting and vaporizing meteorites into ash. Chu Jiang drew a deep breath, calming his agitated mind. He picked up the communicator. We need reinforcements. Dispatch personnel immediately. Patrol craft have already arrived on the scene, another line of the communicator announced. There were 3 F-22 space warships nearby, vessels piloted by space soldiers guarding the surrounding seas. Chu Jiang said, "Come at once to support us. We are under attack." With that order, the 3 F-22 space warships immediately altered course and sped toward Chu Jiang's area. These space warships were incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, they reached the scene. The 3 F-22 space warships spread out in a horn-like formation, guarding Yaoguang, Hao, and entering combat. Under the protection of Niexiaya and the space soldiers, Chu Jiang steered Yaoguang Hao toward the pirates' encampment. Having anticipated danger, they had already steered clear of that region. The interstellar pirates had no time to retreat and were forced to meet the attack head-on. Chu Jiang's fighter, like a meteor tearing through the heavens, dragged a resplendent trail of flame as it dove toward the enemy's gathering. This asteroid belt was infested with interstellar pirates. They were a ragtag crew of men and women, tall and short, fat and lean, yet every one of them possessed a powerful physique and a vicious glare that spoke of no small trouble. As Chu Jiang and his companions dove toward them, the pirates sensed something amiss. Among them, 5 or 6 were particularly burly and formidable, their bodies coiled with muscle and radiating a murderous aura. They are the Dark Knight Leopard pirate crew, ranked 9th on the Orion Arm Galaxy leaderboard, said Niexiaya, pointing downward. That man there is their leader. Dark Knight Leopard. A cold glint flashed in Chu Jiang's eyes. Sounds imposing enough, but before true power, trash remains trash, no matter how fierce they pretend to be. Bring them down. Understood, replied Niexiaya. She piloted the fighter downward, instantly arming all offensive weapons and unleashing a roaring barrage upon the enemies below. Chu Jiang flew close beside her in his own fighter. Niexiaya wielded the most advanced weapon available, the electromagnetic cannon, which possessed devastating destructive power. The electromagnetic cannon's destructive force was terrifying. It could not only annihilate targets, but also shatter starships into fragments. Moreover, it emitted intense radiation and scorching heat capable of blinding human vision and causing disorientation. Dense explosions rained down like hail, the thunderous roars never ceasing. Across the asteroid belt, brilliant bursts of fire bloomed like dazzling fireworks, illuminating the pitch-black void. Niexiaya piloted the electromagnetic cannon, mercilessly strafing the pirates below. She constantly adjusted the fighter's trajectory, tracking enemy positions and opening fire without pause. Under Niexiaya's ferocious assault, the pirates below suffered heavy casualties, with countless dead and wounded. Unable to withstand the electromagnetic cannon, they could only flee in disarray. Chu Jiang piloted his fighter, coordinating with Niexiaya to wipe out the remaining enemies. Chu Jiang unleashed a relentless barrage of assault rifles, machine guns, electromagnetic cannons, and laser swords, slaughtering every pirate who dared block their path or attempt to escape. Not long ago, they had destroyed a battleship and then obliterated 3 interstellar warships in an asteroid crater, seizing abundant supplies and ammunition. Chu Jiang and his team were heavily armed and well-equipped with exceptional tactical discipline, giving them a decisive advantage. Though these interstellar pirates were professional soldiers, their training was substandard and their combat awareness and skills were crude. Facing these top-tier special agents and ace officers, they stood no chance. Shrill cries of agony echoed endlessly. The pirates were ruthlessly slaughtered by Chu Jiang and his companions, their corpses littering the ground as blood dyed the asteroid belt red. In barely half an hour, Chu Jiang had killed over 200 pirates and captured 700 or 800. The remaining pirates fled in panic, daring not to linger, and scattered deep into the asteroid craters. Boss, should we pursue? Asked Niexiaya. Chu Jiang watched the fleeing pirates, his brows furrowing slightly. Pursue, but remember, avoid firing unless necessary. We must not accidentally harm our own people. Understood, Niexiaya replied. She piloted the fighter in continued pursuit. Chu Jiang followed closely, his fighter locking onto the enemy positions. Within this asteroid belt, he could easily track the enemy's movements, intercept them, and press the attack. Chu Jiang pulled the trigger, eliminating fleeing pirates one by one as he continued the chase. Soon they arrived at the center of the asteroid crater. The core remained undissipated, emitting an eerie blue glow and radiating terrifying energy fluctuations. What on earth is this? Chu Jiang frowned, muttering to himself. Could it be the remains of some creature? They circled the crater several times, but found no valuable information. Boss, look over there. Don't you see that strange structure? Said Niexiaya. Chu Jiang looked up and saw that in the distance stood numerous buildings, the most striking of which was a massive floating structure. It resembled a colossal palace, its design ancient and rich in artistic style. Let's go take a look, said Chu Jiang, immediately turning the fighter and heading toward the distant structures. Soon they approached the floating palace, coming within a kilometer. The complex was divided into 3 levels. The 3rd level featured a giant plaza, its ground covered in a thick layer of snow, appearing desolate and forlorn. The 4th level was a vast hall filled with ancient sculptures, some golden and magnificent, vividly lifelike, others eerie and enchantingly grotesque. Beyond these 3 structures, the surrounding area was barren and desolate, with not a single blade of grass in sight. It was a place abandoned for years, silent and lifeless. Judging from the condition of these buildings, they must have existed for a very long time. How could they end up drifting aimlessly in this asteroid belt? Chu Jiang stood on his fighter, observing the surroundings and pondering silently. Could there be a secret hidden within this asteroid belt that drew these structures here? The more Chu Jiang thought about it, the more certain he became of his guess. There must be a secret hidden here, perhaps some ruins or an ancient civilization. Otherwise, these buildings would have long since rotted away into dust. Since we're here, we might as well take them. With a flick of his mind, Chu Jiang piloted the fighter toward the floating palace. In Chu Jiang's view, these structures were likely remnants of an ancient civilization or an old city, possibly containing abundant treasures. Boss, look, there are machines moving inside, Xiaoya suddenly exclaimed. Hearing this, Chu Jiang quickly landed outside the complex and peered inside. He saw countless figures moving within the buildings, scurrying about like ants, carrying food, transporting various supplies. Chu Jiang narrowed his eyes, a trace of coldness emerging as he said in a deep voice, "It seems there truly are mechanical beings here." "Boss, should I sneak in and investigate?" asked Xiaoya, eager to act. She was already impatient to eliminate these mechanical creatures. "Not yet," said Chu Jiang calmly. "Our current strength is too weak. Charging in headlong would be certain death." Xiaoya nodded in agreement. "Have the brothers prepare for action. I'll contact the other fighters now and have them flank from the sky," said Chu Jiang. "All right," Xiaoya replied. Chu Jiang took out his communicator and contacted the other team members, instructing them to stay concealed and act when the time was right. As Chu Jiang's orders were transmitted, the 3 other fighters nearby immediately flew over and gathered around his craft. Xiaoya slowly brought the fighter down to the ground. Chu Jiang stepped out first and entered the complex. Xiaoya piloted the fighter to guard the flanks. "Boss, there are many mechanical beings active in this area. Be careful," Xiaoya warned. Chu Jiang nodded slightly. His gaze was sharp as a hawk's as he carefully scanned the entire complex. The complex was vast, covering over 10,000 square meters. Its layout was intricate and labyrinthine with many buildings, yet inside they were all empty, containing nothing at all. "How desolate it is." Xiaoya looked around, her brows slightly furrowed. "How has this old building come to be in such a state? Who knows? Ancient buildings often serve a special purpose. For example, ancient tombs and historic sites have all once entombed ancient civilizations." Chu Jiang stroked his chin, lost in thought. He had a strange feeling that this complex of buildings held something extraordinary, far beyond an ordinary relic or historic site. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, blasting into their ears. "What is that?" Chu Jiang and Xiaoya's expressions shifted dramatically. They rushed toward the source of the sound. Soon they arrived. Before their eyes, an enormous legion composed entirely of robots was locked in fierce combat, resembling a fortress of steel. Witnessing the scene, Chu Jiang and Xiaoya shuddered with terror. "Boss, this is a robot legion," Xiaoya said, her beautiful face heavy with gravity. She piloted the fighter craft upward to a higher altitude, gazing down at the robot legion. The vast army was so numerous and densely packed that counting them was impossible. Chu Jiang's pupils contracted, a chill spreading through his heart. So many robots. How is this possible? Xiaoya's mind churned with thunderous shock, her face filled with disbelief. She had heard of mechanical life forms before, but nothing on this scale. Nothing so horrifyingly immense. "All interstellar warriors, stand ready." Chu Jiang snapped out of his daze and barked. "Xiaoya, pilot the fighter and cover me while I break through the defenses." The moment Chu Jiang finished speaking, a sky-splitting roar erupted from within the enormous robot legion. In an instant, the massive robots raised their weapons in unison and fired, unleashing a rainstorm of laser beams. Chu Jiang's expression turned ice cold. Wielding his warblade, he swept it across the air. The sharp blade sliced through the void, producing a piercing sonic boom. Fierce sword intent swept across the battlefield, instantly deflecting the laser barrage. "Die!" Cold light flashed in Chu Jiang's eyes as he swung his warblade, severing the heads of robots with each strike, every blow destroying countless machines. Xiaoya piloted the fighter craft closely beside him, helping to eliminate the robots. After 2 robots fell, Chu Jiang and Xiaoya seized the opportunity to rush into the building. Chu Jiang was surprised to find that humans lived inside. Moreover, numerous engineering robots were busy constructing and repairing buildings. It seems this place was once a research facility, Nyesya analyzed. Boss, do we need to call for reinforcements? No. Destroy this place first to prevent them from threatening social stability, Chu Jiang said, raising his hand to stop her. He then ordered, Nyesya lead the mecha squad and demolish the building. Yes, sir. Nyesya acknowledged. Chu Jiang piloted the fighter craft through the interior of the building, searching for the control hub. This building doesn't seem very sturdy, he observed. Chu Jiang's gaze was sharp as a sword. He quickly located the control mechanism. As he pressed at a wall several centimeters thick, seemingly indestructible, cracked open, revealing a deep, dark tunnel. Without hesitation, Chu Jiang guided the fighter into the dark tunnel. Inside, the roar of electrical currents echoed. Nyesya followed closely behind in her craft. Chu Jiang's vision was extraordinarily keen, allowing him to see clearly even in complete darkness. Nyesya too possessed vision beyond ordinary human limits and could barely make out the tunnel ahead. Suddenly, Nyesya felt a fierce gust of wind. Reacting swiftly, she piloted the fighter to dodge the attack. At the far end of the dark tunnel, a massive mechanical arm suddenly emerged and smashed into Nyesya's fighter. Her face turned pale, her body trembling, barely keeping from crashing. Damn it! Are those robots, intelligent mechanical life forms? Nyesya gritted her teeth and roared in anger. The tunnel was filled with mechanical arms that ferociously attacked her. As a battle-hardened war champion, Nyesya had undergone rigorous training since childhood and handled these mechanical arms with ease. Chu Jiang meanwhile walked through the chaos, as if strolling in a garden, utterly unafraid. Chu Jiang deftly maneuvered the fighter to evade the mechanical arms, instantly appearing behind one. With sharp eyes, he kicked out, shattering it to pieces. Nyesya piloted the fighter through the dark tunnel, chasing the debris of mechanical arms. After some time, she came to a stop, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Where mechanical arm wreckage had once littered the ground, several metallic coffins now lay prominently. Could these mechanical arms have been created by them? Nyesya's heart churned with shock. She couldn't help but ask, Boss, what should we do next? Our priority is to find signs of life and assess the situation, Chu Jiang said calmly after a moment of contemplation. All right. Nyesya nodded and piloted the fighter to scout the surroundings. Soon Nyesya brought the fighter to a halt inside a building and pointed to a room, saying, Boss, we're here. Moi. Chu Jiang's gaze fell upon the scene, and his heart skipped a beat. The building was filled with all kinds of instruments and equipment, as well as many strangely shaped weapons. The most striking sight was several mechanical humanoids stationed in the corner. Their physical structure was nearly identical to that of real humans, except their appearances were grotesque and terrifying. They sat in chairs with their arms folded, their cloudy eyes fixed on Chu Jiang and Nyesya like predators waiting to capture their prey. Boss, are these all mechanical humanoids? Nyesya's heart raced, her breathing quickening. She never expected to find mechanical humanoids inhabiting this abandoned city. Mechanical humanoids were the culmination of countless generations of scientists refining mechanical technology, a conclusion finally reached through relentless research. However, this scientific experiment had long been declared a failure, making mass production impossible. Chu Jiang's expression grew grave. After a long silence, he said solemnly, These mechanical humanoids are not ordinary. I suspect they are not purely mechanical. Perhaps they are formed from the corpses of interstellar warriors. Chu Jiang's eyes gleamed with insight as he analyzed. Formed from interstellar warrior corpses. Nyesya paused, a look of profound shock spreading across her face. Chu Jiang nodded and slowly explained, mechanical humanoids remain one of science's greatest unsolved mysteries. According to the Academy of Sciences research, mechanical humanoids should be crafted from special metals containing unique elements. A soul is said to be born within the machinery, only to be controlled by it. Nyesya's eyes widened in shock. Chu Jiang continued, the Academy has attempted to crack this mystery, but has achieved no results. It was only in recent years, with the rapid advancement of interstellar civilization, that the scientific community began to uncover the secrets of mechanical humanoids. Mechanical humanoids possess autonomous thinking, can operate weapon systems, and boast formidable combat power. They are the pinnacle existence among all robots. Having heard Chu Jiang's account, Nyesya was even more stunned. She never expected that mechanical life forms truly existed in this world. Mechanical life forms could be referred to as interstellar warriors. They were gifted with the extraordinary ability to pilot mecha in combat. Now these mechanical man-made beings resided within the ruined city. What did this imply? It meant that those interstellar warriors' corpses had not truly perished. It was highly likely they had been revived. This thought flashed through Nyesya's mind. Suddenly, dense gunfire and explosions erupted, causing the mechanical chamber to shake violently. Nyesya quickly steadied herself against the cabin door and looked ahead, her expression shifting uncertainly. They saw many ferocious mechanical monsters appearing out of nowhere on the ruined walls, roaring and screaming as they viciously charged toward the warship. The warship's defense system activated, firing over a dozen missiles that accurately struck the mechanical beasts, creating explosions and flashes of fire. "Boss, we're in trouble," Nyesya said in a low voice, her face grim. Chu Jiang's expression remained unchanged as he said indifferently, "Although the mechanical man-made beings are numerous, they lack intelligence and can only execute killing programs. You need not worry." Before his words had even faded, Nyesya sensed that those mechanical beasts seemed to be wary of something. The dense swarm of mechanical beasts parted, clearing the central position and revealing a mechanical monster. This massive creature stood fully 3 meters tall, its entire body covered in thick armor, emitting a suffocating pressure. "Boss, that huge mechanical monster seems to possess intelligence," Nyesya warned. Chu Jiang furrowed his brows. After careful observation, he finally discovered something amiss. The mechanical monster was entirely silver-white, resembling crystal, faintly radiating a chilling aura that felt deeply cold. Aside from its hard outer shell, the mechanical monster had no flesh or blood tissue whatsoever, resembling a puppet. "What on earth is this thing?" Nyesya wondered to herself. Chu Jiang shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. It might be a mechanical man-made being, or perhaps a mechanical monster. Boss, since we don't know what it is, we should leave quickly." Nyesya sighed lightly. Upon hearing this, Chu Jiang nodded and piloted the Yaoguang to depart. The mechanical monster did not intercept them, allowing Chu Jiang and Nyesya to escape. No sooner had the two of them left than the mechanical monster began to pursue them, relentlessly following the two warships. These mechanical monsters lacked intelligence. They only knew how to kill, chasing after the warships in an endless pursuit. Nyesya watched this scene and said anxiously, "Boss, this won't do. We can't keep running like this." Chu Jiang remained silent, piloting the warship through layers of fog toward the core area. The core area was where the warship's main power source resided, holding the most important secrets that must never be allowed to fall into enemy hands. The mechanical monsters have caught up. Watching the mechanical monsters close in, Nyesya's beautiful face turned pale. There were over 30 soldiers aboard the warship, each armed with weapons, but their combat effectiveness was far too weak. Even when using heavy sniper rifles to aim at the mechanical monster's chest, they could only inflict ordinary wounds, which were utterly useless. On the lower deck of the warship, the 30-plus soldiers operated tank vehicles, firing desperately and unleashing a barrage of dazzling bullets that engulfed the mechanical monsters. Unfortunately, these bullets caused negligible damage to the mechanical monsters. If this continues, we'll be worn down and killed by these mechanical monsters sooner or later. "Boss, please think of something," Nyesya urged. "Have the interstellar warriors attack from both sides of the Yaoguang. We need to lure it into the core area." Chu Jiang thought for a moment and made the most reasonable decision. Immediately afterward, he controlled the Yaoguang's wings, which spewed out large amounts of liquid nitrogen bubbles. The liquid nitrogen bubbles burst, turning into a rain-like curtain that fell upon the mechanical monsters. The bone-chilling cold liquid nitrogen struck the mechanical monster, causing its movements to pause as its eyes gradually lost focus. Within moments, the mechanical monster fell completely into a frozen, rigid state, standing motionless in place. "Boss, the mechanical monster has stopped its pursuit. We've successfully bought ourselves half a minute," Nyesya exclaimed in delight. "Excellent. Keep it up and do your best to lure it into the core area." Chu Jiang nodded with satisfaction and issued further orders. On the lower deck of the Yaoguang, the soldiers followed instructions, operating tanks and combat robots to launch a fierce assault around the core area. Chu Jiang controlled the heavy cannon, aiming at the mechanical monster's chest and firing several heavy shells that slammed into its body, causing deep dents and spraying blood, gory and shocking. Despite suffering repeated severe injuries, the mechanical monster did not fall. It continued to attack the warship, frantically attempting to seize control of the mainframe. Nyesya frowned slightly and thought to herself, "What is going on with these mechanical monsters? They were clearly frozen, yet they still possess such powerful attacking strength. There's no logic to this whatsoever." Chu Jiang was equally puzzled, but he did not dwell on it. Instead, he immediately adjusted the heavy cannons, aimed targeting the mechanical monster's head. A continuous barrage of cannon fire erupted as the heavy shells rained down upon the mechanical monster's head. In an instant, the mechanical monster's head was blown apart, its body thrashing about wildly as it completely lost the ability to move. "Boss, now that we've dealt with this mechanical monster, we can escape," Nyesya shouted excitedly. Chu Jiang smiled and nodded, piloting the Yaoguang closer to the mechanical monster. It slowly landed on the ground, retracting the warship's weapons. "Clear away this mechanical monster. Don't delay us," Chu Jiang ordered. Nyesya pouted and obediently replied, "All right, I know." Although she said so, Nyesya still slowly approached, dragging the mechanical monster to a corner and stacking it with others. After finishing this task, Xiaoya returned to the cockpit to continue helping Chu Jiang maintain the mecha. In the warship's core area, Chu Jiang stood before a massive screen, looking down at the surroundings. This core area resembled some kind of research facility, filled with numerous mechanical instruments exuding a high level of technological sophistication. Chu Jiang's gaze grew grave. He vaguely guessed that the mechanical man-made beings originated from here. Suddenly, Chu Jiang noticed that within the research facility, dozens of computers were operating frantically. These were likely interstellar pirates who in pursuit of wealth had used various means to establish networks and achieve long-distance information transmission. Just as I suspected, the interstellar pirates possess hacker technology and can execute interstellar teleportation. Chu Jiang grew secretly vigilant in his heart. Fortunately, he had discovered this early. If the mechanical pirates had mastered even more advanced technology, it could have brought disaster to other planets. Boss, there's a room here. It seems to be hiding a secret, Xiaoya said seriously, pointing to a room nearby. Let's go take a look. Chu Jiang nodded and accompanied by Xiaoya entered the room, closing the door behind them as they began to examine it carefully. The equipment inside the room was all standard Interstellar Federation controls requiring no effort from Chu Jiang. In a moment, Xiaoya exclaimed, "Boss, this is a mechanical core." The mechanical core was the most important resource of the Interstellar Federation. Every interstellar pirate had to possess a mechanical core to obtain corresponding authority. The mechanical core was the hub that controlled the warship and the foundation upon which interstellar pirates relied for survival. A look of excitement appeared on Chu Jiang's face as he quickly walked to the mechanical core and grasped it in his hand. The moment the mechanical core made contact, intricate patterns suddenly emerged across the surface of the mechanical creature. As these patterns appeared, the once motionless mechanical monster seemed to come alive, struggling to rise. This is bad, Xiaoya thought, terrified at the sight. She had once heard that mechanical monsters possessed autonomous recovery abilities. In the past, interstellar pirate gangs had relied on mechanical monsters to sweep across numerous pirate planets, plundering vast quantities of precious resources. The mechanical monster moved with astonishing speed, and in an instant, it was upon Chu Jiang's back, extending its sharp claws and fangs to tear at him. Chu Jiang's clothes were ripped apart, and deep claw marks appeared on his shoulder. The mechanical monster was incredibly formidable. Even when frozen, it still posed a terrifying threat. Humph! Chu Jiang snorted, coldly striking back with a reverse swing that sent the mechanical monster flying. The mechanical monster crashed to the ground, its body covered in thick ice, and lost its combat ability once again. "Boss, are you alright?" Xiaoya asked with concern. Chu Jiang waved his hand and said indifferently, "This creature only retains the most basic combat programming. We need not fear it. Boss, let me dismantle it and extract the warship core," Xiaoya said eagerly. "Be careful," Chu Jiang reminded her. Nodding in agreement, Xiaoya leaped onto the mechanical monster's back and began attacking furiously. Not long ago, when the mechanical monsters had attacked the fortress and killed many guards, Xiaoya had by a stroke of fortune acquired the ability to dismantle the mechanical monster's body parts. Xiaoya dismantled the mechanical monster's massive body into several pieces of components which floated in the air. "Boss, these parts can be used to craft an excellent warship," Xiaoya reported with a bright smile. Chu Jiang said appreciatively, as expected of a natural-born mechanic. "After only a few attempts, you've already identified the warship materials." Hearing this, Xiaoya chuckled with pride, feeling certain that her boss had high regard for her. Just as the two were chatting, a sudden anomaly occurred. Accompanied by the crisp sound of mechanical twisting, Xiaoya's expression changed drastically. She saw countless mechanical filaments gushing from the mechanical monster's abdomen. "Oh no, is the mechanical monster reviving?" Xiaoya said in panic. Chu Jiang's brows furrowed tightly. The mechanical monster had just been destroyed, yet it could recover so rapidly. It was simply unbelievable. These mechanical filaments contain a special magnetic field. Cutting them should be no problem, right? Thinking silently, Chu Jiang picked up his dagger and easily severed the mechanical filaments. Xiaoya also picked up her blade and severed the mechanical filaments. The mechanical filaments, no longer restrained, collapsed and disappeared into the air. Thick white smoke billowed from the mechanical monster's abdomen, and it ceased its writhing, falling silent once more. "Huh, the mechanical monster isn't moving." Xiaoya widened her eyes, unable to comprehend the scene before her. The mechanical monster's abdomen trembled violently, and suddenly it split open, rolling out two crystals that glowed with blue light. Seeing these two crystals, Chu Jiang's eyes blazed with intensity, and he exclaimed, "These are mechanical cores. We have successfully prevented the mechanical monster from reviving and found the mechanical cores. Boss, we've struck it rich this time," Xiaoya said joyfully. Chu Jiang nodded. He was extremely relieved that he had not allowed Xiaoya to continue her research, otherwise it would have been a wasteful disregard for such treasures. Handing the mechanical core to Xiaoya for safekeeping, Chu Jiang ordered, "Xiaoya, notify the others immediately. We must reach Star River Port as soon as possible. Do not let Star River Port fall." "Yes, sir. I'll notify everyone right away." Xiaoya agreed and hurriedly ran out of the office. Watching Xiaoya leave, Chu Jiang let out a long breath, feeling somewhat reassured. The mechanical monsters were far too powerful. If not for Xiaoya's assistance, Chu Jiang might not have had the opportunity to break through the ice layer covering the creature. Next, I should look for the other two warship cores. Chu Jiang muttered to himself and stepped into the interior of the warship to search for the warship cores. Half an hour later, Chu Jiang arrived at the warship's control room, where the warship cores were stored, 3 in total. Inside the control room, 5 towering war mechs, each over 100 meters in height, and radiating a ferocious and domineering aura, were displayed. Each possessed A-rank strength and astonishing defensive capabilities. War mechs are the core of the warship's defense system. Without a warship, the vessel is nothing but scrap metal, Chu Jiang said with a frown. Although he could contend with B-rank mechanical monsters against C-rank mechanical monsters, he stood no chance and could only retreat. After deep contemplation, Chu Jiang decided to abandon the warship and transfer to the exterior. Suddenly, a deafening thunderous boom resonated, and the entire warship shook violently as if struck by a meteorite. Looking up at the porthole, Chu Jiang's pupils contracted slightly. He saw countless mechanical monsters descending and surrounding the warship. "Damn it, why are there so many mechanical monsters? Do they intend to devour us?" Xiaoya cried out in shock and anger. "Do not worry, they are merely ordinary cannon fodder," Chu Jiang said calmly, piloting the warship directly into the swarm of mechanical monsters. "Xiaoya, you stay and control the mechanical monsters. I will eliminate the cannon fodder." With those words, Chu Jiang piloted his mecha and charged into the mechanical monster swarm. "Yes, sir." Xiaoya nodded obediently and began to focus on controlling the mechanical monsters. There were numerous mechanical monsters numbering in the hundreds. Chu Jiang piloting the mecha was like a tiger among lambs, ruthlessly slaughtering the mechanical monsters. The mecha swung its twin fists, smashing several nearby mechanical monsters into explosions. Continuously harvesting the lives of the monsters, Chu Jiang quickly eliminated all the mechanical monsters, leaving only a dozen or so wreckage behind. "Boss, the warship is severely damaged and can no longer sustain itself. We must activate the escape engines." Xiaoya's urgent voice rang through Chu Jiang's mind. "What?" Chu Jiang was stunned, looking at Xiaoya in disbelief. "Didn't I tell you to follow the original plan?" "Boss, please don't get excited. We are merely delaying our action," Xiaoya explained. Hearing Xiaoya's words, Chu Jiang felt slightly reassured, but still asked curiously, "Then why did you change the plan?" Xiaoya pursed her lips and said, "Boss, the mechanical monsters are too large for the warship to carry. Have you forgotten that this warship is the mothership of the mechanical monsters?" Chu Jiang suddenly understood. The mechanical monsters were too massive to fit in the warship storage compartment. Since the warship could not carry the monster mothership, they had no choice but to flee, for this vessel did not belong to them. "Boss, I've already plotted our escape route. Let's go now," Xiaoya urged. Chu Jiang nodded and ordered the mechanical puppet to pilot the warship. Flames erupted from the warship's tail, the thrusters engaged, and the vessel gradually accelerated, speeding away into the distance. The mechanical monster swarm pursued the warship like madmen, emitting tremendous roaring sounds. "These monsters really lack intelligence," Xiaoya remarked. Chu Jiang shook his head and said, "Intelligent beings are smarter than you imagine. They simply disdain fighting in such a foolish manner." Xiaoya retorted, "Boss, stop boasting. You've never even seen the mechanical race." "I have seen the mechanical race's mecha. They were quite impressive. Unfortunately, I haven't studied mechanics long enough to participate in military training," Chu Jiang said, shrugging his shoulders. Chu Jiang said, shrugging his shoulders. Chu Jiang said, shrugging his shoulders. The mechanical monsters pursued relentlessly, their mechas moving at incredible speeds, constantly closing the distance. "We're done for," Xiaoya said, her face pale with terror. "These monsters are too powerful. The mecha won't last until we reach the target." "Xiaoya, don't be afraid. Follow me," Chu Jiang said confidently. He opened the main console and activated the escape protocol. In an instant, the scenery around the warship transformed, growing dark and dim as howling cold winds swept past. Xiaoya exclaimed in surprise, "Boss, did you rig this? Where are we?" "This is the escape pod. The warship has been forced to halt. We need to take shelter in the escape capsule," Chu Jiang explained. Xiaoya quickly shut down the weapon systems to avoid injuring her own side. Inside the escape pod, a pale green, orchid-like glow rose. Chu Jiang controlled the mecha, approaching the ceiling of the escape pod. He reached out, grasped the edge protrusion, and leaped out. At the bottom of the pod, Nyesya said nervously, "Boss, what should we do now?" "Wait," Chu Jiang said indifferently. "Wait for what?" Nyesya asked in confusion. Chu Jiang pointed at the escape pod and said coldly, "Look at the environment around us. Each escape pod is equipped with 10 mecha soldiers that can be operated to attack enemies." Nyesya looked at the escape pods with full expectation only to feel helpless. "Boss, these escape pods are already scrapped. How can we use them?" Chu Jiang smiled playfully, took out 10 sets of mechas made from special materials, and placed them into the grooves at the bottom of the escape pod. With a harsh grinding sound, 10 mechas materialized out of thin air, radiating a piercing, killing intent. "Are these the mechas you mentioned, boss?" Nyesya said in amazement. "They're truly formidable. Can I try?" "Go ahead then," Chu Jiang nodded. Hearing this, Nyesya excitedly ran to the front of a mecha and easily controlled it. After a moment of movement, the mecha burst with brilliant electric arcs and then transformed into a streak of light, speeding away into the distance. "Goodbye, boss," Nyesya waved as she piloted the mecha and quickly departed. "There are too many mechanical monsters. It's absolutely impossible to escape on our own." Chu Jiang sneered, "Since we're here, we might as well make the best of it. Let's see what right these mechanical monsters have to intercept me." Piloting the mecha, Chu Jiang charged straight ahead, weaving through the dense swarm of bugs and continuously eliminating the monsters, clearing a path forward. "There are even more bugs now. I need to leave quickly. If I drag this out too long, I'll surely die," Chu Jiang thought silently. After a moment, he changed direction, preparing to escape from another route. Suddenly, Chu Jiang's expression stiffened slightly. Using his X-ray vision, he saw what lay ahead. The bug swarm ahead churned violently as countless monsters surged toward him, putting him in danger. So many monsters. What should I do? Chu Jiang took a deep breath, turned the mecha around, and sprinted toward the rear of the swarm. The monsters pursued at extreme speed, catching up with him after only 1,000 minutes. "We're definitely going to die this time," Nyesya wailed in despair. "Don't panic," Chu Jiang said calmly. "We haven't been caught yet. Something strange is ahead." Following Chu Jiang's gaze, Nyesya saw countless mechanical spiders. These mechanical spiders were highly unusual, their bodies covered in silver-white metallic armor with crystalline gems embedded in their chests. Like mechanical warriors, they flew toward Chu Jiang and Nyesya. "Boss, these mechanical spiders are so cute. Can you give them to me?" Nyesya said with delight, her face full of innocent charm. Before she could reach out to touch them, Chu Jiang stopped her. Mechanical spiders are made of high-purity synthetic metal and possess extremely strong adhesive mucus. They are not suitable for touching. As soon as he finished speaking, the mechanical spiders pounced on Chu Jiang and Nyesya. Red electric arcs lit up on their bodies, wrapping around the mecha and burning continuously. Nyesya screamed as she jumped off the mecha, clutching her head and wailing in agony. "Close the escape pod door quickly, or you'll be burned to death," Chu Jiang said, his brows furrowed in warning. Nyesya was reluctant to close the escape pod door, but the intense heat forced her to curl into a ball, leaving her completely powerless to resist. Chu Jiang raised his right arm, concentrated his mental energy, and slammed it hard against the mecha helmet, activating the self-destruct mode. The mecha's head exploded, sending debris flying in all directions. The fierce explosion kicked up a cloud of dust and smoke. Using the cover, Chu Jiang dashed into the distance. Although the mecha was destroyed, Chu Jiang survived. That was close. Fortunately, the escape pod's defenses were strong enough to prevent the monsters from devouring us completely. Chu Jiang sighed with relief and continued to pilot the mecha forward. The exterior of the escape pod was covered with countless tentacled monsters. Chu Jiang constantly controlled the mecha, slicing through the tentacled foes. The monsters charged recklessly, showing no fear whatsoever. "Boss, the monsters seem to have gone berserk. They're attacking us desperately. If this continues, we'll surely be worn down and killed." Nyesya said, her face filled with worry. Chu Jiang's gaze turned cold as he ordered, "The mechanical combat suit has excellent defenses. If we fight head-on, we can definitely repel them. We can't handle this many. Let's leave first and come back to rescue the captain and the researchers once we're stronger," Nyesya pleaded. Chu Jiang shook his head. "The monsters are gathering in larger numbers now. It's difficult to escape. Then what should we do? Just stay here and wait to die?" Nyesya grew anxious. After pondering for a moment, Chu Jiang said seriously, "I've decided. While the number of monsters is still small, we'll launch a surprise attack on the core area of the base. If we destroy the control device, the monsters will stop attacking." After hearing Chu Jiang's plan, Nyesya's beautiful eyes widened in shock. "Boss, that's impossible, isn't it? The monsters outside the base perimeter are already too much for us. How can we risk entering the control room?" Chu Jiang snorted coldly. "Why not? There are too many monsters. Unless we flee at full speed and constantly seek weak points to bypass them, we won't be able to avoid them. The only outcome will be death." Nyesya fell silent for a moment, then gritted her teeth. It's better to fight our way out than to be trapped here and die. Fine. I'll lead the breakthrough. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Jiang drove the mecha into a fierce charge, striking like thunder and slashing savagely at the monster army ahead. The monsters swarmed to attack, but it was useless. Chu Jiang's mecha was impervious to their attacks, and they could not harm him. Chu Jiang swung his claws, tearing the approaching monsters in half. Xiaoya also launched her attack, ripping apart any monsters that blocked their path. True to its reputation as a product of mechanical civilization, the combat suit's defensive capabilities were even more terrifying than standard mechas from the Interstellar Alliance. Chu Jiang piloted the mecha like a tiger among sheep, ruthlessly harvesting the lives of the monsters. So powerful, Xiaoya said in awe. Chu Jiang piloted the mecha like a ghost, skillfully dodging various attacks with almost no resistance encountered. We must find a way to break through the monster blockade, or we'll never have a chance to escape. Chu Jiang muttered softly, cold light flashing in his eyes. Since it has come to this, we have no choice but to risk a breakthrough. Boss, breaking through is far too risky. We are deep within the mechanical beast territory where powerful robotic monsters and deadly traps abound. Once we enter, it will be nearly impossible to escape. Xiaoya felt a sense of difficulty. She activated the scanner on her wrist device and noticed that interstellar pirates nearby were also converging on their position. If the mechanical beasts and the pirates were to join forces, they would be caught in a pincer attack, making escape almost impossible. Activate the defensive mode of the Yaguan. Simultaneously deploy the mechanical warriors in 2 waves. One wave will pilot aerial warships to provide full cover for us and defend against the distant interstellar pirates who have not yet arrived. The other wave will coordinate with us to eliminate the mechanical beasts. Chu Jiang gripped his plasma gun and decisively destroyed a mechanical hand that was closing in on them. He spoke coldly. Standing beside him were several personnel clad in full combat gear, their faces obscured by eye masks radiating an aura of lethal danger. Understood. Xiaoya nodded and immediately transmitted the orders. All interstellar warriors, the sky fleet, and the assault cannons prepared for combat, ready to face the enemy. Chu Jiang looked at the dense horde of colossal mechanical beasts surrounding them, their sizes rivaling hills, their appearances grotesque and terrifying like beasts. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Prepare for battle. As his words fell, 10 colossal aircraft carriers brimming with advanced sci-fi aesthetics descended from the sky. They were far more advanced and robust than ordinary carriers, forged entirely from the latest steel technologies and fully equipped with devastating weaponry. Each of the 10 giant aircraft carriers was armed with 3 super laser cannons, 4 giant missile launchers, and 200 aircraft. All laser cannons and missile launchers on the 10 carriers fired simultaneously. A catastrophic barrage of destructive power exploded in all directions, instantly bombarding the countless beast-like mechanical horde into fragments. Blood and oil sprayed everywhere. These 10 giant carriers acted like meat grinders, crushing countless massive beasts into pieces as they advanced. Although each carrier was not as large as a traditional aircraft carrier, they weighed at least 60 or 70,000 tons. Equipped with countless laser weapons and missile launchers, each volley could effortlessly annihilate swarms of mechanical beasts. In just half an hour, the 10 giant carriers had completely eradicated the vast horde of terrifying beast-like mechanical monsters that had charged at them. Chu Jiang glanced at the kill count displayed on his wrist, a faint smile touching his lips. Good. Now you are responsible for protecting the Yaguan. Do not let it get damaged. After speaking, Chu Jiang turned and leaped onto his mecha. He piloted the silver-gray mech, charging forward at full speed. Wherever he passed, mechanical beasts and monsters fell. They dared not approach him, allowing him to rampage freely through the area. The boss is invincible. Seeing Chu Jiang display such divine prowess within his mecha, all the warriors cheered excitedly. Chu Jiang drove his mecha through the area, leaving a trail of dead mechanical beasts and monsters in his wake. With no obstacles in his path, he moved forward rapidly and soon reached his target. He maneuvered the silver-gray mecha and the cockpit slowly opened. He stepped out onto the ground, feeling a tremor resonate through his feet. He looked up and saw a towering giant tower over 10 meters high, piercing the clouds. The area around the tower was swarming with mechanical monsters and giant beasts. Most striking of all was the 5-story central tower, a colossal structure resembling a castle towering over 1,000 zhang. It was as massive as a titanic vessel, with enormous mechanical beasts guarding it, exuding a terrifying apocalyptic aura of darkness and oppression. Endless mechanical beasts roared, brandishing their arms, claws, teeth, and tails, various ferocious weapons, as they lunged at the silver-gray mecha, attempting to tear it apart. They were willing to sacrifice their lives to stop this damn intruder from approaching the tower. A mocking smile appeared on Chu Jiang's lips. These ant-like creatures dared to look down upon him. Truly foolish. He drove his mecha through the swarm like a tiger among sheep, tearing mechanical beasts and monsters apart wherever he went. The mechanical warriors accompanying the silver-gray mecha fired their laser cannons continuously. With thunderous booms, all mechanical monsters were blown to pieces, turning into debris that drifted through the air. They swept through the area like locusts, exterminating all surrounding mechanical beasts. Roar! Intruder, stop right now. Far away above the Thousand Jiang Tower, thousands of mechanical beasts and over 1,000 massive figures hovered. They opened their mouths and let out angry roars, their terrifying sound waves deafening and echoing across the entire planet. These mechanical beasts were incredibly massive, clad in thick armor with blades as sharp as edges, radiating endless killing intent. They possessed extreme combat power, capable of crushing many powerful mechanical beasts of the same type. Chu Jiang raised an eyebrow as he looked at the thousands of mechanical beasts ahead. These things looked formidable. However, no matter how strong they were still merely ants, posing no real threat. Intruder, you dare trespass in the territory of the Mechanical Empire. You will regret your actions today. Above the giant tower, hundreds of figures stood tall. They wore thick black armor and carried giant swords, spears, axes, and halberds. Looking down coldly and ruthlessly at Chu Jiang and the other intruders, their eyes glowed red with bloodlust. So you know, I am an intruder, yet you still dare to threaten me from above. You are simply seeking death, Chu Jiang said coldly. His figure suddenly shot upward from the ground, transforming into a silver meteor as he charged toward the tower. Seeking death. Kill the intruder. The hundreds of figures roared in anger. Wielding their giant swords and spears, they surged toward the silver-gray mecha like a tidal wave. At Chu Jiang's location, countless laser cannons and missiles fired with thunderous roars. Countless mechanical monsters were hit by the lasers, their bodies trembling violently, as if struck by lightning, screaming in agony. Previously, they had retreated out of fear of the silver-gray mecha's strength and their master's authority. But now that the mecha dared to charge at them, they retaliated without hesitation. The continuous booming of giant laser cannons and missiles followed. Countless mechanical beasts and monsters were blasted into dust, their shattered corpses raining down like a snowstorm. The scene was terrifyingly horrifying, resembling the arrival of the apocalypse. The silver-gray mecha moved through the mechanical beast horde like a ghost. Whenever a beast lunged at him, he dodged and counterattacked, slashing them down in the process. He held a silver-blue laser gun and continuously pulled the trigger. With each shot, countless mechanical beasts fell, their blood dyeing the ground red as they were reduced to ruins. Suddenly, Chu Jiang heard a shrill, piercing scream beside him. He quickly turned his head to look. A silver-blue laser gun was pointed directly at him. Chu Jiang's brows furrowed slightly as his mechanical hand pressed against the silver-blue machine gun, instantly summoning a silver-gray mecha to shield him. The silver laser gun unleashed tremendous force, slamming into the silver-gray mecha and sending it reeling into the sky. It struggled to stabilize itself, nearly toppling over, but Chu Jiang's body moved with incredible agility, adjusting his posture in an instant. He used the force of the laser blast to accelerate his sprint, charging toward that towering, colossal mechanical spire in the distance. Surrounding the mechanical spire stood countless massive mechanical beasts of varying shapes. These towering creatures were clad in thick metallic armor and scales, their ferocious faces radiating brutality, menace, and bloodlust. Scalding white smoke continuously spewed from their mouths like steam cannons, striking terror into the hearts of all who witnessed them. Chu Jiang piloted his mecha like a fierce tiger, crashing into a dense pack of mechanical beasts. His mecha's arms, like giant steel pincers gleaming with cold silver light, tore through and shattered countless hardened mechanical armors, even slicing some of the mechanical beasts clean in half at their waists. Roar! Suddenly, two pitch-black mechanical beasts roared in unison. Thick white smoke erupted from their bodies as they rapidly expanded, growing to over 100 meters tall in the blink of an eye. White electrical arcs coiled around their massive forms, and they brandished sharp, long swords and deadly claws. Their terrifying aura was overwhelming, instilling an involuntary sense of insignificance, as if they would tear the mecha into shreds in the next instant. These mechanical beasts were the elite among mechanical monsters, ranking just below the high-tier ruling class mechanical beasts, with strength comparable to that of a star-level powerhouse. Are they really this weak? A hint of disappointment flashed in Chu Jiang's eyes. Although these mechanical monsters were far stronger than ordinary mechanical beasts, they still fell far short compared to him. He couldn't even be bothered to waste strength on gene serums. His fingers flicked rapidly, unleashing countless silver laser beams that erupted from his fingertips, instantly enveloping the two mechanical monsters. The silver laser beams sliced through the air, with piercing shrieks raining down like meteors to hammer into the two mechanical monsters. Explosions roared incessantly as the creatures were blown to smithereens. How is this possible? Hundreds of figures stood atop the towering spire. Witnessing this astonishing scene, they were stunned into silence. They had never imagined that their own kin would be effortlessly slaughtered by the intruder without even a chance to escape. After all, these were the elite troops under the command of the ruling class, having passed through rigorous selection to evolve into mechanical monsters. To be easily killed by an intruder was utterly inconceivable to them. Kill him. Spare no cost. Eliminate him. The intruder must die. The figures roared in fury, pulling out wrist-mounted devices to command tens of thousands of mechanical monsters to attack Chu Jiang frantically. Countless laser beams and artillery shells poured down exploding craters into the ground and filling the air with thick dust and smoke. Bring it on. Chu Jiang grinned, wickedly piloting his mecha to dart and weave, dodging lasers and artillery fire. Simultaneously, he wielded his laser gun, raking fire in all directions. His speed was terrifyingly fast, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. The laser gun in his hand continuously burst with brilliant flashes. No matter what attacks came his way, he evaded them with ease. He slaughtered the mechanical beasts with the recklessness of a tiger among sheep. Wherever he passed, mechanical beasts fell like flies. In just a few minutes, he had wiped out tens of thousands of mechanical beasts in the vicinity. His clothes were tattered, his face smeared with dirt and blood, and his eyes burned crimson with bloodlust. He resembled a demonic god descending from hell into the mortal realm, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. Everywhere he passed, countless mechanical beasts perished. Chu Jiang narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on the direction of the giant spire. I'm arriving soon. I hope you've left a few survivors alive. I need more detailed information. As soon as he finished speaking, the silver-gray mecha rapidly contracted into a compact mechanical combat soldier. The silver-gray mecha became a blur, instantly darting into the heart of the mechanical city. Countless mechanical monsters and legion soldiers along the way were torn into fragments. His speed increased with every passing moment, and mechanical beasts continued to fall wherever he passed. Soon he burst into the interior of the giant spire. Inside the spire, countless ferocious mechanical beasts, over 1,000 in total, were engaged in frenzied combat, devouring one another. The air was thick with the pungent stench of blood, creating an atmosphere of extreme terror and eeriness. Upon seeing the intruder, hundreds of ruling-class mechanical monsters simultaneously raised their heads, revealing crimson eyes and fangs. They emitted low, guttural growls before swarming toward Chu Jiang from all directions. The Mechanical Empire was a civilization of supreme dominance in the universe, possessing innumerable mechanical beasts. Each one was an elite, not only intelligent, but also skilled in coordinated combat. These hundreds of ruling-class mechanical monsters were among the most powerful existences, even when compared across numerous empires and kingdoms. Howl! Countless mechanical beasts roared like a surging torrent. Their massive jaws opened wide as they lunged at the silver-white mechanical combat soldier. Their bodies were enormous, every muscle brimming with terrifying power. Even a star-level mechanical beast bitten by them would likely be crushed and devoured alive. Just ants. Chu Jiang sneered with contempt, piloting the mechanical combat soldier. The silver laser gun in his hand erupted with dazzling light, instantly shattering the hundreds of mechanical monsters that rushed at him, reducing them to countless shards that rained down around him. Though the mechanical monsters were numerous, they could not halt Chu Jiang's advance. He walked with the leisurely pace of a casual stroll, weaving through the mechanical legions and relentlessly harvesting their lives. With every mechanical monster he killed, he absorbed immeasurable energy. When these mechanical monsters perished, they transformed into pure energy that fused into his mecha, further strengthening it and enhancing its defense and reaction speed. This energy was immensely powerful, comparable to that required by high-tier mecha pilots. Chu Jiang fought with unrestrained satisfaction. This was a region controlled by the Mechanical Empire. Located at the very core of the stellar region, the Mechanical Empire occupied vast, boundless territories with an expansive realm of rule. It not only possessed an enormous number of mechanical beasts, but also countless mecha pilots and soldiers. Their average lifespan exceeded 500 years, and their strongest warriors had already reached the star-level domain. Chu Jiang's slaughter of so many mechanical monsters drew the attention of the entire Mechanical Empire. Countless mechanical beasts poured out from their gathering grounds, pursuing him in a massive swarm. Chu Jiang's expression remained indifferent. He raised the silver-white laser gun with his mecha's left arm and swept it across the surroundings, blasting the pursuing mechanical monsters into fragments. Then with his right hand, he swung his wrist device, aiming at the leading ruling-class mechanical monster, and forcefully pressed the activation button. With a thunderous roar, the silver-white laser gun erupted with magnificent radiance resembling the Milky Way, cascading through the void. The ruling-class mechanical monster sensed the danger and hastily turned to evade the silver-white laser beam. Unfortunately, it was too late. As soon as it turned, the laser struck its head. In an instant, the ruling class mechanical monster screamed as it was sent flying backward. A hole the size of a bowl appeared in its skull, blood gushing wildly as it crashed through and collapsed several buildings. The silver-white laser rifle possessed terrifying power capable of obliterating the carapace of mechanical beasts, especially those of the ruling class. The Mechanical Empire's mecha could be regarded as the crystallization of advanced technology. In such circumstances, no matter how numerous the ruling class mechanical monsters were, they could not withstand Chu Jiang's solitary onslaught. He relentlessly slaughtered the mechanical beasts, swiftly dispatching any enemy that dared appear. Their corpses dissolved into pure energy absorbed into his mecha. Unknowingly, Chu Jiang's mecha grew ever more radiant, emitting a cold, somber gleam, as if an abyssal demon itself, radiating an aura of chilling, killing intent. Ding! Congratulations on your level up. Please choose a new form. Accompanied by the system prompt, Chu Jiang furrowed his brow slightly. He had only eliminated several hundred mechanical monsters, yet already leveled up. Far too easy. After a moment's contemplation, he said calmly, transformation. Silver-white battle knife mecha form. Beep. Silver-white battle knife mecha form confirmed. The state of sudden enlightenment faded. Chu Jiang slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within his body. A brilliant smile spread across his face. He stretched his arms, his joints crackling, a sensation like distant thunder resonating through every articulation. As the clicking sounds echoed, intricate symbol patterns covered the mecha's exterior as though it had come alive. This mecha is truly formidable, Chu Jiang praised repeatedly. He had originally worried the silver-white battle knife mecha might be fragile, but now that it was coated with rune patterns transforming into a silver-white metallic texture, it was extraordinarily resilient. The silver-white metallic battle armor took on a diamond shape with blade edges and sharp weapons mounted on both sides. At the center of the chest, 6 silver-white gems were inlaid, flashing with brilliant radiance. Beyond the 6 silver-white gems, 3 silver-white laser guns hovered above the mecha's shoulders. Through their targeting apertures, they locked onto countless mechanical beasts surging from all directions. Guided by his will, the laser guns spat forth dazzling silver light, instantly blasting numerous mechanical monsters to shreds. The mechanical monster's strength was generally quite low, and even the most powerful ruling class mechanical monsters were only at the A rank level. Because Chu Jiang was a half-step star-level powerhouse who had endured multiple brushes with death, his combat skills far exceeded those of ordinary experts. Coupled with the silver-white mecha, even a star-level mechanical monster would hesitate to engage him in direct combat. In merely half a minute, Chu Jiang had continuously eliminated over 50,000 mechanical monsters. Though these mechanical monsters lacked souls, they were forged from special materials, possessed tremendous value, and contained abundant energy for repairing and upgrading the silver-white mecha. Keep killing. Chu Jiang said, his eyes burning with intensity. Over the past few days, every time he finished off mechanical monsters, he gained massive amounts of energy, fueling his growing interest in hunting them. These mechanical monsters all possessed formidable offensive capabilities capable of easily tearing through steel, and even star-level mechanical monsters found them difficult to withstand. Unfortunately, the mechanical monsters could only attack based on instinct, unable to coordinate effective assaults. Otherwise, Chu Jiang did not know how long it would have taken. Chu Jiang did not fear the mechanical monsters, for this was the Mechanical Empire, enemy territory. He did not know how many minutes had passed, but finally, he had cleared all mechanical monsters from the surrounding area. He did not want to waste energy, so he sought opportunities to slaughter other humans and mechanical monsters, gaining substantial energy to further enhance his strength. That thought arose but was immediately extinguished. These mechanical monsters showed no signs of fatigue, relentlessly slaughtering toward him. How could he find time to kill others? Only after clearing the mechanical monsters would Chu Jiang have a chance to rest. Moi. Chu Jiang gazed toward the horizon, his expression suddenly changing. At the distant horizon, 12 figures were hurtling toward him. 9 of them rode mechanical giant wolves, massive in presence. Each mechanical wolf exceeded 5 meters in length, its body clad in black alloy armor, its claws sheathed in metallic bracers. The remaining 2 mechanical giant wolves were slightly smaller in build, draped in red armor, with 2 turrets mounted on their backs resembling heavy tanks, majestic and formidable. Roar! The 2 mechanical giant wolves howled to the sky, their ferocious aura spreading chilling to the bone. Damn it! Chu Jiang cursed inwardly. He had not expected to encounter a Mechanical Empire patrol squadron, especially one so powerfully composed. He had no doubt that if surrounded by the patrol squadron, even with his strength far surpassing ordinary humans, he would ultimately be forced to flee this ruin. Otherwise, he would surely perish at their hands. Kill! Chu Jiang roared, piloting his mecha out of the ruins at full speed toward the horizon. The Mechanical Empire patrol squadron would not abandon their mission. They would certainly pursue. As expected, barely had Chu Jiang emerged from the ruins when over a dozen patrol mechas intercepted him from all directions. You cannot escape. In the cockpit, the mechanical tribe soldiers roared. I told you cannot stop me. Chu Jiang sneered, maneuvering his mecha to dodge several patrol mechas. Stop right there. In the cockpit, the mechanical tribe officer bellowed, his eyes bloodshot with rage. They had been ordered to capture Chu Jiang and had already wasted considerable time. If he escaped, they would face severe consequences upon return. Chu Jiang's speed was extraordinary as he weaved through the ruins. Suddenly, he sensed a whistling sound beside him and immediately shifted his angle. 3 cannon barrels fired blinding laser beams. 3 missiles grazed past his body and struck the ground in the distance, exploding into massive craters with clouds of dust and smoke. Chu Jiang's pupils contracted as he fixed his gaze on the 3 mechanical Empire soldiers. So fast. These 3 mechanical Empire soldiers were remarkably strong, able to keep pace with Chu Jiang. Ha ha ha, you cannot escape. Surrender peacefully, and we may spare your life. The 3 mechanical Empire soldiers laughed loudly. Their mecha's intelligence systems were programmed to execute only simple commands and could not communicate via mental frequency waves, relying instead on verbal communication. Chu Jiang sneered, to catch me you lack sufficient strength. As he spoke, he drove his mecha into a dive, the laser guns firing relentlessly. The deafening sound of intense collisions and explosions echoed. Several mechanical giant wolves and 3 mechanical Empire soldiers were blasted apart by the laser weapons. You all deserve to die. I will make you know what true despair feels like. Chu Jiang spoke, coldly piloting his mecha forward. Chu Jiang controlled the laser guns in a furious barrage, annihilating the mechanical Empire soldiers to pieces. Several mechanical giant wolves charged at him, but he dispatched them with ease. Damn it, how can he be so strong? The remaining 3 mechanical Empire soldiers turned pale. Their combined efforts had been instantly crushed by Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang spoke indifferently. You are mechanical tribe soldiers. You know that, and still dare to kill us. The mechanical tribe soldiers roared. Chu Jiang scoffed. Such insignificant mechanical tribe, what reason do I have to fear killing you? Bastard. The 3 mechanical Empire soldiers erupted in fury, piloting their mechas to charge. Their mechas were equipped with various weapons, posing a grave threat. Chu Jiang sneered, raising his mecha's left arm and swinging the mechanical blade fiercely at the charging enemy soldiers. With a crisp sound, the mechanical soldier's head flew off, its body crashing to the ground, life extinguished. The other 2 soldiers of the mechanical Empire were terrified, piloting their mechas in a panicked retreat. Chu Jiang did not give chase. Instead, he gazed at the mechanical gauntlet on his right arm, a faint smile playing on his lips. The mechanical gauntlet was a reward item Chu Jiang had obtained after slaying the mechanical Empire soldiers. It possessed terrifying offensive power. The 3 soldiers he had just faced were not weak, and navigating a confrontation with them at his peak strength had not been an easy feat. However, Chu Jiang's ultimate victory stemmed from the gauntlet. Activating the hidden weapon system within, he had instantly annihilated his opponents. Although the mechanical race was powerful, without weapons they merely possessed brute strength. Had the mechanical race possessed advanced technological weaponry, they might have been able to suppress Chu Jiang. In the past, the mechanical empire had invested massive resources into researching mechanical technology to ensure victory in war, only to suffer a crushing defeat. Due to a lack of such technological weapons, the mechanical empire was ill-suited for close-quarters combat, relying instead on long-range engagements and technological armaments. These types of technological weapons were expensive and rare, making them unsuitable for ordinary citizens. Chu Jiang piloted his mecha, giving chase toward the retreating mechanical race soldiers. The mechanical race soldiers piloted their mechas at great speed, constantly widening the distance from Chu Jiang. Trying to run. Not a chance. Chu Jiang snorted coldly, accelerating his mecha in a fierce charge. Their speed was too great, and in the blink of an eye they left the 3 soldiers behind. Panic seized the hearts of the mechanical empire soldiers. They ran with all their might until they were utterly exhausted, finally finding a spot to rest and recover their stamina. We must return to the base immediately. If the patrol squad catches up, we are dead, the 3 mechanical empire soldiers said, sitting on the ground with grave expressions. How can we return to the base when we don't even know who our enemy is? Don't worry about who the enemy is, we must leave now. The 3 mechanical empire soldiers conferred and prepared to reactivate their mechanical devices to leave the ruins area. Abruptly, their brows furrowed in confusion as they looked toward the distance. In the distance, dense tongues of fire were erupting as if something had been ignited. Immediately after, thunderous explosions echoed across the sky. Rolling thick smoke swept in all directions, turning the night into a gray haze as if the apocalypse had arrived. What is happening over there? The 3 mechanical empire soldiers stood up, their expressions dazed and bewildered, utterly unable to comprehend the situation. The explosive roars grew louder and clearer. Within half a moment, the rolling smoke gradually dispersed and visibility became clear. In the distant sky, Chu Jiang piloted the Yaowang mecha, drifting slowly like a ghostly specter. 5 mechanical Empire patrol ships swooped down from the sky at high speed, heading straight for Chu Jiang. A playful expression crossed Chu Jiang's face as he maneuvered his mecha to dodge. Accompanied by deafening explosions, the 5 patrol ships crashed heavily nearby, causing massive destruction as countless shards of stone and debris flew through the air. Chu Jiang emerged unscathed, casting a calm gaze upon the 5 mechanical Empire patrol ships. From atop the ships, 6 thick cannon barrels emerged, all aimed squarely at Chu Jiang, spewing brilliant light. Chu Jiang sneered, piloting the Yaowang mecha to dodge rapidly. Countless beams of light sliced through the void, carving deep trenches into the ground. Having evaded the attack, Chu Jiang continued advancing, intent on destroying the patrol ships. The mechanical Empire ships fired again. Each patrol ship was equipped with over 20 machine guns, firing in unison with terrifying momentum. Chu Jiang dodged skillfully, closing the distance to the ships. The machine gun fire struck the patrol ships, igniting bursts of explosive flames. Observing calmly, Chu Jiang sharply noticed a massive turret installed at the center of the 5 ships, currently accumulating energy. The massive turret contained immense energy, releasing a blinding beam that locked onto the Yaowang. In an instant, the beam inside the turret intensified into a terrifying pillar of light, tearing through the firmament and rushing straight toward the Yaowang. Troubled, Chu Jiang's face darkened. This tactic from the mechanical Empire was ruthless, specifically designed to counter someone like him, a bane to their kind. He had no doubt that this beam was sufficient to destroy the Yaowang. Rumble, rumble. The giant beam, radiating an aura of destruction, arrived in the blink of an eye, crashing heavily onto the Yaowang mecha. The Yaowang's defenses were formidable. It withstood the giant beam without sustaining any damage. Instead, the giant beam dissipated, fading away like scattered starlight. How is this possible? Could he be piloting mechanical race equipment? The 3 mechanical Empire soldiers stared in dumbfounded shock. They recognized this model of mecha. It was a high-end unit possessed only by the upper echelons of the mechanical race. Chu Jiang piloted his mecha to rapidly approach the 3 mechanical race soldiers. Stop him. Don't let him get close. The leading young mechanical Empire soldier roared in terror. They knew the terrifying power of Chu Jiang's mecha. A single misstep could mean death. The other 2 soldiers snapped out of their stupor and hastily maneuvered their mechas to surround Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang sneered, controlling his mecha to leap into the air, avoiding their mechas and fiercely firing beams at them. In almost the same instant, 2 mechanical Empire mechas were pierced through, completely losing their mobility. The remaining soldiers were paralyzed with fear. Chu Jiang was too powerful, strong enough to induce despair. Damn it, retreat quickly. Don't block his path, or you'll die. The leading young soldier bellowed, frantically piloting his mecha to flee. He had long since abandoned thoughts of honor, caring only about escaping the area. Chu Jiang, piloting the Yaowang, continuously fired beams to intercept the retreating soldiers. Soon another 5 mechanical Empire patrol ships arrived, firing beams in unison to blockade the surrounding space. Die! Chu Jiang shouted, piloting his mecha to dive-bomb the soldiers. The Yaowang mecha continuously fired beams, blasting the mechanical Empire soldiers into fragments, with flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Save me. No, don't leave me. The 2 soldiers were blown to pieces, screaming for mercy. Chu Jiang paid them no mind. He piloted his mecha to ram into them, crushing them completely into scattered dust. Having dealt with the 2, Chu Jiang continued his hunt for the mechanical Empire soldiers, showing no fear whatsoever. He piloted his mecha like a tiger, entering a flock of sheep, easily slaughtering them. In less than 2 minutes, Chu Jiang had eliminated over 300 mechanical Empire soldiers and tossed their corpses into the wasteland. Suddenly, intense explosive sounds echoed from the distant horizon once more. Chu Jiang's expression shifted slightly. The mechanical Empire actually had 6 patrol ships. Oh, were they planning to send out their entire force? It seems the mechanical Empire is truly determined to fight to the death. Chu Jiang sneered, maneuvering the Yaowang to confront the 6 patrol ships. He continuously fired machine gun bullets, causing the 6 ships to shake violently and spark. The 6 patrol ships launched a general attack, firing dense beams of energy simultaneously in an attempt to bomb Chu Jiang to death. Unafraid, Chu Jiang piloted his mecha to charge through, dodging all the beams. Forced to adjust to the attack, the 6 patrol ships turned their cannons toward Chu Jiang and began bombarding him. Chu Jiang maintained a stern expression, maneuvering the Yaowang to constantly shift positions and evade the barrage of cannon fire. Having survived countless battles, he had honed extraordinary combat skills, executing advanced tactical maneuvers with effortless precision. The mechanical Empire's patrol ships unleashed a frantic and devastating bombardment that shook the heavens and terrified all who witnessed it. An ordinary mecha, even an A-class model, would have been reduced to scrap under such relentless assault. Yet Chu Jiang piloting the Yaoguang remained steadfast and unyielding, sustaining not a single scratch. The Yaoguang retaliated with precision, firing beams that struck 6 mechanical patrol ships, triggering massive explosions. The force of the explosions propelled the Yaoguang forward at tremendous speed, allowing it to break through the blockade of the 6 patrol ships in an instant. Seizing the momentum, Chu Jiang continued his assault, bombarding the enemy ships until they rocked violently and belched thick, white smoke. Damn it! Contact the military department and request reinforcements. Contact them immediately. Oh, I will handle it personally. I'm reporting the situation right now. The 6 mechanical Empire soldiers wore grim expressions. They had severely underestimated Chu Jiang and never imagined the Yaoguang's defense was so terrifying. 2 other soldiers took out their communicators to contact the military department, but there was no response. The call kept dropping. Meanwhile, Chu Jiang piloted the Yaoguang toward the nearest military base. Despite the relentless bombardment from the 6 patrol ships, Chu Jiang relied on his mecha's formidable strength to withstand the attacks. Soon he found an opening, breaking through the blockade with the Yaoguang and leaping across the wilderness. He hovered his mecha in the air, looking down at the military camp below, a cold smile curling his lips. Invader, you are now surrounded. Surrender. The camp commander shouted loudly. Chu Jiang replied coldly. I have no interest in surrendering, nor do I wish to hear your nonsense. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he pressed the ignition button. The Yaoguang accelerated instantly, transforming into a streak of light as it charged into the military camp. Damn it, what is he doing? Run! He's going to massacre everyone. Inside, the camp soldiers screamed in terror and scrambled to flee in every direction. Enemy attack. Activate the mechanical shield and intercept him. Quickly start the energy weapons. The commander's face paled with shock as he desperately ordered his men to activate energy shields and mechanical weapons to block the Yaoguang's advance. The Yaoguang mecha erupted with blinding light, descending like a missile with terrifying force directly onto the camp. With a thunderous boom, the entire camp collapsed, instantly engulfed in clouds of dust and smoke. Almost all soldiers in the camp were crushed beneath the Yaoguang, with only a few lucky ones surviving. Haha, what a thrill. That was absolutely satisfying. Chu Jiang laughed heartily, having finally given in to his urge to wipe out the camp. The mechanical Empire soldiers were far too brutal, slaughtering anyone at will. Such filth had to be cleansed. Warning, warning, the military camp is under attack. An unknown mechanical entity has invaded the camp. Alert, alert. Warning, warning, the camp is under attack by unknown intruders. Alert, alert. The camp is under attack by unknown intruders. Alert, alert. The alarm bells rang out wildly, filling the camp with shrill warnings. Enemy attack. All mechanical soldiers proceed to your combat positions immediately. Hurry up, the enemy is coming. The commander roared, his heart filled with panic. He never dreamed someone would dare to invade the camp and slaughter so many mechanical soldiers. Such an event was unheard of, something the commander had never encountered before. I don't care who you are. Anyone who dares to slaughter our army will be executed without mercy. The commander, consumed by rage, bellowed his orders. Deploy our strongest weapons and eliminate that bastard. The mechanical empire possessed advanced technology and equipped every planet with various sophisticated weapons. The commander's order caused an immediate uproar, with many mechanical soldiers activating their weapons and aiming directly at the Yaoguang. In an instant, a barrage of energy beams and various weapons rained down upon him. Chu Jiang's pupils contracted slightly, cursing the mechanical empire's madness in his mind. Although the Yaoguang was an A-class mecha, its defense was nearly invincible. Ordinary weapons could barely scratch it. Only nuclear weaponry posed a real threat. Nuclear weapons were high-end armaments, expensive and rare. The mechanical empire possessed only a limited number because their use was strictly restricted, requiring vast funds to purchase nuclear energy crystals, which were exceedingly precious. Nuclear energy crystals were rare treasures of the universe, containing immense energy capable of significantly enhancing a mecha's defense and attack power. The mechanical empire camp had only a handful of nuclear-powered mechas, all of which had been destroyed by Chu Jiang, leaving only the latest model of nuclear mecha. What is a mere nuclear mecha to the Yaoguang? Chu Jiang sneered, skillfully dodging various energy beams with ease. He evaded the nuclear mecha's attacks without breaking a sweat. Although the nuclear mecha was powerful, Chu Jiang's piloting of the Yaoguang was even faster, making it impossible for the enemy to track him. Fire! Attack him relentlessly. The commander roared hysterically, his anger reaching its peak. He never expected the enemy's mecha to hold such a dominant position, while they could only suffer passively. The other 5 mechanical soldiers also felt utterly humiliated, wishing to tear Chu Jiang apart limb from limb. As elite legionnaires, they were accustomed to a life of comfort and inaction. Now reduced to helpless prey, how could they accept such humiliation? Sir, the enemy mecha is too fast, we cannot lock onto it. Its speed is incredible, and we can't hit it. What should we do? Sir, please advise. The 5 mechanical soldiers wailed bitterly at a loss for what to do. The Mechanical Empire's military quality was poor. Despite their training, they lacked discipline and could not form a cohesive fighting force. Gritting his teeth, the commander said, "Hold them off at all costs until reinforcements arrive." He was certain reinforcements were nearby, otherwise the enemy could not have infiltrated the camp so silently. Sir, we cannot hold them off. The enemy mecha is approaching at an astonishing speed. It will reach us in 10 seconds. 10 seconds. That's enough time for us to escape. The 5 mechanical soldiers explained anxiously. They desperately tried to intercept the Yaowang, but achieved nothing. Damn it, the commander roared in anger. Activate the energy weapons. He took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, and pressed the remote control button. In no time, black smoke rose from the camp as countless energy weapons aligned and aimed directly at the Yaowang. Damn it, what is that? Chu Jiang's expression changed drastically as he quickly maneuvered the Yaowang sideways to dodge. You bastards dare to use nuclear missiles against me. Chu Jiang was furious. The Mechanical Empire had truly lost their minds. Exposing the camp's secrets to launch a nuclear attack was simply lawless. Nuclear missiles are extremely powerful. I admit the Yaowang is impressive, but it certainly cannot withstand a nuclear strike. The commander snarled grotesquely. Let's see how arrogant you can still be. Nuclear missile, eh? Nuclear missiles are nothing. Chu Jiang sneered dismissively. To him, a nuclear explosion was as insignificant as eating or drinking. Nuclear missiles were nothing. Stop wasting words and attack, the deputy supervisor urged. Chu Jiang's combat prowess far exceeded their expectations, leaving the 300-plus elite soldiers of the Mechanical Empire frustrated and powerless against him. The commander analyzed calmly. The enemy's mecha performance is far superior to ours. We cannot engage them head-on. We must change tactics. The others nodded in agreement. Chu Jiang was too powerful to face in a duel. Lure him into the central area of the military camp, the commander ordered with a sinister tone, deciding to use the terrain to ambush and annihilate Chu Jiang. Yes, sir. 5 mechanical soldiers received the order and quickly moved toward the central area of the camp. Bad news. Chu Jiang's expression darkened. They're going to activate the self-destruct devices. He knew the camp stored such devices. In military warfare, self-destruct devices are indispensable and can easily kill mecha pilots. Without hesitation, Chu Jiang piloted his mecha forward, intending to destroy the nuclear energy device. You underestimate us. The 5 mechanical soldiers sneered. They had anticipated Chu Jiang's move and had already positioned the self-destruct devices accordingly. Rumbling explosions rocked the central camp, sending violent shockwaves through the area. The nuclear device's power was terrifying. The blast wave swept through the surroundings, engulfing Chu Jiang. So we did it. Ha ha, we finally dealt with the enemy. This is a major contribution. The rewards will be substantial. The commander and the 5 mechanical soldiers were ecstatic. Suddenly their expressions froze, their eyes widening in disbelief as they stared at the explosion zone. In the center of the nuclear explosion, there was nothing but emptiness. Damn it, where is that guy? How could he possibly survive a nuclear self-destruct? The 5 men looked at each other, unable to believe what they were seeing. Chu Jiang, piloting his mecha with astonishing agility, had navigated through the explosion zone. I'm not that easy to kill. Chu Jiang cackled, continuing to search for the nuclear self-destruct device. Moments later, he found the hidden location and piloted his mecha straight toward it. Fire! The 5 mechanical soldiers reacted instantly, opening fire. Chu Jiang's figure swayed, narrowly dodging the shots before his mecha surged forward to the hidden device. Fire! The 5 mechanical soldiers roared, firing again. Bang! 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 Amidst the deafening explosions, Chu Jiang piloted the Yaowang to turn like lightning, blocking the trajectory of the enemy fire. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Jiang grabbed the device and quickly left the scene. Chase! The commander roared. Don't let him escape. The 5 mechanical soldiers adjusted their direction and pursued Chu Jiang with full force. Damn it, we've walked into a trap. The nuclear bomb's power is terrifying. Chu Jiang is in danger. Hurry and contact the Legion headquarters for help. The mechanical soldiers panicked, pulling out their communicators to call for backup. The commander's face turned ashen. The nuclear power was too great, and the explosion in the core area had resulted in dense nuclear radiation. The nuclear radiation contaminated the environment, causing the military base's ecosystem to collapse. Report, sir. The headquarters has shut down all communication systems and requested that we send engineers to clean up the contamination. The communications officer reported urgently, his tone filled with worry. Idiots, fix the contaminated area immediately. The commander erupted in anger. He understood that the nuclear radiation was worsening and could cause catastrophic losses. Yes, sir. The communications officer nodded and activated the equipment to inspect the contaminated area. The scope of the nuclear explosion's contamination was expanding, and it was unknown how long it would take to repair. No, the nuclear explosion must be stopped immediately, or it will endanger the base. The commander frowned deeply. Although they had the ability to seal off the contaminated area, doing so would waste a significant amount of resources. Report, sir. We just detected that the nuclear contamination has spread to the outer perimeter of the base, the communications officer reported with a gloomy face. Hearing this, the commander froze in place, his face filled with shock. What? It has already spread to the outer area. Sir, we should retreat. The communications officer said bitterly. If the base was contaminated, they were all doomed. The commander's hands trembled, his eyes bloodshot. No, we absolutely cannot retreat. We must stop the spread of the contamination. If the nuclear pollution spread, the army would suffer heavy losses, or even the entire planet could be destroyed. Reports, sir, we are powerless. The nuclear contamination is too massive, we cannot withstand it. Sir, you had better evacuate quickly, several mechanical soldiers advised. No, you go first, the commander barked. Remember, protect the armory and the data. Do not let them fall into enemy hands. I will stay behind to cover your retreat. He prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice, not only because Chu Jiang was powerful, but also because the nuclear contamination was too vast. Sir, no need to say more. Execute the order. The commander roared, urging the 5 mechanical soldiers to leave. Yes, sir. The mechanical soldiers nodded sorrowfully. They knew their commander had decided to stay and die. Chu Jiang controlled the Yaoguang, navigating through the nuclear contamination zone in search of the nuclear self-destruct device. After a while, he suddenly heard a warning. The commander has located the position and is approaching the nuclear self-destruct device. Chu Jiang frowned. The location of the nuclear self-destruct device was a secret. How could he know? He didn't overthink it, and immediately accelerated his mecha to escape the enemy as quickly as possible. Chu Jiang piloted his mecha like a streak of light, moving with incredible speed. In just a few seconds, Chu Jiang escaped from the nuclear explosion zone. The commander and the other mechanical soldiers could not intercept him in time. Bastard. Damn it. Chase him down. Eliminate him at all costs. The commander roared in anger, and his guards pursued, desperately vowing to kill Chu Jiang. However, Chu Jiang piloted his mecha, weaving through the jungle like a nimble monkey, moving at a surprisingly fast speed. The distance between them continued to widen. Sir, the enemy is too far away. We can't catch him. The 5 mechanical soldiers reported helplessly. The commander gritted his teeth. Damn it, are we just going to let Chu Jiang leave? Sir, he can't run far, the communications officer suggested. Why don't we enter the core area of the base and force him out? The commander's gaze was resolute. No, that is our final line of defense. We cannot allow the enemy to breach it. The core area of the base was equipped with many weapon systems, as well as various protective shields, surveillance screens, and laser cannons. If Chu Jiang rashly entered the core area, he would be easily destroyed. Chu Jiang sneered disdainfully. He had the Sky Eye scanning system, which could easily detect the enemy's position. Chu Jiang drove his mecha at high speed through the dense jungle, avoiding the enemy. Soon he arrived at the core area of the base and discovered many buildings. However, the exterior walls of the buildings were painted black, radiating an ancient and weathered aura, as if they had once been eroded by nuclear radiation. Sir, what are we doing here? These are all abandoned houses, the communications officer asked in confusion. Abandoned houses? You are terribly mistaken. The commander sneered. Do you really think Chu Jiang is foolish enough to charge directly into the base? He surely anticipated this and made preparations long ago. Moreover, he knows about the defensive system we've established here, which is precisely why he dares to wreak havoc within the nuclear explosion zone. The communications officer suddenly understood. The base's core was heavily fortified. Outsiders were strictly prohibited from entering unless under special circumstances. Our defensive system is designed only against external threats, not against our own people, the commander said with a grave expression. What do you mean? The communications officer was stunned. Look, the commander said, reaching out and pointing into the distance. Instantly, a tall tower lit up with a red signal, and soon the entire area was bathed in crimson light. A series of deafening explosions rocked the area, and over a dozen buildings collapsed. Shortly after, the remaining structures began to smoke and burst into fierce flames, completely engulfing the nearby zone. Chu Jiang watched from the shadows, secretly alarmed. Earlier, his scanning probe had revealed that although these buildings appeared weathered on the surface, their actual materials were of exceptional quality. Such a defensive system had been easily breached. The communications officer stood dumbfounded. Humph, truly cunning. The commander gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with venomous resentment. Sir, what should we do? The communications officer asked anxiously. The commander calmed himself and said, rest assured. Since this is a nuclear explosion zone, traces will inevitably remain. His attempt to hide them from me is nothing but a pipe dream. Let us return to our garrison first. With that, he turned and walked away. The communications officer hurried to follow. Chu Jiang remained in place observing. He thought to himself, this man is so clever that his own cleverness became his undoing. If he had followed proper procedure, traces would certainly have been left behind. Would I really have given him time to search for clues? However, he was also cautious. Fearing that his tracks might be discovered, he deliberately took detours, hoping to lure his enemies into a trap. This in fact saved Chu Jiang considerable trouble. Hehe, you really are victims of your own cleverness, Chu Jiang said with a mocking curve at the corner of his lips. Piloting the Yaoguang, he lay low and crept forward silently. Chu Jiang piloted the Yaoguang in silently before launching a sudden strike. With a thunderous crash, he shattered the commander's protective shield. A missile shot past Chu Jiang's body and struck a nearby building. The resulting explosion sent shockwaves across the entire planet, flattening the surrounding structures. Chu Jiang emerged unscathed. Bastard. Upon seeing this, the commander flew into a rage. Activate the nuclear self-destruct device. I want to blow this intruder to pieces. Boom. The nuclear bomb detonated. Chu Jiang piloted the Yaoguang straight into the sky, escaping just before the nuclear blast arrived. The bomb struck the center of a city, immediately triggering widespread panic. The shockwave from the nuclear explosion swept across 100 kilometers, toppling countless buildings and tearing countless zombies apart until they were reduced to ash. Quick, go there for rescue operations. Nie Xiaoya said anxiously. If anything happened to Chu Jiang, what would she do? Let us go and help. Chu Jiang piloted the Yaoguang, carrying Nie Xiaoya toward the battlefield. In the combat zone, countless mechanical spiders surged forward, their dense gunfire weaving into a mesh of death. Chu Jiang piloted the Yaoguang, charging forward recklessly and constantly destroying the mechanical spiders that blocked their path. The mechanical spiders were pierced and exploded one by one, turning into scattered fragments filling the sky. Nie Xiaoya commanded her mech from the rear, her hands dancing across the control panel as she continuously adjusted various attack modes. Her fierce and relentless offensive forced Chu Jiang's forces into retreat, suppressing the enemy. The two worked with seamless coordination. Soon Chu Jiang carved a bloody path through the enemy lines. More than half of the mechanical spiders had been eliminated, and the remainder posed little threat. Boom. A nuclear bomb landed, swallowing an entire block in dust and debris. Countless zombies perished, their remains turning to white bones. Retreat quickly. Chu Jiang shouted, leading Nie Xiaoya to flee. The nuclear bombardment was too formidable. Chu Jiang had no intention of confronting it head-on. As powerful as he was, he had not yet reached the point where he could withstand a nuclear strike. Moreover, the mechanical spiders obstructed his line of sight, causing him considerable concern. Two streaks of light flashed through the sky. Chu Jiang piloted the Yaoguang and quickly distanced himself. Nie Xiaoya's mech followed closely behind. Two streaks of light descended. A black warship hovered in the sky, its hull dark gold with eerie patterns etched across its surface, resembling a steel demon lord. Behind it were three monstrous blades gleaming with cold blue light. Lord Chu Jiang, please stop. A middle-aged man emerged from the warship's cabin. His presence was profound, his gaze sharp as a sword. His aura was as imposing as a mountain range, subtly radiating a dangerous energy. You have considerable courage to dare tracking us down. Chu Jiang smiled. Who sent you this time? Don't you know I detest being followed? The middle-aged man said calmly, my name is Andy. I am the commander of the 7th Legion of the Star River Alliance. I have been ordered to arrest you and ask that you return with us to the Alliance headquarters for investigation. Oh. Chu Jiang's smile deepened with mockery as he stared at Andy. Arrest me? How amusing. Though I must admit I admire your courage. Before his words had finished fading, Chu Jiang piloted the Yaoguang in a sudden dive, charging straight toward Andy. Intercept him. Andy roared in fury. Fire upon him. Chu Jiang maneuvered the Yaoguang with a sharp tailspin, moving with the agility of a swimming fish to evade the attack. The warship's main cannon spat, terrifying energy, forming clusters of flame-like clouds. Chu Jiang piloted the Yaoguang, swerving left and right to dodge the energy beams. He stared coldly at Andy and taunted, with attacks like these you cannot harm me. I suggest you surrender while you still can. In your dreams. Andy exploded in rage. Open fire. Warship after warship launched lasers, forming a dense network of laser fire. Chu Jiang piloted the Yaoguang to dodge the laser beams, when suddenly a spaceship attacked from the flank. Damn it. Chu Jiang's expression changed. Nie Xiaoya, controlling her mech, performed a roll and attacked the spaceship from an oblique angle. The two mechs engaged in close combat. Nie Xiaoya's temperament was relatively gentle, and she was not skilled in assault warfare. At this moment, she could only struggle to hold her ground. Meanwhile, Chu Jiang piloted the Yaoguang, constantly dodging laser beams. He dared not linger in the fight, for he knew the laser's destructive power was immense. Even if he were not blasted to atoms, he would surely be injured. Damn it. Andy was furious to see Chu Jiang and his companion merely evading attacks. These two humans were too cunning despite being the ones who provoked the conflict. They reacted with extraordinary agility. Nevertheless, he did not panic. Our reinforcements will arrive shortly. Let us see how long you can remain arrogant. Andy's eyes turned icy. Death awaits you both. Suddenly, a laser beam sliced through the sky, instantly piercing a mechanical spider. The mechanical spider exploded on the spot, turning into a shower of flames. Who is it? Andy's face changed dramatically. Elsewhere, startling explosions continued to echo. Who are you people? I am Andy Kalman, commander of the 7th Legion of the Imperial Capital Star. How dare you trespass on Imperial Capital Star? Are you not afraid of facing the planet's legal sanctions? Andy shouted. Planetary laws. Ha ha ha, they are utterly useless in the universe. You interstellar pirates are despicable creatures. The so-called human rights have long vanished. We only believe in the power of the strong. Your human strength is truly too frail. Chu Jiang sneered. Andy roared in fury. Do you not humans have a saying? The strong rule supreme. Only with enough power can you survive. Otherwise you humans will be reduced to ruins. Today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of this bunch of trash. Chu Jiang glanced at him coldly and said, You are not qualified. Andy, upon hearing this, exploded in rage. You lowly race dare to despise us mechanicians. Today I will let you know what true power is. A piercing radiance emerged. Andy's body glowed with brilliant light, his entire figure resembling a miniature sun, radiating dazzling brilliance that was almost unbearable to look at. Laser cannons and lightsabers roared to life. Andy revealed his true power, unleashing a fierce barrage of laser fire and lightsaber strikes that completely engulfed Chu Jiang. Nyesya piloted her mecha and lunged forward, attempting to assist. Get lost. Andy glared, releasing a wisp of aura that instantly crushed Nyesya. Nyesya spat blood and was thrown out of her mecha, blasted away by the combat aftermath. Andy's eyes revealed thick contempt. Fragile humans, Andy sneered. Nyesya wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, rose to her feet, and a look of resolve appeared on her face. She called out, Boss, you run first. I'll cover you. Chu Jiang's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Nyesya, however, resolutely stood in front of him, her pretty face filled with determination. Boss, I won't hold you back. Even if I sacrifice myself, I will ensure your safety. Her hands gripped the mecha rifle, aiming at Andy, her beautiful eyes brimming with killing intent. Andy's pupils contracted slightly. He had encountered this situation too many times. The primitive race of this planet harbored deep resentment toward humanity. In their worldview, only they were the symbol of intelligence, while humans were merely weak creatures unworthy of being called people. Therefore, humanity must perish. Foolish race, Andy shook his head. Your strength is far too frail. Our civilization is highly developed, and our scientific research far surpasses yours. You are destined to become prisoners. Is that so? Chu Jiang grinned. In that case, let's try it. The Yawang suddenly appeared beside him. Impossible. Andy was greatly shocked and hurriedly activated his laser shield for defense, but he was still a step too late. The Yawang crashed into him, and Andy was blasted away. Damn it. Andy flew into a rage. You lowly insects, I will kill you all. He took out his light brain and dialed a number, roaring, General Bark, I need help. These contemptible insects attacked my homeland and destroyed a large amount of equipment. Andy, are you an idiot? General Bark cursed. The Interstellar Federation's code stipulates that no faction is allowed to invade human territory. Andy ground his teeth. Enough excuses, General Bark said sternly. You must withdraw immediately, leave everything behind, and hand over your warships and resources. No way, Andy shouted. He had grown accustomed to plundering and could not bear to give it up. We are the Imperial Army, not rogue warlords. General Bark said coldly, if you continue to persist in your folly, we will take military action. You should know that we have the full capability to destroy this planet. In that case, with your empire suffering heavy losses, do you think you can still monopolize the interstellar colonies? Andy fell silent for a moment. He was well aware of the empire's cruel laws. His father had once told him never to provoke those vicious madmen. Although young and arrogant, he was not stupid. Fine. He took a deep breath and nodded in agreement. He was unwilling to take the risk. After all, his target this time was Chu Jiang, while the others were not even worth his glance. Chu Jiang, overhearing their conversation, couldn't help but let out a mocking laugh. A dignified imperial royal family member reduced to a deserter. How embarrassing. Andy snorted coldly. What do you know? This world belongs to the age of mecha. Powerful strength is the only truth. Moreover, your human strength is far too weak, truly like garbage. Excitement flashed in his eyes. The technology on this star is relatively backward. If I wanted to, I could summon countless strong warriors from all corners of the galaxy at any time. I could build a mechanical legion, sweep across the universe, and dominate the galaxy. Your human corpses could be fed to those monsters. They would certainly enjoy them. His tone was full of temptation. In this way I would have an endless supply of resources to cultivate even stronger warriors. Your empire is indeed full of madmen, Chu Jiang said indifferently. Andy sneered. His target was the core interests of the empire, not the propagation of humanity. In the interstellar cosmos, the indigenous people of every planet were merely tools for human breeding. In this universe, only the most powerful mecha warriors could survive, otherwise they would be eliminated. Let's go. Andy waved his hand and led his group away. Chu Jiang did not pursue. His mindset was calm because he was indeed extremely strong. Although Andy's mecha were advanced, they were not fast. Chu Jiang piloted the Yaoguang, closely following behind Andy's mecha. After a moment, he stopped tracking and instead chose a patrol boat, boarding it silently and lying in wait aboard. You humans are such a nuisance, Andy muttered. A bunch of cowards. Aren't you mechanical life forms troublesome as well? Chu Jiang mocked. Andy ignored Chu Jiang and continued on his journey. Suddenly Chu Jiang sensed a familiar fluctuation. His divine sense expanded, instantly locking onto that mecha. Another Iron Tier mecha. But this one seems inferior to Andy's. Chu Jiang narrowed his eyes, staring at the mecha. Several light spots on the mecha were clearly the sole coordinates of several mecha pilots. Andy, what are you doing? Move quickly. If we don't leave now, the patrol boat will inspect us soon. A mecha pilot urged. Shut up. Andy coldly rebuked. Look carefully. Look at what? The mecha pilot asked in confusion. Do you recognize this mecha? Andy pointed at the Yaoguang and asked. Of course. This is the latest model of mecha with superior performance. The mecha pilot said proudly. It was crafted by the Empire's Technology Academy using the top-grade titanium alloy from our Interstellar Commerce Alliance. This is a reward from the Empire. Have you ever seen the design blueprints for this type of mecha? Andy inquired. Let me see. After a moment, he shook his head. I don't know. I've never seen this model. Andy's mind raced. I suspect this mecha is a masterpiece of humanity. Perhaps they have already succeeded in developing it. Furrowing his brows, he added, I must seize it. However, they dare not emerge, reminded the mecha pilot. Oomph. Andy sneered. You are too naive. Humanity is a race of extreme greed and viciousness. To acquire resources, they will unhesitatingly abandon all sense of kinship and shame, even slaughtering their own kind. He glanced toward the Yaoguang, his eyes narrowing slightly. What do you intend to do? The mecha pilot asked warily. Destroy the Yaoguang. Andy's voice was icy. Capture it, torture out its secrets, then kill them all and plunder their property. The mecha pilot gasped. Although they feared no humans, they had no desire to sever all ties with humanity entirely, especially with the Empire. This approach is too reckless. What if it draws a large force of humans? The mecha pilot advised. Then fight. Andy sneered. Do you truly believe they would dispatch a massive reinforcement fleet? Indeed. Chu Jiang spoke up. Have you forgotten that humanity stands as one entity? We rise together and fall together. If humanity is annihilated, who will stand against the Zerg? That is not necessarily so, Andy retorted coldly. The Zerg will not breach humanity's defenses so easily. Over the years, the Empire has been engaged in constant external campaigns. The Zerg strength is far from as formidable as we imagine. We need only delay them until the Zerg weaken, and humanity will inevitably secure victory. Foolish, Chu Jiang scoffed. Do you truly believe the Zerg's power is limited to this? The Zerg are an exceptionally cunning civilization. Their schemes are impossible to foresee. You are nothing but a frog at the bottom of a well. Andy flew into a rage. Stay calm, Andy. He is merely trying to provoke you, another mecha pilot cautioned. Chu Jiang let out a derisive chuckle. Andy, your pilot speaks correctly. The intelligence of the Zerg far surpasses that of ordinary mechanical life forms. Do you truly believe that a single mecha is enough for the Zerg to conquer the entire universe? Nowadays, the Zerg's influence spans every corner of the cosmos. Their numbers are terrifyingly vast. Do you imagine that even with sufficient manpower, the Empire could withstand a Zerg invasion? That will not happen, the mecha pilot countered. The Empire has already signed a treaty with the Zerg. That applies only to times of peace, Chu Jiang replied. Now that warfare is frequent across the stars, how could the Empire possibly have the energy to attend to internal affairs? Andy's heart sank. Andy, the mecha pilot said after a pause, our chances in this battle are no more than 30%. Therefore, you cannot afford to lose. Regardless of the outcome, we must intercept the Yaoguang first. This mecha is of immense value, we must bring it back. Very well. You provide cover while I attack the Yaoguang. Launch a flanking strike and ensure we maintain overwhelming superiority, Andy ordered. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly propelled his mecha into the air, diving straight toward the enemy machine. The two machines clashed. A violent collision erupted, sending sparks flying in every direction. Damn it! Andy grunted as his body was thrown backward, slamming into the ground. Meanwhile, the black mecha ahead remained completely unscathed. How is this possible? The mecha pilot exclaimed in shock. There's something strange about it. Chu Jiang's expression shifted. Retreat immediately. He instantly piloted the Yaoguang backward. Where do you think you're going? Andy roared. Twin gun barrels extended from the mecha's arms. 2 missiles screamed through the air. Chu Jiang maneuvered the Yaoguang to evade the missile strike, yet still sustained minor damage. 2 punctures marred his shoulder. Powerful shells, even more formidable than laser cannons, Chu Jiang said with a grave expression. It seems we have encountered a tough opponent. This guy is a high-tier mecha pilot, an A-rank pilot, Chu Jiang cursed inwardly. Damn it, why is an A-rank pilot showing up now? This is terrible luck. An A-rank pilot possessed twice the combat effectiveness of a C-rank pilot. Moreover, Andy was among the elite of the A-rank pilots. Miss Nye, your combat strength is weak, Chu Jiang said, glancing at Nye Xiaoya standing beside him. Stay close to me. Understood, Nye Xiaoya nodded. She wore a specially treated suit capable of shielding her from bullets, laser cannons, and laser beams, so she need not worry about injury. The two piloted their mechas and sped away rapidly. Andy pursued in his own mecha. They are trying to shake off our pursuit. Do not let them escape. Andy shouted angrily. Several other mecha pilots quickly followed suit. Chu Jiang piloted the mecha, constantly evading attacks. Although his speed could not match Andy's, his reflexes were sharp, and the Yaoguang's performance far exceeded Andy's machine. Thus Chu Jiang remained unharmed. Andy's expression grew darker and more ominous with each passing moment. I cannot wait any longer, or he will slip away, he muttered. Suddenly, he altered his mecha's trajectory. Trouble. He's up to something. Chu Jiang's expression changed. Gazing at Andy's rear, a vague sense of danger stirred within him. True enough, the next moment Andy produced a card from his mecha and chanted an incantation. Instantly his mecha glowed with brilliant white light. Chu Jiang felt a chill, realizing the situation was dire, and hastily maneuvered the Yaoguang to dodge. A beam of white light flashed past, narrowly missing the Yaoguang. Another sweep of white light followed. Chu Jiang's mecha twisted and turned, barely avoiding the fatal strike. He's insane. He has activated the core system's self-destruct protocol, Nye Xiaoya cried out in shock. The core program was the soul of every mecha. Once triggered, the mecha would lose all functionality, with the only outcome being self-destruction. This was the worst-case scenario, but it also meant the enemy would inevitably pay a heavy price. This was war, merciless and unforgiving. Chu Jiang. An enraged roar echoed from Andy's mecha. It was Andy's exclusive battle machine, Thunder. Hearing his furious voice, Chu Jiang could not help but sneer. Is that all you have? He asked coldly. You. Andy gritted his teeth. His mecha was his most precious possession. You bastard. Andy roared in fury. Do you have any other tricks? Chu Jiang asked. Andy fell silent. He truly had no moves left. Refusing to use them, Chu Jiang sneered. In that case, let me send you on your way. Chu Jiang propelled the Yaoguang skyward, charging straight toward Andy's mecha. Chu Jiang, you dare? Andy was terrified out of his wits. Huh? Why wouldn't I dare? Chu Jiang laughed coldly, steering the Yaoguang directly into the attack. Andy's face went pale with fear. He frantically piloted his mecha to dodge, while continuously firing missiles. Chu Jiang maneuvered the Yaoguang with flashing agility, effortlessly evading Andy's attacks. Nye Xiaoya watched the battle between Chu Jiang and Andy, her eyes widening with each passing moment. Chu Jiang's speed was beyond imagination. Every evasion was precise, as though he had already foreseen Andy's attack trajectories. It completely shattered her understanding of mecha tactics, leaving her utterly unable to comprehend how he achieved such mastery. Chu Jiang piloted the Yaoguang steadily, closing in on Andy. Andy's mecha retreated continuously, yet escape remained impossible. Finally, when Chu Jiang drew within 10 meters of Andy's mecha, he did not hesitate and rammed the Yaoguang directly into Andy's machine. Andy's Thunder mecha suffered a devastating impact. Chu Jiang pressed his advantage, maneuvering the Yaoguang into a relentless series of attacks against Andy. Andy responded in panic, but his Thunder mecha had been utterly destroyed. He stood frozen in place, his mind blank with shock. Nye Xiaoya stared in disbelief at the two shattered mechas, her mind ringing, unable to process what she had just witnessed. Chu Jiang exited the mecha bay and walked onto the bridge, where he stood quietly gazing at the sun ahead. Xiaoya, what just happened? He asked softly. Nye Xiaoya's lips trembled, and she remained silent for a long moment before finally whispering, Andy's mecha. You destroyed it. Yes, Chu Jiang said calmly. I destroyed Andy's mecha. Nye Xiaoya was left speechless. Xiaoya, you no longer need to fear Andy's retaliation. You don't need to be afraid anymore. Chu Jiang looked at Nye Xiaoya with a gentle smile. From this day forward, he will never be able to harm you again. Nye Xiaoya stared at him motionless. Suddenly her eyes reddened and tears spilled down her cheeks. She reached out and embraced Chu Jiang tightly, sobbing softly into his shoulder. Chu Jiang patted her shoulder gently. It's all right. Don't grieve. I'm here with you now, and I will always protect you. Nye Xiaoya lifted her tear-filled gaze to his. Really? Chu Jiang nodded solemnly. Yes. I promised. I will never leave you. Xiaoya held him close, her sobs quiet but unrestrained. They remained entwined for a long while. Finally Xiaoya wiped her tears, rose to her feet, and said, I should go repair the mecha. Chu Jiang smiled. Go ahead. Xiaoya turned and walked away. She returned to the command room, her expression calm as though the pain she had just felt had never existed. But deep inside she knew her heart was heavy with sorrow. That mecha had been designed and built by her own hands. For decades it had accompanied her through every storm, a faithful companion. Now it lay reduced to scrap metal. The destruction was like a bolt from the blue, shattering her courage and bringing her to the brink of collapse. Yet she forced herself to continue working. She knew the battle was far from over. Only by minimizing losses could she preserve any hope of victory. Xiaoya threw herself back into the fight. Meanwhile, Chu Jiang piloted the Yaoguang, cruising through the battlefield. Although the starship's defenses were not as formidable as Andy's, they were still remarkably powerful. Chu Jiang quickly discovered that the defense system was exceptionally strong, with specialized equipment at key positions that significantly enhanced its protective capabilities. This made it nearly impossible for enemies to find vulnerabilities and exploit them. Furthermore, Xiaoya noticed a hidden defense grid surrounding the warship. She speculated that the defense grid functioned similarly to an energy shield. A sense of relief washed over her. Perhaps this battlefield was not as dangerous as she had imagined. She steadied herself and focused entirely on the battle. Chu Jiang meanwhile piloted the Yaoguang, attacking while constantly scanning his surroundings. Suddenly Chu Jiang sensed several powerful energy waves approaching. Frowning, he recognized the aura as unfamiliar and immediately maneuvered the Yaoguang to evade. Moments later, 3 warships emerged into Chu Jiang's sight. They were far larger than Andy's mecha, their hulls bristling with weapon turrets, all aimed directly at him. These 3 warships were clearly S-class mechas. Chu Jiang inwardly sighed. The S-class mechas of this world numbered no fewer than 3. Judging by their size and energy signatures, they were far from ordinary S-class units. No wonder the Federation forces are so arrogant, Chu Jiang muttered, his eyes narrowing. They have nothing to fear. He noticed Xiaoya also staring at the 3 warships. What's wrong? Do you know them? He asked. They are among the strongest forces in the Horn Antler star system, known as Blackwing, Xiaoya explained. Their leader is Blackwing Aldera. Their mechas are unusual, reportedly the legacy of a legendary mecha designer. Oh, Chu Jiang considered this. Be careful, Xiaoya warned. I will, Chu Jiang replied. He glanced at her. Have you been studying those 3 warships? Xiaoya hesitated. Chu Jiang raised an eyebrow. What? You don't trust me? There are many things you don't understand, Chu Jiang said with a smile. Don't rush. Take it step by step. Xiaoya lowered her head. She was clever, as she knew whom to listen to and what to do. Yet for some reason, she could not stop her mind from dwelling on unpleasant thoughts. She took a deep breath, suppressing the chaotic thoughts, and focused on the battle. Chu Jiang likewise stilled his mind and entered the fight. He quickly identified his opponent's weaknesses. Although the Blackwing pirate group had 3 mecha pilots, none could utilize their abilities. Chu Jiang's power was far more unique. He could absorb his enemies' abilities, even seize them outright. Using his spatial folding ability, Chu Jiang trapped his enemies in confined spaces, then bombarded them with mecha cannons until they exploded. At first, Chu Jiang held the advantage. But after destroying 2 enemy mechas, reinforcements arrived. 2 more mechas joined the battle. Xiaoya clenched her fists tightly. Her mecha was a flame unit. Chu Jiang's mecha, by contrast, was silver. The 2 mechas charged forward, flanking the enemy. The opponent's flame mecha struck first, unleashing thick beams of laser fire that blanketed the area around Chu Jiang's mecha. That flame can melt steel plating, Xiaoya thought. Even an S-class mecha cannot withstand such power if hit. I hope you can hold out, she prayed silently. Yet what followed was astonishing. Amidst the storm of laser beams, the silver Yaoguang suddenly vanished. Xiaoya blinked in surprise. In the next instant, the silver mecha appeared above the enemy's second mecha, and a bolt of lightning split the night sky. The lightning tore through the darkness. The sky shattered with light. The very next moment, Xiaoya realized her mistake. Her silver mecha was suddenly enveloped in a dazzling blue radiance, a massive spherical formation that tightly cocooned her machine. In the blink of an eye, the blue sphere slammed into the enemy mecha. It moved with blinding speed, closing the distance almost instantly. The enemy mecha launched a hasty counterattack, but its weapons could not even touch the sphere. Its cannon barrel pierced toward the blue sphere, but just as impact seemed imminent, the sphere vanished into thin air. Before the enemy could react, it reappeared in its original position, rapidly solidifying once more. Xiaoya's eyes widened in astonishment. What is happening? She murmured. Chu Jiang too stared in shock. This is the Lightspeed engine. Xiaoya blinked, bewildered. What? The Lightspeed engine? Chu Jiang exclaimed. The legendary light-speed engine. I never thought it actually existed. What exactly is the light-speed engine? Niesyaye asked. Chu Jiang explained, the light-speed engine is a unique superpower. It possesses terrifying propulsion capabilities. Given sufficient energy output, it can achieve brief spatial transcendence. This speed far surpasses that of light bullets. Moreover, its destructive power is formidable. Because it utilizes a degree of curvature, mastering this technology makes its capability truly heaven-defying. So that thing just now was. Niesyaye swallowed hard. The core energy of the light-speed engine is a star. Its propulsion mode manifests as pure light, moving faster than light itself, even outpacing light bullets. In merely 1.5 seconds, it can traverse space to reach distant targets. Niesyaye gasped. This is simply heaven-defying. This is the core secret of the mecha. Keep it strictly confidential, Chu Jiang warned. I understand. Niesyaye nodded solemnly, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Chu Jiang continued to brief Niesyaye. Suddenly, he raised his hand. Niesyaye immediately tensed, her gaze fixed on the battle ahead. Chu Jiang's mecha vanished. In the next instant, he reappeared beside an enemy mecha. Niesyaye watched in amazement as he flawlessly utilized the light-speed engine. He can control the light-speed engine. Niesyaye couldn't help but exclaim. A strange brilliance ignited in her eyes. Don't forget we have others as well, Chu Jiang reminded her. Niesyaye paused, then quickly scanned her surroundings. Indeed, Chu Jiang's team had stealthily approached and concealed their positions. Chu Jiang's gaze locked onto the enemy mecha. They have 2 sets of equipment, a primary combat set and a support set. They are likely calibrating their gear, preparing to attack. If we strike now while they are distracted, we will certainly win, Niesyaye said. However, they will surely defend. Our casualties will be severe. I know, Chu Jiang replied. This is the most rudimentary method, yet also the safest. But since we have chosen to take a risk, we will not retreat. Niesyaye looked around. We only have 4 mecha. Do not worry, Chu Jiang said calmly. I still have a squad that has not yet entered the battlefield. A sinister smile curled the corners of Chu Jiang's mouth. Niesyaye felt a chill run down her spine. She suddenly realized that Chu Jiang had planned everything long in advance. She felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Fortunately, their cooperation had succeeded, otherwise, given Chu Jiang's cunning nature, he would have sold her out without hesitation. Niesyaye's heart pounded rapidly. Meanwhile, a commotion erupted ahead. 2 red mecha were flipped over. Chu Jiang's silver-white mecha suddenly appeared behind one of the black-robed mecha pilots. In the next moment, a flash of lightning erupted from his mecha. The pilot failed to dodge in time, and the entire mecha exploded. This time, Chu Jiang finally revealed his trump card. In a corner unseen by Niesyaye, their assembled team lay in ambush, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. These were Chu Jiang's personal guards, trained by Niesyaye. Each possessed peak A-rank energy strength and high-tier mecha piloting skills, making them formidable fighters. Coordinating with Chu Jiang's comrades, they unleashed a ruthless slaughter upon the black-robed mecha pilots. There were 6 black-robed mecha pilots in total. In this world, mecha below B rank cannot operate independently, so they must be accompanied by several allies. However, Chu Jiang's team consisted of 6 C-rank mecha pilots, while the black-robed pilots numbered only 32. The disparity in strength was immense. Within half a minute, all 6 black-robed mecha pilots were killed. Well done. Niesyaye applauded enthusiastically. Chu Jiang said, stay inside the warship. I will clean up the rest. His voice was low and pleasant. Niesyaye hesitated. Can I come with you? I have nothing else to do anyway. Let me help clean the battlefield. As an apprentice mercenary, though my combat strength is lacking, I can handle support duties, she offered. Chu Jiang glanced at her. Very well. They stepped outside and the warship's hatch sealed shut. They needed to tow the massive vessel into the dark zone first to facilitate their escape. Niesyaye raised her machine gun, aimed inside the warship, and pulled the trigger. A deafening rumble echoed from within, followed by a series of chaotic explosions. Chu Jiang frowned. You will destroy their systems. Their systems are fragile. Niesyaye scratched her head awkwardly. Sorry about that. It doesn't matter, Chu Jiang said. He looked toward the other mecha, which were relentlessly bombarding the red mecha with various weapons. The red mecha were retreating step by step, yet their superior performance allowed them to withstand the assault. Chu Jiang commanded his mecha forward and shattered a red mecha with his radium gold blade. How did you break it so easily? Niesyaye marveled. Chu Jiang smiled. My blade is sharp enough to sever steel. Niesyaye's eyes widened. I see. She looked at the radium gold blade in Chu Jiang's hand. Is that blade made of radium gold? Chu Jiang shook his head. No, mine is crafted from a special material. No wonder it is so powerful, Niesyaye said enviously. I envy you. The energy storage in your radium gold blade is incredibly abundant. Chu Jiang smiled faintly. You also have a radium gold sword. Once you reach D rank, you can exchange it for one. Niesyaye nodded firmly, her gaze resolute. I want to become stronger. She was thrilled. She had never imagined she could truly be reborn. It was an experience she had never known before, as if she had finally found her worth. At that moment, the red mechas, unable to withstand the pressure any longer, began to flee. Chu Jiang led the group in pursuit. Soon he and Xiaoya returned with their team to the control room of the massive warship. Should we take the mechas over there? Xiaoya asked. Chu Jiang shook his head. No need. There are still 100 mechanized battalions here. Xiaoya understood immediately. I get it. When those red mechas fled in panic, they failed to notice the warship's cannons powering up. Moments later, massive tongues of fire erupted. Boom. A violent explosion swept across the battlefield, engulfing all the red mechas. They were instantly swallowed by a sea of flames. Xiaoya watched mesmerized. Chu Jiang, you're so handsome. I love you. Chu Jiang. Stop being so infatuated, he said. Just then an electronic voice sounded, requesting installation of new weapon module. Permission to proceed. Chu Jiang looked at Xiaoya. After a moment's hesitation, she said, permission granted. She then saw a completely new weapon form materialize, a giant missile. Stay here and wait for me. I'll handle these people, Chu Jiang said. Okay, be careful, Xiaoya replied. She watched as Chu Jiang disappeared into the distance, then turned her attention to studying the newly acquired weapon. Chu Jiang's figure quickly vanished into the shadows. His mecha entered the dark domain, hurtling toward the massive warship. Once inside, his form disappeared entirely, leaving only a gleaming light flashing through the darkness. The drivers of those red mechas, guided by their machines, swiftly lunged at Chu Jiang. However, Chu Jiang's speed was astonishingly fast. He effortlessly evaded their intercepts and headed straight for the warship. His mecha traced an arc through the air and landed on the warship. Who's there? Intruder. The warship's defense systems activated immediately, deploying various protective barriers to prevent enemies from approaching. Yet these barriers could do nothing to stop Chu Jiang. A brilliant radiance burst forth in the void, and the shields blocking his path shattered one by one. How is this possible? Why is his mecha so powerful? Chu Jiang snorted coldly and delivered a fierce kick. With a thunderous bang, the interior wall of the warship collapsed. At that moment, a blue light flew out from within. It was a red mecha. Chu Jiang faced it without fear. The two mechas engaged in close combat. Xiaoya watched from a distance. Is Chu Jiang really just a D-class mecha pilot? She murmured. She could see clearly that during the battle with the red mecha, Chu Jiang was never suppressed. He held the upper hand, completely coming close to destroying the enemy's mecha on several occasions. She knew that on the battlefield one must never lose focus. A single moment of distraction could cost one's life. She had tried it herself before. But she was still young and inexperienced. Soon the enemy exploited her lapse, and if Chu Jiang had not been there, she would surely have died. Xiaoya was deeply moved. Truly gifted as expected of the strongest ace. Chu Jiang's battle raged on for a long time. He maintained a high frequency of movement, his mecha seeming tireless. His body folded and unfolded several times per second, achieving astonishing speed. They fought their way forward. Suddenly, a giant red mecha burst onto the battlefield ahead, charging at Chu Jiang. Xiaoya was startled and shouted, Chu Jiang, watch out. That person seems intelligent. He must be the leader of that mecha organization. Chu Jiang's mecha flashed to the side, dodging the attack. But the enemy seized the opportunity to close in, delivering a punch to the mecha's chest. The armor cracked, and with a massive explosion the mecha blew apart. Xiaoya gasped. Chu Jiang's mecha was severely damaged, yet he still stood there, his eyes gleaming with cold light. Xiaoya thought he was incredibly handsome. Chu Jiang, great job, she said, looking at him with admiration. Leave this guy to me. Chu Jiang glanced at her. Not yet. He's not dead. He's still alive. Xiaoya frowned. Do you mean he's a mecha pilot? Chu Jiang remained silent. He maneuvered his mecha forward, and Xiaoya quickly followed. They entered the warship and found the interior in chaos, covered in blood and wreckage. Xiaoya wrinkled her nose. Why is it so messy here? Chu Jiang scanned the area coldly. It seems they are already accustomed to cleaning up the battlefield. At that moment, they heard the sound of footsteps. A group of soldiers poured in, aiming their guns at Chu Jiang and Xiaoya. Xiaoya said, We are C-class combat mecha pilots affiliated with the Mecha Association. Let us board immediately, or we will initiate attack protocols. No sooner had she finished speaking than a shrill alarm blared. Immediately beams of light shot out, locking onto Xiaoya's mecha. Warning! Warning! You have been locked on. Xiaoya's expression changed slightly. She quickly pressed a button, activating her mecha's defense. A thin film instantly enveloped Xiaoya's mecha, blocking all the light beams. Xiaoya said sternly, We are here to provide rescue. The soldiers exchanged glances and ultimately chose to believe her, seeing that those mechas were gradually retreating. Soon the entire mecha warship fell silent. Only then did they realize that the thousands of mechas numbering over 5,000 had been reduced to only 200 or 300. The other several hundred were destroyed. Those that remained were badly damaged, some already rendered useless. Clearly these mechas had suffered heavy attacks resulting in such severe losses. The scene was shocking. What happened? Which team are they? The soldiers whispered among themselves. Niesiaya asked a question. A soldier immediately replied, they are Captain Chu Jiang's teammates. Chu Jiang. Niesiaya was stunned. She turned to look at Chu Jiang. Are those mechas also his spoils? Chu Jiang nodded. Niesiaya's eyes widened. Chu Jiang was so powerful that he had even captured mechas. She couldn't help but complain, what a wastrel. Chu Jiang glanced at her. Mind your own business. They soon found Chu Jiang and Niesiaya's combat mechas. There were 2 mechas, one black and one white. Chu Jiang's white mecha had been modified by Niesiaya. As Niesiaya drew closer, she discovered that the black mecha had been completely shattered, yet she could still sense the astonishing aura emanating from the wreckage. Surprise flickered in her heart. Such overwhelming pressure, she murmured. She examined the mecha again, growing increasingly bewildered. If my memory serves me correctly, this appears to be the legendary King-class mecha. Indeed, Chu Jiang nodded gently. Listening to their conversation, the others were utterly perplexed, having no idea what was transpiring. However, this did not deter them from following Chu Jiang and Niesiaya as they flew forward. As they traveled, they observed their surroundings, and suddenly they noticed a burst of red light flashing in the distant sky. The red light streaked across the firmament as swiftly as a meteor, and immediately afterward they observed clouds churning in the distance with the faint sound of thunder rumbling and lightning crackling. What is happening? Confusion overwhelmed everyone. I will go check the situation first, Niesiaya said before darting forward with the others hastily following suit. Upon arriving nearby, they were instantly dumbfounded. Deep within the clouds not far away, countless thick electric serpents intertwined to form a grid of purple lightning nets, with a bolt striking down every 10 seconds. What is this situation? Niesiaya frowned. I am unsure. It appears an enemy has lurked in this area preparing to attack us. Niesiaya glanced up at Chu Jiang. Leave this matter to you to resolve. Of course this task fell to Chu Jiang. He was a master of all weapons and an expert in tactical command, making his resolution of the situation effortless. However, at that moment, Chu Jiang stopped. He narrowed his eyes and gazed into the distance. Did you not say there was an enemy attack? Where is it now? Before Chu Jiang finished speaking, another electric ray shot toward them from the distance with a sharp whistle. This ray was far more terrifying than before, reaching half a meter in thickness. Oh, anyone struck by it would surely perish. Niesiaya was startled and quickly maneuvered her mecha to dodge. Yet she discovered she could not evade it at all. This electric ray was too powerful. Suddenly, she felt warmth on her shoulder, followed by a pair of firm arms gripping her mecha. Chu Jiang stood atop her mecha and said calmly, "Do not be afraid. I am here." Chu Jiang's voice was deep and resonant, possessing a magical quality that soothed Niesiaya's inner anxiety and worry. Her eyes grew moist, and she gritted her teeth, saying, "I want to see what damned thing dares to ambush us." Thus, Niesiaya piloted her mecha toward that area. Her mecha flew to a position not far from it, granting her excellent vision to clearly see the scene ahead. It was a colossal space warship, its hull stretching 100 kilometers in length, occupying the entire cloud formation like a massive mountain range. Beside it floated several gigantic meteorites. The surfaces of these meteorites were riddled with craters within which magma churned. The scorching heat caused the surrounding air to distort. Niesiaya's eyes widened in shock. In the center of these meteorites lay a metal bridge used to traverse them, and at the end of this metallic bridge stood a metal door. This vessel was a space mothership. Niesiaya was secretly astonished. With a space mothership this large, how many enemies could be hidden inside? This is certainly not an easy task. Although her mecha could withstand impacts from meteorites, it was merely an ordinary warship-class mecha. Facing such a large space mothership, it would certainly not gain any advantage. Just as she was pondering, a row of laser cannons suddenly illuminated on the space mothership. Niesiaya quickly maneuvered her mecha to dodge. At the moment of the laser cannon's explosion, flames engulfed the surroundings. Chu Jiang's expression shifted slightly, and he hastily maneuvered his mecha to raise his personal protective barrier to its limit. Even so, the shockwave from the exploding laser cannon caused Chu Jiang's chest to churn with chi and blood, nearly making him vomit blood. "Damn bastards!" Chu Jiang roared. Niesiaya's face also darkened with an ominous expression. They actually deployed laser cannons. This is blatant provocation. This space mothership was very special. Its laser cannons were crafted from special materials specifically designed for siege warfare, possessing enormous destructive power. "Can your mecha withstand it?" Niesiaya asked. Chu Jiang remained silent for a moment before saying, "It can withstand it." "Good. Today we must eliminate all these guys." Xiaoya continued to pilot her mecha forward, while Chu Jiang followed behind in his mecha. The others scattered to execute their respective tasks. Over there. Suddenly, a mecha pilot pointed at the distant clouds and shouted. Xiaoya looked up and saw a cloud layer violently bulge followed by a cannon's hell fiercely shooting toward them. Chu Jiang snorted coldly and maneuvered the Yaowang to intercept the cannon's hell. Clang. A light sound echoed as the cannon's hell exploded on the Yaowang's armor, yet the Yaowang remained unscathed. Haha, how satisfying. Those mercenaries were extremely excited. Xiaoya also smiled. She knew that although her mecha was relatively inferior, its protective performance absolutely exceeded everyone's expectations. These cannon shells possessed great power, but penetrating the Yaowang's hull was impossible. Therefore Chu Jiang did not rush to attack the mothership. He simply allowed Xiaoya to pilot her mecha to wreak havoc among these cannon shells. Boom. Another cannon's hell flew over. This time, Chu Jiang finally moved. He swung his fist fiercely striking the cannon shell, which immediately exploded into clouds of smoke and dust. A corner of Chu Jiang's mouth curled up, revealing a wicked smile. He said, "Now this is somewhat interesting." Xiaoya couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Big brother, we are not here to play around. The current situation is extremely severe." Chu Jiang shrugged his shoulders. "Of course I know. Rest assured I will protect you." Saying this, he maneuvered his mecha toward the space mothership. Xiaoya pursed her lips. She felt her previous worries were purely superfluous. Furthermore, at this moment the space mothership seemed to sense their presence, and several mechas flew out from within. Xiaoya piloted her mecha to intercept them, and those few mechas were quickly crippled. "I will handle it," Chu Jiang suddenly said. Xiaoya paused for a moment, then understood Chu Jiang's intention. He wanted to attract the people on the space mothership to come out, so they could be annihilated in one stroke. "Good, be careful yourself." Chu Jiang piloted his mecha into the space mothership. Soon intense clashing sounds echoed from within the mothership, indicating that battles were already underway inside. Xiaoya glanced at Chu Jiang, a vague worry stirring in her heart, yet she did not attempt to stop him. Chu Jiang was no slouch in strength, and with the assistance of his mecha he should face little danger. Roaring explosions echoed through the void one after another, causing the entire mothership to shudder violently. Xiaoya realized that continuing like this would not yield results, so she ordered her subordinates to surround the mothership and jam their signals at maximum power. However, the enemy mothership seemed equipped with some sort of instrument that successfully blocked Xiaoya's mechas from penetrating their defenses, leaving her and her team at a standstill. What on earth are these bastards plotting? Xiaoya fumed, sensing a deep malice behind their actions. They are forcing me into a fight to the death. This palpable malice enraged Xiaoya. Chu Jiang, however, remained impassive. "Ignore them and continue the attack," he said calmly. Xiaoya sighed and followed his orders, dispatching her mechas to press the assault once more. She chose not to act alone, but instead linked up with other mechas to form a sizable formation, constantly harrying the mothership. Chu Jiang's objective was simple: destroy the enemy mothership first, then wipe out the entire fleet. At that moment, Xiaoya noticed something odd. The mothership showed no signs of aggressive intent. It simply hovered in place, making no move to attack them. "Strange, are they afraid?" Xiaoya muttered. "That makes no sense. In past confrontations of this scale, they never backed down. They always swept through enemies with devastating force. Why are they cowering now?" While puzzled, Xiaoya grew vigilant, maneuvering her mecha to patrol the surrounding area. Chu Jiang was also closely observing the status of the cosmic mothership. "Something is amiss," Chu Jiang remarked. Xiaoya frowned. "What do you mean?" Chu Jiang explained, "The fact that they dared to invade human space so boldly indicates they had this planned long ago rather than acting on impulse." Xiaoya pondered. "Are you saying their true target isn't humanity?" Chu Jiang replied, "It is a bold guess, but I believe it has an 8 or 9 in 10 chance of being correct." "I see what you mean," Xiaoya said. "These creatures are definitely conspiring to execute some monumental plan." Chu Jiang nodded. "Exactly." Xiaoya narrowed her eyes. "Then we must not give them any time to breathe." She glanced around and added, "This is the perfect moment for a surprise attack. Let us move quickly." Chu Jiang did not object. He nodded, and the two mechas flanked the giant mothership, striking from both sides. The mechas moved with remarkable speed, reaching the ship's flanks and inflicting significant damage. However, Chu Jiang's mecha encountered an obstruction mid-route. A massive sphere of light materialized out of nowhere, blocking his path. Chu Jiang piloted his mecha to leap over the light sphere, continuing toward the mothership. But suddenly another black hole appeared. As soon as his mecha neared it, it vanished without a trace. "What in the world is this?" Chu Jiang's expression darkened. He had never witnessed such an eerie phenomenon before. The black hole spanned roughly 500 kilometers, resembling the peak of a towering mountain. It looked terrifying and instilled a sense of dread in all who beheld it. This black hole is no ordinary phenomenon. Chu Jiang said, his expression growing increasingly grave. We need to find a way out as soon as possible. Understood, Nyeshyaya replied. Let us fight our way backward. I suspect this black hole will not harm us directly. Nyeshyaya warned him, we must retreat promptly. Working in seamless coordination, their mechas battled, while slowly withdrawing from the black hole's range, eventually returning together to their warship. This mission has been successfully completed. The rest is up to them, Nyeshyaya said. I hope they can exploit the enemy's weaknesses. Indeed, those bastards are too arrogant. I want to see what they are relying on, Chu Jiang said coldly, his gaze utterly ruthless. Nyeshyaya gave a slight nod and walked to the command room. Staring at the massive light sphere in the center of the screen, she murmured, for some reason, I have a strange feeling that this thing is not simple. Is that so? Chu Jiang asked, looking at the light sphere on the screen with a thoughtful expression. Nyeshyaya continued. I believe that although its volume is enormous, its defensive capabilities must be quite weak. Otherwise it would have attacked us by now. Your speculation makes sense, Chu Jiang said, reaching up to brush a strand of hair from his forehead. Perhaps we should give it a try? Nyeshyaya and Chu Jiang rushed toward the giant planet, one following the other. Nyeshyaya immediately controlled her mecha to fire its railgun at the planet's protective barrier. Boom. A deafening sound echoed through space, yet the planet's defensive barrier remained completely unscathed. Nyesyaya's pupils contracted sharply. This barrier is incredibly tough. We need to redouble our efforts. Chu Jiang's expression was equally grim. Let us deal with these guys first. Nyesyaya nodded, and together they charged toward the group of mecha warriors. The two sides instantly engaged in a chaotic melee. Chu Jiang took the lead, charging into the heart of the battle. He raised his arm and threw a projectile which detonated with a massive explosion thousands of meters above the ground. Thick smoke billowed into the air. Yet in the next instant, as the smoke cleared, the enemies shrouded within it remained completely unharmed. Damn it! Nyesyaya couldn't help but curse. Are these guys' resistances really this abnormal? Let me try again, Chu Jiang said, hurling another projectile. Boom. The flames from the explosion nearly engulfed the entire planet, and thick smoke surged upward once more. At that moment, the enemies hidden behind the dense fog finally revealed themselves. They were enormous in stature, broad and muscular, clad in heavy metallic armor. Only after the smoke dissipated did Nyesyaya and Chu Jiang realize these enemies were not human. They are Zerg. Chu Jiang identified their race. They bear a striking resemblance to star beasts. Nyesyaya's mouth parted slightly. Staring at the ferocious, frenzied, and terrifying Zerg in the distance, she couldn't help but gasp, so many Zerg. It appears their supreme commander must be the Zerg overlord, Chu Jiang said, narrowing his eyes. They not only possess overwhelming numbers and incredible defense, but they also know how to employ various tactical strategies. Then what should we do now? Nyesyaya asked. I'm worried that guy might appear at any moment. No, he won't show himself for now, Chu Jiang replied. Let us stall for time and see what tricks they are playing. As Chu Jiang spoke, he commanded his mech to unleash a sword formation. His mech released countless slender beams of light, which interwove into a vast net covering the entire planet. Nyesyaya's mech had been modified by Chu Jiang, granting her formidable strength. In merely 3 minutes, she dismantled all defensive systems. Chu Jiang and Nyesyaya then joined forces to eliminate the defense team, leaving only the glowing sphere. Nyesyaya looked at Chu Jiang and suddenly smiled. Why do I suddenly feel you're becoming even more impressive, eh? Chu Jiang raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, is there something about me worth praising? Nyesyaya chuckled. Because I used to think I was already the most powerful human. Chu Jiang burst into laughter. Don't be so hard on yourself, you're still far behind. Nyesyaya pouted. Humph. Then Chu Jiang maneuvered his mech to envelop the massive glowing sphere. Over the years, he had studied extensive foundational knowledge about the cosmos. The construction principles of this glowing sphere were not difficult for him. Only time was required. While Chu Jiang focused on deciphering the secrets of the glowing sphere, Nyesyaya was not idle. Wielding a laser cutter, she began slicing through the trapped mechs, attempting to rescue those imprisoned inside. My! Nyesyaya let out a soft gasp. Her gaze shifted to the glowing sphere. This thing actually possesses intelligence. Upon hearing this, Chu Jiang turned to look and saw the mechs struggling desperately to break free. They do possess a certain level of intelligence, Nyesyaya observed. However, they lack a fully developed AI core, otherwise they wouldn't be so clumsy. With a single strike, Nyesyaya severed the neck of one mech and delivered several more blows to destroy it completely before continuing. These mechs are merely ordinary robots. Their core lies within the mother nest, which serves as their central brain. As long as we destroy that mother nest, they will pose no threat. Speaking thus, she piloted her mech toward the giant planet. Nyesyaya aimed her laser cutter directly at the planet's center and struck. Crack! A sharp sound echoed, followed by violent lightning striking down from the sky, illuminating the giant planet. Chu Jiang's gaze suddenly sharpened. Careful! Xiaoya reacted, immediately leaping to the side to avoid the thunderbolt. However, at that moment rustling sounds emanated from the dense fog surrounding them. Terrible! These mechs are decoys. Xiaoya exclaimed in shock. This is a trap. I understand, Chu Jiang said. They must be using the planet's internal environment as camouflage to lower our guard and launch a surprise attack. The civilization of this world is too advanced, Xiaoya remarked. Our intelligence gathering still leaves much to be desired. You've done well enough, Chu Jiang replied. The skirmish lasted for over 2 hours. After eliminating the majority of the mechs, Chu Jiang's mech reached the planet's center first. At the planet's core stood a conical structure. Chu Jiang kicked open the door and entered. Inside, numerous instruments displayed varying colored lights. Chu Jiang immediately identified them all as red lights. Xiaoya entered as well. The building was vast. Despite circling the entire structure, neither of them could locate the mother nest. They did, however, find several corpses. Chu Jiang inspected them and confirmed that the deceased soldiers were merely ordinary humans. They bore no visible wounds, but had died from blood loss, their expressions showing no pain. It appears these people were frightened to death, Xiaoya noted. They likely never expected these insectoids to be so powerful, hunting them all the way here. Chu Jiang pondered for a moment before asking, have you found anything? No, Xiaoya furrowed her brows. Logically, such a large number of insectoids should have resulted in more encounters. Moreover, they don't attack humans directly, they target mechs instead. Chu Jiang carefully observed the surroundings. I suspect these insectoids intend to use the mother nest to control more of their kind. Their objectives likely extend beyond that, Xiaoya said. Chu Jiang nodded. Although these insectoids have low intelligence, they are not foolish. Xiaoya mused. Do you mean they aim to control the galaxy? Chu Jiang did not answer, but continued to scan the area silently. Suddenly his gaze froze. Careful! Xiaoya paused, her expression turning grave. Before her, the smooth rock surface cracked open, and a 5-meter-long centipede emerged. The centipede was dark brown, its body and legs covered in sharp spines, looking terrifying. Upon emerging, it immediately spat a stream of black venom at Xiaoya. This venom was highly corrosive, capable of rapidly rotting human skin and causing fatal suppuration. However, Xiaoya was prepared and severed the centipede's head with a laser blast. Disgusting, Xiaoya said with distaste. How many people have these insectoids consumed? They likely do not rely on eating humans for survival, Chu Jiang deduced calmly. They probably absorb the energy from these planets to reproduce. Consuming humans may simply serve as a form of nutrient intake. Xiaoya nodded. In that case, they are somewhat similar to zombies. Zombies also preyed upon the living primarily for reproduction. The two resumed their search and finally discovered a massive cave. Xiaoya stepped inside, where the air was filled with a faint blue-green aura. The aura felt familiar to Xiaoya. Is this an energy crystal mine? She asked in astonishment. Yes, Chu Jiang nodded. You should leave this area first. Xiaoya looked at him. You found these energy crystal mines. Chu Jiang smiled. If my guess is correct, your mech serves primarily as a weapon. Xiaoya paused, then laughed. You're smarter than I imagined. However, our mechs are equipped with more than just energy cannons. Speaking thus, she opened her mech's cockpit. The internal structure resembled that of a human, adorned with numerous metallic decorations. I designed these decorations myself. How do they look? Xiaoya boasted, pointing to her chest area. There are 2 missiles here along with 2 mini-bombs. With a simple click onto the floor, the explosion can instantly cover an entire city and destroy the insectoids. Chu Jiang looked at the mecha before him and said, You know, I don't like overly complicated things. But mechas are among the most complex machines. Xiaoya blinked and said, Besides, the mecha has superior performance and is quite simple to operate. Chu Jiang said nothing, merely gazing at her. Xiaoya shrugged. All right. I admit I acquired this mecha for your sake, but I've changed my mind. If you don't like it, then forget it. You'd best listen to me, Chu Jiang said coldly. I know, Xiaoya sighed. Chu Jiang turned and continued exploring the surroundings. The city had been utterly devastated. Rubble and ruins lay scattered everywhere, and the empty streets were filled with a pungent stench of decay, along with the corpses of unknown creatures. Chu Jiang piloted the Yaoguang into the sky, where a map materialized before him. According to the satellite signals, the mother worm is to the south, while the other insects are to the north. Is there anything special in the cave to the north? Xiaoya asked. I have a feeling something is hidden nearby. Chu Jiang replied. That is where the Zerg Queen was born and where they are incubated. These larvae periodically obtain nutrients from the queen. No wonder I feel they seem afraid of you, Xiaoya realized. These larvae cannot harm me, Chu Jiang said. However, won't the warship's energy eventually run out? Xiaoya asked worriedly. In that case we will still fail. No, Chu Jiang said firmly. The warship has ample fuel. No matter how many larvae the Zerg send, we will annihilate them all. I believe you, Nyesya said with a warm smile. I know you will win. Chu Jiang nodded, then suddenly gazed at the distant high-rise buildings and said, there are a few figures hiding in the shadows watching us. Who? Nyesya asked alertly. You handle them, Chu Jiang said. We must leave this place quickly. Otherwise, when the swarm arrives, it will only create more trouble, he added. Nyesya nodded, leaped onto the rooftop of the high-rise building, raised her plasma rifle, and fired several rounds. On the roof of the building, 3 Zerg were whispering. They were ordinary Zerg without wings, so their speed was not fast. They had been chatting when Nyesya suddenly attacked, causing them to scatter in panic. Nyesya pursued relentlessly. She cornered the 3 Zerg against a wall and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Plasma beams pierced through their heads and blood gushed out. Chu Jiang piloted the Yaoguang, speeding away with Nyesya aboard. Nyesya sat in the co-pilot seat of the Yaoguang, watching the surrounding scenery blur as she drifted into sleep. Chu Jiang piloted the Yaoguang through the ruined city, encountering several Zerg attacks along the way, all of which he easily repelled. However, Chu Jiang remained puzzled. Judging by the terrain, the scale of this ruin was not large, so it should have been thoroughly cleared. After the Zerg nest in this star system was wiped out, the insect's strength would certainly weaken significantly. Therefore, the Zerg would not ignore such a dangerous area unless they had another purpose, and that purpose was likely Chu Jiang himself. As Chu Jiang pondered this possibility, Nyesya woke up. Seeing him frowning in thought, she asked, what are you thinking about? Chu Jiang said, I'm thinking the Zerg's target is me. Since they dared to lay eggs here, they must feel secure. Moreover, I have been searching for the mother worm for years. This is a key clue. Do you suspect the mother worm is here? Nyesya asked. It must be connected to the interstellar pirates, Chu Jiang said. There are mecha and warship wreckage here, which fits the trail of interstellar pirates. Or perhaps an interstellar pirate group has been hiding here all along. Interstellar pirates? Nyesya asked. Yes, and it is likely the same group that attacked the planet before, Chu Jiang said. Although the Zerg have no evidence, this is the only reasonable deduction. At least within the star region, there is only one remaining interstellar pirate group. That cannot be wrong. Nyesya fell into deep thought. I just scanned the planet and found that it was once a prosperous city, even a settlement with over 5 million humans. But now nothing grows here. There are only Zerg corpses and abandoned mecha fragments, Chu Jiang said, looking out the window. This planet has been abandoned for a long time. Do you suspect those interstellar pirates did this? But we searched the entire planet and found no trace of them. Nor did they leave any clues, Nyesya said. Perhaps they used special camouflage equipment to deceive the reconnaissance systems, Chu Jiang said. They must still be here. Nyesya looked out the window. They had already entered deep space. In the distance, a massive star hung in the dark, profound void, radiating intense energy that illuminated the cosmos brilliantly. Nyesya suddenly said, look over there. Chu Jiang followed her finger and spotted 2 warships appearing in the distant universe. Their shapes resembled flowing galaxies, as if forged from pure metal, shimmering with a mysterious texture under the brilliant glow. Chu Jiang frowned slightly. Nyesya whispered, those 2 ships are Federation standard equipment, but not ordinary civilian warships. Do you recognize them? Federation starships. Chu Jiang narrowed his eyes. How did they come here? The Federation fleet consisted of 4 divisions, each representing the most powerful forces of the Federation. Do you recognize their flags? Nyesya asked. Chu Jiang shook his head. Nyesya said, don't you remember how we encountered those strange insects when we entered this area? Those insects seem to have planned this all along, ambushing us in advance. If this is indeed a conspiracy, then it is aimed at the Federation. Chu Jiang nodded appreciatively. As expected of a professional interstellar explorer. Nyesya said, stop flattering me. We need to figure out a plan quickly. Chu Jiang said, we don't need to rush. Let's follow those interstellar pirates first. I feel something is suspicious here, Nyesya said. Those 2 starships look formidable, but I sense they are retreating. I think the same, Chu Jiang said. Those interstellar pirates are no ordinary foes. They are almost as strong as Federation starships. Why would they retreat so easily? Nyesya speculated, could it be that they are under threat from other interstellar factions? Or perhaps their enemy is hiding nearby? Chu Jiang said, that possibility cannot be ruled out. However, they are not merely threatened by other interstellar pirates. Let me put it this way. If these pirates were simply forced to retreat, they would not have fled this far to escape their pursuers. This means they are unable to shake off their enemies at all. The worst scenario is that they are trapped and cannot return to the Federation. That is possible, Nyesya nodded in agreement. I have heard of some pirate fleets being annihilated when they were separated from their main force. Chu Jiang continued to pilot the Yaoguang, tracking toward the direction where the 2 interstellar warships had disappeared. Chu Jiang controlled the Yaowang, moving slowly. I figured it out. Chu Jiang said, the interstellar pirates' base is located not far from the swarm. They are using some method to block signals which prevents us from gathering intelligence. Moreover, they must have also established a teleportation array to evacuate their own people. Nyeshyaya said, in that case, to rescue them, we must bypass the insectoid territory, flank them from the side, and then launch a frontal assault. Chu Jiang nodded. Exactly. Even interstellar pirates are reluctant to provoke the bugs, which is why they chose to avoid the insectoid territory. Then where should we go around? Nyeshyaya asked. Whether this planet has a teleportation array still requires careful observation to confirm. Chu Jiang gazed at the insectoid territory in the distance. If they have indeed set up a teleportation array, we may need to detour, which will cost us considerable time. We also need to replenish our ammunition and fuel. Nyeshyaya looked at the red dot on the star map and said, this planet. Chu Jiang said, I see it. We have already entered the outer edge of this planet. Further ahead lies a desolate desert with hardly any trees, and the temperature is extremely high. Nyeshyaya said, I think this planet's environment is more suitable for our operations. Fighting in the desert would actually hinder our movements. Chu Jiang smiled. I think the same. In that case, let's head to this planet. Nyeshyaya nodded in agreement, then asked, what's your plan? Chu Jiang said, didn't you mention that this planet is extremely dangerous? Then let's go to the safest place. Nyeshyaya raised an eyebrow. Where? Chu Jiang extended his palm and traced a winding, zigzagging trajectory in the air. After Nyeshyaya saw it, her face instantly darkened. We can't possibly cross the entire planet. That's just cheating. Who says so? Chu Jiang glanced at her. We can use spatial jumps or fly with a magnetic engine. There's always a way through here. Spatial jumps require energy, which is exactly what we lack the most. We simply cannot sustain such a long journey. Nyeshyaya pondered for a moment. However, the magnetic engine might be worth trying. Chu Jiang nodded and activated the magnetic engine. Nyeshyaya stood up and said, let me pave the way. My magnetic shield can withstand the interference from the bugs here. Good, thank you for your trouble, Chu Jiang said. Nyeshyaya walked out of the command room, arrived at the control console, and activated the magnetic shield before taking off. Protected by the magnetic shield, Nyeshyaya and Chu Jiang flew at full speed and finally arrived at the location where the two interstellar warships had previously stopped. They landed on the ground, and Nyeshyaya said to Chu Jiang, let me check the surroundings. You keep watch. No sooner had she finished speaking than she saw Chu Jiang lift his head. Hostile forces approaching, Chu Jiang said. What? Nyeshyaya quickly scanned the surroundings, but detected no anomalies. She cast a puzzled glance at Chu Jiang only to find him calm and composed with a hint of anticipation barely concealed in his expression. Hostile forces approaching, Chu Jiang repeated. The moment the words left his mouth, explosions suddenly rang out in the distance. The thunderous roars were deafening, the violent blast waves turning heaven and earth asunder with howling winds and skies full of dust and sand. Nyesyaya's eyes widened in astonishment. Staring at the area where flames erupted in the distance, she exclaimed in shock, did they come under attack there? Yes, Chu Jiang said. It seems their situation is not favorable. Then let's hurry over and help them. Nyesyaya turned to Chu Jiang, her tone tinged with anxiety. Let's go now. Wait, Chu Jiang called out to her. Although they are currently at a disadvantage, it doesn't necessarily mean they are trapped. They may have already escaped the enemy's pursuit. Why not wait patiently and observe the situation? I see. Nyesyaya fell into deep thought. Chu Jiang gazed at the location where the explosions rose, his brows furrowed as he murmured, what on earth caused this? Why are there bugs here? Bugs, eh? Upon hearing this, Nyesyaya glanced toward the explosion site and said, I didn't pay much attention. Could we have accidentally intruded into an insectoid territory? There are traces of insectoid activity here. It seems our luck is poor. No, it's not poor luck, Chu Jiang said calmly. Someone is deliberately targeting us. Huh? Nyesyaya was taken aback. Targeting us? Yes, Chu Jiang said. Judging from their equipment, they should be remnants of a military faction. Moreover, this is a planet rich in resources, and this faction is extremely powerful. They have built a base here. Our attack earlier must have exposed our presence, so they set a trap in advance to deal with us. How would they know aliens were coming? Nyesyaya was somewhat puzzled. Because they have been watching us all along. Chu Jiang said, his calm gaze sharpening like a blade. They knew we were coming and deliberately laid this trap here. Nyesyaya frowned. If they are only targeting us, why didn't they attack directly? Why resort to an ambush instead? Chu Jiang said, that's an excellent question. That is precisely the key point. Nyesyaya sighed. Fine, go on. Chu Jiang gazed at the ruins and said slowly, previously we collected a considerable amount of information online, much of which concerned this planet. It is said that this planet was formed from a world originally used by the Milky Way to exile criminals. Inside the planet, there are countless bugs. Their reproductive ability is extraordinarily terrifying. They occupy the vast majority of this planet's resources, and this area also belongs to a branch of the insectoid race. They possess a unique civilization system and can utilize these resources to create even more formidable strategic weapons. Because of their diverse species, their individual combat capabilities are remarkably formidable, even surpassing those of mech pilots. Moreover, their numbers are vast. Once trapped here, unless one can destroy the entire planet, escape from their pursuit is impossible. These interstellar pirates would not have come to this place without reason. We suspect they are here specifically for the planet's resources. Nyeshyaya said they likely intend to capture a batch of human slaves and sell them to the Zerg in exchange for the various technologies the Zerg provide. That is indeed a clever strategy, Chu Jiang praised. They are truly intelligent. This is not intelligence. Nyeshyaya shot him a disdainful glance. This is sheer stupidity. Chu Jiang shrugged. Nyeshyaya said, look over there. Chu Jiang followed the direction of her finger and saw that behind the hill at the other end numerous people were concealed. They were hiding behind damp, shadowy bushes, nervously observing Chu Jiang and his companion's movements. Nyeshyaya said, look at their guilty expressions. They are clearly afraid of being discovered. Chu Jiang nodded slightly. What should we do now? Nyeshyaya asked. Chu Jiang said, execute the original plan. You go find the nearby missile silos. Nyeshyaya nodded immediately. She quickly ran into the distance, digging through a pile of jagged rocks for a long time before locating the missile silo. She then climbed inside, and with Chu Jiang's help dismantled the missile launch tube, shouldering it before swiftly rushing toward the position Chu Jiang indicated. While Nyeshyaya was transporting the missile, Chu Jiang had already infiltrated the area where the explosion had occurred to investigate the nature of the attack. The explosion originated from a cave. Inside the cave, fierce flames were burning. Beside the fire lay 5 corpses, their bodies covered in wounds appearing to have been killed by sharp blades. Their skin was bluish-gray and their cheeks were sunken and withered, indicating they had died no more than a day ago. A sharp spike was embedded in the chest of each corpse. Deep within the cave, a group of Zerg was devouring the 5 corpses. When Chu Jiang spotted them, they had just finished their last bite of flesh and were beginning to clean the battlefield. The giant spider stood at the forefront, followed by numerous smaller spiders. These smaller spiders arranged themselves in formation, throwing signal flares with flashing red lights in all directions. Signal flares. Chu Jiang paused, then realized this is a distress signal. Are these creatures calling for reinforcements? His expression darkened. A troubling thought surfaced in his mind. There must be a Zerg queen on this planet. These queens likely possessed the ability to sense signals, meaning they knew of his arrival the moment he set foot on this planet. At this thought, his heart skipped a beat. He suddenly felt he had been somewhat overconfident. These Zerg possessed extremely high intelligence comparable to that of humans. Chu Jiang immediately shouted to Nyeshyaya, withdraw first, I'll handle this. But Nyeshyaya hesitated. Obey me, Chu Jiang said sternly. You must leave immediately and not stay here. If these Zerg are targeting you, they will kill you. Nyeshyaya gritted her teeth. Understood. She did not hesitate, turning on her heel to leave. Chu Jiang watched her retreat swiftly, then resumed his advance, walking in the direction from which the signals were emanating. This was a winding, twisting tunnel. Murals lined the walls depicting various bizarre creatures. However, since these creatures were likely former inhabitants of this place, they appeared somewhat eerie. Chu Jiang's footsteps creaked against the floor. He listened carefully and seemed to hear faint sounds as if something was calling out to him. Chu Jiang quickened his pace, following the direction of those sounds. Finally, around a bend, he saw a group of people. They were wearing uniform blue work attire, holding firearms, and carrying backpacks, their expressions alert. They also seemed to have noticed Chu Jiang, instantly raising their heads to look at him in unison. Their pupils were pale gold vertical slits, which Chu Jiang recognized immediately. There was no doubt about their identity. They were all members of the Interstellar Alliance. Chu Jiang stopped walking and sneered. So you had this all planned out. Why are you here? The leading middle-aged man asked warily. And why shouldn't I be here? Chu Jiang retorted sarcastically. With so many of you here, were you waiting specifically for me? The middle-aged man remained silent. This group of Interstellar Alliance soldiers consisted of new recruits recruited by the Star Academy. Chu Jiang had seen many unfamiliar faces on this planet, all clearly new recruits recruited by the Interstellar Alliance. He guessed that most of these new recruits had encountered danger or accidents halfway and had been abandoned by their starships. Upon arriving at their destination, these new recruits discovered that the planet's inhabitants had been nearly slaughtered. Consequently, they set up camp here, intending to rest and recover on this planet. Their luck was indeed good. They had survived by sheer chance after the planet was attacked by the Zerg. The planet was rich in vegetation and resources. Although it lacked minerals, it still nurtured many plants suitable for human survival. These plants contained abundant beneficial energy, which had attracted many low-level Zerg hunters. The humans harvested these plants and stored them in certain secret underground chambers. These underground chambers were usually sealed with sturdy materials unnoticed by ordinary Zerg. Therefore, these low-level Zerg could easily sneak into the plants to absorb the nutrients contained within. Xiaoya ran all the way to the underground chamber. As soon as she pushed open the basement door, she was startled by the Zerg densely packed inside and nearly let out a scream. Fortunately, she restrained herself. She quickly closed the door, then took out an electromagnetic cannon, aiming it at the Zerg. She crept closer silently while informing Chu Jiang via her communication device. Chu Jiang arrived shortly after. He immediately noticed what Xiaoya was stepping on. It was a crystal core with intricate patterns. A trace of green liquid was slowly flowing from it, forming a ring of green mist around the core. That intense fragrance was emanating from it. Xiaoya squatted down, picked up the crystal core, and placed it into her spatial button. Why did you pick that up? Chu Jiang frowned. If someone discovers it, you'll be in serious trouble. It's fine. Xiaoya shook her wrist communication device and said, the energy fluctuation of this crystal core is too strong. Once released, the Zerg across the entire planet will be able to smell it. It would only take a few seconds for this crystal core to become the target of a Zerg scramble. The intense fragrance was emanating from it. Xiaoya squatted down, picked up the crystal core, and placed it into her spatial button. Why did you pick that up? Chu Jiang frowned. If someone discovers it, you'll be in serious trouble. It's fine. Chu Jiang raised an eyebrow slightly, but asked no further questions. The area was already chaotic enough, a little more disorder would make no difference. Let us continue our journey, Chu Jiang said. Xiaoya nodded. She reached out and took his hand, and the two of them dissolved into a wisp of white smoke, vanishing from the spot. When Chu Jiang opened his eyes, he found they had returned to the starship. He turned to look at Xiaoya. She smiled and explained, this is the controlled territory of the Zerg. Every starship in their fleet has a Zerg nest. If one were to use an interstellar teleportation array within Zerg-controlled space, they would be detected immediately. That is why we chose the shortcut to leave. That certainly saves us a great deal of trouble. Chu Jiang nodded. Since there is a Zerg nest here, there is certainly more than one. Let us search around, as surely there must be some stragglers left behind. As he spoke, Chu Jiang gazed into the distance. The towering castle still stood in the distance, yet in the darkness it seemed to harbor a colossal beast, sending shivers down one's spine. After watching for a while, he withdrew his gaze. He looked at Xiaoya and said, let us go. Xiaoya nodded and followed Chu Jiang as they departed from this place. After they left, the Zerg that had been lurking within the city suddenly grew restless. A buzzing sound emanated from underground, followed by a series of shrill screams. Then a colossal queen worm broke through the soil, letting out a deafening roar toward the heavens. Subsequently, more and more Zerg emerged from the ground. Their colors varied. Some were pitch black, while others were pure white. Regardless of whether they were black or white, their bodies were incredibly robust. The tallest reached 7 or 8 meters, while the rest stood about 3 to 4 meters high. These were all Grade A Zerg, far more powerful than the Grade B and Grade C variants Chu Jiang had encountered before. There were over 500 of them. After exchanging glances, they burrowed back underground and vanished without a trace. The disappearance of these Zerg left the city in an eerie silence. Aside from the corpses, not a single sound could be heard. Meanwhile, Chu Jiang and Xiaoya had already traveled thousands of kilometers away. They hovered in the air, looking down at the ground, trying to observe what had happened to this planet. The surface was a desolate desert with occasional sparse vegetation, but most of it was covered in yellow sand. Xiaoya said, there are no living beings on this planet. I suspect it has already become a ruin. Do you know exactly what happened? Chu Jiang suddenly asked. Xiaoya paused for a moment and said, this planet suffered a massive explosion about a month ago. After the explosion, the entire planet sank beneath the ocean and all living creatures perished. To this day, no one has been able to excavate the planet's ruins. It is said that the explosion occurred because the Zerg built a defensive wall on the planet's surface, causing the planetary shield to activate. The energy within the shield then detonated, destroying everything. Chu Jiang pondered thoughtfully, looking up toward the direction of the planet, as if searching for something. Xiaoya followed his gaze and asked, what are you looking for? Chu Jiang replied casually, I am wondering whether an explosion of this magnitude could have destroyed only one planet. So what? An explosion of this scale could certainly not have been caused by natural forces, Chu Jiang said with a serious expression. Let us investigate. We might uncover some clues. Xiaoya nodded and flew alongside Chu Jiang toward the planet. After landing, they conducted a thorough inspection and confirmed that there were indeed no traces of human presence here. They even found remnants of human clothing on the ground, but the bloodstains on them had dried and solidified, making it impossible to identify whose blood it was. The only silver lining was that the planet had not been completely destroyed. At least one street still retained its original layout. These buildings had once housed residents, but now they had mostly been burned to ashes. Chu Jiang piloted the Yaoguang around the planet's surface. After confirming there were no dangers, he brought the ship to a halt. Chu Jiang and Xiaoya sat in the rest cabin of the Yaoguang. Xiaoya opened her terminal, entered a string of codes, and accessed the database. There was once a caravan here led by a man named Carlos Bactria, Xiaoya said. He had hired many star pirates, but due to his excessively cowardly nature the pirates were highly dissatisfied with him. As a result his team gradually disintegrated, leaving only a few trusted retains who managed to escape. Not long ago he failed during a mission to eliminate enemies suffering heavy losses. He participated in this operation as well, but fortunately survived by sheer luck. Where is he? Chu Jiang asked. In the territory of the Star River Alliance, approximately 2 billion kilometers from here, Xiaoya replied. Do you intend to find him? I want to talk to him, Chu Jiang said. If he is willing to surrender, I may consider sparing his life. You are far too merciful, Xiaoya said. However, I doubt he will surrender. No sooner had Xiaoya finished speaking than a rumbling sound echoed from the distance. A group of mechas sped toward them at incredible velocity. This was a patrol team. They wore uniform blue and white attire with silver tassel embroidery on their chests, clearly indicating the rank system of the Nebula Federation military. Should we avoid them? Xiaoya asked Chu Jiang for his opinion. No need, Chu Jiang replied. We are not looking for trouble, so we have nothing to fear from them. Xiaoya nodded. The patrol team quickly approached. Their equipment was highly advanced. The mechas were shaped like spiders with 6 pairs of legs moving at astonishing speeds. In an instant they had closed the distance. The commander of the mecha patrol team scanned the area, then glared in their direction and sneered. Our luck is decent. We just happened to stumble upon such a fool daring to enter our territory alone. Chu Jiang lazily lifted his gaze and glanced at him. I suggest you watch your words. Who do you think you are? The commander roared angrily and ordered seize him. The members of the mecha patrol team immediately attacked. Although they were piloting mechas, their combat prowess was no inferior to ordinary soldiers. A cold smile appeared on the corner of Chu Jiang's mouth. He raised his gun, aimed at one of the mechas, and pulled the trigger. A projectile shot out at tremendous speed. Bang! A hole instantly exploded in the cockpit of that mecha, and the machine crashed into the sand and gravel. The other mechas immediately became alert. They placed their hands on their control panels ready to launch an attack at any moment. Chu Jiang smiled and raised his hands. Don't be nervous. I am a law-abiding citizen. You may attack me if you wish. Xiaoya rolled her eyes, thinking, isn't this clearly a threat? However, she understood that since Chu Jiang was doing this, he must have his reasons. She trusted his judgment completely. Xiaoya did not attempt to stop him. She knew Chu Jiang was extraordinarily powerful, capable of repelling even the Star Pirate King, and dozens of mechas posed no real threat to him. Fire! The patrol commander sneered coldly. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of shells erupted from the mecha's cannons, hurtling toward the pair. Yet Chu Jiang and Xiaoya did not flinch, remaining seated exactly where they were. Just as the shells were about to reach them, a tremendous gravitational pulse surged forth. The projectiles seemed caught by some invisible force, instantly twisting into mangled lumps of iron before clattering noisily to the ground. The commander's face darkened with fury. Activate the self-destruct system. Yes. All the mechas responded in unison, pressing their buttons. A blinding flash blossomed in the sky, magnificent as fireworks. The beam shot straight upward, forming a dazzling halo in midair. Xiaoya said in surprise, what was that? That must be a self-destruct device, Chu Jiang replied. Self-destruct devices are exclusive to Star Pirates. How did they end up here? Xiaoya frowned. Could they have simply been passing through? Chu Jiang pondered. The world is full of coincidences. It's not impossible that they happened to pass by here. Xiaoya nodded. Chu Jiang gazed into the distance. Let's continue. Not long after they left, the self-destruct devices were completely destroyed. The wreckage lay silent and useless. Shortly after Chu Jiang and Xiaoya departed, several more mecha patrol units arrived at the scene, racing in from the distance. Upon seeing the self-destruct wreckage, they paused in confusion, then quickly turned and pursued in another direction. Xiaoya said, the patrol unit we encountered earlier was likely not their main force. This must have been a reconnaissance mission. We need to be more cautious, she added. Chu Jiang grunted in acknowledgement, and they continued their journey. Soon they arrived beside a planet. It was an uninhabited world, barren soil, withered vegetation, scattered rocks, and fragments of metallic ore. Xiaoya stepped onto the desolate planet and said, I sense a high-energy reaction here somewhere inside this planet. I suspect it's his mothership. Chu Jiang nodded. Understood. Xiaoya led Chu Jiang deeper into the planet. As they walked, she suddenly stopped. Something strange. The magnetic field inside this planet seems disrupted, making my instruments unusable, she explained. Chu Jiang looked around and noticed that the instruments floating beside Nyesaya had indeed dimmed. Nyesaya took out a disc-shaped device. This is a detector I borrowed from the Mecha Research Institute. Let me insert it into the planet's surface and see if we can locate the target. She brushed away the dust covering the planet's surface and activated the detector's beam. Chu Jiang studied the planet closely and suddenly sensed a familiar fluctuation. Chu Jiang raised an eyebrow, then reached out and gently touched the planet's surface. Threads of electric arcs danced across the ground. He murmured softly, "It really is here. Do you know this planet?" Nyesaya asked. Chu Jiang nodded. "Let's keep moving." Nyesaya gathered her equipment and followed him deeper into the planet. The planet's interior was extremely dry, devoid of vegetation, with debris, wreckage, and scorched mud scattered everywhere. After looking around, Nyesaya asked, "Have we arrived? This situation seems to be beyond our control." Chu Jiang did not answer. Instead, he walked straight ahead into the depths of the planet. The deeper they ventured, the denser the spiritual energy became. Nyesaya's expression grew grave. The spirit vein node is indeed here. She extended her divine sense and quickly located a massive depression. The spiritual energy here was the richest, even beginning to form a visible spirit vein. "We found it, but your instruments cannot pinpoint the exact location of this spirit vein," Chu Jiang said. "Yes. It's because the spirit vein is too deep," Nyesaya sighed. "We can only search gradually. Since we can't determine his exact location, we have no choice but to proceed step by step. Look at this spirit vein. It appears to be complete, not broken. Otherwise, the spiritual energy would have already leaked away." At that moment, Chu Jiang suddenly looked up. Nyesaya sensed something as well and followed his gaze. A massive warship was slowly approaching the planet. She frowned. "That warship appears to belong to the Imperial Royal family." Chu Jiang said, "Imperial Royal warships should not appear in a place like this. This spirit vein hardly attracts anyone's attention. Or perhaps they came to investigate given the devastating attack on nearby star systems," Nyesaya replied. "I recall the Empire's star system monitoring network has 3 tiers A, B, and C. The sea-level coverage is only 50%, which is considered rather poor for this region. The A-level planetary monitoring network has a coverage rate of about 80%, with the rest being B-level. This is precisely why the Imperial Royal family and military must always travel on A-class starships when on campaign. With A-level coverage exceeding 70%, it is remarkably comprehensive." Chu Jiang piloted the Yaoguang following behind the massive Imperial Royal warship. The warship was equipped with advanced weaponry. Although Chu Jiang could defeat it with his mecha, he was unwilling to reveal too much of his strength. Neither he nor Nyesaya wished to draw attention, so they hovered 1,000 meters away from the Imperial warship. "It seems they are not here for investigation," Nyesaya said, narrowing her eyes as she watched the warship ahead. "Then what are they here for? Let's follow quietly and observe." Chu Jiang nodded and trailed behind the warship. Soon it entered the interior of a dead planet and vanished from their sight. Nyesaya said, "Let's go in too." She maneuvered the Yaoguang into the planet's interior, navigating through a stretch of tunnels before finally reaching the warship's location. The planet's interior contained numerous caves and underground chambers. Without hesitation, Chu Jiang grabbed Nyesaya and slipped into a narrow crevice. The passage was so tight that only one person could barely squeeze through. It was cold and damp, the air thick with the stench of decay. The ground was uneven, littered with rocks and piles of unidentified creature carcasses. Chu Jiang pulled Nyesaya along, carefully avoiding the corpses as they struggled forward through the cramped cave. Nyesaya asked, "Must we keep walking like this? If we're discovered, it could be dangerous." Her voice trembled slightly as the darkness closed in around them. "Rest assured," Chu Jiang said. "I have confidence in myself." The underground tunnel wound and twisted its end, nowhere in sight, surrounded by pitch darkness. Nyesaya gazed through the gap, her eyes widening in surprise. Good heavens! How could it be? She seemed to recognize what lay beyond, her expression shifting unpredictably. Chu Jiang followed her gaze and was instantly stunned. At the end of the underground tunnel lay a dark, starry expanse. This starry sea was boundless, seemingly infinite, yet forever out of reach, silently hovering in the void. Stars shone brightly, a dazzling constellation of light. Nyesaya murmured, "Is that the Empire's Star River?" Chu Jiang replied softly, "That is a stellar system accessible only to the Imperial Royal family." "It truly is a stellar system." Nyesaya gasped. "A stellar system of this scale must have tens of thousands of stars." "Indeed," Chu Jiang said, his expression grave. "This planet once nurtured billions of human civilizations, only for them to be destroyed by the Zerg later. This starry region contains immense elemental energy. If utilized properly, it could even give birth to new civilizations." I heard the Empire's military has been researching this matter, preparing to use the vast energy within the Star River to establish another Starfleet Legion. However, Chu Jiang shook his head. The Star River is too vast. Even with the Empire's scientific level fully utilizing, it would require exhausting resources, which contradicts the Empire's political philosophy. Do you mean the Empire will take action? Nyesya asked. Chu Jiang pondered, not necessarily. I believe the Empire is more inclined to use the energy of this stellar system to enhance the power of their own weapons. Oh, Nyesya nodded thoughtfully. Chu Jiang took her wrist. Enough talk. Let us continue. This planet surely holds what we need. The two headed toward the stellar system, gradually approaching the Imperial Royal warship. Chu Jiang scanned the vessel with his gaze and noticed a special chamber at its center. The chamber was surrounded by layers of protective measures, clearly forbidding unauthorized entry. Nyesya observed the defense and said, "It seems there is a secret inside that chamber." She took out a remote control and pressed a button, instantly activating the defense shield outside the warship. "The defenses of this planet are very weak," she explained. "If we break in, we might be detected. However, these shields can only hold us off for a while. Give me half an instant's sticks time, and I can breach them. Then we can charge right in." "Are you sure you can hold off this stellar system's defenses?" Chu Jiang asked. "It should be no problem," Nyesya said. "The defenses here are too low. Are you certain we can get in?" Nyesya vowed confidently, "We can get in." Chu Jiang nodded. "Very well, then we charge in." The two stood atop the warship and activated its most powerful energy cannon, firing directly at the defense shield. Harsh alarm sounds echoed from within the warship. Nyesya exclaimed excitedly, "Here it comes." Both of them fired hundreds of beams simultaneously. The beams sliced through the void, striking the defense shield and causing violent explosions. Sparks from the explosions flew in all directions, illuminating the entire warship screen. Yet these lights could not break through the thick defense shield. Nyesya smiled. "It's useless. Only the Empire's core weapons can breach these shields. Ordinary weapons cannot harm them at all." Chu Jiang raised an eyebrow. "Then let's try the Empire's core weapons." "All right," Nyesya said. "I'll control the targeting, you aim." Chu Jiang nodded. "I've prepared 2 energy missiles, handle it." Nyesya agreed. She then controlled one of the energy missiles as it flew out, heading straight for the defense shield. The moment the energy missile struck the defense shield, it erupted in a dazzling, brilliant light. A massive burst of energy detonated, causing the entire shield to buckle inward. A deep crack appeared, spreading rapidly like a spiderweb, followed by a sharp cracking sound as it shattered completely. Nyesya sighed in relief. "Done." Chu Jiang glanced at it and nodded. "Let's go." "Yes." Nyesya followed, Chu Jiang jumping into the warship. The moment Chu Jiang's figure landed inside the cabin, he sensed something abnormal. Nyesya beside him also noticed it, her expression shifting slightly. "Trouble? What's wrong?" Chu Jiang looked around. The once spacious corridor was now filled with corpses. Judging by their uniforms, they were all Empire soldiers. Yet these soldiers were already dead. The structure of this warship was complex, containing not only various instruments and weapons. More importantly, it was equipped with numerous traps. Chu Jiang estimated roughly that every second the warship suffered thousands of attacks, each eliminating a portion of the enemies. Yet even so, death could not be stopped. The warship's main brain system was operating frantically, attempting to restore defenses, but failing to do so. Chu Jiang looked up, gazing coldly at the warship's main brain. "The Empire intends to tell us through this method that they fear no one. If that is the case, we need not be polite either." As soon as his words fell, he saw thick red light erupt from the armory, storage rooms, and other areas within the warship. Immediately, countless cannon barrels emerged, covering the entire corridor. Nyesya's eyes widened. "Chu Jiang, there are dozens of antimatter annihilation cannons here. Are you planning to detonate them?" "Yes." Chu Jiang nodded. "These are core weapons against the Empire. With slight modification, we can use them. Although detonating antimatter annihilation cannons requires considerable energy, we are willing to pay the price to achieve the desired result." Nyesya gritted her teeth. "Then let's do it." She maneuvered the starship, descending slowly. The warship drew closer to the defense shield. A tremendous sound echoed from afar. Nyesya and Chu Jiang exchanged glances. Nyesya wore an expression of confident victory. Chu Jiang, however, furrowed his brows. "Something is wrong." As the two were speaking, the warship suddenly came to a halt. Chu Jiang and Nyesya both looked outside. They saw a dense mass of dark clouds moving rapidly in the distance. "It's the Zerg swarm," Nyesya cried out. Chu Jiang focused his gaze. Indeed, it was insects. The massive swarm blotted out the sky, resembling a dark cloud pressing forward. "The energy fluctuations here are quite chaotic, likely due to the energy itself," Nyesya explained. "However, I recall you once mentioned that there exists an energy flow in the universe called magnetic field storms. These magnetic field storms rage across the universe, destroying countless civilizations and living beings, including our own human civilization. Chu Jiang nodded. Indeed. His tone was cold, laced with the scent of slaughter. Then let's avoid these guys for now. However, Nyeshyaya said, who knows what dangers still lurk in this place? Chu Jiang replied calmly, such dangers are no match for us. Chu Jiang grabbed Nyesyaya's arm and lightly tapped the deck with his toe. The two of them immediately took to the air, leaping out of the warship. Behind them the warship's hatch closed, and it plummeted rapidly. Let's go. We'll find the commander of these Imperial forces, get to the bottom of what's happening, and take their weapons and equipment while we're at it. As for those bugs, leave them to me, Chu Jiang said. Blue-white electric arcs flickered around his hands, then gathered into his right arm. He drove a fierce punch into the air ahead. Boom. A muffled explosion sent a shockwave surging outward, nearly knocking Nyeshyaya over. Her limbs felt weak, and she had to grab the nearby wall to steady herself. Damn, that was impressive, Nyeshyaya muttered, then continued observing. In her field of view, a male Imperial officer lay on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes dim and lifeless. He would not survive. In the officer's hand was a photograph of a beautiful blonde woman, her smile serene and gentle. Chu Jiang retracted his fist. Let's go find another officer and get some answers. The two proceeded along the path and encountered numerous Imperial soldiers. Upon seeing Chu Jiang and Nyeshyaya, the soldiers roared and raised their weapons, firing wave after wave of bullets. But no matter how fast their attacks were, they could not match Chu Jiang's speed. Piloting the mecha, he darted left and right, evading every strike. Chu Jiang. These soldiers seem to have no intelligence at all. They only know how to attack blindly. Nyeshyaya was somewhat startled. After careful inspection, she found that the soldiers had lost their ability to think, acting like mere puppets. Perhaps the Zerg are simply like this by nature, and we just hadn't encountered them before, Chu Jiang speculated. The soldiers were far too slow, while the mechas piloted by Chu Jiang and Nyeshyaya moved with incredible speed. Finally, after navigating for some time, Chu Jiang and Nyeshyaya caught sight of a massive planetary-class warship. The vessel was towering fully 300 meters in length, constructed entirely of a special material that shimmered with a silvery white glow. Chu Jiang piloted the mecha and slowly approached. He gazed at the warship and noticed numerous breaches along its hull. At that moment, Nyeshyaya spoke up. Boss, the defensive shields on the warship have been breached, but haven't fully collapsed, which is why they're still active. She paused and asked, what should we do now? Charge straight, and Chu Jiang replied. He steered the mecha directly toward the warship. He extended the mecha's wings and flapped them violently, using the force of the wind to propel himself toward the enormous vessel. Nyeshyaya stood outside the warship, watching vigilantly and reminding Chu Jiang to stay alert. In Nyesyaya's line of sight, the mecha piloted by Chu Jiang resembled a cannonball as it burst into the warship. Boom! The violent impact ignited massive flames. He actually dared to charge and head on, Nyeshyaya muttered. She knew Chu Jiang's power was terrifying, no less than her own. Chu Jiang piloted the mecha straight into the central control room of the warship. Inside the control room, several officers were operating various consoles, attempting to intercept the mecha. Chu Jiang snorted coldly and threw a punch. The force behind that single blow was extraordinarily terrifying, shattering everything in its path. All the equipment exploded into fragments. The officers were severely injured and collapsed onto the floor. Without hesitation, Chu Jiang rushed toward them and smashed their skulls with another punch, then harvested all the crystal cores from their bodies. Chu Jiang's mecha had been reduced to scrap. That one punch had already consumed half of its energy supply. Even with the mecha's support, Chu Jiang felt extremely weakened. Looks good enough, Chu Jiang said. Let's get out of here. He led Nyeshyaya away. Shortly after Chu Jiang departed, a corpse in the center of the warship suddenly rose, a mysterious smile playing on its face. What a nostalgic aura. Staring at the heavily damaged mecha, it muttered, I never expected to see him again in such a short time. It seems my choice back then was correct. How could these worthless scraps of metal ever bear his glory? It walked over to the war vehicle, picked up a piece of mecha armor, and tossed it into an instrument. The instrument's screen lit up, and a mechanical arm extended from it, catching the part and placing it into another device. Data on the instrument flashed wildly before coming to a halt. What's going on? Nyeshyaya asked, puzzled. This is a tool used to repair wreckage. Chu Jiang narrowed his eyes slightly. The mechanical arm was coated in green paint, giving it an eerie appearance. At that moment, a beam of light shone onto the mechanical arm. Crack! The mechanical arm shattered and turned to ash, dispersing into the sky. What happened? Nyeshyaya exclaimed in surprise. It's nothing. Just a simple scanning program. It was inspecting the war vehicle, detected that some parts had deteriorated and needed replacement. Chu Jiang spoke calmly. However, since these scraps can still be put to use, let's leave them here. Nyeshyaya nodded. She looked around and found that everything around them was in ruins. Inside the warship, all the mechanical soldiers had lost consciousness. These soldiers had originally been a reconnaissance squad dispatched by the federal government. After entering the warship area, they had encountered an enemy ambush and were subsequently captured. Who are they? Xiaoya pointed to a group of people trapped in cages and asked, "Do you know him?" Chu Jiang countered. No, Xiaoya shook her head. "They are star pirates," Chu Jiang said. Xiaoya suddenly understood and said, "So they're star pirates. No wonder they're so vicious. Don't you think star pirates are pitiful?" Chu Jiang sighed. "Every time we run into them, they always end up getting caught." "Yeah, it is pretty miserable," Xiaoya agreed wholeheartedly. After all, in every encounter with star pirates, it was she who had stepped in to resolve the situation. "Let's go," Chu Jiang said. "Let's check out other areas." The two continued forward. At that moment, they heard the sound of approaching footsteps and a group of soldiers rushed in. "What are you doing?" After these soldiers charged in, they immediately surrounded Chu Jiang. "Are you from the Federation?" Chu Jiang asked, his gaze cold as he stared at them. "No, we are merely ordinary soldiers of the Empire," the soldiers replied. "We are ordered to protect your safety." "Oh." Chu Jiang revealed an interested smile. "Then tell me, what exactly is this empire like?" The Imperial soldiers hesitated for a moment, seemingly considering how to answer. At this moment, Xiaoya spoke up calmly. "Mr. Chu Jiang is currently in poor condition. If you lie, you know the consequences." Hearing Xiaoya's words, the soldiers immediately said, "Here is the situation. We belong to the Federation's military. Our target is the Starry Sky Bug Race." The Starry Sky Bug Race. At this time, Chu Jiang suddenly asked, "What is your name?" The Imperial soldier hurriedly replied, "Reporting to the commander, my name is Bark Lester." Chu Jiang said, "I think you should explain to me about the Starry Sky Bug Race." "Yes," Bark Lester answered respectfully. "Our target enemy is the bug beasts. The Galaxy Empire was once a powerful civilization in the universe, ruling the entire starry sky, with countless stars known as Imperial star systems. But later, due to certain reasons, the Empire gradually declined and even perished. However, the Empire's lingering prestige remains. Therefore, we must cleanse the remnants of the Empire." "Imperial remnants?" Xiaoya asked curiously. "Yes, just like these soldiers," Chu Jiang pondered for a moment and said, "Before the Empire died, it left all its legacy to its most outstanding descendants, which is you all. Therefore, the current Nebula Empire has been completely destroyed. Those remnants of the Empire took advantage of the planet's destruction to secretly become active in the universe. Although their current strength is insufficient to affect the Empire, they can create things that pose a threat to human society." Xiaoya frowned and said, "No wonder we encountered those strangely shaped bugs." She paused and continued, "Do we need to kill them?" "Our current strength is too weak to contend with them, so we need an ally," Chu Jiang said slowly. "An ally?" "That's right." Chu Jiang nodded slightly. "We need to build a faction and become a powerful force, otherwise we will be forced to hide in the universe forever. This obviously does not match my personality. I hope we can become one of the top powers in the universe and also protect our homeland." "That is good," Xiaoya said. "I will cultivate enough high-end armed forces as soon as possible. We not only need to master powerful weapons and equipment, but also improve the tactical quality and combat effectiveness of the soldiers." Chu Jiang said, "Since we are going to do it, let us do it with the strongest." "There is no absolute strength in this world," Chu Jiang said indifferently. "But absolute wisdom will make us incredibly powerful. So-called strength means constantly surpassing one's own limits. When we reach the extreme, we will be true strong ones. We possess super strong wisdom and terrifying power. Even gods would seem like slightly stronger ants in our eyes." Xiaoya was shocked. She suddenly remembered that when Chu Jiang first landed on Earth, he had said he wanted to conquer the universe. Those words had made her scoff at the time. But at this moment, she felt Chu Jiang's ambition. Unable to help herself, she asked, "What are you planning to do?" "I plan to form a fleet and strike at the heart of the enemy," Chu Jiang said. "After this spaceship is built, we will set off." "A fleet?" Xiaoya asked. "How many warships do you plan to build?" 100 or 1,000, Chu Jiang replied. 100 warships or 1,000 warships. If possible, I hope my fleet can cover the entire planet. "This is too exaggerated," Xiaoya said. "With such warships, not only could they attack an entire planet without any pressure, but they could also destroy several planets effortlessly." "We are not going to destroy a few planets," Chu Jiang said casually. "We want all the interstellar races to know of our existence. Our fleet will sweep away all races that dare to provoke us." Hearing this, Xiaoya was stunned for a moment, then her face flushed slightly, and she lowered her head. She never expected Chu Jiang would use such words as sweep away all races that dare to provoke us. "What are you talking about?" Chu Jiang looked at the soldiers nearby. "What were you discussing?" "I just heard you say you are soldiers of the Interstellar Alliance. Why are you hunting the Starry Sky Bug Race?" The soldiers answered one after another. "We are soldiers from the Alliance planets." We come from the royal family of the Third Interstellar Dynasty in the Interstellar Alliance. Xiaoya furrowed her brows. The Interstellar Alliance. Yes, the Interstellar Alliance. The soldier said, the Interstellar Alliance is one of the oldest alliances in the starry sky. It has a long history and strong strength, making it the most extensive force in the cosmos. What does the Interstellar Alliance mean? Xiaoya asked. It is a kind of alliance, the soldier replied. The alliance includes various alliance planets and star regions. There are many alliance citizens on each alliance planet. The core of the alliance is the Alliance Parliament, whose members represent the major alliance citizens. And every alliance citizen will join the Alliance Parliament. Chu Jiang looked at Xiaoya and asked, do you understand the implications of this information? I know some, Xiaoya said. There are many public resource planets in the alliance. Some of these resource planets have various strange ores and mineral veins. Most of the resource trading within the alliance is obtained from there. That's right. I plan to form a fleet, Chu Jiang said, to sweep through the starry sky bug race. I need more information about the Interstellar Alliance. About this matter. Xiaoya hesitated for a while and finally nodded. Then we will also participate in this action, but you must remember you are the commander, so do not run around recklessly. Naturally, Chu Jiang nodded and smiled. I have no interest in risking my life outside. Boss, where are we going? Xiaoya asked curiously. Chu Jiang replied, to a place called the Subspace Bug Race Control Zone to eradicate the Starry Sky Bug Race. But what are we going there for? Xiaoya asked curiously. Are those guys very powerful? They are indeed very powerful. Chu Jiang said seriously. But they are also very fragile. Once they encounter danger, they will flee. So what we need to do is eliminate them the moment they try to escape. This way we can avoid being counterattacked by them. Xiaoya suddenly asked, Boss, how do you plan to deal with these Zerg? First, let's probe their strength, Chu Jiang said. According to the information I've gathered, this swarm of insects evolves by relying on a special energy entity known as black mist. This unique energy can improve the cellular structure of living organisms. We can utilize this special energy to create soldiers endowed with its power. Xiaoya said, that's an excellent idea. Her eyes shimmered with an inexplicable light, and the corners of her mouth lifted into a slight smile. Then let's begin. Chu Jiang led the fleet to halt near the star system. On the other side of this planet lay a vast expanse of starry sky. The number of Zerg here was enormous and highly diverse. Chu Jiang parked the fleet above this planet. Chu Jiang stood in a massive port surrounded by a dense array of warships. A rough estimate suggested there were at least 20,000 vessels. Xiaoya said, we need a batch of professional engineers to pilot these warships. I will arrange it, Chu Jiang replied. These warships have all been tested. I have already found equipment capable of charging them. As long as my fleet can connect to the planet's engine, it will be able to start immediately. Xiaoya nodded. She looked up at Chu Jiang. At this moment his image seemed incredibly towering, even surpassing her own perception of greatness. Along this journey, she had witnessed countless unbelievable things by his side. So what should we do now? Xiaoya asked. Our fleet is at a considerable distance from the Milky Way. Our supply lines are extremely long, and although our fleet is massive, the supply speed is very slow. We should consider procuring a batch of transport fleets. No rush, Chu Jiang waved his hand. Let's kill those bugs first. I want to see just how strong these bugs are capable of devouring planets and destroying cities. Xiaoya nodded. Understood. Xiaoya turned away to attend to her duties. Chu Jiang, meanwhile, entered the command cabin. Inside, numerous screens displayed information such as the planet's satellites and observatory data. Chu Jiang sat in his chair. Closing his eyes, he felt the star map and carefully studied the planet. This is a suitable planet to serve as a mother world. Harsh environment, scarce resources. However, precisely because of these harsh survival conditions, it is easier for intelligent life to emerge, giving rise to creatures like the Zerg. Such a planet is ideal for cultivating a new generation of warriors. I need to eliminate the Zerg on this planet as soon as possible. However, since these Zerg are constructed from energy, we must destroy their energy cores. Otherwise, even if we completely destroy them, the Zerg will resurrect and continue to invade the planet. Moreover, if we fail to eradicate them thoroughly, they will grow stronger through reproduction. This is a very thorny problem. Reminded by Xiaoya, Chu Jiang suddenly remembered. In the past, to clear out the space Zerg, he had spent a massive amount of funds and used numerous precious materials. Yet those bugs had stubbornly survived. This was sufficient proof of how tenacious they were. Now the method to eliminate these Zerg was simple: directly crush their core. Chu Jiang pondered for a moment and said, Xiaoya, take a few hundred spacecraft and scout various regions of this planet. Yes, Xiaoya responded. She knew Chu Jiang was about to make a major move. Shortly after, Xiaoya left the command ship with her team. At that moment, a battleship cruiser flew up beside the command vessel. Chu Jiang leaped up from his seat and arrived on the warship's deck. This airship consisted of 3 destroyers and 25 escort vessels. Chu Jiang was now standing on the deck of a destroyer. Xiaoya descended from a warship and approached him saying, "Boss, what are your orders?" "I plan to lead the troops deep into enemy territory for a decapitation strike," Chu Jiang said, looking at Xiaoya. "Our mission is to eliminate the core of these bugs. However, before the operation, I need your help to complete the steps I just mentioned." "What steps?" Xiaoya asked. "These bugs have extremely hard shells. Ordinary attacks are difficult to penetrate them," Chu Jiang said. "But I believe you can accomplish this." Xiaoya said, "Our weapons are powerful enough to handle these ordinary Zerg with ease." Chu Jiang smiled and replied, "I didn't ask you to use ordinary weapons. I want you to use special weapons, specifically weapons capable of corroding and melting their shells." Xiaoya paused. "You want us to use such weapons to eliminate these bugs?" "Yes," Chu Jiang said. "Ordinary guns and cannons cannot destroy these bugs." Xiaoya frowned slightly. "Wouldn't these weapons cost a fortune?" "Money is secondary," Chu Jiang said. "We currently have ample funds and can afford the expenses. We also control the manufacturing materials for these weapons, so there's no need to worry about waste." "All right then," Xiaoya said. "I'll go prepare them." "Go ahead. Stay safe," Chu Jiang reminded her. Xiaoya nodded and then left the destroyer. At that moment, a voice resonated in Chu Jiang's mind. "Host, you are confronting the entire Zerg race. This is too dangerous." "I know," Chu Jiang said calmly. "I am also aware that this planet we are currently on is the last pure land. This will be a war of attrition. If I cannot eliminate the Zerg here as soon as possible, this planet will eventually be contaminated by them. At that point, our whereabouts will be exposed. We need a more secure approach to attack," Chu Jiang said. "We have already determined the locations of all Zerg on this planet. They are distributed around the planet, totaling over 600 billion individuals. According to Zerg habits, they are most active at night, especially the egg-laying organisms. Therefore, we can simply lie in wait for them," Chu Jiang said indifferently. "Are these egg-laying Zerg really that formidable?" Xiaoya couldn't help but ask. She had heard of the terror of bugs, but she had also witnessed them being eliminated. She felt Chu Jiang might be overly cautious. "You don't understand," Chu Jiang said calmly. "These bugs have extremely strong reproductive capabilities and a very fast breeding speed. Once their mother body falls, the larvae will surge out frantically, eventually covering the entire planet. Then we—" Xiaoya's face suddenly turned pale. "Are we trapped in a desperate situation? How could we possibly kill them all?" Chu Jiang looked at her coldly. "Are you afraid? If you are, retreat. I will not blame you." Xiaoya gritted her teeth and replied, "I am not afraid. I am just a little nervous. After all, I have only participated in such battles theoretically, without practical experience." Chu Jiang said, "Then let me teach you." Chu Jiang began to impart a series of techniques for eliminating the Zerg swarm to Xiaoya. First, they had to infiltrate the swarm under the cover of night and locate its core position. Then they were to use electromagnetic interference bombs to destroy the Zerg core. During this process, they also needed to search for structures similar to hives, such as incubation bases for certain special eggs or the dwelling place of the queen. In short, they had to gather all valuable intelligence. Additionally, during this period, they had to prevent the Zerg from counterattacking. After all, no one could guarantee they would not encounter attacks on the Dark Planet. Under Chu Jiang's guidance, Xiaoya recorded everything one by one. After the two finished discussing, they began preparations. Xiaoya went to allocate equipment, while Chu Jiang started to assemble his subordinates. These subordinates were of high quality, and under Xiaoya's guidance, everything was organized efficiently. However, Xiaoya did not take those fighter jets this time. She only took 30 fighter pilots. The remaining fighter squadron stayed at the command center. The goal of this combat formation was to defend the area. As for those militia members, Chu Jiang did not let them undertake this arduous task, because they were ordinary people and fundamentally unsuited for such harsh missions. Therefore, Chu Jiang assigned them to be responsible for repairing and managing the destroyer. Of course, the identities of these militia members had been forged. Chu Jiang and Xiaoya worked busily until midnight before everything was finally ready. Chu Jiang piloted the Yawang spaceship to a star nearest to the Zerg swarm. Then he took out several detection radars and simulated various reconnaissance results in a virtual world. Finally, Chu Jiang chose the brightest star as the target for this mission. Chu Jiang placed an armed helicopter on the surface of this star. The helicopter adopted a concealed control mechanism. Even if subjected to intense fire, it would only explode. Next, Chu Jiang ordered Xiaoya and the others to land on this star. The temperature of this star was approximately 7 million degrees Celsius, making it the hottest planet in the entire solar system and a forbidden zone for humanity. However, Chu Jiang had no concerns. Over the years, they had encountered many ultra-low temperature environments during their space journeys. Once they had even traversed the atmosphere and entered a frozen planet in the cosmos. Xiaoya and her subordinates arrived near this star aboard their respective armed transport ships. Chu Jiang remotely controlled these armed transport ships to descend into the atmosphere near the star. Subsequently, they jumped from the transports near the star and quickly dispersed, hiding within the atmosphere. Chu Jiang was in no rush to attack. Although this planet had been completely occupied and the Zerg swarm had turned it into their home, Chu Jiang remained vigilant. Therefore, he did not immediately launch a charge. Chu Jiang began analyzing information through the observer instruments. Soon he locked onto a massive red dot. It was a gigantic and hideous bug, its body stretching several kilometers long, sleeping on a small satellite. Chu Jiang took a deep breath and a terrifying glint flashed in his eyes. He looked up into the distance where dense swarms of bugs covered the sky like a carpet. On that satellite, there were endless insect eggs. Fire! Chu Jiang commanded in a deep voice. Instantly, under his remote control, that armed transport ship began spewing flames. The flames were blue-purple. They spread, instantly forming a towering inferno. The burning fire resembled a blazing torch, illuminating the entire star sector brilliantly. Both humans and mecha soldiers appeared exceptionally ugly under the glare of this flame. They felt their skin burning intensely. This was real fire. Chu Jiang stood inside the bridge of the Yaoguang. On the bridge, a major officer was reporting. Sir, according to our observation, these bugs are in a hibernation state. We only need to destroy the eggs around them, and we will handle the rest. Do you agree? Agreed. Chu Jiang replied simply. He said to the soldiers, now everyone follow that major to the location I designated. I will stay here and wait for your triumphant return. Yes, sir. The soldiers responded in unison. Then they quickly left the bridge and proceeded in the direction guided by the major. Xiaoya seemed reluctant to leave as she wanted to fight alongside Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang patted Xiaoya's shoulder and said with a smile, don't worry. This time, as long as we destroy the bug eggs, those creatures will surely die. Seeing Chu Jiang say this, Xiaoya felt relieved. She also understood Chu Jiang's intention. Their mission was undoubtedly fraught with danger. Moreover, many comrades would likely be sacrificed. But for the sake of victory, Xiaoya was willing to take the risk. This was a life-and-death decisive battle. Many had lost their lives in combat, and this time the enemy they faced was none other than the overlord of the universe, the Zerg Emperor. All the soldiers were prepared to sacrifice themselves, yet they harbored no complaints. Every warrior was someone who had struggled back from the brink of death. They had long become accustomed to death. Chu Jiang and Xiaoya entered the wormhole, first with those mecha soldiers following closely behind. Xiaoya and Chu Jiang sped through the wormhole like lightning. Along the way, both kept a close watch on Zerg movements, but they saw no signs of activity from the Zerg. This was extremely eerie. What is going on? Could my judgment be wrong? Xiaoya felt puzzled. Chu Jiang replied, no, be careful. This might be an enemy trap. A trap? Xiaoya was startled. Chu Jiang nodded and said, that's right. If my calculation is correct, there should be a powerful intelligent entity hidden here. This entity is a high-tech product of the Zerg, possessing advanced technology that humans cannot master. Without this creature's help, those 1,000 mecha soldiers could never have withstood our bombardment. Xiaoya asked, since such powerful mecha soldiers exist, why doesn't it act personally? Chu Jiang said, you are too naive. Although this creature possesses formidable power, it cannot survive beyond the mother nest. Even if it were to break free, its physical form would be ill-suited for the void of space. It can only manipulate the Zerg soldiers from the shadows, Xiaoya said. I see. But even if it can control the Zerg, what then? Our objective remains the destruction of the Zerg eggs, Chu Jiang replied. Exactly. Therefore we must exercise caution. I understand, Xiaoya said. The Zerg base was situated on a desolate dead star a staggering 3 billion kilometers away from its parent star. This dead star was known as Black Demon Star. The surface of Black Demon Star was covered entirely in black frost, with not a single drop of liquid water on the entire planet. When the spacecraft touched down on the surface, an eerie silence fell upon the surroundings. This quietness was oppressive and terrifying, resembling the stillness before a violent storm. Xiaoya immediately activated the radar, scanning the distance. However, everything appeared unervingly calm with no anomalies in sight. Xiaoya promptly retracted the radar. There was not a single sign of life on this Black Demon Star. The planet was shrouded entirely in darkness. This place. Xiaoya felt a sense of foreboding. She quickly reported the situation to Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang maneuvered the Yaoguang into a hover within the void and addressed the mech warriors. I have scouted the area. There are no other life forms on Black Demon Star, but the planet's outer magnetic field is extremely chaotic. These magnetic disturbances will interfere with our radar systems. I recommend everyone wear night vision goggles to avoid surprise attacks. Additionally, remember that if you encounter a Zerg attack, do not linger in combat. Ensuring your own survival is the top priority. The mech warriors chorused their affirmation. Under Chu Jiang's command, the mech warriors formed a single-file line and advanced forward. Xiaoya and Chu Jiang walked at the rear of the formation, flanked by the mech warriors, with the interstellar soldiers trailing behind. The column moved in a longitudinal formation. Xiaoya and Chu Jiang brought up the rear. Ahead lay an endless expanse of darkness. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed from the front. "Alert! Take positions!" Xiaoya shouted sharply. The mech warriors immediately assumed combat stances. Chu Jiang stood at the forefront wielding a laser rifle. As the faint rustling grew more intense, dense silhouettes emerged from the black fog. These shadows appeared to be insects, but they were actually countless mechanical beasts. Some resembled mantises, others spiders, and still others looked like scorpions. Their eyes glowed with an eerie blue light, flickering unpredictably. In the blink of an eye, Black Demon Star was teeming with black mechanical beasts. Xiaoya was taken aback. She never imagined that the Zerg base's defenses were this formidable. If they had not happened to pass through with Chu Jiang and the mech battalion, ordinary mercenary groups, or interstellar soldiers would likely have found it impossible to breach this mysterious Black Demon Star. Xiaoya and Chu Jiang reacted with exceptional speed, opening fire almost instantly. Intense combat erupted as the mechanical beasts fought ferociously, spitting venomous spikes. The mechs rained laser fire with flashes of light illuminating the darkness. Boom. The mechs ultimately held the advantage, quickly scattering and destroying the mechanical beasts. Chu Jiang's side suffered relatively light casualties, mainly because the mechanical beasts lacked intelligence. Furthermore, they only knew how to attack blindly. They possessed no tactical coordination, so the losses were not severe. Within moments, the enemy mechanical beasts were completely eradicated. "This Black Demon Star is truly bizarre," Xiaoya said to Chu Jiang. "The danger level of this mission is extremely high," Chu Jiang said grimly. The mech warriors also wore serious expressions. Chu Jiang continued, "Stay close and do not get separated. There are unknown entities on this Black Demon Star. We must be extremely cautious." Xiaoya nodded. She also realized that Black Demon Star was no ordinary place. The planet was indeed too strange. The group proceeded cautiously toward the base. Along the way, they encountered numerous corpses, their heads gnawed clean. The mech warriors felt a chill. This Black Demon Star was definitely no friend. Under these circumstances, Chu Jiang and his team had to remain vigilant. The dark planet's surface was riddled with craters. Shattered rocks appeared occasionally. The group navigated through the darkness without stopping, daring not to rest. Finally, around 4 in the morning, they approached the massive fortress. The colossal fortress stood imposingly in the darkness, supporting the Black Demon Star like a pillar of heaven. The fortress lacked special structural features, but its sheer massive and majestic aura was enough to deter any observer. "Prepare to enter, check your equipment," Chu Jiang ordered. The mech warriors promptly inspected their gear. At this moment, Xiaoya produced the infrared devices carried by herself and Chu Jiang. "Be careful. These infrared devices are effective against the Zerg. However, they have flaws. Especially at night, they can easily mislead the Zerg," Chu Jiang warned. Upon hearing this, the mech warriors became even more cautious. After the infrared devices were checked, the mech warriors began to scale the immense steel-like fortress walls. The walls were broad, measuring 100 zhang in width. Sentry towers were positioned every 10 meters. The towers were brightly lit. As the mech warriors climbed, Xiaoya and Chu Jiang observed their surroundings. The city was filled with Zerg, dense and covering the sky. These Zerg resembled a hybrid of cockroaches and flies. They lacked scales, but possessed hard blade-like claws. They ran across the ground and soared through the air. These were common Zerg with extremely high reproduction rates, massive numbers, and a fierce, fearless nature in battle. Moreover, they were highly sensitive. This type of Zerg was the most detestable and troublesome, possessing superior defense. They felt no pain and feared no death. Deep within the city, Xiaoya saw many creatures as massive as mountains, their bodies covered in metallic armor with 2 sharp horns on their heads. They looked like mech princes, exuding an aura of majesty and terror as they rampaged and destroyed. There were also creatures as large as bats, but with wingspans of hundreds of meters. They flapped and soared through the air. Besides these, there were many more giant, ugly, yet exceptionally fierce and brutal creatures resembling armored robot warriors. There were also creatures with bodies like dragon lizards, each over 50 meters long. They roared and charged, wreaking havoc in the sky. Watching the scene before her, Xiaoya was utterly shocked and murmured, "Could that be the Zerg Mother Queen?" Although she had heard tales of the Zerg Mother Queen's immense power, she had never seen it with her own eyes. Seeing this spectacle today, she finally understood just how powerful and terrifying the Mother Queen must be. "Zerg. So that is how it is," Chu Jiang said softly. Both Xiaoya and Chu Jiang felt a sense of unease. Although the mech warriors had achieved remarkable victories, the horde of Zerg before them was far too vast, while they numbered only 3,000 or so. Be careful. The Zerg are not only ferocious, but also cunning. They can conceal themselves, they can transform. They can even mimic other species. Chu Jiang continued. Yes, we understand, Nyesya nodded. You said they can transform, but not all Zerg can do that, right? There is no way all Zerg can assume human form, is there? Chu Jiang nodded. Indeed, some Zerg can take human form, but it requires extremely long and complex conditions. And we also have special methods to identify what they truly are. A look of admiration flashed in Nyesya's eyes. They continued flying forward. Soon they arrived outside the base. The base was solid and magnificent. Inside the entire base, it was pitch dark and terrifyingly silent. As the mech warriors approached the base, they could sense an overwhelming stench permeating the air, a nauseating blend of oppression, terror, icy coldness, and the metallic tang of blood. Nyesya suppressed the nausea churning in her stomach and activated the searchlight. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the base. Suddenly, countless grotesque and hideous creatures emerged, each no larger than an ant, radiating a foul stench, with glowing green eyes, fangs, razor-sharp claws, and bulging muscles appearing particularly terrifying. They let out piercing shrieks and charged at the mech warriors. The mech warriors quickly fired laser shells. Immediately, brilliant fireworks bloomed in the sky. But the Zerg showed no fear, charging forward relentlessly in an unbroken wave. The two sides engaged in fierce combat. Green toxic fluid splashed through the air, yet the mech warriors were already protected by their armor. Behind the mech warriors, several saucer-shaped mechs were maneuvering disc weapons in attack. Chu Jiang and Nyesya stood behind the mechs. They made no rush to join the fight, instead watching the battlefield like spectators at a performance. After a long while, Nyesya spoke up. Boss, aren't we going to intervene? If I am right, the Mother Queen is not in the city. Otherwise, in her current frenzied state, she would have already come to seek revenge. Chu Jiang frowned slightly. Let us observe the situation first. The Mother Queen will definitely make a move. Nyesya said, we need to be cautious. If the Mother Queen were truly easy to deal with, she would not have survived this long and built such a massive empire. She is definitely planning something. Chu Jiang nodded. Stay on high alert and watch for any changes in the surroundings. If anything happens, retreat immediately. Also, we must conserve our strength as much as possible since we are such a large target. In the vast void, there are countless enemies watching us with predatory intent. Nyesya nodded in agreement. The mech warriors engaged the Zerg in fierce combat. The green toxic fluid was shattered by laser shells. The Zerg, fearless and ruthless, pressed their attacks with increasing ferocity. The mech warriors suffered heavy casualties. However, their losses remained relatively low. Only occasionally were mech warriors' skin pierced by bites. But the green toxin proved non-lethal, as Chu Jiang had coated their skin with an antidote. Nyesya and Chu Jiang watched the battle unfold, their expressions grave, daring not to let their guard down. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion echoed from the distance. Chu Jiang and Nyesya looked up and saw a colossal beast rampaging in the distance, towering dozens of kilometers high, with a mass comparable to that of a planet. The beast's body was composed entirely of metal, stretching approximately 300 kilometers in length. Like a serpentine colossus, its surface gleaming with a chilling luster and crowned by a single horn. The beast charged toward the base, exhaling a corrosive miasma that reduced trees, rocks, and Zerg alike to ash wherever it passed. Nyesya's face paled as she gazed at the monstrous creature. How terrifying! She had never imagined such a horrifying being could exist. That is a planet behemoth. They possess great intelligence and immense power. Chu Jiang said slowly. The planet behemoth swept toward them, seemingly drawn by the scent of blood as it charged at the mech warriors. Nyesya and Chu Jiang hastily retreated to avoid being caught in the crossfire. The mech warriors clashed with the planet behemoth in a battle that shook the heavens and earth, with destructive forces radiating in all directions. Fly the Yaoguang through the beast's back, Nyesya suggested. Chu Jiang shook his head. The Yaoguang cannot penetrate it that easily. What should we do? Nyesya asked anxiously. Take shelter in the cockpit and seal the outer armor plates. I will draw the planet behemoth away while you lead the mech warriors into the base under their cover. Chu Jiang said after a moment's consideration. All right. Nyesya agreed and immediately climbed into the cockpit. She piloted the Yaoguang away from the battlefield, heading toward the base. The planet behemoth was locked in a frenzied battle with the mech warriors and paid no attention to the Yaoguang, allowing it to pass over its body unimpeded. Chu Jiang charged toward the planet behemoth, wielding his ray gun and unleashing 36 beams in an instant. The colossal beast moved with sluggish, ponderous steps. Before Chu Jiang, it appeared utterly clumsy. All 36 beams struck home, carving massive wounds into the beast's abdomen as blood gushed forth. Die! Chu Jiang roared. He unleashed a relentless barrage with his ray gun. Though the planet behemoth's hide was thick and tough, the continuous assault proved too much, and it fled in agony. Chu Jiang retrieved his ray gun and ordered the remaining mech warriors pursue and behead it. Yes, they shouted in unison. Chu Jiang turned and headed back inside the ship. Boss, why didn't we take the chance to kill that beast? It is enormous and incredibly valuable. Xiaoya couldn't help but ask, sensing something odd about her boss. Chu Jiang looked at her. We cannot act rashly. Xiaoya was surprised by his words, puzzled by her boss's true intentions. Reading her confusion, Chu Jiang explained calmly, that beast, despite its power, is still in its juvenile stage, not yet fully mature. Huh. Xiaoya was stunned. She had assumed the beast was an adult. After all, she had heard that for certain creatures in the universe, their juvenile stage is comparable to that of a human child. But she had forgotten that the universe is vast and countless planets exist. Some creatures reproduce only after reaching adulthood, while others remain dangerously threatening even in their juvenile phase. Take the beast before them as an example. It is an adult planet behemoth. Legend has it that even in its mature form, it rivals the power of a 9th-rank Star Realm expert, or surpasses them entirely. And once fully grown, it will become beyond imagination. Remember this: at no point are they the most powerful beings in the universe. The cosmos conceals countless terrifying and mighty entities. They simply choose to remain hidden, rarely revealing themselves. Chu Jiang spoke calmly, his gaze fixed on the starry expanse outside the window, his eyes dark and his voice resonant. Though that planetary beast is formidable, it amounts to nothing in the eyes of truly powerful beings. We merely need to proceed with caution and avoid provoking those titans, lest we bring disaster upon the mechanical empire. Xiaoya shivered with dread. Regardless of how strong they are far beyond what we can currently confront. Such existence could annihilate us with a mere wave of its hand. Chu Jiang continued slowly. We need only be prudent and avoid causing trouble for the mechanical empire. That itself is a blessing. Xiaoya took several deep breaths and nodded, agreeing with Chu Jiang's assessment. Chu Jiang added, that beast is targeting me. It will attack again shortly. Oh, I will lure it closer to the spaceship. You must seize the opportunity to breach the defenses and enter the base. Under no circumstances should you engage in prolonged combat. If a crisis arises, abandon the base immediately and retreat at all costs. Understood. Understood. The mech warriors roared in unison. Chu Jiang went on, that monster is beyond our capability to defeat. Only by abandoning the base can we ensure our safe escape. Xiaoya was deeply shaken and said, Boss, you. Chu Jiang sighed. I am the pilot. I must consider the safety of my brothers. If I cannot bear to make sacrifices, none of them will survive. Therefore, I must make the decisive call. Xiaoya's heart surged with emotion, tears welling in her eyes as she murmured, we are all pilots fighting for the mechs. I also hope you will make the choice for your brothers. Chu Jiang patted her shoulder and smiled. Rest assured, we shall meet again. When that time comes, the two of us will join forces and achieve greatness once more. Chu Jiang piloted the Yaoguang, constantly flashing and dodging the planetary beast. The beast nearly struck him each time, but Chu Jiang evaded each attack by the slimmest of margins. Roar! Enraged, the planetary beast lunged forward and clamped its jaws around the Yaoguang. On the ship, Chu Jiang's face turned ice cold, and he pulled the trigger without hesitation. The railgun beam screamed toward the planetary beast, but the beast blocked it. The railgun exploded, yet the planetary beast remained unharmed. Chu Jiang's expression shifted slightly. Damn it, that monster's defense is absurd. He frowned and muttered, I cannot yet fully unleash the railgun's power to deal fatal damage. Otherwise, even with its massive size, it certainly could not withstand the railgun beam. Chu Jiang pondered how to deal with the planetary beast before him. The railgun was Chu Jiang's latest research and development, designed as a strategic weapon. It was special, while powerful. Its drawback was that it could only fire railgun shells. The railgun shell could only damage targets at long range, but its effective range was short, and at ultra-long distances, it could not create a sufficient kill zone. The railgun bullets had a slow rate of fire and weak power, making the railgun cannon suitable only for solo combat. However, the railgun shell had a long range and a fast rate of fire sufficient to deal with ordinary people or low-level civilizations. But at this moment, Chu Jiang faced a huge dilemma. The beast was enormous, hundreds of kilometers in size, like a mountain. Chu Jiang found it extremely difficult to maneuver the Yaoguang to evade. The beast could randomly swipe its claws and tear apart infinite gaps, forcing Chu Jiang to constantly change positions. I cannot continue to drag this out, or once the beast recovers to its peak state, I will have no choice but to flee in disgrace. Chu Jiang thought, his expression grave. He suddenly looked up toward the porthole, his eyes sharp. Xiaoya, let's go meet that beast, Chu Jiang said solemnly. Xiaoya was instantly startled and hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Boss, no. That beast is so massive, are we going to throw our lives away? Haha, look at your cowardly state. Are you even a mech warrior? Mech warriors excel at close-quarters combat. How can you not even dare to fight to the death? Chu Jiang laughed loudly. Fight to the death. Xiaoya rolled her eyes and muttered, You are insane, oh we are not. Chu Jiang laughed again. Stop dawdling, just follow me, and it will be fine. With that, Chu Jiang walked toward the control room. Xiaoya wore a bitter smile and could only follow him toward the cabin door. Two mechs flew out of the spaceship and landed on the barren planet. It hurts so much, or I feel like my whole body is falling apart, Xiaoya complained. I should have known better than to agree to clash with that ferocious monster. It was far too dangerous. Chu Jiang glanced at her and said, Cut the chatter, set up the trap immediately. Xiaoya pursed her lips, but obediently set up the trap while observing the surroundings. Wow, it's truly huge. Xiaoya exclaimed. Looking at the boundless, infinite starry sea around her, she couldn't help but click her tongue in amazement. Boss, what should we do? Asked the two mech warriors nearby. Chu Jiang scanned the surroundings and said calmly, Let's set up a trap to test it first. If it doesn't work, we retreat. He took out the railgun and aimed at the planetary beast. Electromagnetic waves roared as the railgun released a dazzling, brilliant light, transforming into a blinding stream that shot forth. The railgun light instantly pierced through the beast's massive body, exploding dense holes. But after only a brief moment, those dense holes gradually healed. The planetary beast had thick skin and flesh and was not injured at all. Chu Jiang frowned slightly and said the railgun is ineffective against it. Huh. Xiaoya was surprised. She observed carefully and confirmed there was no abnormality, so she asked curiously, Why is it ineffective? Isn't that thing afraid of electromagnetic cannons? Chu Jiang said the railgun is ineffective against it, but have you forgotten that we are mech warriors? Xiaoya suddenly understood. Chu Jiang took out two machine guns and handed them to them, saying, Take these and follow me to tear it apart. All right, the two mech warriors exclaimed excitedly. Mech warriors were passionate. They pursued limits and were full of anticipation for battle. The three of them silently approached the planetary beast. They had never considered escaping because the beast was too massive. Even if they fled, it could easily catch up with them. Since that was the case, it was better to stay and fight the monster. Even if they were defeated and perished, they would have done their best and died with purpose. Whoosh! The railgun spewed intense flames, slicing through the void. Xiaoya, Chu Jiang, and the two mech warriors coordinated, seamlessly equipped with high-end gear. The three formed a tactical formation and charged toward the planetary beast. The planetary beast roared, its body shaking violently. As if enraged, dark mist swirled around it, and its momentum surged. It crushed toward Chu Jiang and the others pouncing at them. Its speed was extremely fast, like a black lightning bolt sweeping across the heavens and earth. Bang bang! Chu Jiang fired both railguns, simultaneously striking its hard carapace. Countless sparks flew, but it did not cause severe damage. Damn, it's too sturdy. Chu Jiang couldn't help but curse. Their railgun weapons could not even breach its defense. The railgun was a standard mechanical weapon designed to attack the enemy's body. Although it had super lethal power, it could not penetrate the opponent's defense, which was extremely embarrassing. Chu Jiang and the other two quickly adjusted their tactics, switching their railguns to machine gun mode and opening fire with relentless fury. The machine guns poured out a storm of lead, forcing the planet behemoth to stagger backward with each barrage. However, the creature was simply too massive and slow-moving. Its colossal body swayed with every impact, yet far from being deterred, it grew increasingly ferocious. Damn it, why isn't it going down? Xiaoya cried out anxiously. Chu Jiang fell silent for a moment before shouting. Xiaoya switched to the mecha combat blade. Xiaoya hesitated. The mecha combat blade. Hurry up. Xiaoya gritted her teeth, immediately channeling power into her mecha's core. She pushed the propulsion system to maximum output, shifting the mecha into combat blade mode. A terrifying azure light erupted across the blade's surface, radiating an awe-inspiring glow. Boss, I'm going in first. Xiaoya roared. Chu Jiang frowned, warning her, Be extremely careful. Yes. Xiaoya nodded firmly, then piloted her mecha straight toward the colossal planet behemoth. Harassed by the three mechas, the planet behemoth grew irritable. It let out a deafening roar, swinging its massive palm to smash through the traps Chu Jiang's team had set, then charged directly at them. Its body was enormous, resembling a moving mountain. Boom! The mecha was tossed aside like a toy by the behemoth's reckless charge, tumbling through the starry void. The mecha pilots fared no better. The impact left them dazed and bruised, their bodies nearly shaken apart. It hurts. The mecha is about to explode. Both Xiaoya and her mecha pilot suffered injuries of varying severity. Xiaoya in particular had been smashed aside by the planet behemoth, resulting in broken bones and profuse bleeding. Bastard. Boss, I'm going to die before you. Xiaoya gritted her teeth, forcing her damaged mecha to its feet. Gripping the mechanical combat blade, she charged at the planet behemoth once more. Careful! Chu Jiang's pupils contracted as he witnessed the scene. The planet behemoth opened its maw and spewed molten lava. The torrent of magma surged forward like a pillar, engulfing Xiaoya in its path. Horror seized Xiaoya. She had never anticipated such terrifying power. The devastating magma carried enough energy to incinerate anything it touched completely. Xiaoya steeled her nerves. Railgun. She activated her mecha's built-in energy system, gripping the weapon with both hands and firing a concentrated laser beam in a desperate attempt to halt the advancing lava. The laser struck the magma, triggering explosions that evaporated more than half of the flow. However, splashes of molten rock still rained down, striking Xiaoya's mecha and turning its armor glowing red-hot. Xiaoya grimaced in pain, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She had been severely injured. Damn it, I can't let that lava hit me. She gnashed her teeth and maneuvered her mecha to dodge the spreading molten streams. She looked up at the towering figure in the distance, her expression resolute. Boss, I'll hold it off for a moment. You take the chance to escape. Chu Jiang stared at the terrifying magma, his mind racing. Even with the combat blade and railgun, we cannot pierce its defense. We must rely on other equipment to counter it. Suddenly Chu Jiang's eyes lit up. Boss! Xiaoya stared at him in disbelief. What are you doing? Before she could finish her sentence, Chu Jiang's mecha surged upward, charging straight toward the raging magma. Xiaoya was stunned as she could not believe Chu Jiang was choosing to risk his life against the monster. The railgun fired continuously, but to no avail. The magma's temperature was so extreme that the railgun rounds disintegrated instantly upon approach, melting into liquid metal that poured over Chu Jiang. Smoke rose from Chu Jiang's body as fierce flames engulfed the mecha's exterior, threatening to consume it entirely. Xiaoya's face drained of color. If Chu Jiang perished, they were all doomed. Calm down, Chu Jiang roared. Don't panic. He took several deep breaths, forcing himself to remain composed. He maneuvered the mecha to dodge the surging lava, but the molten field was vast, and he could only evade by mere meters. Scorching magma brushed past him, splashing onto his armor. The heat seared his skin, and he could almost feel the thermal waves flowing through his muscles. It's too hot. Chu Jiang's heart pounded with fear, realizing the magma was far more dangerous than anticipated. Boss, stop worrying about me and run. Xiaoya shouted anxiously. Chu Jiang shook his head. We are brothers. How could I abandon you to survive alone? Damn it. Xiaoya bit her lip, her eyes reddening with tears. Chu Jiang reassured her, don't worry. We will win. Xiaoya paused, her confusion giving way to focus as she observed Chu Jiang's actions. She noticed he had locked his target onto the planet behemoth's abdomen. Chu Jiang piloted the mecha in a sudden thrust, slamming it violently into the planet behemoth's belly. Boom. The mecha crashed deep into the creature's flesh, sending shockwaves rippling through the surrounding void. Xiaoya's eyes widened in shock. Could Chu Jiang really be daring to strike inside the planet behemoth? Is he not afraid of death? Fear gripped her heart. A thunderous crash echoed from within the planet behemoth. The violent collision caused Chu Jiang's chest to churn with blood and chi, as if he had been struck by a meteorite. His bones creaked under the immense pressure. Chu Jiang coughed, spitting a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. Boss, run. Xiaoya's face was ashen. Chu Jiang wiped the blood from his lips and laughed loudly. I've seen worse situations in my life. Today I'm betting everything on this fight. Watch my back. Chu Jiang shouted. Xiaoya was surprised, but obeyed immediately, keeping a vigilant watch over their surroundings. Chu Jiang retrieved the last 2 high-explosive bombs from his mecha, pulled the safety pins, and stuffed them into the mecha's right arm. A cruel smile crossed his face. Since you like playing with fire, I'll play with you. He launched the 2 missiles from his mecha's left arm toward the planet behemoth's head. Explosions erupted, sending thick smoke billowing into the air. Pained and enraged, the planet behemoth roared wildly, twisting its body in an attempt to shake off the mecha. Stay down. Chu Jiang snarled, driving his mecha forward with full force. Provoked into a blind rage, the planet behemoth swung its tail like a whip, knocking Chu Jiang's mecha flying. Kid, you're seeking death, it bellowed in fury. Chu Jiang skillfully dodged the tail strike. Seizing the opening, he accelerated the mecha to maximum speed, launching himself onto the behemoth's back. The mecha's legs drove down with tremendous force, smashing into its thick, hardened spine. The planet behemoth's spine shattered. Its colossal body lost balance and crashed to the ground, thrashing wildly and smashing hundreds of tons of rock in the vicinity. So powerful. Xiaoya stood dumbfounded, her heart pounding with awe. She had expected Chu Jiang to fight alongside her, but instead he had single-handedly taken down the terrifying monster. Boss is amazing. He took down that beast all alone. Xiaoya felt nothing but admiration. After securing the victory, Chu Jiang returned to the mecha cockpit, holding position and waiting for Nyeshyaya to regroup. Nyeshyaya quickly returned to the cockpit. Chu Jiang pondered for a moment before asking, "Can you pilot the mecha?" Nyeshyaya nodded. "Although my skills are still rudimentary, I can manage it. However, I certainly couldn't defeat that monster alone." "That's enough," Chu Jiang said with a smile. "I'll pilot the mecha and coordinate with you. We'll keep the bastard occupied first." Nyeshyaya nodded earnestly. "Let's go, we'll continue hunting those Zerg." Chu Jiang piloted his mecha and charged out once more. Nyeshyaya followed in her mecha. In the starry void, the planet Behemoth had been wounded by Chu Jiang and suffered extensive damage from the mecha attacks, now driven into a frenzied state. It roared toward the heavens, its massive body thrashing and stirring up hurricane-force winds. It moved with frantic energy, crushing every rock in its path. "This isn't good. That monster is tracking us." Nyeshyaya pushed her mecha to its limits, dodging the planet Behemoth's attacks, while issuing warnings. Chu Jiang piloted his mecha forward with calm composure, saying, "It's searching for us. As long as we don't approach it directly, it won't attack us." Nyeshyaya gave a slight nod and replied, "But we'll be found eventually, and that'll be dangerous." Her words suddenly stopped as her beautiful eyes widened. In the distance, she actually saw the planet Behemoth halt in its tracks, as if something terrifying was blocking its path. Chu Jiang frowned and piloted his mecha around, flying toward the creature's flank. Nyeshyaya followed close behind, Chu Jiang moving toward the planet Behemoth's side, while watching nervously behind it. "Boss, where are the bugs?" Nyeshyaya asked in astonishment. Chu Jiang's expression grew solemn as he slowly looked up toward the distant depths of the universe. Their thousands of mecha hovered in formation, each shielded by various energy barriers. "Are those mecha the Zerg you mentioned?" Chu Jiang asked. Nyeshyaya nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, I personally landed and witnessed those Zerg destroy cities with my own eyes. They don't look like insects at all. They look more like mecha." "Something's off," Chu Jiang muttered, his brow furrowing as an uneasy feeling settled over him. Chu Jiang piloted his mecha and landed on the back of the planet Behemoth. "You stay on the perimeter, no need to come in," he instructed. "I'll go inside and take a look." Nyeshyaya nodded in agreement. Chu Jiang flew his mecha across the planet Behemoth's back, arriving before a dense formation of mecha warships that stretched out like an endless swarm. Standing at the mecha hatch, he looked down at the creatures below. "The Zerg. They're mechanical life forms," Chu Jiang murmured, quickly sensing signs of life emanating from the mecha around him. Beyond the metallic sheen of their mechanical bodies, he noticed circuit board-like patterns at the center of their heads, with intricate data streams flowing across them. Nyeshyaya overheard Chu Jiang's muttering and asked curiously, "Boss, what are you muttering about?" "Nothing." Chu Jiang reined in his thoughts. Noticing that Chu Jiang seemed to know something, she didn't press further. She opened the mecha storage, retrieved various parts and equipment, and silently began adjusting the mecha. With her deep familiarity with mecha, she completed the modifications within seconds and successfully took control. "Boss, the mecha is ready," Nyeshyaya said excitedly. "Do you want to change clothes?" "No need." Chu Jiang waved his hand and turned away from the mecha, piloting it slowly into the air. Looking down at the mechanical mecha below, he muttered softly, "Could I be wrong? Are the Zerg actually a different kind of life form? Or perhaps they're not Zerg at all, just possessing the characteristics of intelligent life?" Nyeshyaya flew her mecha up beside him, puzzled. "What do you mean a different kind of life form?" "Intelligent life," Chu Jiang explained simply. "I suspect they were created by intelligent beings." "Intelligent life?" Nyeshyaya frowned, confused. "Aren't the Zerg mechanical life forms? How could they become intelligent life?" Though she had never seen the Zerg firsthand, she had heard many rumors. She had learned from others that the Zerg were mechanical life forms possessing tremendous power. "No, they are intelligent life," Chu Jiang said gravely. "At least not yet. Let's test them first and see what we're dealing with before making any judgments." Chu Jiang hovered his mecha in the air, quietly observing the dense swarm of mechanical mecha below like a cloud of locusts. "Nyeshyaya, you pilot the mecha to lure the planet Behemoth. Stay safe," Chu Jiang instructed her. Nyeshyaya nodded and began maneuvering her mecha, drawing the planet Behemoth's attacks. Boom. The planet Behemoth, enraged, charged fiercely toward Nyesyaya's position. Nyeshyaya immediately followed the design schematics, using the mecha's engine thrust to dodge with incredible speed. The planet Behemoth slammed into the mecha, its massive body crushing the surface armor and reducing it to scrap metal. The mecha was destroyed, exposing the control cabin within. Chu Jiang's mecha shot forward instantly, his dagger slicing through the outer layer and cutting into the console inside. Defense systems activating. Alert. Alert. Threat detected, requesting self-defense protocol. Warning. Threat detected. Warning. Threat level A. Danger level B. Danger level S. The alarm blared. Nyesyaya's eyes widened in shock as she stared at the black barrel of that cannon. That was a machine gun, S-class danger. She opened her mouth to warn Chu Jiang, but he reacted instantly, retreating dozens of meters and ejecting from the mecha. The shell struck where the mecha had been the explosion, sending shockwaves radiating outward. Xiaoya's heart pounded wildly. She had nearly been killed. With that level of threat, if Chu Jiang had been even 1/100th of a second slower, they both would have been consumed by the flames. That was too close. Chu Jiang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "If I hadn't reacted so quickly, we'd both be dead on this planet." "Boss, are you sure they're mechanical?" Xiaoya was still confused and couldn't help but ask. Chu Jiang gazed at the endless swarm of mecha before him and said gravely, "I've never seen anything like them before. But I can be certain, they're definitely intelligent life, possibly even advanced intelligent life." Advanced intelligent life? Xiaoya was shocked. Doesn't that make them similar to humans? Chu Jiang glanced at her coldly. Intelligent life can also kill, rob, and slaughter. But intelligent life does not kill indiscriminately. Oh, Xiaoya suddenly understood. No wonder they're so ruthless. Do you really think intelligent life is stupid? Chu Jiang scoffed lightly. Xiaoya froze, and upon reflection realized he was right. Chu Jiang stood his mecha suspended in the air, looking down at the dense formation of mecha below. "Boss, what should we do? Just destroy them." Xiaoya was eager to try. Chu Jiang shook his head. "I want to test them first." Xiaoya shrugged helplessly. Whatever the boss decided, she would follow. She piloted her mecha to quietly infiltrate the planetary mecha formation and during the chaos ambush two enemies. Unfortunately, the enemies were too powerful. Even though her ambush failed, she still faced their counterattack. Not daring to linger, she retreated quickly to avoid being overwhelmed. Chu Jiang hovered his mecha in the air, looking down at the entire planetary mecha army. Countless mecha warriors gathered on the planet's surface like ants, so dense they blocked out the sky. They formed into legions, marching in vast formations toward the front lines, launching their final assault on the universe. Chu Jiang observed for a moment, then suddenly laughed, murmuring to himself, "How fascinating. I have never witnessed such a spectacular sight." "My boss, I don't think the situation looks good." Xiaoya frowned. Chu Jiang piloted his mecha and flew towards several of the mechas. He targeted a mecha, swung his palm, and unleashed two silver electromagnetic streams that slammed into the machine, destroying it instantly and reducing it to dust. The remaining mechas immediately grew alert, all turning their weapons toward Chu Jiang. A wicked smile spread across his face as he accelerated his mecha and crashed headlong into two others. "Boss, are you crazy? Those are two S-class mechas." Xiaoya cried out urgently. She had witnessed just how absurdly powerful Chu Jiang was when piloting a mecha. He had once smashed an SS-class mecha apart, let alone two S-class ones. Boom boom. Two deafening explosions erupted as the two mechas were shattered by Chu Jiang's impact, turning to dust that scattered into the air. "Boss, that was too risky." Xiaoya huffed, her anger maxed out. "Those are S-class mechas. You can't just ram into them." Chu Jiang chuckled wickedly and said, "I can feel it. That power is hidden over there." He piloted his mecha and charged straight toward a certain location. A massive explosion echoed from that direction, with terrifying energy radiating outward. Chu Jiang led the charge in his mecha, smashing right through. When he arrived at that area, he discovered it was shrouded in dense fog, making it impossible to see clearly. "Boss, don't move around randomly." Xiaoya screamed. She piloted her mecha and rushed straight into the fog. A powerful burst of energy erupted from within the mist, overturning Xiaoya's mecha. Chu Jiang was also knocked backward by the shockwave. He stabilized his stance and gazed toward the distant hazy fog. Within that mist, terrifying energy permeated the air. Xiaoya's mecha rose again. Her face filled with shock as she said, "Boss, what is that area? Why is there such terrifying energy fluctuation?" "Let's retreat for now," Chu Jiang said. "I need to study this." "All right." Xiaoya piloted her mecha and flew back to Chu Jiang's position. "Boss, what's going on exactly?" Xiaoya asked curiously. Chu Jiang narrowed his eyes slightly and said slowly, "That is the planet's defense system activating." "The planet's defense system?" Xiaoya was even more confused. "Do you mean there are still people on this planet?" "Not only that." Chu Jiang's lips curved slightly as he said calmly, "I can sense someone controlling the entire planetary defense system. They could launch an attack at any moment." Chu Jiang piloted his mecha toward that area. The energy within grew increasingly intense, with faint red glimmers flickering like flowing magma. "Be careful, boss. There's a bloody smell." Xiaoya suddenly hissed. Her keen sense had caught the pungent odor of blood drifting through the air. Chu Jiang continued piloting his mecha forward. The deeper they went, the stronger the scent of blood became. Xiaoya held her breath and said, "Boss, I smell the stench of rotting human corpses." Chu Jiang's expression turned icy as he piloted his mecha through the thick fog. What came into view was thousands of corpses. "Holy crap!" Xiaoya shrieked. "Boss, are you sure you're not kidding me?" Why are there so many corpses and those creatures haven't even noticed them? Thousands of corpses were piled within the valley. They were all individuals from various star domains who had been eroded by the insectoid creatures. They had died at least hundreds of years ago. It was evident that during the insectoid disaster humanity had faced an extreme crisis. Chu Jiang remained silent. His gaze swept across the scene, then suddenly fixed on several skeletons at the very center. He could faintly make out their clothing colors. Those belonged to Federation officers. Chu Jiang piloted his mecha closer and carefully examined their manner of death. Boss, they are Federation military. Xiaoya was shocked, covering her cherry-red lips with her hand, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Chu Jiang's expression remained calm as he piloted his mecha over to inspect the officers' corpses. Their chests had been pierced by sharp blades, their abdomens blown open, their internal organs ground to pulp, and their blood had dyed the entire ground red. They killed each other. Chu Jiang pondered for a moment, then looked up and asked, "Do you know where the battle took place that caused them to turn on each other?" "I don't know." Xiaoya shook her head as she piloted her mecha around. Soon Xiaoya piloted her mecha to near the pile of corpses and pointed ahead, saying to Chu Jiang, "Boss, look, it was over there. They all died over there. Let's go take a look." Chu Jiang nodded. The two piloted their mechas toward that location. The closer they got, the more intensely they could smell the pungent blood scent in the air. "Boss, their identities are not simple. I sense a familiar aura from them. They should be members of the ancient Lan civilization's royal family. The equipment they're wearing is worth more than you can imagine." Xiaoya's eyes sparkled as she peered down through the gap in her mecha's cockpit, thrilled. She reached out and tugged at Chu Jiang, saying, "Help me find something good, will you? We're incredibly lucky. We just upgraded and now we've stumbled upon treasure." Chu Jiang piloted his mecha rapidly. He looked at the remains of the mecha pilots left behind. Their deaths were gruesome, clearly having endured inhuman torment. Xiaoya picked up an item that had fallen beside the remains and took out a ring, gently stroking it. "Tisk tisk, truly beautiful." Chu Jiang glanced at her. Xiaoya was holding that ring in her hand. Chu Jiang walked over and snatched the ring away. "Huh?" Xiaoya exclaimed in surprise. "Aren't you afraid of being cursed?" Chu Jiang said indifferently, "I am a mecha pilot. How could I fear curses? Have you never heard of a profession called curse removal? It specializes in dealing with all sorts of bizarre curses." Xiaoya widened her almond-shaped eyes. "So you're that kind of special profession. No wonder you're not afraid of curses. As expected of the man I chose." Chu Jiang's lips twitched. He tossed the ring aside and said indifferently, "Enough nonsense. Clean up the remains. Let's leave quickly." "Okay." Xiaoya immediately agreed. She piloted her mecha and began collecting the bones. Meanwhile, Chu Jiang piloted his mecha, slowly exploring forward. Suddenly, Chu Jiang stopped in his tracks. He looked at the massive black shadow ahead and said, "What is that? What is it?" Xiaoya also followed his gaze. In that area, a massive body lay there. It appeared to be a mecha. The mecha had a golden hue, covered in sturdy armor, looking magnificent and imposing. However, the surface of the mecha was covered in cracks, as if it had been struck by meteorites, leaving pockmarks. At the waist area of the mecha, there was a large hole with bloodstains inside and a foul stench emanating from it. "Boss, do you think a large star beast damaged it?" Xiaoya speculated. "That large star beast was too powerful. I guess that fleet couldn't even scratch its fur." "Probably. Or perhaps another ferocious beast damaged it, and then it fled." Chu Jiang pondered. "Regardless, let's excavate it first." Xiaoya also felt there was reason to suspect that a large star beast had damaged it. The two mechas approached rapidly, closely inspecting the wreckage. "Boss, should we use a detector?" Xiaoya suggested. Chu Jiang nodded, taking out a detector and attaching it to the surface of the damaged mecha, instantly activating its scanning function. The detector emitted a series of beeps, and moments later the results appeared on the display. "We cannot determine its function, but it appears to possess special devices that can block all forms of radiation detection and even shield against mental scanning." Xiaoya frowned. "If this were a high-tech product, it would certainly have coding markings. However, I found absolutely no serial numbers or identification marks on it." Chu Jiang also frowned. "Never mind that for now, let's dig it up first." He maneuvered his mecha around the wreckage, circling the area in hopes of finding more useful clues. Meanwhile, Xiaoya busied herself cleaning up the remains. Her movements were swift, and within a short time she had processed all the corpse fragments. Chu Jiang stood at a distance, gazing around for more clues. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from ahead. "Boss, look, there's a flashing light source over there." Xiaoya, with her sharp eyes, spotted something vanishing like lightning in the distance. Chu Jiang piloted his mecha to follow her. Soon he saw distant glimmers of light. Such intense radiation. "Is that a star?" Chu Jiang's pupils contracted. The star in the distance was terrifying, more than 10 times the size of Sirius. Xiaoya's face went pale as she murmured, "It's actually a star. This is exaggerated." We just left Sirius and now we're entering another star system. Chu Jiang remained silent. Stars were rare sights even on Earth. Let's move quickly, we can't stay here too long, or we'll grow weak. Chu Jiang urged, concerned that proximity to the star might weaken them. Xiaoya snapped out of her daze and sped forward rapidly. When she arrived near the star, every hair on her body stood on end, her heart racing. Boss, look! Xiaoya exclaimed in shock. In the distance, countless mecha fragments floated near the star. Some parts were even scorched, turned to ash. It's a warship. Destroyed more than half. Xiaoya said, her voice trembling. Chu Jiang gazed into the distance, his eyes deep. Judging by the situation, that battle was far more severe than we imagined. They had barely left Sirius only to encounter another battle. Those mecha fragments. They were manufactured by our Mecha Alliance. How could they be destroyed? Xiaoya muttered in utter shock. Mecha wreckage scattered across the cosmos indicated an incredibly fierce battle. Let's leave quickly, Chu Jiang said gravely. Although the battle had been brutal, he had a premonition that it might be connected to their mission. If they were drawn into the center of the battlefield, who knew what might happen? Chu Jiang piloted his mecha and flew away into the distance. Wait! Xiaoya suddenly stopped. She saw several mechas dragging wreckage approaching from afar. The wreckage they dragged had been corroded, leaving only skeletal frames. Let's go see what they're doing, Chu Jiang said. He controlled his mecha to approach, faintly catching snippets of their conversation. We suffered heavy losses. We need enough resources to return home, but who knows how long that will take. Damn it. That large star beast was too powerful, we stood no chance, and almost died. Fortunately we ran into you, or we would have been done for someone cursed. We need to return ASAP. What about you? Where are you heading? Chu Jiang asked. Everyone sighed. We don't know either. However, the governor's mansion has issued orders for us to assist you, someone said with a grin. Chu Jiang scanned the group and noticed 3 mecha pilots among them. Raising an eyebrow, he looked at the remaining 6. What kind of mecha pilots are you? The 6 exchanged glances. Boss, I am a mecha pilot, one replied. Chu Jiang pondered for a moment. In that case, you will follow me. Great. Thank you, boss. The group exclaimed excitedly. They had originally assumed Chu Jiang would refuse to take them, considering he was poor, possessing only 2,000 points and no mecha of his own, relying solely on scavenging to win. Unexpectedly, Chu Jiang had invited them himself. What a windfall. Seeing their jubilant expressions, Chu Jiang shook his head and smiled lightly, continuing to pilot his mecha forward. There's a small planet ahead. Oh, let's go up and rest, Xiaoya said, pointing at it. Chu Jiang looked up. The small planet was tiny, only slightly larger than the galaxy. Boss, let's go rest, someone suggested. Since the journey will take time, we might as well recuperate on that small planet and gather intelligence meanwhile. All right, Chu Jiang agreed. Xiaoya enthusiastically pulled Chu Jiang to land on the small planet. Wow. Upon landing, Xiaoya couldn't help but exclaim. As a mecha enthusiast, she was fascinated by all kinds of peculiar and beautiful planets. Excitedly, she used her scanner to survey the entire planet, finally choosing a blue small planet. Boss, what do you think? Xiaoya asked Chu Jiang. Looking at the blue planet, Chu Jiang said gravely, to find Sirius, we will inevitably pass many stars. The farther we go, the harsher the environment. Therefore, we should choose a place suitable for mecha operation, low temperature, low oxygen content, abundant energy, and beneficial for us, yet with a high danger coefficient. Xiaoya understood. No wonder that star was so dazzling. I thought it was a red dwarf. Let's go, Chu Jiang said. Xiaoya piloted the mecha toward the blue planet. Following the navigation map, she flew into the planet's interior and discovered that apart from plants and animals, the entire planet was filled with mechas. Even patrolling the surface were mechas. The Mecha Alliance is indeed domineering, occupying all resources, Chu Jiang sighed inwardly. The planet was small, yet its interior harbored rich mineral deposits and abundant materials. Xiaoya piloted the mecha inside. She carefully examined every stone brick, recording traces. Suddenly she stopped. On the ground there were several drops of blood scattered about. Xiaoya squatted down and used her instrument to test it. The display showed the blood was dark red and contained potent poison. Good heavens! Xiaoya's eyes widened. Boss, are you sure you want to stay near a star? Chu Jiang frowned. The blood contained potent poison. If they inhaled it, they would surely die. Take a blood sample to take back. We'll send it to the military district for research later, Chu Jiang said, not daring to act rashly. He remained cautious. Even on the star, he had no confidence of surviving. Chu Jiang nodded, led his team aboard their mechs, and prepared to depart. Xiaoya also quickly piloted her mech, warily scanning their surroundings. The ground trembled. A much stronger rumbling sound came from the distance, as if a great earth dragon were turning in its sleep. The earth shook, the ground cracked, and countless rivers of magma surged from below. Chu Jiang immediately activated the mech's self-destruct sequence, channeling all his power into the machine, and then the engines roared to life. The mech shot upward, piercing through the clouds in an instant. Chu Jiang piloted the mech, crashed into the crowd of the Mech Alliance, and helped them up. "Boss, save us," someone shouted. The people of the Mech Alliance, filled with hatred, pursued Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang piloted his mech, fleeing rapidly straight toward his target. "Don't worry," Chu Jiang comforted her. "They can't catch up to me." Chu Jiang said calmly, "Look at their mechs. They aren't even carrying weapons." Chu Jiang said, "Rest assured they don't have the guts to cause trouble inside the solar system." The two mechs departed from two other directions. Xiaoya piloted her mech, moving at extreme high speeds to avoid being caught by the mechs behind them, while Chu Jiang stayed further back to avoid collateral damage. Chu Jiang piloted his mech, looping around inside the star, planning to use the star as cover to evade pursuit. Just then Chu Jiang heard a whistling sound, and suddenly twisted his body, dodging to the side. Two black mechs came diving at him. "It's the Interstellar Alliance." Xiaoya was shocked. "We've angered the Interstellar Alliance." The Mech Alliance and the Interstellar Alliance had long maintained a policy of non-interference. Xiaoya said, "Boss, the Interstellar Alliance wants to seize the future fate of humanity on Earth that we hold." The Interstellar Alliance was a massive organization with many members. "Since that's the case, let's just destroy the Interstellar Alliance," Xiaoya suggested. Chu Jiang said, "Let me deal with them first, and then we'll discuss." Xiaoya couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Chu Jiang said, "The Interstellar Alliance is powerful, but they are not flawless." Xiaoya asked in surprise, "What do you mean?" Xiaoya immediately recognized those silver-clad figures as the top-tier mech pilots within the Interstellar Alliance. If it were revealed that the Interstellar Alliance had sent people to infiltrate Earth, it would surely cause an uproar. Chu Jiang narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "I guess they are tailing us. Because we once made a deal with Chu Jiang." Xiaoya's expression changed slightly, and she said, "Boss, let's go quickly." Chu Jiang smiled faintly and said, "Why panic? Now that we know their identities, we have even less to fear." Chu Jiang said, "You continue ahead. I'll draw them away first." Even though they had a superior-subordinate relationship, Xiaoya still felt grateful to Chu Jiang and respected him. Chu Jiang made up his mind to do something, and no one could stop him. Chu Jiang said, "We'll loop around within the solar system. I suspect the Mech Alliance will also send someone to investigate the cause." Chu Jiang said, "I'll draw them away. If they pursue us, it will create an opportunity for you to find a place to modify the mech." Xiaoya hesitated for a moment, then said firmly, "Okay. Chu Jiang, we're here to help you." The three mechs shared brainwaves. Xiao Wu and Xiao Air could communicate with each other. Xiao Wu said, "Don't underestimate them. Xiao Air and I have occasionally encountered people from the Mech Alliance while wandering through interstellar space." Chu Jiang manipulated his mech and fought against those mechs. Amidst the explosions, Chu Jiang piloted his mech, broke through the encirclement of the Mech Alliance and disappeared into the depths of space. Xiaoya piloted her mech and returned to Earth. As soon as she landed, she was intercepted. "Who are you?" The leaders of various major factions on Earth stationed at the orbital perimeter watched her warily. Xiaoya took out her identification documents. "Xiaoya." She handed over the credentials. The faction leaders scrutinized her, and only after confirming she was truly a member of the Nye family did they relax their guard. Xiaoya said, "I would like to ask for your help." "What help?" Xiaoya briefly recounted the incident involving the Star Alliance invasion of Earth. Once Xiaoya finished speaking, the faction leaders erupted in anger, questioning loudly, "Why didn't you tell us sooner?" Xiaoya replied, "You never asked. I didn't know whether I should tell you." The faction leaders were left speechless. Xiaoya continued, "I believe we should first deal with the Mech Alliance, otherwise the planet will suffer." "Right. We should eliminate the Mech Alliance first, and then deal with the Star Alliance slowly. Damn it, we must act quickly." The leaders of each faction discussed the matter and quickly reached a consensus. Chu Jiang returned to the Yaoguang, while Xiaoya headed to Tianyuan Star. Xiaoya piloted her mech toward Tianyuan Star. Aboard the Yaoguang, Chu Jiang stood by the window, gazing down at the massive warship hovering above Tianyuan Star. The vessel was enormous, like a giant beast lying in wait. Xiaoya returned from outside and said, "Boss, I have done as you instructed." Chu Jiang nodded. Xiaoya asked Chu Jiang, "What should we do next?" Chu Jiang said coldly, "We need more mech pilots." Xiaoya immediately opened the mech warehouse and took out dozens of crystal-clear energy stones, emitting a faint blue glow, saying, "We have plenty of energy stones. What are your plans?" Xiaoya asked. Chu Jiang pondered. "Mech pilots are a strategic resource. Mechs are the Star Alliance's best weapon for protecting cosmic security and conquering enemies. And strategic resources are what the Star Alliance relies on to grow stronger and research new mech technologies. Every 10 years, the Star Alliance holds a mech competition. The winners receive generous rewards and are awarded unique badges issued by the Mech Alliance to certified mech pilots. Xiaoya said the Mech Alliance is already at the pinnacle of mech technology. They will not compromise easily. Chu Jiang analyzed calmly. They dare to attack us because they assume we lack sufficient strength. Would they take such a risk otherwise? Xiaoya said that may be true, but we have no advantages. Chu Jiang turned to look at her and said our advantage is that we possess mech technology. Xiaoya frowned and said we only have 2 mechs while the Mech Alliance has over 100. Chu Jiang curled his lips into a cold smile and said I said we not only have mechs, but I am also the best mech pilot. Xiaoya stared at Chu Jiang in disbelief. Boss, are you saying you want to challenge the Mech Alliance? Exactly. Chu Jiang said coldly. They sent people to assassinate me. How could I just sit idle? As he spoke, he began to put on his mech equipment. He dressed himself in the mech armor and then retrieved the most powerful, fastest, and most agile mech he had recently refined. He piloted the mech and sped off into the distance. Xiaoya watched him with a complicated expression and silently followed at a distance to avoid being misunderstood. Chu Jiang piloted his mech straight into deep space. He knew very well how dangerous the Mech Alliance was to humanity in the galaxy. Therefore, Chu Jiang did not hold back and drove his mech directly toward the Mech Alliance. Someone is here. Pursue them. The Mech Alliance dispatched mech units to follow closely. Chu Jiang piloted his mech, fleeing wildly through space. The Mech Alliance had not deployed a full encirclement to capture Chu Jiang, so he had ample time to escape their net. The two sides engaged in a long chase across space. Catch up quickly. Don't let him escape. The pursuing mechs kept close behind, Chu Jiang relentless in their pursuit. Chu Jiang piloted his mech suddenly entered a starfield. Xiaoya was stunned and asked, Boss, what are you doing? Chu Jiang said coldly, seize the warship. Xiaoya was bewildered and didn't understand why he wanted to capture a mech. However, since Chu Jiang had given the order, she obeyed immediately and piloted her mech toward the Mech Alliance. Stop her! The Mech Alliance commander shouted sternly. Almost simultaneously, both Chu Jiang and Xiaoya crashed into the Mech Alliance's fleet. Xiaoya led her most powerful mech into battle against the Mech Alliance. She drove her vessel recklessly through the enemy lines, crushing anyone in her path. Dodge quickly. Xiaoya's vessel crushed over a dozen mech pilots. The Mech Alliance was terrified and scattered in all directions. Chu Jiang piloted the Yaoguang, speeding through space. Xiaoya provided covering fire from behind, coordinating with him to destroy the Mech Alliance warships. Damn it, are we going to die at their hands? The Mech Alliance commander despaired as he watched Chu Jiang smash through their fleet. Run back to the Alliance. The remaining Mech Alliance mechs fled in panic. Haha, we finally won. Xiaoya jumped for excitement and shouted eagerly, this is awesome. Haha, we won. The Mech Alliance suffered heavy losses. Xiaoya pressed her advantage, cutting down enemies relentlessly. Chu Jiang said coldly, come back. Xiaoya quickly controlled her mech and flew back to the Yaoguang. Inside the Yaoguang, Chu Jiang said sharply, since they attacked us, we will fight back. Xiaoya said, but we have no weapons. Chu Jiang said calmly, it doesn't matter. Someone will provide weapons. Oh, Xiaoya realized you had a plan all along. Yes. Chu Jiang said calmly, I bought mechs and hired mech pilots on the Star Network for very little money. If they were willing to sell, then consider it my gain. Xiaoya said, you're cunning. She remembered how she had been played by her boss earlier and grew annoyed. Chu Jiang glanced at her and said mildly, you are not skilled in scheming and still need to hone your abilities. Xiaoya huffed discontentedly, then why did you deceive me? Chu Jiang said calmly, the Mech Alliance oppresses ordinary people. I must make them pay. Xiaoya muttered, we are ordinary people too. Chu Jiang glanced at her and said the Mech Alliance bullies us. Is that kindness? Xiaoya was at a loss for words. Chu Jiang continued, the Mech Alliance is a higher civilization. They look down upon lower civilizations. Therefore, we must show the Mech Alliance that ordinary people are not weak. Xiaoya understood the deeper meaning in Chu Jiang's words. Do you think we can change the Mech Alliance? She asked. They control the planet's defensive shield. We can't even get close. Chu Jiang said, who told you I intend to attack the planetary shield? Xiaoya was astonished and asked, aren't we going to cause trouble for the planetary defense shield? Chu Jiang replied, the planetary defense shield is the Mech Alliance's greatest asset. It is located in the central region of the solar system and can only be controlled by the Mech Alliance. If we forcibly destroy the planetary defense shield, the Mech Alliance will surely go all out to stop us. Xiaoya asked in confusion, aren't they afraid we'll detonate nuclear bombs? Chu Jiang sneered, nuclear bombs cannot destroy the planetary defense shield. At most, they would only injure them. Xiaoya exclaimed, then what should we do? We don't need to detonate nuclear bombs, Chu Jiang said, narrowing his eyes slightly and sneering. We'll raid their headquarters instead. Xiaoya was shocked and said, are you going to infiltrate the Mech Alliance headquarters? Chu Jiang replied, no. First we'll launch a surprise attack on their warship fleet, seize their warships, and then return to their headquarters. We only need to destroy a few of them, and they'll fall into chaos, unable to stop us or track us. Niesjaya pondered for a moment and praised, impressive. Boss, you're amazing. Chu Jiang's lips twitched. He glared at Niesjaya and reprimanded, don't talk nonsense, let's move quickly. Niesjaya chuckled mischievously. The two mechas silently made their way toward the Mech Alliance. Upon arrival, they activated their scanning mode. The Mech Alliance's warship fleet consisted of 30 warships, all gathered in the planet's interior airspace. Around the Mech Alliance headquarters, there were only numerous patrol teams. Boss, where should we invade from? Niesjaya asked. Chu Jiang thought for a moment and said, infiltrate from the flank. Chu Jiang chose the flank as the breakthrough point mainly because their mecha combat power was stronger. Niesjaya nodded in understanding and following Chu Jiang's command began attacking the warships. Boom. Niesjaya piloted her mecha and crashed into the patrol team, overturning 5 or 6 patrol ships before charging into the warship. Alert, alert. Unidentified target detected. Requesting backup, requesting backup. The patrol team shouted in panic, but they could not withstand the fierce attack from the mecha forces. Bang, bang, bang. The mecha forces surged toward the warships like a tidal wave, destroying them in an instant and leaving debris scattered everywhere. The mecha forces quickly boarded the warships. Harvest. Chu Jiang issued the command. Niesjaya piloted her mecha and charged into the warship's interior. Once the battle ended, the mecha forces had cleared the entire warship. On the warship, various treasures were piled high like mountains along with numerous crystal cores. Niesjaya picked up a crystal core and said with delight, Boss, we've struck it rich. Chu Jiang remained silent, sitting in the cockpit. Niesjaya asked curiously, Boss, are you studying the battlefield situation? Chu Jiang calmly replied, the Mech Alliance is a high-level civilization with extraordinary strength. Even if I can easily crush their warships, I can't do much against them. Niesjaya nodded, agreeing with Chu Jiang's words. Then what should we do? Niesjaya said, we can't just let the Mech Alliance continue bullying ordinary people. Chu Jiang fell silent. Niesjaya added, to deal with the Mech Alliance, we must have high-tech weapons, otherwise it's impossible to win. High-tech weapons. Niesjaya immediately took out the weapons she had brought and handed them to Chu Jiang, saying, look at these. Chu Jiang took the weapons and examined them carefully. Niesjaya asked expectantly, how is it? I brought a lot of high-tech weapons, right? Chu Jiang said, they're rather outdated. Niesjaya said dejectedly, then we're out of options. Chu Jiang raised his eyes and looked at her calmly, saying, with me here you can focus on learning tactics. We only need to infiltrate the Mech Alliance headquarters, and that will be enough to give them a headache. Niesjaya's eyes lit up, and she said, really? Of course. Chu Jiang nodded and said, I've already come up with a solution. Great. Niesjaya clapped her hands. Although the Mech Alliance was a high-level civilization in Chu Jiang's eyes, it posed no threat at all. Chu Jiang had once led a fleet to besiege the Zerg, achieving remarkable accomplishments. Chu Jiang piloted the mecha and led Niesjaya across the planet's surface. The two kept circling the Mech Alliance headquarters looking for an opportunity. Boss, should we attack the enemy's mothership? Niesjaya asked. Chu Jiang said no. Niesjaya asked in confusion, why? Chu Jiang looked into the distance and said, they have shields which are difficult to deal with. But we have nuclear bombs. A few nuclear strikes would surely destroy the enemy mothership. Niesjaya was stunned and couldn't believe it, saying, are you sure? Certain. Chu Jiang affirmed, we have ample nuclear bombs and aren't afraid of them. Unfortunately, the nuclear bombs are all sealed. Niesjaya said dejectedly. She should have realized that since Chu Jiang possessed such terrifying technology, he would never lack nuclear bombs. Chu Jiang said, it doesn't matter, I have my own way. Chu Jiang activated his mecha equipment and transformed into a mecha pilot appearance. He said to Niesjaya, you hide. Niesjaya asked, what about you? Chu Jiang replied, I'll draw the enemy away. Niesjaya gritted her teeth and said, no, absolutely not. She didn't want to separate from Chu Jiang, even if it was just pretend. Chu Jiang said indifferently, don't worry, I won't die. He quickly left the mecha warship. Niesjaya stood on the deck, her fists clenched, thinking resentfully, how could I forget that the boss can turn invisible? She angrily hit herself, not daring to expose Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang piloted his mecha and headed straight for the enemy mothership. Boom. Chu Jiang charged toward the mothership. The mothership's protective shield blocked him, activating its alert status with continuous artillery fire. Without hesitation, Chu Jiang guided the nuclear bombs to attack the mothership. The mothership's defense system immediately launched a counterattack, intercepting the nuclear bombs. Boss, let's retreat. Niesjaya said worriedly, we can't break through their mothership's defense shield. Chu Jiang remained calm and composed, not showing any urgency, and said, they won't be able to intercept us. Nuclear bombs are weapons that only high-level civilizations can master, but the mecha was created by Chu Jiang. The mecha possesses technology that surpasses even the highest level of civilization. Although the mothership was formidable, it might not be able to stop them. Chu Jiang guided the nuclear bombs to attack the mothership. He intended to eliminate the mothership's defense shield in a short amount of time. If he failed, they would be trapped in an encirclement surrounded by warships and ultimately face destruction. Rumble. The nuclear bombs exploded and fierce winds swept across the area. The Mech Alliance's defense system was destroyed. Chu Jiang rode his mecha and charged toward the mothership with Nyesaya close behind. The Mech Alliance's mothership was in the process of repairing its damaged defense shield. Suddenly Chu Jiang and Nyesaya appeared. "They're here," Nyesaya exclaimed excitedly. She piloted her mecha and flew forward, extending her mecha's right arm to form a laser sword that slashed toward the mothership's protective shield. The laser sword sliced through the shield, weakening the mothership. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Jiang attacked and split the mothership's protective shield in two. Boom, boom, boom. The mothership was destroyed and the giant warship crashed down. "Wow, boss, that was so cool," Nyesaya shouted excitedly. She jumped onto the warship to gather useful materials. Chu Jiang also jumped down from the warship. Nyesaya grinned and approached Chu Jiang, wrapping her arms around his neck and asking, "Where are we going?" "I'll take you somewhere fun," Chu Jiang replied. "Where are we going?" Nyesaya pouted playfully. Chu Jiang glanced at her and said nothing more. Nyesaya stuck out her tongue and pulled Chu Jiang along as they ran forward. She quickly found the mechanism and entered through the gate into a classified area. Nyesaya was very familiar with this place and led Chu Jiang through countless secret passages to the control room where she entered the access credentials. Soon they successfully landed. "Boss, you actually thought of using the mothership as the breach point," Nyesaya praised. Nyesaya then led Chu Jiang to find the mechanism again. Chu Jiang and Nyesaya left the classified area and patrolled along the perimeter. Inside, the mothership surveillance instruments were everywhere, so they dared not wander freely. "What's that?" Nyesaya pointed into the distance. Far away, several warships were slowly drifting toward them, appearing to be an interstellar pirate fleet. Chu Jiang said grimly, "They're probably search vanguard units. They might report our position." Nyesaya asked, "Should we hide now?" "Let's hide first," Chu Jiang said. He led Nyesaya to stealthily take cover deep within the mothership. The two of them hid in a corner. "What should we do? Should we help?" Nyesaya asked. Chu Jiang stared at the screen and said, "I'll take control." "Okay." Nyesaya nodded obediently. The Mecha Master Alliance was an advanced civilization. They had been researching mecha technology for a long time, long surpassing Chu Jiang and Nyesaya. If they used mechas against them, they would likely be at a disadvantage. Chu Jiang took out his laptop, logged into his account, and activated the mecha warehouse. The mecha warehouse was filled with various types of mecha parts, materials, and weapons. "Boss, what are you going to do?" Nyesaya looked at Chu Jiang in confusion. "I'll remotely control the Yaoguang and the interstellar warriors to deal with this vanguard squad." After Chu Jiang finished speaking, his fingers flew across the keyboard. The interior of the mecha lit up with a pale blue glow, forming a massive projection beam that displayed a simulated image of the Yaoguang. As the projection expanded, the entire mothership was illuminated with extraordinary clarity, every detail visible, including all personnel aboard. "This is incredible," Nyesaya exclaimed in amazement. Chu Jiang ignored her and focused on the experiment. Soon he piloted the mecha to the front of the Yaoguang. Despite its massive size, the Yaoguang was incredibly fast as it accelerated violently. The entire sky seemed to tremble as the enormous Yaoguang vanished in an instant. When it reappeared, it was already in front of the enemy warships. The entire warship shuddered violently. Inside, many soldiers were resting when they heard the commotion and immediately woke, becoming alert to their surroundings. "Enemy attack. Quick, defend," the soldiers shouted as they rapidly organized defensive measures and prepared for counterattack. The Yaoguang slammed into the enemy warship with devastating force, causing the entire vessel to shake violently. Cannons erupted from the enemy ship, firing relentlessly at the Yaoguang. Yet the Yaoguang remained completely unscathed. Forged from high-strength alloy, its durability was nearly unmatched. Even a planet's surface would struggle to damage it. A handful of small starships wouldn't stand a chance, and even nuclear bombardment might not destroy it. Moreover, the Yaoguang was equipped with mechanical soldiers and an intelligent brain. "Kill them. Destroy the enemy ships and seize their resources," Chu Jiang ordered. "Kill them all." The crew aboard the Yaoguang shouted in unison. Inside, the mecha Nyesaya grew excited and burst through the hatch. Watching her depart, Chu Jiang continued controlling the Yaoguang, unleashing devastating attacks. The Yaoguang became a colossal force, charging through enemy lines with unstoppable momentum. On the enemy ships, soldiers retreated in disarray, unable to halt its advance. Chu Jiang stood within the Yaoguang, observing coldly. "I'll kill them all," Nyesaya declared, her eyes burning with excitement. She hadn't felt such fierce passion in a long time, desperate to annihilate the enemy. Chu Jiang smiled. All right, go ahead, stay safe. Xiaoya leapt from the mothership. She held a machine gun and charged toward the enemy vessel. She moved like a tiger among sheep, utterly unstoppable. Laser beams rained down from the enemy ship, but Xiaoya's agile body anticipated each threat before it arrived, weaving through the fire with effortless precision. Haha, I'm amazing. Xiaoya laughed as she charged into the enemy ranks. She carved through them with relentless efficiency, blood spraying as screams echoed around her. The enemy forces quickly collapsed and scattered in every direction. Xiaoya pursued them for over 100 kilometers before finally stopping, gasping for breath. The battle had been too intense, and she was exhausted. Boss, should we pursue and annihilate the enemy? Xiaoya asked as she returned to the mothership. Chu Jiang sat in his chair and said no. If the enemies escape, let them consider that a victory. We need time to explore the star system. They boarded the mothership and returned to the stars. Meanwhile, near a barren star, a banquet was being held to celebrate their triumphant return. The guests in attendance were all wealthy and influential, including numerous interstellar merchants, politicians, and military officers. They raised their glasses and discussed the spoils of war. Those lowly humans are truly weak. They're only fit to be slaves. We, the great galactic system, are the true rulers. They deserve nothing but colonization and servitude. A nobleman sneered coldly at the captured humans. They hailed from various planets across the galactic system, representing different species. Tell me, what exactly was that Zerg warship? Someone suddenly asked in confusion. That weapon's power is too immense. It's practically a miracle. If I possessed even a fraction of those ships, I could wipe out half the universe. Unfortunately, I never saw it. Neither did I. Many sighed with regret. They had all witnessed the Zerg warships, yet the sheer ferocity of their power still sent shivers down their spines. If they commanded such warships, they wouldn't need to fear those enemy vessels. Do you think those warships might still be out there in the primitive universe? Someone suddenly suggested. They continued their discussion when suddenly someone's expression turned strange, as if struck by a thought. They hastily retrieved their wristband and dialed a number. What did you say? The Zerg warships. Are you certain? Don't speak nonsense. Yes, my lord. After hanging up, his expression grew grave as he muttered to himself, could it be? They're still alive. Xiaoya and Chu Jiang entered the mothership's control room. As Chu Jiang examined the data on the screens, he frowned and asked, in my memory, Zerg warships cannot be destroyed. Why are there still enemies surviving? He found this puzzling. Searching through the interstellar network, he found extensive records about the starry Zerg warships, including documentation of the Interstellar Federation developing and testing them. The starry warships outperformed human vessels, but the Federation's crude design of the Zerg warships resulted in extremely short lifespans lasting only 3 to 5 years. Chu Jiang had sufficient understanding of the Zerg warships. They were designed for interstellar travel, capable of reaching distant star systems and traversing through space. The Interstellar Federation had developed the concept, but lacking sufficient materials and energy, only a few were ever constructed. In contrast, the Zerg warships were built from exotic minerals, some even incorporating meteorite components. Although expensive, its performance was formidable. Chu Jiang pondered, perhaps they have long since departed from the original star system. It probably isn't them. Xiaoya nodded. Regardless, we must find a new mothership as soon as possible, Chu Jiang said. The two discussed for a moment. They ultimately decided to explore other star systems first. Under Chu Jiang's command, the starship activated its warp drive and entered warp flight. Warp flight in the deep void was never safe, especially since warp engines were vulnerable to attacks in the depths of space. Yet within a star system with no threats present, warp flight remained the only viable choice. Through the cosmic void, the starship reached a speed of 3 billion kilometers per second. Absent any mishap, they would finish scouting the other star systems within days. They would then return to the mothership and complete its repairs. The journey through the starry expanse was endlessly arduous, navigating not only the dark void, but also enduring perils such as void storms. In the starry cosmos, countless stars drifted in the void, each erupting with brilliant light every dozens of light years. Planets and star regions all lay within the reach of stellar illumination. Chu Jiang piloted the starship forward at a measured pace, gathering intelligence along the way. Star chart. Chu Jiang activated the holographic map and began studying it. From the intelligence he had gathered, he learned that within each star system lay numerous nebula layers. Each star system was composed of countless stars. In the cosmic void, stars were one of only 2 environments capable of birthing intelligent civilizations. Beyond the star system's vast nebula layers also surrounded them. Within the nebula layers, stars and their radiation abounded, yet the nebulae were more stable, nurturing countless exotic substances. Stellar radiation could transform ordinary life into sentient beings, granting them wisdom. However, stellar radiation also carried immense toxins that could corrupt the nebulae, causing them to collapse. Therefore, in the deep cosmos, star systems rarely served as thriving cradles of civilization. The region where Chu Jiang found himself was called the star system. Within the entire system lay 7 planets, 386 moons, and 9 stellar subsystems. Each stellar subsystem possessed unique cosmic laws that ensured the eternal brilliance of its stars. On the star chart, Chu Jiang observed 7 stellar systems, each representing a planetary system. Their target was among those 386 stellar subsystems. Navigating within a star system required utmost caution. Even a minor encounter with hidden dangers could cost them their lives among the stars. There's a star ahead. Let me scout first. Xiaoya spoke, then leaped forward and vanished in an instant. Chu Jiang stood on the starship deck, watching quietly. After a moment, Xiaoya returned. Within that star system, there are numerous wreckage remnants of high-level insectoid warships. Moreover, we discovered a wormhole nearby guarded by insectoid forces. I suspect they may have already breached the mothership. Xiaoya's expression grew grave. Chu Jiang's brows furrowed. The insectoid warships had already overrun the star system. We must hurry there at once, he declared. The star system ahead shimmered with an eerie glow. The star's surface radiated intense heat, without true sunlight, shrouding the entire system in a hazy ashen veil, like a world engulfed in perpetual smog. By now Xiaoya and Chu Jiang had arrived. They hovered in midair, observing the star system below. Within the star system lay countless planets, each covered in dense architecture, cities sprawling across the surface, streets interweaving like spiderwebs in every direction. How magnificent, Xiaoya exclaimed in awe. The planets were reddish-brown, covered in thick soil. Let us investigate the situation first. They descended into the interior of a planet. Within, Chu Jiang and Xiaoya observed numerous artificial structures rising like forests, clearly established as human settlements. Chu Jiang released his telekinetic sense to scan for suspicious targets. Suddenly he paused. Something is there. He looked up toward a certain direction. Far in the distance, a dark speck moved, vanishing in the blink of an eye into the vast starfield, impossible to discern. Something is approaching. Stay alert, Chu Jiang ordered. Xiaoya immediately extended her telekinetic field, covering a radius of tens of millions of kilometers. It's a person, she said in surprise. But how did he get here? Does he possess warp technology? In the cosmos, warp technology was exceedingly rare. Chu Jiang frowned in thought, then broke into a smile. Consider himself unlucky to have followed us. But since he's come to us, how could we let him go? Xiaoya, track him. I'll take manual control and give chase. Chu Jiang issued his command. Yes, Xiaoya replied, pivoting the starship's stern and streaking into a trail of light toward the fleeing vessel. The starship moved with astonishing speed, like a streak of light. So fast. The fugitive piloted his starship at extraordinary velocity. He was a youth in white robes, his eyes gleaming with cold resolve. That warship seems faster than ours. Frowning, a shock rippled through his heart. No, we are too slow. He could sense a terrifying aura emanating from within the pursuing vessel, as if a fearsome beast lay dormant within. This is bad. A dark premonition seized him. As he fled, his ship suddenly shuddered violently, then lurched as though colliding with a mountain, throwing him off balance. What's happening? Sweat poured down his body in terror. He tried to pilot the warship out of the gravitational orbit, but it was trapped within the star system, unable to break free. Damn it! The fugitive growled. He attempted to steer toward another star, only to find the remaining stars too distant to exploit, blocked by the system's constraints, leaving him unable to escape. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted ahead, like a volcanic eruption. The fugitive let out a blood-curdling scream as flames engulfed him, reducing him to ashes within the star system, leaving not a trace behind. The starship emerged from the star system and continued onward. Xiaoya controlled the vessel, steering forward, while Chu Jiang remained at the command center, carefully studying the star chart. Within the star system, Chu Jiang piloted the starship, while Xiaoya followed in her warship. I've located the target, Xiaoya reported, locking onto his position. The two weaved through the star system endlessly. Finally, Chu Jiang guided the starship into the interior of a massive planet, approaching their target. Inside the planet, Chu Jiang peered through his telekinetic vision. On the surface, numerous structures had been built for habitation. Yet now most buildings lay in ruins, corpses and blood staining the continents as insects and monsters ran rampant. Smoke and dust filled the air across the planetary surface, and a pungent odor hung heavy in the sky. Truly tragic, Xiaoya murmured. Before them, a vast swarm of insects gathered. Boom! Without hesitation, Chu Jiang activated the main cannon. A beam of light erupted from the barrels, slicing through the horde ahead like a laser, shredding countless insects and carving a massive crater. The swarm was routed in disarray, scattering in all directions. Beware of ambushes, Xiaoya warned. She then piloted the warship, weaving through the swarm to avoid being surrounded. Chu Jiang stood on the starship, looking down with a calm demeanor. The insects dare not approach the warship. Maintain your course and continue forward. Chu Jiang watched the direction the person had departed. That direction likely held numerous insect nests. Understood, Nyesya replied. She controlled the warship, tracking along the traces of the insect nests. Chu Jiang stood on the deck, gazing into the distance. Beside him were two mechas constructed of steel and machinery, standing majestic and imposing. These were specially modified by Nyesya to escort Chu Jiang. Although his strength was formidable, they were still needed to assist in dealing with the insect swarm. Nyesya controlled the starship, speeding through the void and streaking across the depths of the starry sky. Suddenly her pupils contracted as she focused intently on what lay below. At a great distance, a massive swarm surged out from a star system, rushing toward the starship. So many insects. Nyesya's face paled. At least 500. 500 insects. Chu Jiang's eye twitched, his heart shaken. Do they intend to surround and exterminate us? Nyesya asked. If so, we are in deep trouble. No, they are protecting us. Chu Jiang stared into the distance as the massive swarm rapidly approached, growing clearer by the moment. They aren't attacking us. They are luring us toward an insect nest. Nyesya guessed. Chu Jiang shook his head. No, they wish to save us. Nyesya was puzzled. Look. Chu Jiang pointed ahead where hundreds of millions of insects, varying in shape and size, resembling dense clusters of ants, crawled about. Their forms were diverse, some sharp as blades, others winged, and a few even walking upright. What are they doing? Nyesya asked. Leading the way, Chu Jiang smiled. Look at that line. They are following a specific path. They intend to guide us to the insect nest. Huh. Nyesya was dumbfounded. Such a massive, dense swarm blotting out the sky was merely guiding them to the insect nest. What if all those insects swarm us? Nyesya asked worriedly. The scene would be terrifying. Do not panic, Chu Jiang said with a relaxed smile. That insect path is governed by their inherent laws. They must follow it, otherwise they face destruction. We simply need to follow them. Do not be afraid, Chu Jiang reassured her. Nyesya nodded and piloted the warship, closely following the path. Gradually, Nyesya noticed that roughly every kilometer a patrol unit of insects appeared to relieve the forward scouts, ensuring tighter and more focused defense. Clearly those insects were aware of an enemy incursion. Nyesya pondered, had that human already detected the danger and retreated? Xiaya, keep following. We will meet them soon. Chu Jiang said, a curve forming at the corner of his mouth. That human must have sensed the danger and chosen to withdraw. Yes. Nyesya piloted the warship to continue the pursuit. Chu Jiang stood on the starship, quietly watching the front. Suddenly he raised his arm. A mechanical cannon materialized, a silver plasma sphere, rotating slowly. With a sharp whistle tearing through the air, it exploded, instantly slicing through the heavens. The plasma sphere crashed heavily ahead. Hundreds of insects caught off guard were blasted into powder. The insect race roared in anger and surged forward frantically. They came like a tide, covering the sky and earth. Nyesya cried out. Oh no, they are going to gang up on us. Boom. Another thunderous explosion rang out. Chu Jiang piloted the starship, sweeping through all directions. Endless electric light bloomed, engulfing the insect race. In merely half a quarter hour, Chu Jiang slaughtered hundreds of insects, devastating and ruthless. How could ordinary insects withstand the starship's cannons? Nyesya drove the warship through the swarm, invincible wherever she went. Roar. Suddenly a low roar echoed. In the center of the sea of insects, two celestial bodies moved slowly, shrouded in black mist. They were extremely massive, exceeding 10 kilometers in volume. Good heavens, star cores. Nyesya's beautiful eyes widened. I recall that when a planet births a star core, it generates terrifyingly high temperatures. Star cores were the most precious resources in the universe, containing abundant mineral deposits with incalculable value. Nyesya looked at the two massive planets with greed, longing to rush forward and seize them immediately. Don't rush to act. Wait until they draw closer, then we will seize them, Chu Jiang said coldly. Those two planets were too far away to destroy directly. Approaching rashly would only lead to being surrounded by insects and falling into danger. The two massive planets moved very slowly. Chu Jiang frowned, pondered for a moment, and ordered, Xiaya, activate the warship stealth function. We will follow them and see what they intend to do. Understood, Nyesya replied. Instantly the starship concealed itself, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the void, silently trailing the two massive planets. Nyesya marveled. This is impressive. I can't even sense their presence. Chu Jiang glanced at her, but ignored her. He piloted the warship through space, following behind the two star cores. The speed of those two planets gradually decreased. They seemed to be confirming whether Chu Jiang and Nyesya were present. After observing for a moment, they continued forward slowly. Xiaoya said excitedly, "They are testing us." She maneuvered the warship, constantly drawing closer. The surface of the star cores was wreathed in mist, rippling like water. The star cores slowly writhed as if sensing something, then abruptly stopped. "What's happening?" Xiaoya was bewildered. The two star cores suddenly turned around and flew toward them. Something within the star cores seemed to be awakening. The two star cores collided in the void, erupting in brilliant light, followed by two overwhelming, terrifying presences sweeping across the void. Xiaoya was so frightened, she nearly fainted. She screamed, "Boss, let's run." Whoosh. Xiaoya piloted the warship and fled frantically. Chu Jiang remained calm. His gaze was icy as his hands typed rapidly on the control keyboard. Instantly, the warship trembled violently, the cabin shaking as if subjected to a massive vibration. Crack. The outer walls of the cabin cracked open and countless metal fragments flew everywhere. The warship shook violently. Xiaoya, terrified, hastily adjusted the warship's controls. Rumble. The warship seemed tossed about in the starry sky, bumping and swaying. Cracks appeared on the hull and sparks erupted. Xiaoya's face was pale. She gripped the handrail tightly, daring not to move, her heart filled with dread. "Boss, we're done for. We are about to be devoured by those two star cores." "Shut up." Chu Jiang barked coldly. His gaze was grim as he steered the warship to stabilize and reverse. Yet the two stellar cores continued their relentless pursuit. "Damn it." Xiaoya gritted her teeth. "Are we going to be devoured by those two monsters?" The warship retreated while the stellar cores closed in their distance, shrinking rapidly. Finally, the warship reached them. The two colossal beings halted, their massive heads looming close. They radiated terrifying pressure, locking onto Chu Jiang and Xiaoya, as if issuing a warning. Roar. Suddenly, one of the heads let out a low growl. Chu Jiang replied coldly, "You want me to help you deal with the other two giants?" They were communicating. Chu Jiang understood from their mouths that they wished to ally with him against the other two powerful beings. Chu Jiang frowned slightly. "Why don't you attack?" The large head roared again, sending telepathic messages to Chu Jiang. They sought to unite against the other two giants. Chu Jiang pondered for a moment, then said, "In that case, let us ally." Though he feared not the two giants, having Xiaoya along made things troublesome. The two great planets collided, generating terrifying shockwaves. Upon each planet sat a monstrous beast, hideous and grotesque, gaping maws exhaling putrid stench as they charged toward one another. Roar. Thunderous howls echoed across the planets, deafening all who heard them. Beasts and insectoid creatures alike cowered and trembled in fear. The two planets collided, unleashing devastating power that flattened everything around them into barren plains. Xiaoya sat beside Chu Jiang, her face ashen. Gazing at the battlefield, she murmured, "How terrifying. I truly fear those two stellar cores might destroy the entire star." Her eyelids twitched. The scene was almost unimaginable. Chu Jiang's gaze fixed on the distant collision, watching as the range narrowed until the two stellar cores annihilated each other in a brilliant flash of light. The two planets collided and perished. The resulting energy storm engulfed Chu Jiang and Xiaoya, forming a fearsome hurricane that battered the warship's interior structure. Xiaoya coughed up blood, her delicate face pale with disbelief. The stellar cores actually destroyed themselves. They annihilated each other. Chu Jiang took a deep breath, his expression grave. They have lost the power of their stellar cores. Now is the most vulnerable moment for these two planets. The collision and annihilation of the two stellar cores threw the galaxy into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Jiang and Xiaoya slipped into the galactic interior. Rumble. The heavens spun, space twisted. Bang, bang. The two planets exploded, their terrifying power radiating in all directions. "Flee quickly. Avoid that power." Xiaoya cried out urgently. "Go now? If we stay, a far worse disaster will follow." Chu Jiang nodded and steered the warship into rapid retreat to avoid the aftermath and prevent damage. Huff. Xiaoya drove the warship with all her strength, quickly escaping the battlefield. The two giants slaughtered each other on the battlefield, tearing apart the star domain and crushing countless star rivers. How terrifying. Even the residual waves have stirred the star rivers into such chaos. Those two creatures are absolute horrors, perhaps even stronger than this. Xiaoya's face was pale with terror. Chu Jiang remained silent, gazing at the distant battlefield. Within it, the two colossal beings fought fiercely, shaking the galaxy and unleashing rampant energy until the arena resembled the end of days. "Those two are too powerful for us to handle," Xiaoya said urgently, her tone anxious. "Boss, we must flee." Chu Jiang frowned. "We do not need to flee." He raised his head, his deep eyes gleaming with wisdom. "Though they are strong, we may still prevail." Chu Jiang was intimately familiar with tactics and calculated the situation in an instant. Suddenly, the large-headed beast in the battlefield let out another roar. It spewed two torrents of terrifying energy smashing toward the warship carrying Chu Jiang and Xiaoya. Don't take it head-on. Xiaoya screamed. Boss, dodge quickly. Let's retreat first. Once we return and find the mothership, we'll send the battle mechs to exterminate them. Before her words finished, echoing a hum sounded behind Chu Jiang as his warship materialized. Boss, what are you doing? Xiaoya asked in astonishment. Chu Jiang stood atop the warship's prow, his body wreathed in blazing flames. Dark wings unfurled behind him, and he gripped a black blade looming in the void as he looked down upon the two terrifying giants. He sneered. Since they requested an alliance, I shall grant their wish. First we unite with them against the other two enemies. No sooner had Chu Jiang spoken than the two giant stellar cores erupted with overwhelming power, releasing blinding radiance that illuminated the dark void. Woo! A mournful wail rang out above the stellar cores. The cores trembled violently as surface cracks healed and metabolic renewal began anew. Within the stellar cores lay the boundless, vast, abundant, and eternal power born from the universe's infancy, immortal and unchanging. Brilliant light burst from the two stellar cores, surging inward like tidal waves. The cores began to swell their volume, increasing madly, until in mere instants they exceeded 10 times their original size. It raised its head and roared, its voice rolling like thunder. Each step it took shook the starry sky, sending ripples through space. Its figure flashed like lightning through the cosmos, carrying a storm of debris as it charged toward Chu Jiang and Xiaoya. Its colossal body generated fierce hurricanes with every movement. Boss, run! Xiaoya shouted. Otherwise we'll be crushed to pieces. Chu Jiang ignored her and instead steered the warship toward the stellar core. The stellar core spun at high speed, releasing terrifying power that collapsed space around it, resembling a miniature sun radiating scorching brilliance. Bang! Upon impact, devastating force erupted, tearing the warship into countless fragments. Xiaoya was thrown back 100 meters. Chu Jiang was also knocked backward, but stabilized himself. His pupils contracted and his expression darkened. The stellar core's power is indeed terrifying. He piloted the warship into the stellar core's interior, a vast space that seemed to have existed since ancient times, eternal and unchanging. Steering from the side, he avoided the two monstrous creatures within. The warship darted nimbly through the core, evading the two giants. They roared in fury, swinging massive claws and fangs, shattering countless asteroids as they pursued Chu Jiang. On board, Chu Jiang observed the two giants with sharp, calm eyes. The stellar core's power is truly terrifying. No wonder they are among the most powerful and dangerous items in the universe. He muttered to himself, a faint curve forming at the corners of his mouth. However, they are severely wounded and their foundations are shaken. Otherwise, I would not be their match. Xiaoya was drenched in cold sweat, but hearing this, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness our leader had foresight. Chu Jiang maneuvered the warship, splitting the massive star core in two as it began to fall. Inside the star core's interior space, two colossal figures were locked in relentless combat, their massive bodies tangled together as they continuously thrashed and attacked one another. Chu Jiang steered the warship closer with quiet precision. Leader, they're wounded. I'll finish them off. Xiaoya's excitement stirred within her as she eagerly volunteered. I need more combat experience anyway. Don't go. I intend to use them as bait to lure out the other two elders, Chu Jiang said coldly. Xiaoya stood stunned, her confusion evident as she asked why. The star core is a supreme treasure. They must be desperate to devour it and restore their strength, Chu Jiang explained calmly. I plan to use them as bait to draw out the two elders and deliver a fatal blow. His gaze grew dark and merciless as he continued. Two star beast kings possess the power to annihilate an entire planet. Even wounded, they could easily destroy several nearby moons. We're not yet strong enough to confront them directly. We must rely on our warship and the star core's power, Chu Jiang said in a low voice. First, we'll lure them away from the main warship fleet, then deploy our forces to surround and eliminate them, claiming the star core for ourselves. Chu Jiang understood clearly that relying solely on himself and Xiaoya to seize the star core would be nearly impossible, as they lacked the means to withstand its overwhelming power. Their only option was to use the warship fleet to buy time, letting the two elders weaken each other before they could claim the prize. Chu Jiang had already devised his strategy. Still, he couldn't bring himself to fully trust Xiaoya. After all, she was human. Human nature was too complicated for him to ignore, so Chu Jiang decided to keep a trusted subordinate behind to watch over Xiaoya. Chu Jiang transferred command of the warship to Xiaoya, placing the fleet under her direction to hunt down the two massive star beast kings. Let's move. As he spoke, Chu Jiang piloted the warship away into the distance, quickly vanishing into the endless expanse of stars. The two star beast kings roared in fury. Their massive bodies resembled towering hills. With thunderous booms, they charged forward, crushing vast fields of meteorites as they pursued the departing warship. Nyesya stood on the warship's deck, gazing into the distance with worry etched across her face. Leader, are we really going to lure those two star beast kings? They're far too dangerous. One stray attack could destroy our warship. I think we should avoid direct confrontation for now and wait for the war fortress to arrive. Chu Jiang glanced at her and replied, I understand your concerns, but don't forget. We're here to gain experience and sharpen our warship handling skills. I need to enhance the starship's capabilities before the war fortress arrives. You're right. I was being too timid, Nyesya realized. Chu Jiang smiled. It's not just you. I'm afraid too. That's precisely why we must fight with everything we have. To survive, we must win. Only by pushing our warship to its peak can we hope to escape their pursuit. Nyesya nodded, her expression resolute. Leader, I understand. I won't let you down. Chu Jiang smiled and nodded. Nyesya immediately threw herself into the task, delving into the star core's interior to harness its energy. Meanwhile, Chu Jiang kept the warship moving, scanning the surroundings. The star core's interior stretched endlessly, filled with stars casting silver light in a breathtaking display. But beneath the beauty lay countless hidden dangers where a single mistake could lead to eternal doom. On the warship, Chu Jiang's gaze swept across the star core world as he searched for two stars, pinpointing their exact locations. The stars weren't particularly large, and their surrounding environment was harsh. It seems they're unsuitable for breeding offspring, Chu Jiang mused to himself. In that case, they belong to us. Inside the warship, Nyesya maneuvered the vessel, searching for energy concentrations from the two stars. The warship moved at incredible speed, covering vast distances in moments as it continuously advanced, gathering stellar energy into storage for emergencies. Leader, once we find them, how do we extract the energy? Nyesya asked Chu Jiang. Follow the plan, Chu Jiang said after a moment's thought. We'll consume that star first, then take out the other one when the opportunity arises. Nyesya nodded in agreement. Soon they located the target star, and the warship hovered beside it. Slowly rotating into position, the vessel aimed its weapons at the star, ready to strike. Inside the star, the two elders were locked in frenzied combat, their massive forms colliding with devastating force that sent violent tremors through the stellar body. Suddenly, both elders sensed something and ceased their battle, their attention sharpening as they fixed their gaze on the star core world. Chu Jiang's eyes narrowed, cold, killing intent flashing across his face as he commanded attack. Immediately, countless laser beams erupted from the warship, filling the sky and enveloping the two elders. Nyesya reacted with astonishing speed, maneuvering the vessel to reposition its turrets and target the weaker of the two massive elephant-like creatures. The star core shuddered, releasing thick black fog that engulfed the warship. Runes on the vessel's surface blazed to life, forming a barrier against the corrosive mist, though traces of dark smoke still seeped through. Chu Jiang remained expressionless, ignoring Nyesya's anxious glances. Cold light flashed in his eyes as he seized control of the warship and drove it forcefully into the heart of the star. The star core's inner wall buckled under the warship's impact, trembling violently, as if on the verge of collapse. From the vessel's apex, two shells launched and detonated with tremendous force. A terrifying shockwave radiated outward, rousing the remaining elders within the star core. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Kill them! Roars erupted from inside the warship. Nyesya's face went pale as she anxiously monitored the battle. Relentless cannon fire poured forth, overwhelming the star, while Chu Jiang worked to reinforce the defenses and prevent the star core from being shattered apart. The star core's inner wall was incredibly thick, forged like steel, so resilient that even two star beast kings the size of elephants charging simultaneously couldn't budge it. We're pulling back, Chu Jiang ordered. Nyesya nodded in agreement. She understood that with their current capabilities they couldn't harm the star core, and charging in recklessly would only mean certain death. The warship departed from the star core as the two king-level beasts roared in fury, launching frantic assaults against it. The vessel's outer defenses dimmed and faltered under the relentless barrage. Inside the warship, Chu Jiang's brows furrowed deeply. He knew the vessel's hull could withstand the star core's explosive force, but sustaining their energy supply and repairing the accumulating damage remained a critical challenge. The stronger the star core, the faster the warship deteriorated. The damage is too severe, Nyesya gritted her teeth. If we stay in this primordial star core world much longer, we'll run out of resources and end up enslaved. Chu Jiang gazed at the star core world with calm eyes, murmuring to himself. The star core contains immense stellar energy. If we can absorb it, the Yaowang might be able to ascend again and become an S-class battle armor vessel. Yet that wasn't the most pressing concern. The immediate priority was dealing with the star core entities. If they escaped this star system, the damage to nearby planets would be catastrophic. What should we do? Nyesya asked. Chu Jiang's eyes turned cold. After a moment of silence, he said, We need to approach those star beasts and lure them into the star core. Then escape during the chaos. Lure them? Nyeshyaya looked surprised. Chu Jiang smiled faintly. Don't forget those star beasts carry massive amounts of flesh and blood. With such a large quantity, it will be enough to sustain our retreat back to the Sky City. He pointed toward the outer hull of the warship. The surface was densely covered with meteorite craters within which lay countless corpses and remains. These were the star beasts carelessly discarded after feeding, eventually forming the cratered landscape we see today. Nyesyaya's eyes lit up. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get moving immediately. Chu Jiang nodded slightly. He maneuvered the Yaoguang and descended, gazing down at the multitude of star beasts below. Suddenly he said, Nyesyaya, I have a mission for you. You will take all personnel and lie in ambush below. I will release a large number of decoys to lure the star beasts near the star core. Your job is to draw them in and slaughter them all, then collect their corpses and store them as logistical support. Nyesyaya agreed without hesitation. Leave it to me. I will execute this mission flawlessly. Chu Jiang nodded slightly. Nyesyaya had a lively personality and a fierce competitive spirit, but she was highly efficient, experienced, and a suitable choice for the task. Prepare for battle. Nyesyaya shouted. Everyone quickly drew their laser guns and loaded energy cells. Chu Jiang piloted the warship slowly descending in altitude. Countless cannon lights ignited on the ship's surface, bombarding the inner wall of the star core. The impacts caused the wall to tremble, leaving scars everywhere. Nyesyaya piloted the Yaoguang straight into the star core. She pinned the ship between her legs, gripped the cabin door edge with her right arm, and held an energy gun in her left hand, firing continuously at the enemies outside. She was like a meat grinder on the battlefield. Every shot claimed over a dozen lives. Countless dents appeared on the inner wall of the star core as massive numbers of monsters fell. Nyesyaya slaughtered the star beasts mercilessly, and the warship's speed gradually increased to 200 kilometers per second. Chu Jiang sat in the command room, gazing outward. The dents on the inner wall of the star core multiplied. The wall gradually collapsed, forming a massive hole. The inner wall was composed of numerous star cores. When the star cores shattered, the entire structure lost its power and collapsed on its own. A massive breach formed in the inner wall. Sensing the threat, the star beasts roared and chased the warship and Nyesyaya relentlessly. Chu Jiang piloted the warship toward the other half of the star core. Inside, a small remaining portion of the star core still radiated immense stellar energy. Inside the star core, massive energy flowed like molten lava, churning and rolling. Fly faster, Chu Jiang ordered. He maneuvered the warship to quickly retreat and avoid being caught. Nyesyaya also struggled to dodge the boiling magma flowing within the star core. The two warships sped away, growing further from the star core. Nyesyaya wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and cursed Chu Jiang internally for being a madman. The speed of that flowing magma was incredibly fast. If one fell into it, they would instantly burn to ashes without a trace. Yet Chu Jiang dared to pilot the warship close to it. Is the boss crazy? Nyesyaya thought, gritting her teeth. Damn it, I should have listened to him and not followed. Although she had some strength, she was far inferior to Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang could crush her with ease. Suddenly, a violent explosion echoed from the distant star core. Nyesyaya's face turned pale and she trembled. B-Boss, what are you doing? Ahead, the planet suddenly exploded. A crimson light shot into the sky as infinite energy surged into the depths of the void. The air around the planet seemed to freeze, turning into thick frost that drifted down, shrouding the world. Immediately after, the entire star system began to shake violently. Boss, you're crazy. Nyesyaya screamed, her body going weak. Chu Jiang piloted the Yaoguang toward the other half of the star core. He watched the scene ahead indifferently and said calmly, it's fine. I'm just creating chaos. Nyesyaya stared in disbelief. Deep inside the distant star core, it had completely shattered. The explosion released terrifying energy, setting the entire planet ablaze. Countless energy bursts erupted, turning into scorching flames that illuminated the surroundings. Outside the planet, large groups of star beasts gathered, roaring upward. Countless meteorites orbited the planet's exterior. Nyesyaya's cheek twitched. What do we do now? The destruction of the star core released infinite energy, forming an extremely powerful energy storm that swept across the entire universe and engulfed the planet. The entire world was plunged into the danger of annihilation. You take the lead and scout ahead. If you encounter enemies, kill them directly, Chu Jiang said coldly. Remember, stay undetected. Understood. Nyesyaya dared not argue and obediently replied. She piloted the warship into the sea of fire, speeding along the densest parts of the energy storm. The boss is ruthless. Ignore him and continue hunting star beasts, Chu Jiang ordered. He piloted the Yaoguang, heading further into the star core. The star core explosion destroyed countless precious minerals that had been sealed inside. The energy storm expanded, engulfing the entire star sector. Chu Jiang and Xiaya navigated their warships through the center of the energy storm, clearing star beasts along the way. The star core was densely populated with star beasts. Chu Jiang maneuvered the warship with ease in the void, occasionally striking to slaughter large numbers of enemies. After flying for a long time, they finally reached the inner core of the star core. Chu Jiang stood on the roof of the Yaoguang, gazing at the scenery inside. The interior of the star core was filled with a pitch-black liquid dark as ink. Xiaya piloted the warship in circles within the star core. So beautiful, she couldn't help but exclaim. This is only my second time seeing a star core. It is truly beautiful and magnificent. Stay concealed, Chu Jiang said after a moment of contemplation. The energy storms inside the star core can easily affect us. I need to use the internal energy to create an energy shield for our defense. Xiaya nodded and carefully adjusted the ship's energy barrier. The temperature inside the star core was extremely high, exceeding 6,000 degrees Celsius. Wearing thin clothing, Xiaya had beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She continuously reinforced the energy barrier to reduce radiation. Boss, the energy barrier is stable. Xiaya turned and said with a smile, can we go down now? Chu Jiang frowned. Don't play around. Xiaya stuck out her tongue. Then I won't go. I'll wait for you in the ship and protect myself well. She blinked playfully, took a slight step back, and vanished from the Yaoguang. Chu Jiang watched her flee, feeling both amused and exasperated. He piloted the Yaoguang into the star core. The temperature inside reached 5,000 degrees Celsius. For ordinary living beings it was unbearable, and even with Chu Jiang's warship resisting the high heat. Xiaya piloted the warship, dodging the energy storms, and successfully reached the core area. Standing on the deck, she said excitedly, boss, it's over there. Chu Jiang stood at the stern of the Yaoguang, gazing down at the core of the star nucleus. Suspended within the central region were countless stars, each tens of thousands of zhang in height, shimmering with various hues of light. They formed a complex nebular structure, attracting one another like living creatures. Chu Jiang gazed at those stars, a look of shock crossing his face. Those stars were in truth the remnants left behind by various civilizations. They had slaughtered one another in the starry sky. The wreckage of warships and fragments of the star nucleus were visible everywhere, piled up at the core. Truly spectacular. Xiaya clicked her tongue in wonder. Chu Jiang composed himself and piloted the Yaoguang, slowly drawing closer. Suddenly, Xiaya pointed toward the distance, confusion in her voice. Someone actually breached the energy storm. How did they manage that? At the center of the star nucleus's energy storm, countless stellar fragments were constantly assaulted by raw energy. Anything that approached the star nucleus was torn apart immediately. Those who entered the energy storm perished without a trace. The mortality rate was exceedingly high. Let's go. I want to see who dares to take such a risk, Xiaya said. She piloted the warship straight into the energy storm. Equipped with specialized gear, she manipulated the vessel's internal systems, struggling to navigate through the tempest. The interior of the warship was lined with special materials capable of blocking external damage. Xiaya stared at the stellar fragments at the center of the nucleus. Boss, there seems to be something valuable over there. Chu Jiang nodded. Let's go take a look. He piloted the Yaoguang closer to the fragments. That's... Xiaya's eyes widened suddenly. She maneuvered the warship slowly toward the center of the storm. There, amidst the raging energy, lay a massive rock. Its surface was dark gray, the textures clear and distinct as if carved with profound mystery. The rock radiated an extremely potent aura. It must have been left by interstellar pirates, Chu Jiang mused. Interstellar pirates excel at plundering planets and seizing resources. They drilled into the star nucleus to establish secret nests, storing their loot before transporting it out. Boss, should we dig them out? Xiaya asked. No need, Chu Jiang waved his hand. I sense those pirates have likely already fled. If we wish to find them, we must start with that rock. Chu Jiang piloted the warship alongside the rock. Its surface was covered in cracks, evidence of intense collisions. Step back, Chu Jiang ordered. He steered the Yaoguang into the heart of the energy storm. Xiaya quickly maneuvered her vessel to a safe distance. As Chu Jiang entered the storm, he felt the pressure surge dramatically. The energy tempest was fierce enough to tear his warship apart with ease. Boss! Xiaya cried out in alarm upon sensing his danger. Chu Jiang continued to pilot the Yaoguang forward steadily. Boss, retreat quickly. Your Yaoguang cannot be controlled properly inside. It's too dangerous. Chu Jiang replied calmly, it's fine. He drove the vessel deeper. The further he went, the stronger the storm became. The chaotic energy waves grew even more violent, disturbing the surrounding stellar fragments, which emitted terrifying, suffocating energy. Boss! Xiaya called out urgently. Chu Jiang remained silent, continuing to operate the Yaoguang, moving forward, ever forward. Xiaya watched him with intense tension. Boom! Ahead, the energy storm suddenly exploded. Chu Jiang piloted the Yaowang, instantly transforming into a streak of light to escape the blast zone. Boss, are you alright? Xiaoya asked anxiously. Chu Jiang remained silent. Where are you? She hurriedly asked. I'm inside the energy storm, Chu Jiang said indifferently. Xiaoya froze for a moment before letting out a scream. She piloted the warship back urgently. Meanwhile, Chu Jiang continued to drive the Yaowang deeper. Inside the energy storm, the stellar fragments grew increasingly sparse. As Chu Jiang penetrated further, he noticed numerous ancient starship wrecks within the star nucleus. Some ships still harbored small energy storms within them, reduced merely to columns of wind. Although the storms were much thinner, they remained terrifying. Chu Jiang could barely navigate the Yaowang through the storm. A slight mistake would result in being torn apart. Boss! Xiaoya caught up in her shuttle, her face pale and trembling. Let's leave first. Chu Jiang halted the Yaowang. Are you afraid? Xiaoya gritted her teeth and replied firmly no. Chu Jiang laughed loudly. Good. Since you're not afraid, follow me. Let's go see. He led Xiaoya toward the very center of the energy storm. At the storm's core, energy waves churned like boiling seawater. Occasionally low growls echoed from within the raging energy, resembling the roar of some beast. The two approached cautiously, gradually reaching the storm's center. At the very heart of the storm sat several skeletons. Indeed, interstellar pirates. Chu Jiang set his gaze cold. He piloted the Yaowang closer for a careful inspection. Confirming they were pirates, he noticed two skeletons wearing armor with 3 golden characters on their chests. Black Iron Starship. So it's the Black Iron Starship. That explains everything, Chu Jiang realized. The Black Iron Starship was the top-tier fleet of the Galaxy Alliance. They were once named Star Sea and were the strongest fleet in the galaxy, Xiaoya explained. Unfortunately, the Black Iron Starship was lost. Later, some speculated that cosmic pirates destroyed it. However, after its disappearance, no news about the Black Iron Starship ever surfaced. I've heard that many starships belonging to the Galaxy Alliance went missing, Chu Jiang said. I never expected it to be the Black Iron Starship. The Black Iron Starship were interstellar pirates. They roamed the cosmos, plundering planetary resources, Chu Jiang said. Xiaoya frowned. But they are already destroyed with fragments scattered everywhere, yet no wealth remains. I suspect the pirates migrated elsewhere long ago. Perhaps they never destroyed their databanks. Xiaoya agreed. Now the stellar fragments are scattered everywhere. Our efficiency is low. Since we're here to explore the mineral veins, anyway, encountering pirates is just a bonus. If we find them, we might as well wipe them out. You're right, Chu Jiang nodded. The two stopped talking and headed straight for the stellar fragments to begin looting. The stellar fragments were all mineral resources that could fetch high prices. Chu Jiang and Xiaoya focused on collecting the largest fragments whenever possible. Xiaoya used an instrument to skin the fragments, marking them. During her exploration, she constantly discovered various unusual mineral veins yielding abundant harvests. Chu Jiang also made gains. He piloted the Yaowang along the center of the energy storm, continuing deeper toward the core.